This was just an ordinary little wooden cabin, but every man who came out of it wore a look of satisfaction. Villagers were even lining up for hours just to experience it for 2.5 minutes. You'd probably assume there's some kind of special service inside, but actually, it was simply a house with underfloor heating. Turns out, this was a medieval fantasy world where the poor freeze to death in winter, and I, a civil engineering major, accidentally transmigrated into a novel as the Baron's eldest son. However, becoming a noble brought me no joy, because the Baron's family was heavily in debt, and this body was a total scumbag. He had committed all kinds of atrocities in the territory, and the villagers had long harbored resentment, so this body was just a trash noble doomed to die early in the story, and I had only one way to survive. I had to change how everyone in the territory sees me. As a graduate in civil engineering, I was shocked to find that houses in this world didn't even have underfloor heating. Most families relied solely on fireplaces, which couldn't warm an entire house. If I could build a house with underfloor heating here, it would surely sell like crazy. Maybe I could even use it to get rich and pay off all of the Baron's debts. My knowledge of civil engineering finally had a place to shine. No more bricklifting on construction sites like in my previous life. At that moment, a floor plan for the heated house began forming in my mind. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Seems like I just unlocked something. Relationship points system has been activated. You can earn points by improving relationships with key characters, but the system didn't explain what those points were for. I figured, since it said key characters, then this person behind me, Javier, must be one. After all, he's the main character of the whole novel. Sure enough, a -30 approval rating floated above Javier's head. I gave him a charming smirk and said, "You really are handsome," trying to butter up the protagonist, but his affection didn't increase. Instead, it actually dropped. At the same time, he scoffed and said, "Yeah, I know I'm handsome." Hearing this, I was speechless. This guy is seriously narcissistic. Putting the system aside for now, earlier I heard from Javier that the tavern owner's mother had fallen ill due to the bitter cold of the lingering winter. So I immediately went to the tavern owner and placed a heating house contract in front of him. "So you're the purchaser and I'll be the builder. We'll write off all construction fees against all of the property I damaged." The tavern owner gave me a skeptical look and activated his skill, Stonewall Heart. He didn't believe someone would just come and offer compensation like this. Damn, no one trusts this guy. My big plan can't fail right from the start. Looks like I'll have to make use of this scumbag image for now. I immediately put on a villainous expression and said, "Come on, we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Let's try to have a little trust." Sure enough, that did the trick. The tavern owner, frightened, hurried to sign the contract, and the system didn't forget to compliment me for being such a scumbag. However, I didn't care about all that. My business empire was going to start with this very first order. "You've made a wise decision. I promise you won't regret it." Before long, just as I was about to start building the house, Javier called out to me, thinking I was plotting a new way to cause trouble after seeing me force the tavern owner to sign the contract. Hearing this, I replied dismissively, "I didn't expect someone who looks righteous to have such twisted ideas. Have you heard of cognitive distortion? It's where you believe someone will do this and that because of what they did in the past. This kind of distortion stems from deep prejudice and negativity." Javier claimed it wasn't prejudice, but experience and statistics. However, when I asked whether experience and statistics weren't all based on the past, he had no response, so I turned away and started building the house. At the same time, I told Javier that whether it was the tavern owner or his mother, I'll make sure to make them smile, as their smiles would become the foundation of my fortune. I dug up the soil, carried it out, then compacted it, and kept repeating the process to lay the foundation. The wood could just be allocated from the Baron's estate warehouse, using heavy timber to build the main structure. Then I smeared the clay I dug up from the riverside to finish the exterior. After all that work, I was completely exhausted, frustrated by how weak this body was. Meanwhile, Javier hadn't helped at all these past few days. He just stood around making snide comments, but deep down, he was already shocked. He never expected I'd actually follow through on the contract with the tavern owner. Was this really the same scumbag from before? Seeing the deadline was near, I had no time to rest. I grabbed an axe, ready to continue. However, in the next second, Javier snatched the axe from my hands and asked what he should do. Chop the wood into thin little pieces, each about 2 hands length tall, 1 hand's length wide, and 1 finger thick. Upon hearing this, Javier flung a pile of wood into the air, and in the next second, countless sword slashes cut them perfectly into the required sizes. Looking at the pile of neatly cut boards, a task that would have taken me hours, I couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. No wonder he's the protagonist of the whole novel, a swordsman destined to become a sword master. I quietly walked up behind Javier and patted him on the back. "Hey, once you're done with that, come help me dig." Javier was stunned by how shameless I was. Instead of thanking me, he gives me more work to do. This guy is unbelievable. I could tell he only helped out of curiosity because he wanted to see what kind of scam I was plotting. So I told him, "You just want to see results quickly, right? So how do we do that?" "Well, by working together, of course. The faster we work, the sooner you'll find out what I'm up to." Javier had no choice but to help me finish the job quickly and uncover the truth. With his help, the speed increased several times over. Afterward, we just needed to dig the heating channels for the underfloor system. Finally, we completed everything just before the deadline. This became the first first house in this world with underfloor heating. Meanwhile, Javier stared at the wall in confusion. Are those letters? Yes, that's my brand logo. You wanted to see what kind of scheme I have for the tavern owner, right? Go ahead and call the tavern owner and his mother. You'll find out exactly what I'm up to. Soon after, the people of this world, who had never experienced underfloor heating, were instantly won over by the warmth. The tavern owner's mother's legs didn't hurt anymore, and her back wasn't sore either. This was the magical power of underfloor heating. Thank you so much, young master. It has been a long time since I've seen my mother smile like this. Seeing this, Javier marveled. Is the person in front of me still that scumbag young master? He actually worked hard and fulfilled his promise to the residents, and just like he said, both of them truly smiled with happiness. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Your approval rating by Javier increased by 2 points. You've gained 36 relationship points for improving your relationships slightly with a key character. Upon seeing this, I smiled faintly. Although this order was a total loss after accounting for the wood cost, that didn't matter, because this first heated house was built as a model home for promotion, and just like that, word spread fast. Out of curiosity, nearby residents came to experience it for themselves, and every person who felt the warmth of the floor was completely won over. Feels good, doesn't it? Don't you want a room like this in your own home? There are 2 style options available now. The first option is to build a new house in your yard. The second option is to renovate the floor of your existing home. Of course, if you sign both options, we'll give you a 10% discount on the construction fee. However, even though the villagers understood the benefits of the house, they still didn't trust this body of mine. If that's the case, I'll just keep using this scumbag image to pressure them into signing. Hey, this price is already really cheap. Can't we at least have some basic trust between us? Just as I was about to push further, a voice suddenly stopped me. The person who came was the father of this body, Arcos Frontera, the Baron. He also had a negative 20 approval rating above his head, so clearly he was another key character whose relationship needed improving. Soon after, I was summoned back to the Lord's mansion. Until now, I had been hiding and avoiding the Baron, afraid of what might happen if he stopped me from building. Tell me, what kind of trick are you up to this time? Hearing this, I responded with my usual scoundrel attitude. The tavern owner ordered a heated house from me, so I built one for him. But you've also been signing contracts with other residents, haven't you? After I confirmed this, the Baron frowned and said that the residents of the territory were his cherished people, and he wouldn't allow me to deceive them. Looks like no matter what this body does, it always causes misunderstandings. Since I couldn't explain it clearly, I figured I'd better just run. Just as I was about to leave, the Baron called out again. Are you doing all this because of our family's situation? Don't worry, I can still handle things for now, so don't get yourself too involved in this. Having read the ending of the novel, I knew he was completely incapable of handling the territory's debt. Moreover, that attitude of his was just like my dad from my previous life. Clearly in trouble but never saying a word, always pretending everything was fine. I'm not going to be miserable again because of stupid money. So, before leaving, I said, please don't give up, because I won't either. Those were the words I wish I had said to my father back then. Just as I was thinking about how many orders I had collected, I ran into a fat man and a skinny one head on. They didn't even greet me, the son of the territory, and just walked past. Curious, I decided to follow them. Sure enough, they were the territory's debt collectors. Seeing this, I couldn't help but curl my lips into a grin. Perfect timing. They're just here in time. Back in my room, I planned to study the system. After chatting with the notification bar, I learned that points could be used to develop skills. Then, after scanning me, the system developed skills based on my existing knowledge. Seeing that I have enough relationship points, I unlocked basic surveying and basic design. Basic surveying gave me titanium alloy clairvoyant eyes, capable of precisely measuring ground structures. Basic design allowed me to draw blueprints out of thin air. Having these skills would definitely make things a lot easier, but I was still worried whether Javier alone would be enough to handle all the construction. It sure would be nice if I could summon some heavy machinery. Just as I was thinking of this, the system prompted that it could also randomly summon fantasy companions, and these companions came with rich personalities and skills. If they could replace modern machinery, the work efficiency would be dramatically improved. However, one summon costs 50 relationship points. Clearly, the priority now was to quickly earn more relationship points. Meanwhile, over on the Baron's side, the 2 debt collectors started getting greedy. They even demanded the Baroness and her ladies as repayment. Suddenly, I appeared from behind. Even if you're debt collectors, that doesn't give you the right to be so rude. This startled the fat man. Who are you? But when the Baron mentioned my name, he realized who I was. So you're the eldest son with the peculiar manners. If you don't leave. But before he could finish, I cut him off. Whatever. Now show me your warrant. Hearing this, the fat man and the skinny man both looked confused. According to Article 3, Section 6 of the Royal Family and Nobility Act, entering a noble's residence without a warrant is considered trespassing. Seeing them feign ignorance and even claim the law didn't exist, I had no choice but to refresh their memory. Javier. Yes, Master Lloyd. Cut off the arms of the trespassers. Seeing that Javier had really drawn his sword, the 2 of them broke out in cold sweat and fled in panic. Do you think you'll be able to get away with this? You'll regret this. At that moment, the Baron looked terrified and shouted at me, asking what the hell I was trying to do. After all, those guys were the territory's debt debt collectors. They had been treated with food and drink before, and still weren't satisfied. Now things were completely blown up, but I had already prepared a countermeasure. I pulled out a big bag of money and placed it on the table. This is the deposit from the heated houses. It should be enough to cover this month's interest. However, the Baron believed this money was extorted from the residents, so he refused to use it. At that moment, Javier said he would personally monitor me to ensure I fully fulfilled the residents' contracts. Only then did the Baron let go of his concerns. Then, I politely said my goodbyes. After Javier and I left, he asked how I knew about such a law. As far as he remembered, I'd always been the ignorant type. To this, I replied that I just picked it up somewhere, but the truth is, I got it from Javier himself. In the novel, it was right after the Baron and Baroness committed suicide. The two debt collectors came to dig up the bodies and sell them, and that's when Javier said, according to Article 3, Section 6 of the Royal Family and Nobility Act, entering a noble's residence without a warrant is considered trespassing. Immediately after, he cut off their heads. When Javier is brought before a judge, he is found not guilty. Knowing how this story plays out is definitely an advantage, but there's something more important right now. Suddenly, the system prompt rang. Baron Frontera's approval rating of you has increased by 6 points. You've gained 60 relationship points for improving your relationship with a key character. Your current relationship points is 61. What kind of fantasy companion would my first one be? That evening, I found an empty spot where no one was around. Show me the summon game. As I pressed start, a green beam suddenly flashed and began outlining a magic circle in front of me. However, the magic circle was a bit too small and way too noisy. Suddenly, a hamster crawled out from the circle. Seeing this, I was completely dumbfounded. The disdain on my face was impossible to hide. Looks like I didn't pull anything good this time. The little hamster noticed my disgust and squeaked anxiously. Strangely, I seemed to understand what it was saying. The little guy claimed it could do a lot, and in the next second, it spat something out of its mouth. I picked it up and found it was a user manual in a small packet. According to the manual, its name was Padong, and inside the packet were two kinds of seeds. The red seed would make the little guy grow to gigantic proportions, and the effect would last for a maximum of 12 hours. On the other hand, the blue seed would make it shrink. Buying the dual color seed pack required 1 relationship point. At that moment, I wondered how big a tiny hamster could possibly grow. If it reached the size of a human, it might actually be useful. So I decided to see for myself and fed it a red seed. The next second, a flash of white light exploded, and I was sent flying several meters by something unknown. When I saw what was in front of me, I was completely stunned, because the little hamster had grown to more than 30 feet tall. Seeing me frozen in place, the little guy smirked at me coldly. On top of that, it also had 3 special skills. Digging level 1, digging at a speed several times faster than modern excavators. Packing dirt level 2, a few death rolls could compress the soil completely. The last skill was even more critical. The cheek pockets level 1, it could shape the soil directly inside its mouth. At this moment, I was beyond excited. Just this hamster alone had completely solved the problem of lacking heavy machinery. However, suddenly having such a huge creature around would seem suspicious. Fortunately, this world had summoners. As long as I carried a summoning book with me and claimed to be a summoning genius, that would solve everything. Now, I just needed to solve the manpower problem, and I could begin large-scale construction. The next day, I gathered the territory's soldiers and began assigning them tasks. But this group of idle, salaried soldiers all looked annoyed when they saw it was me. The infamous scumbag was the one giving orders. Yet it didn't surprise me, as I had already expected this reaction. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Master Lloyd, what exactly are you planning to make my soldiers do? I smirked to myself. As expected, this guy showed up. It was Newman, one of the 3 knights of this land. In the early part of the novel, when the estate falls into ruin, he was the first to betray the Baron and flee. Not only that, he sold the Baron's information to con artists. He was the main culprit behind the massive debts burdening the Baron, and yet this trash was actually a knight awarded by this land. Sir Newman, what do you think we're doing here? Newman declared that he would never tolerate his soldiers doing such lowly work as digging and shoveling. Hearing this, I couldn't help but scoff. Clearly, he just hated that I was earning money to pay off the debts, yet he tried to make it sound so noble. Then I said flatly, the Baron has already given his permission. Newman, seeing this, brought up my past, claiming I was using his soldiers for personal gain. I calmly replied, you're not wrong, but damn, you're really asking for a beating. Newman gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't lay a hand on me. Seeing him that pissed off, I scooped up a pile of soil and flung it right in his face. The soldiers standing nearby were all stunned by what they saw. In their eyes, I was just a useless noble who couldn't do anything, and yet I dared to provoke a decorated knight of the territory like this. You bastard, are you insulting a knight's honor? I pretended not to hear a word he said. What? You want to forget about ranks and fight it out? Sure, no problem. Let's do it. We'll duel in a month. Newman, though a bit confused, still accepted the duel without hesitation. Before long, after hearing that I would duel Newman, Javier came over curiously and asked if I had any confidence in winning. I put on an indifferent face and said, are you an idiot? Of course I'm not confident. He's a low-level sword expert knight who can use the mana heart skill, and I'm just a lazy, good-for-nothing scumbag. How the hell could I beat him? Did you even think before asking? Javier was so mad that he he almost drew his sword and chopped me on the spot, but his curiosity got the better of him. Just what was this guy really up to? He was clearly provoking Newman on purpose, and now he was saying he had no confidence in winning? It made no sense at all. At that moment, I asked Javier a favor. Can you teach me how to use a sword? He rejected the idea instantly without even thinking. His reasons are, first, that he's only here to watch me, and second, that someone like me learning swordsmanship would only put the people around me in more danger. But I already had a plan. If you teach me how to use a sword, I can help cure your insomnia. Javier was stunned by the word insomnia. How the hell did this guy know about that? Of course I knew, because I had read the novel. In this world, knights are ranked into 4 levels: low-level sword expert, mid-level sword expert, high-level sword expert, and sword master. Javier was currently in the transition from high-level sword expert to sword master. At this stage, his nerves would become overly sensitive, which made it impossible for him to sleep. Although Javier was still suspicious of how I knew, he agreed without hesitation, not because he believed I could actually cure him, but because he had already tried countless methods that didn't work. However, he soon fell asleep. I've read the whole novel, and I knew how you would cure your insomnia. The first time Javier ever slept well was after hearing someone read a magic incantation. I didn't know any magic incantations, but I recited a passage from Reinforced Concrete Structural Design Theory, which had to be at least 100 times more effective than any magic spell. Now, your swordsmanship is all mine. The next day, the fully rested Javier told me to run 50 laps first. He thought I'd give up immediately, but to his surprise, I didn't resist at all and started running obediently. And after each lap, I even ran up to him to mock him. You thought I'd fight back, and then you'd use that as an excuse to say I had no talent and quit teaching me, right? From Javier's expression, I knew I had seen right through him. I'm totally gonna finish all 50 laps. Even the system couldn't help but praise how shameless I was. But the truth was, I was really exhausted. How could running 50 laps not be tiring? Still, compared to before, this was already a huge improvement. Back then, I had no family left by my side. I lived alone in a cramped rental unit, struggling day after day just to survive. I'd spend all day carrying bricks up to the roof of a 4-story building, and all night loading and unloading delivery trucks, just to keep from starving and avoid getting kicked out by the landlord. Back then, I held on to the hope that things would get better someday, constantly telling myself, just hold on a little longer and it'll all be worth it. But eventually, that hope turned into endless despair. So compared to that hopelessness, this pain now was nothing. At that moment, a subtle change happened in Javier's heart. If you're truly so serious about learning, then I'll teach you my swordsmanship. Then, a system prompt appeared. Your approval rating by Javier increased by 1 point. You earned 18 relationship points with a key character, and your current relationship points is 29. Meanwhile, when the Baron heard from Newman that I had disrespected him and challenged him to a duel, he was deeply disappointed. However, since he had no just cause to stop it, he simply asked Newman not to be too harsh. As his heir, the Baron did not want me seriously injured. He just hoped the duel would knock some sense into me. As you wish, my lord. But despite his words, Newman had no intention of holding back. After leaving the room, he was already plotting to kill me in the duel, then eliminate the Baron and his wife and make it look like a double suicide. He was even grateful I had challenged him because it would speed up his plan to move on to a bigger city. 1 month later, the duel was held as scheduled, but before it even started, Newman was already furious because I showed up holding a shovel. In his eyes, that was pure humiliation. The Baron couldn't even watch, thinking this was nothing but a stupid joke. Only Javier didn't see it that way. After all, someone playing a prank wouldn't train non-stop every day, spend their free time teaching workers about underfloor heating at the construction site, and then practice swordsmanship right up until they went to sleep. He knew I was more serious than ever. The moment the battle started, Newman, unable to hold back, swung his sword straight at me. Seeing this, I bent my knees and arched my back. With one clean sweep, I neutralized his strike. Newman was surprised, but assumed it was just luck. But after every attack was deflected the same way, he started to realize something was off. This was the essence of modern close-quarter bayonet combat. My years in the army weren't for nothing. Besides, people in this world have no idea how fearsome a shovel can be. Its broad blade could act as a shield, and it had enough cutting power to slice through thick roots. With the footwork I learned from Javier's swordsmanship, combined with the shovel-based skill granted by the system that boosts all my physical attributes while holding a shovel, this was the result of a full month of training. Seeing that he couldn't win, Newman activated his mana heart skill. In the next instant, his speed multiplied several times over as he appeared in front of me in a flash, aiming his sword directly at my neck without mercy. The Baron and his wife thought their son was surely going to die, but the next second, I successfully blocked the attack. At the same time, I smiled, because I knew exactly what made Javier the novel's protagonist. It was the Azrahan core technique, Javier's exclusive magic skill that allowed him to absorb external magical energy and use it as his own. In that moment, Newman was completely stunned. You absorbed my mana? His fear made him drop his guard, and in an instant, I smashed my shovel into that bastard's face. That one hit alone was enough to knock him out of the fight, but I wasn't done yet. I slammed another strike right into the back of his head. The soldiers watching from the sidelines were all dumbfounded, unable to make sense of what just happened. They can't believe that the scumbag young master actually defeated the decorated knight of the territory. The Baron, still in disbelief, announced the winner. But in such a thrilling moment, there was no way I was stopping now. I gave Newman a swift series of strikes with the shovel until he begged for mercy. The Baron told me to stop, but I pretended not to hear. When the soldiers came up to intervene, I acted like I was done, then caught them off guard and slammed another heavy blow with the shovel. Another knight of the territory, Byron, thought the young master had gone insane. Only Javier felt something was off. From his point of view, this young master seemed to know everything about the future, because 15 days before the duel, that guy had suddenly asked to learn the Azrahan core technique. At the time, it was still an unfinished technique, and Javier had never mentioned it to anyone. When he asked how I knew, I shamelessly claimed I overheard him sleep talking. And honestly, other than sleep talking, there was no other explanation. What was even weirder was that I said I could help him perfect the technique. Then, following my instructions, the Azrahan core technique that had been stuck for so long was actually completed on the spot. This was not the same scumbag young master from before. As I happily kept beating Newman, I didn't realize Javier was starting to suspect something. The Baron, unable to watch any longer, angrily demanded I stop. Hearing this, I calmly told him to check the letters under the tablecloth of the table. Though confused, the Baron looked under the tablecloth and found that there were indeed letters. The Baron read them and was shocked. They were evidence of Newman's betrayal and secret dealings. Newman couldn't believe it. How could those documents have been found? He had hidden them so well, but I had read the novel, so of course I knew where they were hidden. Sending the little guy to steal them was a piece of cake. The Baron was simply too kind. Anyone else, upon learning they'd been betrayed, would be demanding his head by now. I could tell he didn't know how to handle it, so I made a suggestion. Throw a vicious mouse on his head. If it wounds him, exile him from the territory. If not, demote him to a regular soldier and give him a chance to reflect. To those around us, it seemed absurd. How could a knight be injured by a mouse? So they thought I was actually letting him off easy. Newman thought the same, believing this was a lenient punishment. He felt no remorse at all, and the corners of his mouth even twitched into a faint smirk. In his heart, he vowed to find a chance for revenge. You look really happy. Enjoy it, because it'll be your last smile. Hearing this, Newman broke into a cold sweat. At the same time, I gave a red seed to the little hamster on my shoulder. Then, I threw it into the air. The best way to ask for forgiveness is to remember that there is none. As the little hamster ate the red seed, its size gradually changed. Seeing this, everyone was utterly shocked. They couldn't believe that a little creature could grow into a monstrous size. In the next second, it falls straight toward Newman, smashing him into paste. Well, I had never intended to spare that bastard anyway. And with that, the rotten apple was exiled from the territory. Before long, I asked the hamster to dig all over the territory. Seeing this, Javier came over and asked, "What's going on here?" I told him that it's carving out a road. Since the once feeble soldiers looked like proper construction workers, I immediately got to work on a bigger plan. There was once a nation called Rome, and they were true road building fanatics. What we're building is what they called the Appian Way. It's the key to this territory's prosperity. Suddenly, Javier asked very seriously, "Master Lloyd, where did you suddenly acquire this knowledge from? You built a heating system that no one had ever heard of, and summoned a high-level creature out of nowhere. Are you really Master Lloyd?" Then, the system gave me a warning. Javier has suspicions about your identity. I started to panic, because according to the novel, if Javier found out I was an outside presence who hijacked his lord's son's body, he might really draw his sword and kill me on the spot. But there's no reason to be worried, because I have a special skill for times like these. I learned it secretly when no one was watching. Why? Am I not allowed? But young master, you've always just been a drunkard, and how do you explain the summoning magic? Even the most gifted mage can't master it at 20 years of training, so you can be a genius, but I can't. I was born with a gift of summoning. What do you want me to do about it? Also, do you watch me 24 hours a day? You don't know what I do when you're not around, do you? Javier, not good with words, was left speechless. Seeing this, I immediately changed the subject. If you've got nothing to say, I'm leaving. I've got things to do. Javier had no choice but to give up. Afterward, I asked Byron to supervise the construction of the road, since Javier and I had something important to do elsewhere. That evening, in a certain inn, a green-haired man was distressed after losing a large sum in gambling. He was the con man Tords, who had scammed the Baron's estate out of its property. As he was wondering where to find his next gullible victim, I suddenly kicked the door open. "Who are you?" "Right, you don't know what I look like. I'm Lloyd Frontera. Does that ring any bells?" Recognizing who I was, he nearly died of fright, then immediately shouted for his bodyguard to get them out of there. The scar-faced man in a black cloak grabbed him and leapt out the window, but unbeknownst to them, I knew they would try to escape that way, and I had already arranged for Javier to be waiting outside. "Leave him here and walk away quietly. If you refuse, I will see you as a co-conspirator. You're so young. Do you even know how to hold a sword?" The scar-faced man was a dark mage hired by Tords. According to the novel, after Javier lost his lord, he swore revenge on the con man. But at that time, it was his first time facing a dark mage, and he was overwhelmed by powerful magic. All that, however, was what happened in the novel. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man launched an attack at Javier. Javier blocked it with his sword, but in the next second, dark magic engulfed him. Seeing this, the scar-faced man clenched his fist, ready to end the fight fight quickly. However, thanks to perfecting the Azrahan core technique early, Javier had a triple circle mana heart. This dark mage wasn't even in the same league. The scar-faced man instantly realized the power gap and tried to fly away without hesitation. Tords saw Javier slowly approaching and was so terrified that he stumbled backward. Javier was ready to cut off his legs and drag him to trial. Just as the sword was about to fall, I stepped in and stopped him. "Are you crazy? If this guy is taken to court, he'll definitely be executed." Javier was confused. Is he seriously sympathizing with a con man? Afterward, we tied Tords to a chair and he trembled with fear. "Come on, there's no need to be so scared. Everyone gets a little greedy sometimes. I can see why you made the most of your opportunity. Don't worry, I won't take you to court. Just hand over all of the Baron's remaining assets." Tords thought I was going to let him off, so he immediately agreed to hand them over. However, I was just getting started. If he wanted to be fully forgiven, I asked him to sign a contract. This is a labor contract that even pays him a salary, but the contract had one little clause. Each month he'd get paid, but 80% of the salary would be deducted as repayment for the fraud. So, after working for me for 520 years, the contract will end and you'll be free. Tords didn't expect to become a lifelong labor slave. Javier quickly realized I hadn't saved him out of sympathy. I slowly revealed a greedy smile. This guy owes me so much money. How could I let him off easy? I am going to suck him dry for the rest of his life. Tords still tried to protest. What kind of insane contract is this? I simply left him with one line: "See you in court," leaving the choice up to him. In the end, Tords signed the contract. On our way back home, I told Javier that the funds confiscated from Tords would serve as the startup capital for my next plan, which was to hire people. After all, relying on just the 30 soldiers from the Baron's estate wasn't nearly enough. A few days later, the recruitment notice was posted, and to my surprise, many people came. I had assumed no one would apply because of my scumbag reputation, but Javier explained why. It turned out because I had completed the underfloor heating contracts cheaply and on time, took care of the trader in the territory, and could even use summoning magic. The residents saw me as a capable and trustworthy figure. Hearing this, I was utterly shocked. I hadn't expected those things to attract so many people. One man even sincerely thanked me, saying his child used to catch colds from cold wind, but with underfloor heating, things had greatly improved. He then told me that he had a relative in a neighboring territory who was also interested in the underfloor project. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but show my wicked grin again. Looks like the first step of building my business empire was complete. I had finally made a name for myself. Losing some money on the heating project was no big deal, but as for other territories, there would be no more losing money. Sure, they could still get underfloor heating, but they'd need to pay some extra for the travel expenses. Javier, standing beside me, finally understood why we had been losing money on the heating, but he still had one more question. Why does the road in the territory need to be built all the way to the mountain? Soon after, I brought Javier to the top of the mountain and told him, before long, this mountain will be completely bare because underfloor heating consumes a huge amount of wood. These trees won't last. Javier was shocked. "Young master, even knowing that, you still went ahead and built underfloor heating for them?" I explained. The reason I extended the road to the mountain is because there's bituminous coal here. Once people have experienced underfloor heating, they'll be addicted for life, and this coal is the perfect fuel for it, so they'll have no choice but to buy it from me. Of course, residents of our own territory get a discount, but just a tiny discount. Javier was furious. "You're shameless." Suddenly, I looked at him seriously. "Do you really think I'm shameless? If I don't do this, how else can we pay off the territory's debt?" Javier fell silent, then reminded me, "It's not that the Baron doesn't know there's coal here. It's just that previous Barons tried to mine it several times, but the foundation was too unstable and kept collapsing. That's why no one's touched it since." Of course I knew all that, but I had modern excavation techniques. As long as I used shield tunneling, I could solve the collapse problem. "Let's go. There's so much for us to do." Javier was confused. He had never heard of shield tunneling, but seeing that I was no longer the same Lloyd, he chose to trust me. But what I didn't expect was, inside the cave, there were magical beasts, creatures that didn't exist in my original world. Thanks to recent events, my approval rating with key people and the territory residents has improved. As a result, my relationship points had reached 639. With those points, I upgraded both basic design and surveying to intermediate. Intermediate design allowed me to draw directly on paper, while intermediate surveying let me see through up to 5 meters of rock. That night, using the intermediate surveying skill, I located a safe route inside the cave and began preparing for excavation. But Padang had collapsed from exhaustion after all the roadwork, and relying solely on manpower would take too long. Looks like it's time to summon another companion. The second summon costs 70 relationship points. Sure enough, the magic circle was still tiny, and it looked exactly like Padang's. As the creature emerged from the magic circle, it fell to the ground. The next second, it said, "Bangul." It seemed that was its name. After some questioning, I learned that it could also grow massive by eating a red seed, and its skills perfectly solved the construction problems ahead. Soon after, the mining operations officially began. Step 1. Have Bangul dig soil at the front of the improvised shield tunneling machine. One of its skills, chomping dirt, allows it to eat through the soil. Step 2. Have Javier stand ready behind her, because Bangle's other skill could convert the soil she ate into steel and shoot it out. Step 3. Let Javier cut the steel into fixed lengths. Step 4. Have workers assemble those steel pieces into segments to support the foundation. At this point, Javier looked completely dead inside, thinking to himself, a dignified knight, and here I am cutting poop like steel underground. Just like that, a few weeks passed, and the tunnel was getting closer and closer to the bituminous coal. Suddenly, Javier reminded me, Master Lloyd, it's about time you went outside to rest. I told him that I was the person in charge here, so I had to stay on site. In my previous world, many leaders only knew how to talk big, but you'd never see them at the actual site, so I swore I'd never become one of those people. Using intermediate surveying, I saw through the rock, and the coal layer was just ahead. We're almost there. Push a little harder, everyone, I shouted to rally the workers. After thanking Bangul for making the work 10 times faster, I immediately turned back at the workers and said, once we reach the coal layer, remove the shield tunneling machine and expand the mining space. It is still dangerous, so don't get complacent. But before I could finish, I heard a noise coming from the other side of the soil. I immediately used the intermediate surveying and saw that a hole had appeared, and it was growing larger. In the next second, a massive creature resembling an ant burst out of the dirt. Seeing this, Javier immediately drew his sword and sliced off its mandibles in one strike. I grabbed my shovel and smashed it down in sync. I was shocked. The novel never mentioned there'd be creatures like this in the tunnels, but the scariest part was, this ant wasn't alone. They live in colonies and were swarming in. I shouted for everyone to evacuate, and Javier raised his sword to block the entrance, but there were too many of them, and with the limited oxygen in the tunnel, he couldn't last long. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time I truly panicked. Master Lloyd, get a grip. Don't panic. That slap snapped me out of it, and I suddenly had an idea. After grabbing a torch, I immediately told Javier that we were going to break through the front and go into the ant nest. Javier thought the decision was insane, but followed through anyway. He trusted that there must be a reason for it. Meanwhile, the Baron also received news, and without hesitation, he donned his armor and set out for the mine with his soldiers. Back in the tunnels, we were now deep inside the ant nest and completely surrounded. I noticed Javier was approaching his limit, so I activated my intermediate surveying skill to look for a methane layer. I knew methane-producing bacteria lived in coal, which meant pockets of gas had to be scattered around. Fortunately, I found one. Javier, I'll dig here. You keep chopping the ants, I shouted, then went full speed into the ground. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed from within. When we looked up, we saw that it was the ant queen, and it was huge. Javier, can you hold it off? He immediately replied that he couldn't, but even if he couldn't, he had no choice but to try. Javier channeled all his mana and clashed head-on with the ant queen. His hands went numb from the shock, but he still managed to deflect the queen's attack. I seized the opportunity and kept digging non-stop. Finally, at the critical moment, I struck the methane layer. I immediately told Javier to run toward the tunnel entrance. Soon after, we saw the small tunnel we had come through. As soon as we jumped out, I immediately turned around and threw a torch into the ant nest. It hits the head of the ant queen and bounces toward its back. While the ant queen tried to get through the small tunnel, the methane gas had already spread throughout the ant nest. In the next second, a deafening explosion erupted. At that crucial moment, Javier had taken the brunt of the explosion to protect me. The Baron, who had just arrived outside, heard the sound from within. He wanted to rush inside to help me, but was stopped by one of the soldiers. Meanwhile, as the dust cleared, I looked toward the ant tunnel. It seemed the plan had worked, but Javier had fallen unconscious from shielding me. Even Bangul was knocked out by the shockwave of the explosion. What was worse, the tunnel exit had been blocked by the blast. If we don't dig our way out quickly, we will all die from lack of oxygen. From the look of it, we'd need to dig at least 15 feet, but the oxygen supply here was already nearly gone. At that moment, Javier vaguely saw that I hadn't given up yet. Then he completely lost consciousness. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Javier is touched by your determination not to give up. Your approval rating by Javier increased by 6. You earned 108 relationship points, and you now have 157 relationship points. Sure enough, there's always a way out. As the remaining oxygen keeps depleting, I asked the system to search for a skill I can upgrade. In an instant, it began searching through my knowledge. In the end, I concluded that the only sliver of hope lay in enhancing the Azrahan core technique. I used up all my relationship points to upgrade it. At last, I pushed the technique to a double circle level. Now, mana amplification rate has reached 200%, and I gained 2 new skills, the Energizer and the Latent Power Surge. Immediately after, I instantly activated Energizer, a skill that lets me act tirelessly for 10 minutes. For those 10 minutes, I had only one thought in mind: dig. Keep digging. But when the effect wore off, there were still 3 meters left to go before reaching breathable air, and I couldn't give up. I used my final skill, Latent Power Surge. Whether I could create a miracle would depend on these last 20 seconds. I grabbed my shovel and kept digging with all my strength. Even though I gave it everything I had, there were still 30 centimeters to go, and I had run out of oxygen. At that moment, there really was nothing else I could do. I had wanted to enjoy the sweet life of a noble son, but now it seemed that chance was gone. Suddenly, I faintly heard something ahead. I looked up and saw it was Podong bursting through the earth, followed followed by a rush of precious, life-saving oxygen. After inhaling the oxygen, I struggled to stand up. I couldn't give up now. After all, the life of a noble's son still awaited me ahead. Soon after, relying only on my fading consciousness, I slowly carried Javier out of the mine. Meanwhile, the Baron and his men were exploring deeper into the tunnel. The moment I saw them, my body immediately relaxed, and I passed out. When I woke up again, several days had passed. As soon as I opened my eyes, the system displayed a reward. All of Baron Frontera's subjects were deeply moved by your heroic courage and send their praises. For this great achievement, you have been awarded a large amount of bonus relationship points. You currently have 507 relationship points. I was still a little tired, but when I saw the reward, the corners of my mouth lifted instinctively. 500 relationship points. That was a huge win. After resting, I went back to the mine to check on the ant nest and see how construction was going. Because of the ant beast incident, the workers now looked at me with expressions of pure admiration. Even I felt uncomfortable from it. At that moment, Javier had a question. Why do you insist on personally doing such dangerous work? You could just have the workers do it. He was genuinely confused. Was I really doing it because I cared about their safety? I told him, as the person in charge, I should be the one to shoulder the risk. This way, even if I earn the most, no one can complain. Javier was speechless. He really couldn't figure out whether this guy in front of him was good or bad. Suddenly, I used the intermediate surveying and saw something behind the soil. Without hesitation, I started digging. After all, there was a high chance it could be ant eggs. But when I broke through and saw what was behind the dirt, I was completely stunned, because it was an orc, bound and tied up. Just then, an evil thought rose in my mind. Jackpot, what an amazing new item. Afterward, I immediately brought him back to the territory. After questioning him, I learned that he was the son of the orc chief. Arash said he would never forget the favor of saving his life. If there was anything I needed, he'd do his best to help. Hearing that, I grinned. Well then, let me borrow 120 orcs to work at the mine. However, Arash firmly refused. He explained that all orcs are warriors, and warriors only take orders from warriors. Since I wasn't one, even if he lent them to me, I couldn't command them. Hearing this, I thought to myself, so that's how it works. I then found out that their coming-of-age ceremony involves bringing back an ant beast's head. Arash had accidentally ventured deep into the ant nest and was paralyzed by venom, which was why he got trapped. So now, it was time to begin my brainwashing campaign. Congratulations to you, Arash, on successfully completing your coming-of-age ceremony. Look at this giant ant queen's head. We caught it together. The scene was terrifying. When I entered the ant nest, I saw a young orc battling the queen. It was you who fought the ant queen for days. That's how I was able to easily finish off the exhausted beast. So technically, that wild ant was caught by both of us. Then, Arash is a mighty warrior. What does that make me? Completely confused by my logic, Arash immediately responded, you're a mighty warrior too. And what about the 120 orc workers? You're a mighty warrior, so you can borrow them. Soon after, we followed Arash back to the village of the Sand and Steel tribe of wild orcs, but was told by the chieftain that my request couldn't be fulfilled for now. Hearing this, I was speechless. Why did they change their minds again? Turns out the Sand and Steel orcs needed to consume a massive amount of meat daily to build muscle, and since they had no way to preserve meat, anything hunted had to be eaten right away. Otherwise, it would spoil after just a day. So they had to rotate large hunting teams around the clock, meaning they had no extra manpower to lend me. But I was determined to get those 120 orc workers, because if I could secure that kind of brute labor, the territory's productivity would multiply by hundreds. Moreover, when we first arrived at the village, I saw that their training equipment was made from treasures humans would die for. I was stunned. It felt like such a waste of precious resources. So, to secure both the workers and the gold and treasure, I confidently promised the chieftain that I could create storage facilities that would keep meat fresh for a long time. In the end, I made a contract with the chieftain. I'd build stone ice vaults for food preservation, and they'd pay me using their current exercise equipment. However, I'd also give them stone-based replacements in return. To build the stone ice vaults, I needed granite, which is extremely hard. Javier, standing beside me, was puzzled. How are we supposed to break such tough rock? Suddenly, I gave him a mischievous grin, and Javier, seeing that expression, instantly knew he was about to be used. It turns out, while this world didn't have explosives, Javier was basically a walking human bomb detonator. One of the main storylines in the novel Night of Blood involved an entire city trapped by a powerful, evil magical barrier, with thousands of citizens inside having their mana drained. Javier could only watch helplessly from the outside. To save them, he tried over and over to break through the barrier, and it was during this time that he unknowingly created his ultimate technique, Mana Blast. In a key moment, he shattered the barrier and rescued everyone inside. Since I had read the novel, of course I knew how he came to master the skill. So, shamelessly, I told him the technique's underlying principle. He demanded, where did you learn something like that? I put on my most innocent, wide-eyed face and said, I figured it out myself. Look at my eyes. Do they look like they're lying? Javier said my gaze was incredibly irritating and full of lies. Realizing I couldn't fool him, I quickly changed the subject. Just give it a try. If it works, your swordsmanship evolves. If it doesn't, you've got nothing to lose. Reluctantly, Javier followed my instructions and stood before the granite. He encased one of the magic circle to protect his mana heart skill, then used the remaining circles to crash together, plunging his sword into the granite. The next moment, mana erupted, and a deafening explosion rang out. I stood there in awe. This guy really pulled it off on the first try. As expected of a novel's protagonist, Javier slowly emerged from the smoke, his clothes completely shredded, and his hair now looked like it had gotten a full ionic perm. He walked up and demanded, "Did you ever consider that this might happen?" I immediately held back my laughter and waved my hand, saying no. Then the mighty sword master Javier started muttering, "You know I'm a knight. I learned swordsmanship to protect my lord, not to work on construction sites." I told him there was no need to thank me. Javier glanced back and replied that he had absolutely no intention of thanking me, but the system chimed in, "Javier is grateful for you teaching him. Your approval rating has increased by 3. You earned 54 relationship points for improving your relationship with a key character. Your current relationship points is 561. With Javier's mana blast, the construction progress sped up dramatically. I had the giant podong shape the shattered granite in its mouth. As for transporting the molded granite, the orcs, full of endless energy, came over and handled everything themselves. After all, this was the perfect chance to train their muscles. I just leisurely sat on the side, fanning myself the whole time. Next, all we needed were ice blocks and insulation materials, but the 5 people I had sent to collect insulation materials had been gone for 3 weeks. Normally, that was more than enough time for a round trip, so either the soldiers were slacking off, or something had gone wrong on the road. I stood up, ready to go look for them. Javier stepped in to stop me, saying he'd handle the task alone. Even though he didn't know what had happened, it was too dangerous to let the territory heir go personally. But I told him seriously, "How many times do I have to tell you? I am the man in charge, and I am responsible for all my workers." In the end, Javier and I set off together to search. On the way, I found our territory's specialty gloves and the straw meant for insulation, but there was no trace of our people nearby. Suddenly, Javier sensed something was off with the flow of mana in the canyon ahead. Hearing the name of the canyon, I felt a surge of dread. I immediately told Javier to follow me quickly, because if we don't hurry, those 5 soldiers might already be dead. Soon after, we arrived at a mountain cave. This was the very place Javier raided in the early chapters of the novel, the hideout of the dark mage Lapellin. I thought to myself, this guy dares lay a hand on my soldiers. He's infringing on my private property. Even if he dies for it, it still wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, Javier stepped forward, eager to rush into the cave. I was just about to warn him, but it was too late. Luckily, I moved fast and yanked him back. The next second, an explosion erupted. The cave had been filled with magical traps by the dark mage. "Mr. Javier, you're a knight, aren't you? Shouldn't you have considered that this place might be trapped?" Then, I told him to enhance his sensitivity to the flow of mana in this area. Normally, the concentration of mana in the air is stable, so a trap's location should stand out. In the novel, Javier triggered the first trap just like that. After that, he used this method to bypass the remaining traps, and barely made it into the dungeon, covered in wounds. At that moment, Javier led the way, and I followed behind, but I failed to notice that Javier's suspicion toward me was growing deeper. He was now convinced that the man behind him knew exactly what was happening, and what was going to happen, yet he couldn't sense any special power coming from me at all. Thankfully, Javier set aside his suspicions and focused on rescuing the soldiers. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the dark mage Lapellin was preparing to sacrifice the 5 people he had captured, a pentacle connected to the underworld, a sickle soaked in blood for 100 days, and a young human. "It's perfect." At that critical moment, a voice interrupted him. "You little bastard, stop touching my private property. Are you tired of living?" The man couldn't believe someone had actually broken in here. He had clearly set hundreds of traps outside. Immediately, he activated his magic, dropped the steel gates, and released a large amount of sleeping gas. Although surprised, he thought that getting 2 extra sacrifices wasn't bad either, but I wasn't worried at all. I held my breath, activated the skill energizer, and began digging down. As for Javier, there was no need to worry about the gas, because he was immune to all sedatives. What I didn't notice was that Javier, watching me dig, thought I looked like a mole, and secretly decided to use that to make fun of me later. Once I had dug far enough, I called Javier over and told him to use his new skill Mana Blast to blast open the passage. Immediately after, a loud boom rang out, and Lapellin staggered back in shock and fell to the ground. Then, he saw a hand slowly reach out from the tunnel. "Hi there. First time seeing someone enter like this?" Enraged, Lapellin cast a summoning spell. The next second, a massive 2-faced ogre emerged from a magic circle. It was a failed byproduct of his resurrection spell, with skin as hard as steel. I quickly warned Javier, this one might be a bit tricky to handle, but before I could finish, Javier leapt up and unleashed a Mana Blast slash in midair. He split the steel-skinned ogre clean in half. I stood there confused. That move wasn't even in the novel. At that point, Lapellin was completely terrified. He knew he was finished. No matter what he tried, he couldn't beat the 2 of us. "Hey, you kidnapped my soldiers and delayed my construction project for weeks. So tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Lapellin dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. He said his hideout was full of expensive magical items, and if I wanted, I could take them all. I grinned mischievously. "Then everything here is mine from now on, right?" Javier checked the 5 kidnapped soldiers and said they were just exhausted. There was no immediate danger. I asked Lapellin why he kidnapped so many people. He told me he was researching how to bring back the dead. It turns out he used to be a mage in the Lord's capital. He lived a peaceful and happy life with his family until the former Lord stole his wife and murdered his son. Hearing that, I cut him off. No need to say another word. So, just because you wanted to bring your wife and child back to life, you think it's okay to kill hundreds of innocent people? Just because you're pitiful, you think it's fine to destroy other people's families and happiness? No matter how you justify it, your nature won't change. You've completely ruined people who once lived as happily as you did. You are a serial murderer. After saying that, I stood up. If you ever harm others again, I won't spare you. In the novel, Javier spared Lapellin, but that guy went on to harm hundreds more, modified himself, and became a persistent antagonist who kept clashing with Javier. Even knowing that, I still turned and walked away, because I knew this guy would never change. He would definitely try to sneak attack. I told you I won't spare you now, didn't I? In the next second, Javier instantly turned, drew his sword, and sliced off Lapellin's head with a single swing. Back in my original world, there was an old man at the construction site who always picked on me over tiny mistakes. Every time he insulted and bullied me, I endured it. I thought patience would bring long-term peace, but he took me for an easy target. Each time, he got worse. I tried to hold myself back, thinking that if I blew up now, things would only get worse. In the end, when I couldn't take it anymore, I punched him again and again. Even as I was beating him to a pulp, I was thinking, I'm screwed. After that, he never dared mess with me again. I finally had peace. So, there are clearly times when violence must be stopped with violence. When dealing with bad people, you have to punish them like bad people. After everything was settled, I led the 5 rescued soldiers and the insulation materials back to the orc tribe. Seeing how weak they were, I ordered them to hand me their backpacks, saying, if you pass out, I have to carry both you in your bags. Now hand it to me. They never expected the territory heir to carry their gear, and they were moved to tears on the spot. Seeing this, Javier can't tell if I'm just trying to avoid the hassle of carrying extra weight, or if I'm actually worried about them. But to these men, it doesn't matter right now. For them, Master Lloyd is a leader they can trust and follow. Suddenly, the system gave a prompt. The rescued soldiers have been deeply moved by your actions. Through their words, this moving episode will soon spread far and wide. Wasn't this a rewarding experience? I stared blankly at the message. I thought I'd get some relationship points from that, but a rewarding experience? That doesn't translate to money, so I don't care. Back in the orc tribe, the stone ice vault was already complete. Now we had the insulation materials. All that remained was the ice. Javier asked, puzzled, in this scorching wilderness, where are you going to get ice? The truth was, I had no idea. Javier's eyes widened in shock. He could tell from my expression that I really had no plan. Then he confronted me. You signed the contract with them before even figuring this out? Were you planning to scam them? I asked him, do you know what unsuccessful people have in common? I can't do that because of this. Because of this reason and that reason. Let's not do this. They find a million reasons not to do something without even trying. But successful people take action first, then figure things out later. Now that is innovation. That is the mind of an entrepreneur. But Javier didn't agree. He thought that if that were true, there should be 1,000 times more failures than successes. That evening, I climbed the mountain to figure out how to make ice. In this world, there's magic that can freeze things, and natural elements have their own magical properties. Manipulating fire element mana to condense. That's fire magic. Suddenly, an idea struck me. The next day, I finished making the mold for the ice blocks. Then I had Padong and Bangul pour the transported water into the mold. After that, I plunged my hand into the water to sense it, and used the unique trait of the Azrahan core technique, which could absorb external mana. So if I extracted the warm energy mana from the water, then what would remain in the water would be only the cold energy mana. But it wasn't as easy as I thought. A few days later, I finally succeeded, and the truly food-preserving stone ice vault was complete. Arash and his father were thrilled, because this meant they didn't have to go hunting every day, and they wouldn't have to worry about leftover meat spoiling anymore. I smugly looked at Javier. That's the mind of an entrepreneur. Javier sighed and admitted that he accepted it. Just like that, I fulfilled the contract and successfully secured 120 orcs. Their chief, Akush, formally expressed his gratitude. They didn't believe that signing a contract meant everything should be taken for granted, so he announced, from this moment on, the Sand and Steel tribe would form a blood pact with my territory. My friends would be their friends, my enemies would be their enemies, and whenever my territory faced danger, they would rush to help without hesitation. At that moment, my system gave a new notification. The tribe has opened up. The orc tribe has accepted you as a true friend. The orc's approval rating of you has risen, increasing your relationship points. Special bonus of 100 relationship points for helping the tribe open up. You currently have 611 relationship points. With that, I led the 120 orcs back to the territory. The moment we arrived, the townspeople were terrified. After all, the sudden arrival of 120 muscle-bound orcs in the town was quite intimidating. Even the Baron, who knew why I went to see the orc tribe, was frozen in fear when he saw them in person. On top of that, there was an unexpected bonus. Word had spread across the land about how I defeated the Dark Sorcerer and rescued the soldiers. People were praising my valiance and courage. As a result, I received 300 bonus relationship points for the special achievement. Back at the state. I searched through Lapellin's magical items and stumbled upon a book. Suddenly, I was completely stunned. Without delay, I rushed to the mine. There, I found my employee Tords. There you are. I have some good news. Do you remember the part of our contract about working for 520 years? If you think about it, that was ridiculous, right? But now you don't have to worry anymore. Here, there's a spell that can turn a corpse into a ghoul I can control. That means you can work the whole 520 years. Isn't that exciting? Tords didn't respond, so I asked him if I was the only one excited about it and ordered him to smile. The next second, he was moved to tears. Keep up the great work. You can do it. At that moment, the system chimed in. The ruler of the underworld is impressed by you and would like to offer you a position. After giving Tords that warm greeting, I returned to the Lord's manor to discuss something with the Baron, but from a maid, I learned that the Baron was currently receiving guests. Upon hearing that it was the two debt collectors demanding payment, I instantly got excited again. At that moment, the two were pressuring the Baron to mortgage the mining rights. They claimed that if he agreed, they'd accept repayment of just 10% of the principal for now. Suddenly, I made a dazzling entrance. It's been a while. Gentlemen, how have you been lately? I overheard your generous offer outside, so I'd like to propose a little offer of my own, if I may. After showing that they have a warrant this time, the fat one grumbled impatiently. He had no interest in hearing any kind of bullshit proposal. But then, the fierce orc Arash stomped into the room. The two who had never seen an orc before were instantly scared out of their wits. Arash glared at them coldly. Anyone who causes trouble for the Fronteras will be destroyed with the full force of the Sand and Steel tribe. I chuckled and told Arash it was fine, then turned back to the two debt collectors, who were now frozen in fear. Don't mind my friend here. Now, would you like to reconsider my offer? We'll repay the debt little by little, so we ask you to reduce the future interest rates. If you refuse, my friend here might get very upset, and if he does something impulsive, I might not be able to stop him. In the end, the two of them accepted the deal, then fled the manor in terror. Afterward, I told the Baron that the underfloor heating project was gradually expanding and the coal mining was progressing smoothly, so the debt should be repaid soon. But now there's a big problem. The orcs eat 10 times as much as normal people. The cost of feeding them is huge, so if this continues, we might fall deeper into debt. However, there's no need to worry too much, because the work efficiency of orcs is 100 times that of humans. For example, this orc has been working for 24 hours straight. Upon hearing that, I immediately had him dragged back to rest. Even so, he didn't want to rest. He was obsessed with training and building bigger muscles. The best part is, these orcs don't even want a salary. They just need to be fed. To any employer, they're the perfect workers. But at this stage, the food expenses for the orcs are still quite high. So I told the Baron that we need to increase tax revenue and use that money to buy meat for the orcs. Considering the future profits from the coal mine, this is definitely not a losing trade. But the Baron said that the residents already had poor living conditions, and raising taxes would only make things worse for their struggling families. I told him that we're not going to raise the tax rate indiscriminately. We're going to help the residents earn more money, and the tax revenue will increase naturally. So I plan to turn the Merit's wetlands in the north into farmland, then distribute the farmland to the residents. Let them farm to their heart's content, earn a lot of money, and then pay more taxes. After that, Javier and I headed to the Merit's wetlands. This land has been abandoned for hundreds of years. How could anyone possibly farm here? I have a plan. Just you wait. To be honest, I still don't have a concrete plan. But as always, first make the bold claim, then figure out a way to make it happen. That's the spirit of entrepreneurship. That night, I found an open space and began simulating farmland designs. I had to come up with a structure that could completely drain water even when it rains. And so, I began working day and night on simulations, sometimes even forgetting to eat or rest. The Baron was worried about me, but even so, he did not want to stop me. As if by miracle, he's become a different man, working hard for the sake of the territory. I may not be able to help him, but I do not want to be an obstacle. Javier said that it is a wise decision, for the current Master Lloyd is the type of person who never gives up until he keeps his word. At that moment, a system notification rang. Baron Frontera's approval rating of you has increased. You have received 20 relationship points. Your current relationship points is 931. Finally, on the 30th day, the plan was completed. The water could now be drained smoothly, and if the water could be drained, that meant taxes could be increased too. I was getting closer and closer to that luxurious, noble retirement life. Immediately after, I collapsed to the ground. My body was exhausted, but it was nothing compared to staying up all night doing part-time work. Suddenly, the system prompted, your efforts have had a major impact on the special skill architectural design. You have unlocked a new skill. The new skill I unlocked was simulation mode, the third option in the design skill. With this skill, I can now operate and simulate within a virtual space based on measured data. I immediately cursed. Why didn't you bring out something this good earlier? You made me suffer for a whole month for nothing. But now's not the time to argue with the system. I had more important things to do, because I was preparing to summon my third partner. After all, the first step in developing the Merit's wetlands was to drain all the water out of it. Sure, I could ask the giant Podong and Bangul to slowly drink it, but that'd still be a bit too much. So I decided to spend all my remaining relationship points to summon as many as possible. This time, the summon costs 100 relationship points. It looks like the relationship points cost increases by 1.5 times each turn. I wasn't hoping for a creature with any special skills. I just needed one like Padang and Bangul, who can grow large enough to carry the water. Just then, it shot out from the magic circle and hit me directly in the face, causing a nosebleed. This time, I drew a hippopotamus, and its name was Hamon. Seeing this, Padang and Bangul happily greeted Hamon. I interrupted them and asked for its instruction manual. Without hesitation, Hamon spat it out. By now, I've gotten used to creatures spitting manuals like this. However, after reading its instruction manual, I was a bit disappointed. It couldn't grow bigger with a red seed. I asked the system to show me the summons game screen again, hoping to summon a new creature, but apparently, it can only be played once a day. Come on, what a complete waste. Bangul snapped at me, calling me mean, while Padang gently comforted Hamon. I told them that Hamon couldn't grow any bigger, and for our next project, we needed someone who could. The two protested fiercely, arguing that even employers should recognize the value of labor. Hamon was visibly moved by their words. Left with no choice, I decided to give Hamon a chance. The manual said it could drink water, and could even spit the water back out, but how much could such a tiny thing possibly drink? As if to answer that, Hamon slowly stepped toward the wetlands. In the next second, it began drinking the water in the wetlands, and the more it drank, the bigger it grew. In a single gulp, Hamon drank the entire wetlands dry. Seeing this, I exclaimed, Hamon, how can you drink so much when you're so small? With Hamon around, the wetlands transformation project became much easier. As Hamon drank up all the water in the wetlands, I had workers begin clearing the exposed weeds. Then, Javier used Mana Blast to punch holes in the ground, inserted bamboo poles into them, and filled the space around the poles with sand to form sand piles. Next, Padang rolled around to compact the foundation. Once the moisture deep in the ground was collected into the bamboo straws, Hamon drank all of it in one gulp. Finally, I had workers build the embankments. All of this came from the refined plan I designed using the simulation mode skill. And just like that, 10 days later, we finally completed the first phase of farmland transformation in Merit's wetlands. I loudly encouraged the workers below. We still have a long, hard road ahead, but once the entire project is done, bonuses will be handed out, so let's keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, Javier looked out over the area and couldn't believe that the land abandoned for hundreds of years was actually becoming usable farmland. What surprised him even more was how naturally he had started working alongside us. He was just thinking he should resist next time when I suddenly shouted, Javier, go plant these seeds in that field over there. Planting them will drive away pests and protect the territory. Helpless, he went off obediently to water and sow the seeds. At that moment, the Baron and his wife came over and said, he's really turning these wetlands into farmland. Not only I, but the people of this area must be thinking the same thing, that this is a miracle. At the same time, a system notification rang. Everyone in the Frontera Barony feels deep awe and respect for the miracle you have performed. For this great achievement, you have been awarded a large amount of bonus relationship points. You received 450 relationship points. Your current relationship points is 1,281. Months passed. The seeds Javier had carefully watered every day had sprouted, and a sense of satisfaction grew in his heart. I said from the side, once we install the water wheels, the Merit's wetlands transformation will truly be complete. Hearing the word water wheel, Javier looked confused. It was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. I calmly explained, it is something to remove the water when the rains come. Otherwise, all the land we reclaimed will be underwater. Just as I was thinking the craftsmen for the water wheels should be arriving soon, we saw a group of uninvited guests approaching in the distance. It was the Viscount of the Northern Merit's wetlands territory, Viscount Lacona. His lackey spoke up first. Who's in charge of this project? Don't you know this land belongs to Viscount Lacona? I order you all to vacate immediately. Although the Merit's wetlands had been abandoned for hundreds of years, administratively, it was indeed split in half. The northern part belonged to Viscount Lacona's domain. It was obvious. He waited until the wetlands were fully reclaimed before pretending to assert land ownership, trying to snatch up this fertile land without lifting a finger. But having read the novel, how could I not expect this? According to Article 321 of the Kingdom's Land Act, the special provision on reclaiming barren land, Clause 1, Aim. The aim of the law regards the development of long-standing barren land and the establishment of ownership of the reclaimed land. Clause 2, Definition. Barren land is land that has been abandoned for over 100 years, without any residential or cultivation activities transpiring on the land. Clause 3, Ownership. Any and all land that meets the requirements listed below will be recognized as belonging to the developer of the barren land. First, the land must be developed with a clear purpose, using capital and manpower. Second, the land must be capable of supporting human habitation. Third, the land must be suitable for long-term agricultural activity. And fourth, the land must have yielded at least one harvest of a crop variety specified by law. After saying that, I casually pulled an onion from the ground. At that moment, Viscount Lacona was completely speechless. No matter how furious he was, there was absolutely nothing he could do now. Javier stood in stunned amazement beside me. He thought, so the seeds planted earlier were to drive away this pest Viscount Lacona. Look at that. At your first visit, and you brought so many people people along to witness Merit's wetland's first harvest. I really don't know how to thank you. This time, I won't charge you a spectator's fee. Here, take this onion as a gift. So now, would you kindly get off my land? Lakona was already fuming with rage, but all he could do was leave in humiliation. As soon as he left, the residents working the fields erupted in thunderous cheers. Hearing their cheers, I immediately turned around and pulled a dramatic face. Am I paying you to cheer for me? Get back to work. With summer over, fall came and brought heavy rains. I installed and tested the water wheel. I've run hundreds of simulations, but there's no room for complacency. I stayed to make sure everything ran smoothly until the very end. Once I saw it was successful, the entire project came to a close. Then, the system prompted, monumental achievement in construction. You have left an indelible mark in the history of civil engineering on the Laurasia continent. As a reward, you have received a large amount of skill experience. Both surveying and design skills upgraded by 2 levels. At the same time, everyone's approval rating rose significantly. Next, it was time to enter the next phase. Meanwhile, Viscount Lakona was grinding his teeth in jealousy. Seeing Merit's wetlands turned into fertile land made his blood boil, since technically, half of that land had once belonged to him. So, he started brewing a sinister scheme. A few days later, I woke up with a splitting headache. Even Javier was experiencing the same symptoms. Immediately, I sensed something was wrong. I stepped outside to ask around, and found that every household in the territory was suffering from headaches. From the cattle rancher, I learned the cows had stopped drinking water since yesterday. Right away, I suspected the problem was with the water source. Although I'd read most of the novel's info about this world, ever since the Ant Beast incident, I realized this world held events not recorded in the story. For example, after investigation, I found out that the main source of income for Lakona's territory was a mysterious dyeing technology. Their land produced a special fruit used for dyeing called the Ladona berry. At that moment, I gritted my teeth. That Lakona bastard. Meanwhile, Lakona's lackey was negotiating with the Baron. As expected, it was their discharge of fuel wastewater that polluted the water source. Now they were here demanding the Baron hand over half of the Merit's wetlands. If you refuse, we'll just keep dumping wastewater. They weren't even afraid of legal consequences, because a lawsuit usually takes at least 2 years to reach a verdict. The lackey arrogantly said, "You're already tight on money, now you're short on water, and you'll still need to pay for a lawsuit. Can you even last 2 years? Well then, I look forward to your wise decision." Furious, the Baron snapped, "I won't hand over a single inch of land my son and the people worked so hard to reclaim." At that moment, I made my grand entrance from outside the door, and gave the lackey a surprise opening smack. Enraged, the lackey shouted that he would stake his honor as a knight and challenge me to a duel. I accepted. After all, I'd been looking for someone to vent my anger on anyway. I gave him a beating that left him begging on his knees. "Enough, please, stop hitting me." "Fine, I'm satisfied, but this is for treating the Baron with disrespect." Meanwhile, the Baron shouted that the duel was over and that I must stop, but his face said otherwise. Bruised and battered, the lackey returned to report what had happened, but Viscount Lakona simply said, "Good work, you did very well," because now they could frame the incident as a violent outburst from a brutish noble, which would help them drag out the legal process even longer. But I wasn't worried in the slightest, because I already had a plan in mind. We, the Frontera Barony, will never do something so wasteful. We will blow them out of the water by our means. We work this land with our blood, sweat, and tears. Let us protect it from the evil of greed. After constructing a large reservoir, I had Hammond transport clean, unpolluted water into it. Next, it was time to start building the water supply system. I was going to dig a canal from Lake Kapua in the eastern mountains all the way to our territory. A few months later, Viscount Lakona flew into a rage, demanding to know what I had done. I calmly answered his question. "Your waste discharge polluted our territory's water supply, so we had no choice but to divert water from the distant Lake Kapua. In the process, I dug a channel all the way from Lake Kapua to our land. My workers really suffered a lot because of this." Anxious and impatient, Viscount Lakona snapped, "Enough nonsense. I'm asking what you did to my dye workshop." I smirked. "See, that's your problem. You're too impatient. Let me finish." On the way, we encountered a large ravine. With no other options, we built an aqueduct bridge. To gather the limestone needed for construction, we had to blast it. But some of the limestone accidentally scattered into the river at the bottom of the ravine, and we ended up exposing all the limestone bedrock as well. Lakona shouted furiously, "What does any of that have to do with my dye workshop?" I grinned mischievously and said, "That stream happens to be the water source for your workshop, and the lime content in the water dyed all your fabric to crap." Lakona instantly flew into a rage. "I'm going to sue you in the noble court." "Go ahead. Weren't you the one who said the court takes 2 years to reach a verdict? But I wonder if by then, anyone will still remember your products." With that, Lakona finally panicked. After all, the dye workshop was the only pillar industry in his territory. At this moment, I stood up. "Now that your doubts have been cleared, I'll be taking my leave." Lakona roared in impotent fury. "I have connections in the royal court. I swear, I'll make you pay double for my losses." I couldn't be bothered to respond and just waved my hand casually as I walked away. On our way home, Javier looked at me in confusion. "Why provoke him like that? If he really entangles you in a legal battle, wouldn't it cost even more?" I smiled mysteriously. "Let's just wait and see who suffers more in the end." Sure enough, 1 month later, Lacona came personally, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. He let go of his dignity and pleaded with me to save his dye workshop. If this continues, my entire territory might go bankrupt. I grinned wickedly and pulled out a contract I had prepared in advance. Just sign this, and we will start supplying water for your workshop. Lacona read through the contract and instantly turned to stone. This wasn't a contract. It was clearly a slave pact. It demanded an outrageous amount of money just to be supplied with water, and it didn't even have an expiration date. Even if he died, his descendants would still be squeezed dry. How could I let him off with just a little suffering? If everything could be turned into money, I'd drain even the blood vessels in his body for profit, squeezing every last drop of value out of him. After Lacona signed the contract, I immediately brought it to the Baron. He could hardly believe that we'd be receiving a large sum every month. With this money, we can pay off our debts and still have money to spare. I just smiled and clapped my hands, saying the Viscount was surprisingly generous. Javier, behind me, stayed silent. He knew the Viscount started this fight, and that I brought good results to our people and the Baron. But with a contract like that, it seems like I was the devil. At that moment, the Baron told me that Count Cremo had heard about the old, beat-up treasure I received from the Orc tribe, and that he wanted to purchase it for a handsome price. Hearing this, I was confused. Count Cremo could easily afford brand new treasures, so why would he be interested in something old? The Baron didn't know the full details either, but said that Count Cremo mentioned wanting to build a statue. After finishing building the waterworks and wrapping up that incident, we immediately departed for Cremo, the trade city. Since I had built the first waterworks on this continent, I had now become a famous engineer and received a bonus of 600 relationship points, making my current relationship points 2,275. The journey to Cremo was long, and winter was fast approaching as we drew near, so it took us until midwinter to finally reach Cremo. When we arrived, Count Cremo welcomed us very enthusiastically. However, as soon as we met, he completely ignored me and walked straight toward Javier. It turned out he thought Javier was the engineer. Just as I was about to speak up, Cremo suddenly turned around and shouted, "How dare you, a mere servant, dare to interrupt a conversation between nobles?" At that moment, the system delivered a ruthless taunt. "Ha, servant face." Embarrassed beyond belief, I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Once he understood the situation, Cremo laughed and apologized, saying he had been too rude. Meanwhile, Javier was standing behind me, barely containing his laughter. I looked completely dead inside. Then, the system prompted, "It is my face that is at fault." I sighed and said to the system, "If I could, I would beat you right up." But then Cremo dropped another bomb on me that dealt a heavy emotional blow. "But seriously, how did you end up with such a servant-looking face?" Right then, I really wanted to punch him in the face. But this Count Cremo was also an important character in the novel. When Javier becomes a wanted criminal after beheading the two debt collectors, he goes into hiding and is eventually arrested by Count Cremo. But the Count can see Javier's character and integrity from just a few words with him, and ends up providing a lot of support to him in many ways. Just then, Count Cremo revealed the dilemma they were facing. In recent years, the trade volume of their territory had been steadily declining. Starting a few years ago, a giant beast called the Giga Titan began frequently appearing in the waters near the port. Although it hadn't attacked passing ships, its enormous figure alone was enough to terrify people. Hearing this, I immediately recalled the contents of the novel. The book mentioned that Cremo's territory gradually declined because they couldn't eliminate this sea monster, leading the trade-dependent port to fall into decline. But the novel never explained exactly how the problem was solved. Count Cremo seriously said, "I've consulted countless documents, trying to find a way to drive it away. In the end, I discovered that the mightiest warrior of the sea, the mermaid, is actually the creature the Giga Titan fears the most. So, he came up with an idea to build a giant mermaid statue in the sea. That way, if the Giga Titan sees it, it might be so scared that it runs away." But he ultimately abandoned this plan, because if I fill in part of the sea to build a statue, it would make the sea shallower and block ships from entering the port. After hearing this, I completely understood the current situation. So, I smiled and said, "I can build this statue for you, and it won't affect the water depth of the shipping route, because for me, this isn't difficult at all. As long as we combine the technologies of anti-slide piles and caissons, we can build a stable foundation in the water." After the order was confirmed, I immediately took Javier and set out to sea. Standing on the deck, I took a deep breath and lowered my head into the water. Then, using my surveying skill, I conduct underwater measurements. However, I forgot that it's winter. The icy seawater almost knocked me out cold. Javier saw how miserable I looked and quietly showed a smirk. I angrily said to him, "Why do you look so damn happy?" Javier chuckled. It's my first time feeling so happy watching someone else suffer. But he still couldn't imagine how to build a perfectly vertical foundation underwater. "Unless you plan to use magic?" I responded confidently with a grin. "Maybe it is magic. A type of magic called cement." After finishing the measurements, we came ashore. Suddenly, a blonde beauty called out to me. Seeing her, I couldn't help but blush. Could it be my romance arc is finally starting? Her name was Christine, and she was here to deliver a love letter. However, it was for Javier next to me. Javier sighed, took the letter, and naturally slipped it into his pocket. Seeing him accept the letter, Christine immediately ran off in embarrassment. At that moment, I couldn't help but call call out to Javier. Wait a second, you bastard. Your indifferent attitude is seriously pissing me off. What was with how naturally you accepted that love letter and slipped it into your pocket? Javier looked genuinely surprised after hearing this. Have you never received a love letter before? At that moment, a single tear unconsciously slid down the corner of my eye. But the next second, Javier calmly added, I don't really know what to say, but please, do your best. In that instant, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I burst into tears. I really wanted to curse out his entire family right then. Then, I turned my grief into strength and threw myself into work. I kept telling myself, I'm not jealous at all. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to make tons and tons of money. Suddenly, the door was flung open. I was just about to get angry, but when I looked up, it was none other than Count Cremo. I immediately walked up respectfully to greet him. Apologies, Count. I was just too focused on work. It turned out that Cremo had come to deliver materials. The Count said that all the other necessary materials were ready, but the volcanic ash was still missing. At that moment, I fell into deep thought. Volcanic ash is the key ingredient in Roman cement, whose greatest advantage is its durability. Buildings constructed by the Roman Empire still stand strong even 2,000 years later. Count Cremo sighed. Volcanic ash isn't completely impossible to find. It's just that the source is far too distant. If we wanted to travel to the volcano and bring back materials, even the fastest trip would take half a year, and I can't afford to wait that long. After hearing that, I smiled. Don't worry, I have another way. If Roman cement won't work, then we'll use Portland cement instead. But what worried me was, while I knew the general method, I lacked detailed data, so I had no choice but to keep experimenting again and again. However, even after trying hundreds of different mix ratios, the cement's hardness still didn't meet expectations. Seeing how exhausted I looked, my three companions kept pestering me to go out and get some fresh air. Frustrated, I ended up shouting at them in anger. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the little dog that had stayed by my side in my previous life. It was the last family member I had with me at the time. Only after it passed away did I realize how important it truly was to me. I regretted it. I truly regretted not spending more time playing with it back then. Awakened by this sudden realization, I immediately hugged the three little companions. Compared to this research, you guys are far more important to me. Moonlight spilled onto the quiet path. I reflected on myself. What a complete jerk I'd been. Because everything had been going so smoothly, I had taken it all for granted and treated you like machines. Thinking back on how I acted, I was beyond foolish. At that moment, I bent down and sincerely thanked the little ones. It's thanks to you that everything has gone so well. Just then, the system suddenly gave a prompt. Your fantasy companions have felt your sincerity. A new upgrade for your companions is now unlocked. With 500 relationship points, you can now add new skills for your companions. I didn't expect the little ones could actually be enhanced. At that moment, Bangul was the first to step up, saying she wanted to receive a new skill first. Padang and Hamon quickly backed her up, saying she was the right choice. Well then, let's go ahead and enhance her. In the next second, Bangul radiated golden light and slowly floated into the air. After the enhancement was complete, she even unlocked a skill that was exactly what we needed right now, the volcanic blast. Excited, I immediately took Javier to the back mountain to test out Bangul's new skill. With my command, a massive explosion rang out, and it actually produced volcanic ash. Seeing this, I excitedly said to Javier, did you see that, Javier? It really created volcanic ash. However, because Javier hadn't covered his ears, the blast temporarily deafened him. Seeing the opportunity, I didn't hesitate to shout at him, Javier, you're ugly. Javier calmly replied, no matter how ugly I am, I'll never be as ugly as you, young master. I shouted again, asking if he could hear me now. He simply responded with a confused what, clearly pretending not to hear. Now that we had the final ingredient, we could officially begin construction. First stage, make a giant diaper to filter the volcanic ash, and strap it onto Bangul. Then, attach 5 layers of mesh filters to the tail end of the diaper to catch the ash. Next, have Bangul activate the skill, Volcanic Blast. A thunderous fart echoed across the entire territory. At the same time, we successfully collected a sufficient amount of volcanic ash. Count Cremo stared at the scene in shock and couldn't help but think to himself, this guy really isn't an ordinary engineer. Not only can he use unheard of skills, but he can also use summoning magic. When all this is over, I must report him to Her Majesty the Queen. A man of such talent being buried in a small village is truly a waste. Now that the materials were all gathered, it was finally time to begin the second stage. Next up was making the caissons for pouring cement. We placed the finished caissons into the sea, then had Hamon drink all the water inside them. Lastly, we drove in tightly packed anti-slip piles at the bottom of the caisson. After hammering the piles, Javier casually asked, when will the next batch arrive? I stared at him blankly, full of confusion. Why are you being so obedient this time? You didn't even say your usual, I'm a knight. Why should I do this? Hearing that, the Tsundere Javier's expression instantly changed. You're right, I'm a knight. Why the hell am I hammering with stakes? With that, he threw down the hammer and stormed off dramatically. But I had already mastered the perfect way to handle Javier. I immediately put on a pained expression and started making things up. If you don't hammer the stakes, I won't be able to make any money. Then the territory won't be able to pay off its debt. I'll collapse from the stress. The Baron will be heartbroken. And if he falls ill, the Baroness will waste away in sorrow. tomorrow. So, dear knight, please protect our family, okay? After hearing this whole speech, Javier was completely at a loss for words. He fell silent for a few seconds, then finally picked up the hammer with resignation and willingly continued doing manual labor. With my regular conditioning of Javier, the steel framework of the caisson was finally completed. The final step was pouring in the all-important cement. Then, after waiting for the cement to harden and removing the caisson, the artificial sea foundation was officially finished. At this moment, Count Cremo still seemed a bit doubtful. Will this foundation really be able to support the weight of the mermaid statue? But he still made a promise. If it truly succeeds, you'll be handsomely paid for the job. A few months later, the mermaid statue was completed. The foundation successfully held the weight. The overjoyed Count immediately invited wealthy merchants and nobles from all over the territory to hold a celebration banquet at sea. At the banquet, the Count introduced to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look this way. This young man is the top contributor who helped us build the mermaid statue." However, everyone completely ignored me and rushed over to shake hands with Javier. I already expected this kind of result. I'm absolutely not jealous. Compared to praise, I prefer people to pay up quickly, but that look on his face really pisses me off. "Don't look at me. Stop pitying me." Count Cremo couldn't help but chuckle loudly. "It's all because of your face." When Count Cremo explained that they had mistaken Javier for me, everyone was stunned. They had genuinely assumed I was the servant. However, I didn't realize that danger was slowly approaching, because what Giga Titan felt toward mermaids wasn't fear, it was rage. Seeing that there was only one mermaid, the Giga Titan slowly submerged, and without hesitation, it surged toward it, charging in like a mad beast. At that moment, Javier was sitting on the deck, leisurely sipping red wine. Suddenly, he sensed that something was approaching quickly from the distance, and at an incredible speed. I immediately asked if he could estimate its size. "It's probably twice the size of this ship, slightly bigger than giant Hamong after transformation." I instantly realized something was wrong. Giga Titan must be approaching. I immediately rushed to Count Cremo and quietly told him that Giga Titan seemed to be closing in fast. "My lord, please evacuate everyone quickly." However, the Count didn't seem too convinced after hearing that. He frowned and looked at the knight beside him. Genovan, try sensing if there's anything unusual in the sea." Genovan, currently a high-level sword expert advancing to the sword master stage, had extremely sharp senses, but after a moment he calmly said, "There's nothing unusual." I was speechless. Our Javier definitely has a better perception than him. After all, he's the protagonist. Just as I was thinking about how to convince them, Count Cremo smiled to reassure me. "Don't worry too much. In the past few years, Giga Titan has never come near here, and it has no reason to suddenly launch an attack." "Well, maybe now it does," I said seriously, slowly raising my head, looking toward the mermaid statue. Count Cremo instantly realized something, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted an order. "Everyone, move away from the statue at once." But the Giga Titan was getting closer and closer. Slowly raising the anchor would definitely be too late. I suddenly turned to Javier and shouted loudly, "Javier, go handle the anchor." Javier nodded immediately, then took a leap from the ship and dove headfirst into the deep sea. I quickly threw out Padong and had it bite off the rope tying the sailboat to the statue. Meanwhile, underwater, Javier unleashed his mana blast slash, and with that, the anchors, which hadn't yet been raised, were directly cut off. But Giga Titan was still too fast. It had already reached beneath the mermaid statue. Suddenly, its massive body burst out of the sea, and with a mighty collision, the newly built statue shattered with a crash. At the same time, the shockwave from the impact overturned the ships that hadn't evacuated in time. At that moment, Javier used the recoil from his mana blast to leap from the sea and caught me steadily in midair. Elsewhere, half of the mermaid statue's body was sent flying straight toward the city. Debris rained down, and the city was instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, many people were still waiting for rescue at sea. I immediately summoned Hamong and had it swallow the seawater and the people who had fallen in all at once, then quickly transport them to the ship. Suddenly, Javier's expression changed, and he shouted, "Master Lloyd, the Giga Titan is charging toward the city." But he noticed that I was running in the opposite direction. "Master Lloyd, where are you going?" I turned back sharply and replied urgently, "Of course we're running the other way, you idiot. You want to go head-to-head with that kind of monster? Are you insane?" Javier was stunned, his face full of shock. "Are you saying you're going to just ignore the people in danger?" Without hesitation, I shouted back, "We're here to make money, not to fight monsters and protect the world. There's an army in this city. They've got cannons. They'll handle it themselves." Javier froze. He never imagined that the same young master, who had shown wisdom in crisis, an unyielding spirit, and never turned his back on his people, would now make such a choice. I kept a straight face and said, "I'm already busy enough with my own problems. Why should I have to protect someone else's city? Running away is clearly the most logical choice." Suddenly, the system chimed in with a prompt. "Javier's approval rating of you has decreased by 5 points. Your relationship with an important character has worsened, but rest assured, you won't lose relationship points for this." Then, Javier declared resolutely, "I can't do that." After all, Javier, who upheld absolute justice, could never stand by and watch innocent people die. I roared in frustration, "You bastard, stop trying to be righteous all the time. If you go, you might die." However, Javier didn't respond to me. He simply stepped on his sword and shot off at high speed toward the city. Meanwhile, the city's cannons roared, but to Giga Titan, they were completely useless. The cannonballs couldn't even scratch its defense. At that moment, its massive eyes scanned the surroundings and suddenly locked onto the upper half of the mermaid statue lying on the ground. The next second, it seemed to go completely berserk, dragging its enormous body and charging straight toward the mermaid statue. Its one and only goal was to completely destroy the mermaid. Wherever its massive body passed, houses were instantly reduced to rubble, countless buildings shattered. Giga Titan showed absolutely no concern for the lives of the humans on the ground. At that moment, Javier arrived. With a mana blast slash, he struck directly at Giga Titan's leg. However, what Javier never expected was his full force strike was completely deflected. Javier's eyes suddenly narrowed as the enraged Giga Titan raised its massive pincers and slammed them down with force. Javier's figure flashed swiftly, narrowly dodging the blow, but the next moment, a powerful water blast suddenly erupted from the gills on either side of Giga Titan. Still midair, Javier knew clearly there was no way he could dodge this attack. Only one choice remained, that is to take the hit head on. He gripped his longsword tightly with both hands, holding it horizontally in front of him. The next second, the surging water blast struck him directly, and the powerful impact sent him flying several meters, slamming hard into a wall. At the same time, a trace of blood spilled from Javier's mouth. Then, he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Javier struggled to his feet. He knew full well he wasn't a match for this creature, but until all the citizens found shelter, he would never allow himself to die. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was leisurely paddling on a wooden plank out at sea. I thought to myself, I'm not some overpowered protagonist from a fantasy novel. Even if I have a system, all it gives me are engineering design skills. Even if I go back, what could I possibly do? What help could I be? I'm just a regular person. Seeing the city's people getting injured one after another, it broke my heart too. But so what? It's not like there's anything I can do. But suddenly, I stopped paddling and fell into deep thought. If I just run away and let the city be destroyed like this, then the construction fee payments will be delayed. No, let's go back, Bangul. Then, I mounted the giant-sized Bangul and charged straight toward the city. You're dead meat, you damn giant lobster. At that moment, Javier was still locked in combat with the Giga Titan. He thought, if it's a living creature, then its eyes must be a weak point, so he thrust his sword straight at the Giga Titan's eye. However, even with his mana blast, its eyes can't be penetrated. The next second, the Giga Titan's tentacle lashed out viciously, but just at that critical moment, Hamong suddenly appeared and slammed a heavy blow right onto the Giga Titan's head, successfully rescuing Javier. You damn lobster, don't you dare mess with my source of income, I shouted angrily, but the battle was still raging on. Javier seized the opportunity, raised his sword, and aimed to slash the Giga Titan's head. However, even attacking the head had no effect. Damn it, if I couldn't find a weakness in its defenses, there is no chance of victory. Yet, Javier felt an inexplicable sense of relief when he saw the young master return. He knew that if the young master was back, there must be a way to win. 2.5 minutes earlier, I had ridden Podong around the Giga Titan and conducted a series of scans. Upon seeing the data from the intermediate surveying, I couldn't help but grin. Even living things are made out of something so they can be surveyed. This creature's outer shell, on a molecular level, is actually a triple-layered honeycomb structure, and it's been condensed at high density to form a reinforced defensive layer. Isn't that the exact same structure used in cutting-edge bulletproof armor? Meanwhile, Javier immediately unleashed a mana blast, aiming right at the Giga Titan's neck. But in the next moment, I was shocked to discover that the Giga Titan actually redirected the impact energy into its horn. I instantly understood what was going on. It was using its hollow horn to concentrate energy, then releasing it all at once. Looks like we have to get rid of that horn first. I immediately activated simulation mode to see what methods could completely defeat it once the horn was cut off. The simulation revealed that inside its belly, there was a water sac used to fire water blades. If we precisely blast that water sac from underneath, it'll be completely blown to pieces. Back in the present, Javier asked what to do next. I made a few hand gestures at him. First this, and then this. Javier looked utterly confused. Young master, have you gone insane? Damn it, I shouted in frustration. I'm telling you to cut off its horn. Can't you pick up on anything? When he finally understood, Javier turned around, only to see the Giga Titan's claw already swinging down. In the blink of an eye, he made a graceful leap into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack, landing squarely on the Giga Titan's back. Javier knew that even if he severed the horn, it still wouldn't be a fatal blow. But deep down, he knew the young master would never speak nonsense. All I have to do is follow the plan. At that moment, I shouted from below, even if its horn is hollow, cutting it off won't be easy, so you need to make the mana circles spin at high speed, not just strike with brute force. Hearing the instructions, Javier gripped his sword tightly and slashed with all his might. At the same time, he rapidly spun the mana circles within his body. In the next second, the blade shone with a dazzling light. Like lightning, it slashed down hard at the Giga Titan's horn. It's working. As expected of the main character, Javier pulled it off on the first try. Seeing its horn being sliced off little by little, the Giga Titan immediately swung its huge claw at Javier in retaliation. At the critical moment, Podong leapt up and blocked the attack. Just then, Javier completely severed the horn. The strike made the Giga Titan Titan wail in agony. Seeing this, I shouted immediately, Javier, attack its underside now. From the tail slightly angled toward the head, attack that spot with your Mana Blast. Javier found the target and was just about to strike, but unexpectedly, the Giga Titan's massive body began descending and was about to crash down on him. The impulsive Javier even considered going down with it in a final strike. Thankfully, at the critical moment, Padong showed up just in time to save him. Seeing this from above, I was nearly scared to death. Nice one, Padong. Padong flailed his arms at Javier in frustration, clearly furious. Haver spoke with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, Master Padong. I don't understand what you're saying, but I know you're scolding me for being too reckless just now. Then, Javier firmly declared, it won't happen again. I'll do everything I can to stay alive until we win, because he believed the young master's plan would definitely work. I fell deep into thought. Since the Giga Titan was unexpectedly agile, attacking its belly would require drawing its attention away completely with a strong decoy. Looks like it's finally time to use that thing. Hey Padong. Without delay, I mounted Padong to charge off toward our target location. Javier, that thing already sees you as the biggest threat. Lead it to the woods on the east coast in a moment. 15 minutes earlier, Count Cremo was still wallowing in regret over building the mermaid statue. At that time, I said to him, maybe that statue still has another use. That thing came onto land solely to settle the score with the mermaid, so we can exploit that obsession. Back to the present, I figured the Count should have finished preparations by now. At this moment, Javier had already reached his physical limit after a string of battles, but for the sake of the city's people, he had to complete the luring mission. Seeing Javier fleeing, the Giga Titan went berserk and gave wild chase. Javier pushed forward with nothing but sheer willpower. Suddenly, my voice echoed from up ahead. Javier. He looked up and saw me riding with the mermaid statue already tied up with rope. Then I shouted at the Giga Titan, you damn lobster, your true enemy has just arrived. The moment the Giga Titan saw the statue, it let out a thunderous roar of rage. I yelled to Javier, I'll create an opening for you. Use that chance to strike its belly. Panting heavily, Javier said, next time, can you tell me the plan in advance? There better not be a next time. At this moment, the Giga Titan was no longer focused on Javier. It had eyes for only one thing, and that was the mermaid. Javier followed closely behind, using the last of his strength to catch up. Seizing the moment, he leapt into the air, igniting his final trace of magic and piercing through the lobster's belly with all his might. Mana Blast. A massive explosion shook the entire forest. However, the sight before him left Javier in shock. That blow only shattered the outer shell. At this point, Javier's magic was completely depleted. He couldn't even stay conscious, let alone launch another attack. Suddenly, my voice rang out, Javier, you did it. From here on, leave it to me. Hearing those words, Javier finally relaxed and closed his eyes. Hamon rushed over just in time and safely caught the falling Javier. At that moment, even though I had made a bold declaration, to be honest, I had no confidence at all, because before coming back, some of the plans I had imagined did require me to attack personally. Although I had also mastered Javier's Azrahan core technique, using the Mana Blast skill required at least a triple heart circle level, and right now, I was only at a double heart circle level. So, I used the remaining 1,901 relationship points to fully upgrade the Azrahan core technique. However, even after spending all my relationship points, I was still 59 points short of reaching the triple heart circle level. So, I currently had no means of attack at all. Back to the present, I shouted, Padong, now's the time. I used Padong's sudden braking inertia to fling myself straight at the damaged belly of the Giga Titan. Even though I clearly had no means of attack right now, I still chose to hang on right there, because I was going to gamble on whether I could pierce through using a mana-infused iron shovel. Just then, Javier, who had already passed out, seemed to sense something. He inexplicably opened his eyes and glanced at me. The next second, the system notification sounded. Your approval rating by Javier has increased by 4 points. You gained 80 relationship points, and this sudden 80 relationship points directly evolved the Azrahan core technique to triple heart circle level. I instantly calmed down, using one magic ring to protect my heart, then letting the remaining 2 rings collide at high speed. Azrahan core technique's unique move, Mana Blast. Die, you damn bastard. However, just as I launched my full-powered strike, the wildly thrashing Giga Titan shattered rock after rock, kicking up countless flying stones. One of them flew straight into the sky, and unbelievably, it struck my head dead on. My mind went completely blank in an instant. The hand I used to cling to the Giga Titan let go unconsciously. At that moment, only one thought echoed in my mind. This is my last shot. I had to blow it up in one strike, but because I lost focus, I failed to use 1 mana circles to protect my heart. Yet, there was no time to hesitate. Risking my life, I unleashed a triple core Mana Blast. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion swept across the land and completely disintegrated the Giga Titan from the inside out. Then, its body collapsed like a line of dominoes. When the smoke finally cleared, the mighty Giga Titan lay lifeless. Moments later, Javier was awakened by the 3 fantasy companions. He slowly got up, and the first thing he saw was the Giga Titan, completely lifeless. Master Lloyd really did it. Suddenly, Padong urgently tugged on Javier's finger. What's wrong? You want me to follow you? The 3 little ones anxiously led the way ahead, their voices filled with panic, as if they were about to burst into tears the next second. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes filled him with utter terror because he saw the young master lying lifelessly on the ground. Master Lloyd. Javier rushed forward, pressed down on the young master's chest, and carefully listened for his heartbeat. However, the heartbeat he expected had already stopped. Javier's pupils contracted, as if his soul had left his body. He clutched the young master's hand tightly. "No, you can't die like this. The people of the territory are still waiting for you to return. I finally found a new home." Suddenly, Javier sensed something. He abruptly lowered his hand, reaching out to check the young master's pulse. Then, a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. "There's a pulse? How is that possible?" His heartbeat had clearly stopped completely, yet his pulse still remained. Javier took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and released his magic to sense the young master's body. Immediately, he saw 3 mana circles spinning inside the young master at an unbelievable speed. Though he couldn't clearly see the state of the young master's heart, one thing was certain: that powerful magical rotation was replacing the heart and sustaining the young master's life. A few days later, the Baron received a letter in the territory. This letter was from Count Cremo. "Dear Baron Frontera, your son performed outstandingly in completing our construction project in Cremo. But afterward, Cremo encountered a major crisis. At that moment, your son and his knight Javier stood up bravely. With courage and self-sacrifice, he saved countless civilians. But because of that, he has fallen into a deep coma. I believe this matter should be brought to your attention as soon as possible. Thus, I send this letter. I'm deeply curious. What kind of parents could raise such a remarkable young man? Therefore, I look forward to meeting you in person." After reading the letter, the Baron's face turned grim. Without hesitation, he immediately mounted his horse, racing at full speed toward the Cremo territory. "You brat! I told you over and over again never to do anything dangerous." Just then, the Baroness, having learned the situation, caught up behind him. "How could you set off like this without preparing anything?" The Baron frowned. "Why are you here? This journey will take a long time without rest. Just Sir Byron and I would have been enough." The Baroness glared at him coldly and said, "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? My riding skills are better than yours." And so, the 3 of them raced non-stop toward Cremo. Even when faced with fierce snowstorms along the way, they never once slowed their pace, because their son was still waiting for them up ahead. The son who used to be such a brat had now become more reliable than anyone. The Baron recalled these past days, and realized that boy had always addressed him simply as my lord. Unknowingly, a question rose in the Baron's heart. Is he really still my son? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. A monster blocked their path forward. Sir Byron immediately dismounted, and stood in front of them. "I'll buy you 2 some time. Go now." In the blink of an eye, the monster lunged. Sir Byron raised his sword to block, and a deafening clash of metal erupted. He turned and roared back, "Hurry! Forgive us, Sir Byron. We shall see each other again in Cremo." Then, the Baron jerked the reins hard, and charged forward with his wife. Byron showed no signs of retreat, but the monster's strength was even stronger than he expected. Just then, the monster bit into Byron's shoulder. Seeing an opportunity, Byron drew a small knife from his waist, and struck the monster's face. But how could such a small knife possibly kill it? At this moment, not only did the monster not loosen its bite, but it bit down even more fiercely. The pain almost made Byron faint. Suddenly, the Baron and his wife appeared, swords drawn. The Baron pierced the monster's back with one strike, while the Baroness blinded its eyes. At this, the monster finally loosened its bite, rolling frantically on the ground in pain. After struggling for a while, it stopped breathing. However, just as they relaxed, the scene before them terrified the Baron, as a dozen or so more monsters emerged from the woods. Seeing the situation, Byron limped to his feet, slowly raised his sword, pointing it forward. He was prepared to die. At this moment, the dozen or so monsters lunged. In the nick of time, Javier made a dashing entrance. With a casual strike, he slew one monster. Then, with a few swift movements, each precise strike decapitated another. In the blink of an eye, he had dealt with all the monsters. However, the light in Javier's eyes was now gone. Seeing this, Byron was very surprised. Although he knew Javier's swordsmanship and magical power far surpassed his own, he remembered that Javier hadn't reached this level before he left. Byron wondered what exactly had made Javier grow so quickly. With Javier's escort, the 3 of them also smoothly arrived in Cremo. The Baron looked at the surrounding destroyed buildings and marveled. The monsters that caused such a tragedy were actually defeated by just the 2 of you? Suddenly, Javier spoke up. "No, that's not it. I am merely the sword wielded in Master Lloyd's hand. It was entirely thanks to the young master's strength that the monsters were dealt with." Suddenly, the Baron heard someone nearby discussing his son. "If it weren't for that guy, I definitely would have frozen to death by now." When he rushed toward the Giga Titan, he even saved quite a few people along the way, and during the disaster, his summoned beasts rescued many others too. Soon after, the 4 of them arrived at the Lord's manor, only to find a large crowd gathered there, all praying for the man who had saved their lives. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. "Are you all insane? If he hadn't built that statue, would the Giga Titan have gone berserk and charged into the city? Technically, this whole thing is his fault." Some people began to waver after hearing that, but soon, those who had been saved stepped up and beat the guy up on the spot. Meanwhile, inside the manor, I actually woke up. The system notification followed immediately. "Your courage and sacrifice deeply moved the people of Cremo. As recognition for your contributions, a grand reward reward will be issued? I asked the system with a puzzled look. Wait, why am I still alive? According to the settings, my heart should have exploded, right? The system calmly replied, you'll find out soon enough. Just then, Javier walked in. He froze for a moment when he saw that I was awake, but the first thing I asked when I saw him was, did Count Cremo say when he'll pay the construction fee? Javier was speechless at first, but soon, his eyes lit up with a glow, and he smiled gently. It's such a relief to see you back to normal, my lord. Then, the door was suddenly flung open. The Baron and his wife burst in with tears in their eyes, rushing over to give me a big hug. You little brat, do you have any idea how worried we were? But it's all fine now that you're okay. And this was the first time since coming to this world that I had felt genuine care from someone else. However, I was completely unaware that this incident had already reached the royal capital. How interesting to think that on my land, there's actually someone like that. Send a messenger to go to the Frontera territory. Bring that man and his guard to me. I want to meet this man personally. Meanwhile, for saving the entire Cremo territory, I was invited on stage by Count Cremo to give a speech. However, as soon as I got on stage, I immediately started advertising our underfloor heating. Dear citizens of Cremo, have you heard of underfloor heating? The crowd below looked confused, completely unaware of what underfloor heating was. Oh my, you don't know? Now that the cold winter has arrived, aren't you constantly worried that the elderly at home will suffer from stiff joints due to the cold, or that your children will catch a chill and get sick in your struggle with that nasty little flame in the fireplace? Do you even realize how much time you've wasted? 1 hour? 2 hours? None of the above. If a person lives for 50 years, then you've spent 15 whole years just sitting in front of the fireplace. If you think that time could have been put to better use, then please remember underfloor heating, because it will improve your quality of life this much. As I spoke, I gestured dramatically with my hands. No, that's not enough. It'll improve your life this much. I spread my arms even wider to show an even bigger range. So, don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you want to know more details, please visit the Frontera Baron's estate. That concludes everything I wanted to say. At that moment, the people below were completely baffled by the endless sales pitch. Off to the side, Count Cremo recalled the conversation he had with this guy just a few minutes ago on the way to the speech. Oh dear, I wonder how much it'll cost to repair all those buildings and roads. The Count crossed his arms and said, it'll probably exceed a month's budget, but if we hadn't taken down the Giga Titan, maybe even half a year's budget would have gone up in smoke. The Count raised an eyebrow, sensing the implication. What are you trying to say? I shrugged innocently. Nothing. Compared to half a year's budget, my construction fees probably don't even count as spare change, right? I just happened to think of that all of a sudden. Well, then again, who could have predicted any of this? The statue built to drive away the Giga Titan ended up triggering this tragedy. No matter whose idea it was, we can't place the blame on anyone. After all, it was nature's course of action, though someone did stake their life on it. In the end, resolving the crisis is what truly matters. Speaking of which, I happened to overhear the attendants say that anyone who contributes to the public interest of the city, regardless of status, would receive financial compensation from the Count. I'm really curious, what kind of contribution to the public interest would be enough to earn that reward? At that moment, Count Cremo slowly uttered a number, 1.5 times. Suddenly, I fell eerily silent. The Count felt a chill. I'm sorry, I think you misunderstood. I didn't bring this up to ask you for more money, but I do understand now. To the Count, the lives of the citizens are worth 1.5 times the construction fee. Count Cremo couldn't find a single reason to refute. After a moment, he slowly said, double. Yet the person across from him remained silent. The Count gritted his teeth and raised the offer again. Triple. At that moment, my grin slowly appeared in the carriage mirror. In the next second, I wore a kind and gentle expression as I extended my hand. Lord Count, your generosity truly leaves me in awe. Please rest assured, I will be sure to put this compensation to good use. Of course, on myself. A vague sense of unease stirred in Count Cremo's heart. Clearly, he was being extorted by this man, yet he didn't find it annoying at all. Why is that? Why do I almost admire him? He had never understood before why this guy was so hard to dislike. But now, he finally understood the reason. This guy always calculates everything down to the last coin. He's persistent, but reasonable. And what's more, he truly gets things done. Forget about disliking him. Even I want to win him over to my side. A talent like him staying hidden in the countryside is practically a loss for the entire kingdom. As a reward for this incident, the system granted me 1,500 relationship points, and unexpectedly, I also gained a mana heart. It turns out, the reason why the mana heart must be protected when using the mana blast is because the mana heart is like a powder keg of magical energy. Using mana blast means detonating a bomb right next to that powder keg. But back when I used the triple core mana blast, my body didn't have a mana heart, which is exactly why I survived. Even more absurd, those 3 mana circles that were sustaining my life ended up compressing themselves into a mana heart during the process. Originally, I thought I'd need to slowly train one over time, and figured it'd be faster to just dig more dirt instead. I never imagined that slacking off would end up saving my life. After everything was taken care of, I finally returned to my territory. But what I didn't expect was, the knight Bayern, who was portrayed in the novel as honest, upright, and kind, turned out to be such a capable person. While I was away, he actually managed everything: land distribution, construction site supervision, supervision, personnel coordination, all in perfect order. At that moment, Byron slowly began reporting the recent progress to me, but I couldn't help interrupting him. Hold on, Sir Byron, you did all that when I was gone? Byron showed a puzzled look. Young master, why do you ask that? I was only following your instructions. Suddenly, someone entered from outside and reported, Sir Knight, I have something to report. The final phase of the underfloor heating installation is complete. Please come inspect it. I followed Byron to the inspection site, but then, what he said to the construction workers completely shocked me. You've now reached the point where there's zero error. Impressive. All the yelling and scolding I gave you before was just for this moment. From now on, you will be the most important people on the construction team. At that moment, I was completely stunned. Only one thought remained in my mind. Uncle, you were born in the wrong era. If you were born in my original world, you'd definitely be an executive at a big corporation. Later, I found out that a large number of underfloor heating contracts were thanks to the Baron and his wife's external public relations. Watching the territory gradually develop in a positive direction, I thought to myself, victory is within reach. Looks like I can soon enjoy a carefree retired life. Javier looked at my expression from the side and suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to punch me. Just then, a distinct trumpet sounded from behind. It was the signal to inform the people that the royal messenger had arrived. I looked toward the distance with confusion. Why would the royal messenger come all the way here? The envoy dismounted handsomely, with a red carpet even rolling out behind him. Why all this flashy showmanship? Wouldn't it be better to just get straight to the point? However, at that moment, a particularly bad feeling welled up in me. Could it be because of the things I did in Cremo? Sure enough, as the envoy finished reading the royal decree, it was revealed that, because Javier and I defeated the Giga Titan, Her Majesty ordered us to proceed to the capital immediately to receive her personal commendation. The Baron was already in tears, joyfully exclaiming, my son is truly amazing, but I couldn't feel happy at all. If I get entangled with her, then that peaceful countryside noble life I dreamed of will be gone. If I had known, I should have stopped after finishing the sea platform. It's all that damn giant lobster's fault. More importantly, if I don't perform well in front of her, there's a chance I might lose my life at any time. Javier saw my expression and couldn't help but ask in confusion, aren't you supposed to be overjoyed? After all, you're best at making money off nobles. Hearing that, I froze. That's right, don't I still have a chance to make money off Her Majesty the Queen? Besides, I've read the novel. I know what kind of personality Queen Magentano has in the current state of the capital. Looks like this trip to the capital might actually be interesting. If I can make use of all this information, I might really be able to make a huge profit off the Queen. However, the moment I arrived at the capital and saw the Queen, I couldn't help but chicken out. That overwhelming pressure. It's too strong. No wonder she's one of the only two-sword masters in the kingdom. At that moment, I respectfully bowed before the Queen, but she glanced at me with a disgusted expression. So you're the noble? Judging by your presence, I thought the one beside you was the real noble. After speaking, she smiled slightly and said to Javier, your name is Javier, right? I can sense an unprecedented flow of mana within you. Seems like you're a worthy sparring partner for me. Javier bowed his head and respectfully replied, I'm merely a nameless knight. And I was thinking to myself, she could sense Javier's uniqueness just with her eyes. Looks like using slick talk to fool her won't work at all. Count Cremo has already reported everything to us. Your courage and spirit of sacrifice deserve praise. However, I won't make a hasty judgment just based on someone's recommendation. Therefore, I shall personally test your abilities. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth slightly lifted. This was a golden opportunity to win the Queen's contract. She slowly asked, tell me, in your opinion, what is the most urgently needed construction project in Magenta, the royal capital? Since I've read the novel, of course I knew the answer. The most urgent project is the gradually collapsing royal castle. The Queen's intent was to test my insight with this question. If I truly had skill, I should be able to detect the structural issues of the royal castle. But if I couldn't even see that, she wouldn't recognize me as capable. However, even though I knew the correct answer, I chose to reply, it's the bridge across the Magina River that needs to be rebuilt, because I understood the Queen all too well. Although she'd surely be displeased for now, with her personality, there's no way she'd end the test here. Alicia Termina Magentano, Her Highness, is the one who wields supreme authority and absolute strength, is bold and forthright by nature, and is also someone who listens to advice regardless of status. Tell me your reasoning. Some might think that the most urgent task right now should be repairing the royal castle. I know that long ago, a hot-tempered dragon once pulled down the royal castle's towers twice. So, to prevent such incidents from happening again, the castle was rebuilt into its current wide and heavy form. However, because of this, its massive weight keeps pressing down on the ground and pillars, which eventually leads to gradual collapse. But it's still too early to repair it now. Therefore, I believe this is not the most urgent project at present. After hearing this, the Queen's heart trembled slightly, thinking, this arrogant man, he clearly knows what answer I want, yet still dares to give a different one. Of course, I knew that the Queen knew I knew what she wanted to hear, but I still chose a different answer. At the same time, the Queen also knew that I knew she knew this fact, though neither of us said much aloud, but in our hearts, we had already exchanged hundreds of blows. You bastard, are you mocking me? I immediately put on an expression of utmost sincerity. How could I? I'm just begging your majesty for a meal, asking for a construction project. That's all. Your Majesty, the bridge over the Magina River has already been rebuilt 12 times. Every spring, due to increased water flow and flooding, the bridge collapses in a predictable cycle. This bridge has devoured a massive amount of funding, but if you hand this project over to me, I can build a bridge that will never be destroyed by floodwaters or drifting ice. What I want to build is a modern suspension bridge. Upon hearing this, the Queen's heart stirred slightly. This guy actually dares to directly criticize the decisions I've made? How can someone be so rude and arrogant? But the deeper our conversation went, the more she seemed to like me. Continue explaining the bridge you want to build. At that moment, I was overjoyed inside. As expected, Magentano despised sycophants and bootlickers. But for those who are upright and full of conviction, she spares no effort in granting her trust. However, it was precisely because of her wholehearted trust that she was ultimately betrayed by the person she valued most, even losing an arm as a result. In the end, 3 years later, she was no longer the generous and benevolent queen she is now, but a cruel and ruthless tyrant. But that is a matter for the future. For now, she is still a wise ruler willing to listen to the voice of the people. What if that bridge collapses? I answered without hesitation. Then please have your Majesty behead me and display my corpse to the public. But, as long as that bridge still stands, I ask that your Majesty ensure the survival of my family's status. Magentano was momentarily taken aback. Then the corners of her lips curled into a smile. This guy actually dares to bargain with me? Very well. As you wish. I promise you fair compensation, and I'll ensure the protection of your family's status. The next second, I slowly approached the Queen and pulled out the contract I had prepared in advance. This is the contract. Please sign it, Your Majesty. The Queen was instantly speechless. Are you saying you don't trust my word? Thinking to herself, he actually prepared the contract in advance. I had already prepared my explanation and immediately said, Your Majesty, I would never mean such a thing. This contract also contains one clause. If I fail to take the project seriously, I will be sliced into 1,000 pieces. Consider this a necessary shackle for such an untrustworthy and lowly man as myself. Once again, the Queen was left speechless. Left without a retort, she eventually signed the contract. But she couldn't help thinking to herself, it feels like I've been dragged off track by this guy. Yet strangely, it didn't feel unpleasant. Once I got the signed contract, I swayed my hips and promptly backed away. Hey, what's with that swaying butt of yours? I hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, there's no place where I can lower my head beneath your signature, so I had to adopt this visually lower posture. Once we left the Queen's presence, I immediately bragged to Javier with excitement. Did you see that? This guy right here just swindled a massive engineering fee out of the Queen. Javier looked utterly speechless, but still managed to whisper, if you keep this up, you'll be dragged out and executed for disrespecting Her Majesty. I can't block a strike from a sword master, so please behave yourself. Meanwhile, Magentano's guard cautiously spoke. Your Majesty, not only is that man clever, but he's also extremely calculating. Don't you think he's a bit too arrogant? The Queen chuckled softly. Of course I'm annoyed. After all, that guy was convinced from the very start that he could completely manipulate me. But a flicker passed through her eyes, and a faint, unreadable smile appeared on her lips. Still, that vulgar attitude of his is kind of endearing. A few days later, I finally remembered that I actually had a younger brother in this world. After being in this novel world for so long, I just now realized I had a brother. But the first time we met, I saw him being bullied. However, he kept giving me eyes that I shouldn't interfere. It turns out this was a noble academy where background and status mattered far more than academic performance. As the son of a rural lord, he happened to be top of his class, which naturally drew the resentment of noble kids. So my brother was afraid that if I stepped in, the bullying would only get worse. But when I heard who the bullies' fathers were, I couldn't help but laugh. Then, I slowly walked toward him. Hey punk, who did you say your father was again? The blonde kid turned around impatiently. You're this poor kid's relative? My father is the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona. If you're scared, then hurry up in. Before he could finish, my palm landed squarely on his face. The force was so great that he spun in the air, then slid 2.5 meters across the floor, finally stopping when he crashed into the wall. This was my self-created attack skill, man a bitch slap, and it has no cooldown time. At that moment, one of his buddies jumped up and roared, how dare you offend a member of the high-class union? I didn't say a word, I just slapped him. I'm the number 1 second year. Geshpon the Mithril Fist. You better be ready to lose your life today. I remained expressionless. Blabber all you want. You're still just 1 slap away. Though next up, it'll take 2 slaps, since they're twins. And off to the side, someone was even giving commentary. These two are the infamous twins known as the Black Dragon Double Horns. Their coordinated attacks are no joke. Looks like that guy's really in for it now. But for me, they are just 2 undisciplined little punks. After I give them a cross backhand slap, I turned to the person who was doing the commentary. You were the one blabbering about some double horns just now, right? Terrified, he frantically waved his hands. No, I wasn't. You little brat. Now you're lying too. On the other side, 2 students were trembling at the lunch table. They thought, we didn't say anything, right? He shouldn't come after us. But the next second, I walked over like a demon. You 2 were giggling just now, weren't you? 2 crisp slaps echoed, and another 2 teeth went missing. Suddenly, the blonde kid came to and swung a punch at me. You're finished, you bastard. In the next second, his punch landed squarely on my face. He shouted smugly, how was that? A magic-infused punch punch from a genius like me. I'll bet it hurt. However, the moment Blondie saw my expression, he began to regret everything, because he felt that the person standing in front of him wasn't human at all, but a terrifying demon straight out of a nightmare. Amid the eerie laughter, I grabbed Blondie by the collar. The next second, my head collided with his in a brutal headbutt. Blondie collapsed instantly, but I wasn't about to let him off that easily. Then, I yanked him back up again and delivered another skull-cracking blow. Julian looked at his older brother and genuinely believed he had gone insane. But for a moment, he felt like his brother was the sane one, and he was the fool. However, I still hadn't stopped. Do you not understand what's happening right now? Are you wondering why you're getting beaten like this? Completely clueless, aren't you? You actually said Viscount Lacona is wise and benevolent? What utter nonsense. You and your father really are cut from the same cloth. Blondie struggled to speak. Isn't it a bit much to insult my family like that? That line made me even angrier. So using violence on your classmates is no big deal to you? You rotten little bastard. Should I spell it out for you? Why you're such an uncultured brat? That's because there's no one around you who ever taught you right. Look at this thing. What does it resemble? This is an unrecyclable piece of trash like you. Suddenly, Julian rushed over and grabbed me tightly. Please don't keep going. Are you planning to kill him? I stopped my hand and said, are you worried you'll face even worse retaliation afterward? Don't worry. Once he's dead, he won't be able to bully you anymore. Julian was horrified. My words sent shivers down his spine. However, I didn't stop and continued pounding Blondie, because in my past life, I'd seen far too many people like him. To them, punishment and reasoning meant nothing. Only the fear of death could bring instant results. Suddenly, a large group of soldiers stormed in, shouting loudly, "Stop right there. This is a sacred academy funded by Her Majesty the Queen. You dare cause trouble here?" Julian saw the terrifying expression on his brother's face and thought, could he be planning to beat up the guards and even the headmaster too? That would get him executed. However, I had already anticipated this moment. I immediately changed my expression, put on a respectful smile, and bowed. I am Lloyd Frontera, son of Arcos Frontera, an elder brother to Julian Frontera, a student of the academy. Julian was shocked. How did his brother suddenly calm down? It was as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance I caused. I only wished to help restore the great queen's honor. The headmaster, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Tell me, who do you claim has damaged Her Majesty's honor? I pointed at the blonde boy beaten to the ground, speaking slowly and calmly. Naturally, it's this son of the Lacona family. He assaulted and humiliated my younger brother, Julian. I lifted my head and fixed my gaze on the teacher standing nearby. The man standing in the back. You saw it, didn't you? Your academy's teachers just stand by and allow bullying to happen. I don't even need to ask why you didn't stop it. Everyone in this academy was recommended by noble families. That's why you don't dare to offend powerful aristocratic students. That includes all of you working here at this academy. You definitely knew Julian was being bullied, but still chose to turn a blind eye, because Julian is just the son of a poor baron. Helping him brings you no benefit whatsoever. The headmaster was left speechless by my words, but still forced himself to argue back. Even if all that's true, what does it have to do with Her Majesty the Queen? I reached into my chest and pulled something out, because insulting my brother is no different from insulting me, and I am a royal guest personally invited by Her Majesty the Queen. So now, do you all understand what the connection is? Upon seeing the royal insignia, they immediately dropped to their knees in fear. Since everyone understands the situation, I'll take my leave. At that moment, the headmaster sneered inwardly. Foolish brat, a royal guest status is only temporary. Once this all blows over, I'll punish Julian and give the beaten students even better treatment. However, right at that moment, I acted as if I heard the headmaster's thoughts, showing a strange smile as I stared directly at him. That one glance made the headmaster's heart jolt, and he quickly averted his eyes, not daring to meet mine again. Outside the dining hall, I prepared to take Julian to the office. Why are you taking me to the office? Obviously, to have you take a leave of absence. Julian froze in place, then angrily shouted back, how much more are you going to ruin for me before you're satisfied? I'm going to be bullied even more because of you, and now you're stopping me from my study? Why are you doing this to me? It's fine if you don't understand now. Soon, the atmosphere here will likely become too unbearable to keep studying. So, use this time to train your body more. Have you heard of the saying, the finest muscles are built through hard labor? That evening, at the royal guests' quarters, Julian told Javier about what happened. After hearing it, Javier said calmly, just trust in Master Lloyd's plan, because in the end, it will definitely lead to a good outcome. Julian still didn't understand. Why should I listen to that bastard brother? Javier looked at him, his tone serious. Do you not believe my word? You must have heard about how we defeated the Giga Titan in Cremo. All the combat plans were devised by Master Lloyd himself, and he was the one who delivered the final, fatal blow. Then, Javier recounted everything that had happened in the territory. So, you can absolutely trust him. Right now, Master Lloyd is the savior of our land. Outside the door, I heard that final sentence. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly, and I felt a bit smug inside. But Julian, after hearing all of this, found it hard to believe. So that drunken bastard actually did so many meaningful things? Javier added, the young master back then was indeed foolish and ignorant, a hopeless scumbag. I heard all of this clearly from outside the door, and was speechless inside. What do you think, Javier? Can someone truly change change like that? Javier's response shocked me to the core. No, it is impossible. I have rather convinced myself that he is someone else wearing the young master's face. Julian's expression changed drastically. Are you saying that my brother's body was taken over? There are indeed dark magic techniques that can stabilize a soul inside someone else's body, but that would require a powerful magical chain. So I secretly checked it myself. I examined the mana flow within the young master's body to see if there were any traces of a foreign soul occupying it. Outside the door, my heart suddenly raced. I didn't expect he actually did something like that. Did he really find something out? However, the next second, Javier continued speaking, but I didn't detect the slightest trace of unusual mana force. The young master's body and soul are completely fused together naturally. I instantly let out a sigh of relief. Looks like he has no actual evidence. Even if he suspects, as long as I thicken my skin and deny it to the end, I'll be fine. At that moment, I realized that Javier had definitely sensed I was standing outside the door. He's deliberately saying this for me to hear. He's sending me a signal, a warning that he suspects something. Suddenly, Julian spoke up. I only just found out that our family actually has debts. I always thought I was the only one struggling to study. I didn't expect that during this time. My brother did so much just to pay it off. No matter how much I hate that bastard of a brother, looks like I have to give him credit. He's the one who saved our territory. Just then, a system notification rang. Your approval rating by Julian increased by 2 points. You have received 28 bonus relationship points. Your approval rating by Julian is -59. I smiled knowingly. Looks like Julian is also a key character. That means he can become my relationship points farm too. The system can't help but complain. Julian is opening his heart up to you. You're not touched by that? I couldn't be bothered to respond to the system's sarcasm and pushed open the door, walking in. Julian, are you ready? From this moment on, I'm taking you into physical training. I then brought Julian to a work site and began explaining to him steps for producing steel wire rope for the suspension bridge. First, flatten the clay into a pizza over 1 meter in diameter. Second, place various kinds of soil and stones on top. Third, let Bangul eat it all up happily. Fourth, wait for her to convert the soil into iron wires and expel them. Fifth, after the wires cool down, twist 120 of them into a single strand, and that completes the steel wire rope preparation. After explaining the whole process, I handed the shovel to Julian and said seriously, this is the starting point for building the suspension bridge. If this step fails, the entire project falls apart. Whether it's the debt of our territory or your future at the academy, it'll all depend on this. Julian looked confused. This is such an important task. Why give it to me? You little brat. What are you saying? It's precisely because this is so important that I'm entrusting it to someone smart and responsible like you. Julian froze after hearing that and silently whispered in his heart, brother. Immediately after, I walked out of the construction site, ready to find a key individual, because relying solely on the technology of this era, building a suspension bridge is pure fantasy. No matter how much I struggle, it's simply impossible to achieve. In other words, I need help from someone with technology far beyond this time. That person is the royal dwarf craftsman, Corgitus. However, the moment I stepped into his workshop, before I could say a single word, Corgitus flatly refused. I'm not interested in listening. I thought to myself, this stubborn old man really is exactly like how the novel described him. They say, even if it's a request from the queen, as long as he's not interested, he will absolutely never agree. But I had long prepared a powerful weapon to deal with him. I unrolled a blueprint and showed it to Corgitus. This is a blueprint for a new bridge I will build over the Magina River. The old man looked annoyed. A human's blueprint? I'm not interested. However, the moment he actually saw the drawing, his entire body froze. Seeing this, I put away the blueprint and turned to walk toward the door. My apologies. I was overestimating myself. In that case, I'll leave it to some other blacksmith. Just as I was about to step out the door, sure enough, Corgitus finally spoke. Wait! I stopped in my tracks, secretly chuckling. Corgitus squinted at me, his tone serious. Do you understand what will happen if the thing you designed can't guarantee its strength? I immediately replied, of course I know. If the strength isn't guaranteed, the bridge will collapse. Everyone on the bridge will lose their lives, and I will have to take responsibility for it. I suddenly said in a low voice, but I'll shout on the guillotine. If only Corgitus had been the one to build it. The air froze in an instant. The old man's eyelid twitched, his face darkening ominously. He was silent for a moment, then coldly said, you arrogant and insolent brat. You actually dare to threaten me with words like that? I revealed a meaningful smile. How could that be? I'm simply awakening a craftsman's conscience. Corgitus let out a long sigh. Then he reached out his hand and said helplessly, bring the blueprint here. Let me take a look first. I handed him the blueprint and Corgitus examined it carefully. After reading it, Corgitus stated he was certain that only he in the entire kingdom could do it. Obviously, if you gave this job to anyone else, it would only result in a major accident. I burst into laughter, deliberately making my face look sinister. So, you finally understand now? I wasn't threatening you. I was here to beg you. If you can design something like this, you must have also thought about how to arouse my interest, right? I still put on a villainous expression and replied, how could I dare to do such a thing? I can only bet that the craftsman is a kind-hearted person. Hearing the old man agree, I immediately bowed and expressed my sincere thanks. Meanwhile, Julian was continuously making steel wire wire ropes, and the royal workshop was constructing the truss-structured bridge deck. Javier and I were about to start working on the main towers of the bridge, when suddenly, a group of people appeared, shouting for us to stop. "How dare you deceive the royal family and embezzle national treasury property? This is absolutely unforgivable." Hearing this, I was utterly confused. It turned out that the previous bridge on the Magina River was built by them. Now that it was to be demolished without any reason, they certainly wouldn't agree. So, they went to the Empress to report me for trying to make unnecessary money and misappropriate royal funds, hoping Her Majesty would punish that cunning person and thereby serve the crown. Thus, people from both sides were summoned together by the Queen. "Each of you state your claims," starting with the guild. Victor, the leader of the Builders Guild of Magenta City, stated, "The Magina Bridge, built by the previous guild leader, has stood firm in that position for 30 years. The bridge uses wedge-shaped pillars that can disperse extremely fast water currents. But now, this fellow says that the bridge will fall. This is clearly an insult to the guild and a disregard for Her Majesty the Queen." I thought to myself, I'm telling the truth. That bridge will collapse. In the novel, the royal army and rebels face off at the Magina River during a massive rainstorm. The bridge collapses, leading to a standstill. But I can't bring up the future events. Suddenly, I asked an official beside the guild leader, "How much were you paid?" The two of them were instantly startled. "You dare to slander me with baseless accusations in front of Her Majesty the Queen?" But I just smiled faintly. From his face, I could tell he had definitely been paid off. It was obvious these palace officials had long been colluding with the guild merchants. Suddenly, the Queen angrily stopped me. "I always thought you were a clever man, but you've made a big mistake. How dare you frame royal officials without any evidence? Men, prepare his judgment immediately." Instantly, I was bound and taken to the execution ground. Seeing this, Javier was already preparing to draw his sword and rescue me. Just then, the Queen suddenly said, "I shall prove my vassal's innocence." Hearing this, the guild leader and the official were confused. In the next second, the official was surrounded. Meanwhile, I showed that signature smile of mine, because this was all part of my plan. Following the Queen's command, a confession spell was cast on him. Afterwards, he confessed everything about colluding with merchants and embezzling from the palace for so many years. With that, the two whose deeds were exposed faced the Queen's harshest punishment. They were stripped naked and hung on the city gate, constantly pecked by crows. And I, being kind, even requested the Queen to spare their families. It seems I truly am a kind person. Originally, these guys had delayed the suspension bridge's construction progress, and I was quite annoyed. However, because I had merit in exposing the corrupt officials, Her Majesty the Queen allocated all the kingdom's manpower to the construction of the suspension bridge. This included the kingdom's high-level mages, who could use gravity magic to lighten the blocks, allowing the bridge's main towers to be completed in no time. Then, Bangul, holding the suspension cable, used her volcanic blast skill to shoot it to the other tower. On the other side, Padang was responsible for catching Bangul and then securing the suspension cable there. Next, Hamong, who grew larger by drinking water, gradually lifted the bridge deck. Finally, mages standing on the bridge used fire magic for welding the bridge surface. At last, through everyone's cooperation, this modern suspension bridge was officially completed in this other world. At the same time, the system rewarded me with 1,050 relationship points, bringing my total relationship points to 3,019. The Queen even named the bridge after Javier and me, and bestowed upon me the title of Master Craftsman. I thought, as long as I get the huge construction payment, I can completely clear our territory's debt. However, there was still one huge obstacle. The Queen wouldn't let me go so easily. She must be thinking I'm too useful and wondering how to keep exploiting me. But my dream is to be a rich bum who spends his days eating and sleeping. Suddenly, the Queen spoke. "I have something for you to do, so return to the palace with me immediately to discuss it." Indeed, everything was as expected, but I had long devised a plan to kill two birds with one stone. This plan would not only allow me to escape the Queen's clutches but also solve my brother Julian's academy problem. Back at the royal palace, the Queen, in front of all the ministers, bestowed upon me a fiefdom and title commensurate with my abilities. The high officials below were indignant that a baron's son from the countryside had actually become an official of the same high rank as them. However, at that moment, I requested an even greater favor from the Queen. Those officials were even more furious, thinking, "Is this guy trying to push his luck?" I bowed deeply and said, "If your Majesty thinks what this humble servant requests is reasonable, then please retract the fiefdom and title." The Queen indicated she would decide after hearing me out. At the same time, she thought to herself, what does he want? A position in the kingdom? Or more construction funds? Whatever it is, I'm determined to bring this man under my wing. I humbly ask your Majesty to rectify the Royal Academy. The Royal Magenta Academy is filled with much absurdity and irrationality, even countless despicable acts. Students are more concerned with factional struggles than with learning. This has brought mental and physical suffering to the children of lower-ranking nobles. Yet, the Academy's administrators merely turn a blind eye, enriching themselves with illicit money behind your Majesty's back for their own selfish gain. Students, who should be engrossed in their studies, have become obsessed with power. When they should be ambitious for the world, they instead build up class barriers. This is completely contrary to the purpose for which the Academy was established. established. At this point, the academy administrators involved were already sweating profusely. Then I instructed Javier to hand that item to the queen. Your Majesty, this is the content of my and Javier's investigation over the past 4 months. People who graduated from the academy, menial workers, and even conscientious professors who left because they detested the absurdities in the academy. I have recorded their testimonies and sources meticulously and in detail. Now those academy administrators were truly panicking. Your Majesty, this lowly man is spewing lies. Such things would never happen in the Royal Academy. Queen Magentano looked at the report with extreme anger, then ordered all those individuals to be subjected to the confession spell. Thus, all these people were executed, and a major cleanup began throughout the Royal Academy. Anyone on the list was arrested. Even those acquainted with people on the list were not exempt. They would all be punished according to their crimes, including dismissal from office and confiscation of their fiefdoms. At that moment, a sly grin slowly appeared on my lips. Javier asked if it was necessary for me to be so happy about the academy being cleaned up. I told him, this way, the queen will completely forget about my existence. Now I just need to secretly pocket the benefits and then sneak away. Suddenly, I felt a chill behind me. I am here to convey Her Majesty the Queen's decree. Even if you are leaving, you must attend tomorrow night's banquet. Also, Her Majesty praises you for using the academy as an excuse for a brilliant diversion and respects your desire to live the sweet lazy life. I thought, so I've been in the Queen's palm all along, but this guy's sudden appearance really did startle me. I asked Javier, did you sense that guy approaching us? Javier said no. It turned out that it was Sir Kyle, the kingdom's #1 sword master. For a knight of his caliber, concealing his presence was a piece of cake. That night, Julian found me and asked, brother, did you anticipate all this? Which is why you were so harsh on Lacona's son. Pretty much, you brat. Then I explained everything to him. Since the Lloyd he knew was harsh and always called him brat, I made sure to end every sentence with you brat. However, at this point, Julian's resentment towards his brother completely dissolved. Brother, you don't have to call me brat anymore. You're my brother. I trust you and I am proud of you more than anyone else. Suddenly, a system notification rang. Because the resentment was resolved, Julian's affection for me directly rose by 65 points, successfully obtaining 910 relationship points. My current relationship points now is 3,929. After a moment of silence, I grimaced. That was so cringe I'm gonna vomit. Yeah, I regret it too. As the banquet arrived, a mature female voice came from behind. Lloyd Frontera, stop hiding. Come over here. I had done my best to hide, but the queen still spotted me. Did you think I wouldn't see you if you did that? You look like a mole cricket. You stand out even more. Suddenly, Javier expressed happily, I am in awe of your Majesty's insight. I was speechless. Why was Javier looking so pleased? Didn't you hear me tell you to come closer? I respectfully approached. Closer. Even closer. Didn't you hear me say to come closer? At this point, I was sweating profusely and extremely nervous. How could I dare to get any closer to Her Majesty the Queen? The Queen suddenly leaned in and said, if you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. I will prepare everything for you. This is a banquet held for you. Enjoy yourself to the fullest. Hearing this, my heart leaped with joy. What jackpot is this? Of course, the best choice is to eat, drink, and be merry. I received a large sum for construction this time. All I have to do next is to live my life. Suddenly, I thought of something. According to the novel's plot, the queen will turn dark due to betrayal 3 years later. I don't know what she'll become then. At that moment, I heard a phrase, the banquet will last until the moon sets at dawn. This phrase left a very deep impression on me, because this was the secret code used when the queen was poisoned and lost an arm in the novel during the assassination plot against her. But this was a line that was supposed to appear 3 years later. Why was it happening now? And why was it being said by Sir Kyle? Meanwhile, Queen Magentano felt a headache. Did I drink too much? But this time, she drank the same amount as usual. She thought she must have been too tired these past few days. Besides dealing with academy matters, she also had to constantly monitor the Asfahan. According to intelligence from spies, they were amassing troops in the western region of Asfahan. But if they wanted to attack Magentano, they would have to cross the entire wilderness, and such an attack would be tantamount to suicide. The queen wondered what they were plotting. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain. She found it strange. With her internal mana, she should have been able to neutralize that bit of alcohol, and she also found she couldn't adjust her heartbeat. The queen circulated her mana, but this made her even more pained. She now understood someone had poisoned her, but all the food she ate was thoroughly inspected. The queen struggled to her feet, sweating profusely, asking if anyone was outside. At the same time, her vision was already starting to distort. Suddenly, the kingdom's top sword master, and also the queen's guard, Kyle, pushed open the door. The queen was happy to see him. Thank goodness you are here when I am in distress. Quick, lend me a hand. However, Kyle was the poisoner. He drew his sword, which was already stained with blood. As your Majesty said, thankfully I am by your side. Let me help you rest in peace. The queen looked at this most trusted person in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was rushing towards the queen's resting chamber with Javier. I asked him, aren't you going to ask me what's going on? Javier said he had already sensed the abnormal mana force. What do you need me to do? I very solemnly told him, you need to defeat a sword master. I know you're not kidding, but please don't joke. Then how about buying us some time? Immediately after, Javier pulled pulled a candlestick from the wall and said he could hold him off for at most 3 minutes. 3 minutes is enough. Let's go. Arriving at the queen's resting chamber, we found the guards at the entrance had all been killed. Inside, Kyle was already fighting the queen. Magnificent, your majesty. You are truly formidable to be able to withstand my 3 heavy blows even after being fatally poisoned. The queen looked at him and asked why he was doing such a thing. Kyle had no intention of answering her question. He kicked her directly in the stomach, then raised his sword and prepared to strike. At the critical moment, Javier arrived, and a candlestick thrust interrupted Kyle. However, Kyle, the kingdom's top sword master, simply turned and swung his sword. He was surprised that this fellow actually blocked his sword with a candlestick. Javier seized the opportunity, circulated the mana circles in his body for a high-frequency mana collision. Mana instantly covered the candlestick, and Javier used it to directly parry Kyle's sword. Kyle was amazed. This was a use of mana he had never seen before. Javier pressed his advantage. He knew he was no match, so he had to use all his strength from the start, continuously attacking to buy more time. At this point, I had already seized the chance to get to the queen. She was also surprised I was there. I covered her mouth. We'll talk later. Then, I immediately activated the Azrahan core technique to start absorbing the queen's mana. Meanwhile, Kyle was very annoyed by this barrage of attacks. He prepared to directly use the aura sword that only a sword master could generate. Javier knew that if he let the opponent use this move, it would truly be over, so he made an instant decision. He threw the candlestick at him. To block the attack, Kyle had to stop generating the aura sword. At that moment, Javier leaped forward, catching the deflected candlestick. Then, he decisively used the mana blast. Young man, I acknowledge you. You have the talent and technique for applying mana, but you lack practical experience. Kyle found an opportunity and punched Javier in the abdomen. Then he raised his sword, giving Javier no chance to recover, and struck down. Although Javier had used the candlestick to block, relying on the candlestick's hardness was useless. His chest was still hit and injured. Kyle pressed his advantage. Now it's my turn to attack. However, he found Javier didn't dodge but charged directly at him. This senseless fool, does he fear nothing? Javier skillfully dodged this attack, then shouted, Master Padong. Immediately after, Padong threw him a sword. Catching the sword, Javier once again used mana blast. This time, it shot forward like a cannonball. Seeing this, Kyle tried to block the attack with his sword, but it sent him flying out of the queen's chamber. Kyle was surprised that a knight could use such a move. However, Javier gave him no chance to counterattack. Another mana blast fireball came at him, forcing him to dodge against such overwhelming firepower. Javier continuously used mana blasts to suppress, because his current task was to hold Kyle off. For everything else, he just had to trust me. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was continuously drawing the poisonous mana from the queen's body. At that moment, she realized what I was doing. Just as she was about to speak, I interrupted him. Please don't talk to me. I can't concentrate. The proud queen was about to apologize when she sensed something was wrong. Were you just scolding me? I immediately said, No, your majesty. It appears you were hallucinating due to the poison. Just then, I coughed up blood. The queen looked at the man before her, somewhat uncomprehending, because if this continued, he would surely die. Why would he risk his life to save me? Meanwhile, Javier had already blasted his way to the banquet hall. He stood at the entrance, covered in sweat. Only one conviction burned in his heart. No one was allowed to pass through here. Kyle saw that the madman was blocking the way to stall for time. Then, a wicked smile appeared in his face. All palace guards, listen up. That man and his gang dared to attempt to assassinate the queen, so raise your swords and strike him. Javier endured the severe pain from his wounds, resolutely preventing these people from approaching. Kyle thought, each of these palace guards is an elite soldier, yet he can send 3 flying at once. If this guy reaches the sword master realm, he should gain immense power, perhaps even enough to easily destroy a small country. At that moment, Kyle was determined to kill Javier. He then used the sword master's unique move, Aura Sword. He walked slowly towards Javier, holding the Aura Sword, and with just a light swing, a flash of purple light filled the banquet hall, and a surge of immense sword energy sent Javier flying. At this point, Javier had no strength left to resist. Even his sword was already broken. At the same time, Kyle slowly walked towards the dying Javier. Meanwhile, I had finished absorbing the poison, but at this time, too much poison had accumulated in my body. The next second, I directly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The queen spoke anxiously, if we don't do something now, you'll die. Quickly concentrate your mana into one arm. I'll help you cut it off. And of course, I knew this method could detoxify, just like the queen in the novel, who didn't hesitate to sacrifice an arm to survive. But I absolutely couldn't afford to lose an arm, because that would make it inconvenient for me to use a shovel. So I picked up a fallen dinner knife, circulated the mana in my body, and in the next second, I used mana blast, expelling the poisonous mana from within me. Meanwhile, Javier actually picked up his broken sword and slowly stood up, because he had to keep his oath to me. Javier recalled the conversation with me on the way to Magenta. At that time, he began to fall into deep self-doubt. He felt that as my guard knight, he had neglected his duties, running off to deal with the Giga Titan. He felt he had no qualifications to be a knight. I told him not to dwell on such things. These were minor matters. Anyway, I would deduct 6 months of his salary. Javier stared at me, then silently said, 3 months. Do you think I'll compromise? Javier Javier immediately said I wouldn't. Then why ask? Suddenly, Javier swore, claiming that as a sword protecting me, he would never neglect this duty again. You're saying it while poking a fire. Do you think that's credible? Javier said it didn't matter if I believed him or not, but he would die to keep this oath. I know you have reached the level of triple heart circle. I must catch up to you as soon as possible to be considered your guard knight, so I need to become a sword master within this year. Seeing him so determined, I prepared to tell him the key essentials to becoming a sword master. However, during my explanation, he interrupted me. This time, I plan to break through on my own, without relying on your help. I will no longer depend on you, Master Lloyd. I want to become a sword master with my own strength. Back to the present, Kyle rushed forward with his aura sword. The next second, the aura sword pierced Javier's chest, and the floor behind him cracked. You really keep surprising me. Normally, someone pierced by an aura sword would disintegrate. Did you gather all your mana in one spot to strengthen it? If I had the chance, I'd really like to see more of your tricks, but you must die now. Suddenly, Javier roared, and then his whole body began to burn with raging fire. Javier grabbed Kyle's hand. Kyle felt the guy in front of him was crazy, completely unsure what he wanted to do. Suddenly, Kyle felt the mana of the aura sword flowing from the sword into the opponent's body. He immediately lifted the sword in Javier and threw him away. Javier crashed into the wall and fell heavily to the ground. Kyle went to check and found he could no longer sense the opponent's breath or mana flow. He thought he had wasted too much time and must quickly go and cut off the queen's head. Suddenly, Javier stood up again, and the appearance of an aura terrified Kyle. So this is the mana of a sword master. The next second, Javier directly condensed an aura sword. Kyle looked at the scene before him in confusion, thinking, is that an aura sword that only a sword master can generate? It turned out Javier had let the opponent pierce his body earlier just to feel the mana of a sword master. Just then, Javier unleashed an aura sword strike. Seeing this, Kyle also swung out a similar move. However, in a wave clash, how could he possibly beat the protagonist? As a result, his arm was directly severed. At that moment, more and more palace guards rushed over, but Javier, like a war god, stood in front of them. Step forward, if any of you think you can take on this sword master. Meanwhile, on the other side, the queen was holding my hand, anxiously telling me to quickly open my eyes. You have the ability to absorb others' mana, right? Hurry up and absorb my mana. I can't lose a talent like you here. Quick, tell me what I should do. Suddenly, I slowly opened my eyes, and the system sounded a prompt. You have survived a fatal poisoning. You have unlocked a new custom mana heart skill option. Complete poison resistance. You are immune to all types of poison. Supercharge. You can absorb large amounts of mana from your surroundings when your mana is depleted. Seeing the two skills, I immediately showed that signature smile. Seeing this, the queen felt annoyed and couldn't help but punch me on the head. The blow instantly snapped me out of it, and the queen was also a bit stunned. Your Majesty, why did you suddenly hit me? The queen explained that she saw my face and unconsciously hit me. I told her that my face had committed no crime. That aside, are you alright? Can you stand? However, I couldn't move at all. Still, I knew I had to help Javier quickly, so I activated my newly acquired skill, Supercharge. Instantly, the surrounding mana began to be absorbed. Even the queen was no exception. She grew alarmed at the powerful absorption ability, realizing that if her mana continued to drain at this rate, she would be completely sucked dry. But at that moment, I was completely unaware of what was happening around me, nor could I hear anything. The queen pursed her lips. You saved my life. Then take it all, and use this power to help your knight. After a moment, I suddenly opened my eyes, feeling my body very light. It seems I had charged up well. However, the queen beside me was now completely drained, looking haggard. I looked around and was immediately shocked. Did I really do all this? This is totally a skill that only causes trouble. At this moment, the queen spoke. I'll ask about the details later. What's most important now is capturing Kyle. Can you carry me? Quick as lightning, I draped a cloak over the queen and crouched down, thinking I'd figure out how to bluff my way through this later. Carrying the queen on my back, I dashed toward outside of the room. Javier, wait for me. I'm coming to help you. Javier did show genius level mana control, but he wasn't strong enough to face Sword Master Kyle on his own. The queen thought she had to gather at least a third of her usual strength as soon as possible. However, before she could even finish that thought, she was stunned by the sight before her. Javier stood at the doorway, holding a sword infused with aura, and no one dared take a single step closer. I was shocked. That's Javier? Did that guy actually become a sword master? And from the looks of it, Kyle's already been dealt with. At that moment, the queen appeared and shouted, all royal guards, lay down your weapons. This evening, Commander Kyle of the Royal Guard attempted to assassinate me. These two risked their lives to save me, so you must treat these two heroes with full respect. I thought, well, you're the paying client. If you die, I don't get a single coin. Then the queen addressed everyone. I will be investigating all personnel present at the banquet. This is a security measure for the royal family. You are all to cooperate fully to prove your loyalty. I looked at Javier in surprise. You really became a sword master? He answered calmly, more or less. I was speechless. This guy sounded like he just had a beef bowl for lunch. Javier added, since you, my lord, keep getting into danger, I had to reach this level to fulfill my duty as your guard. I was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, alright, you win. Still, I was really relieved he came out unharmed. Since I successfully saved the queen, the system chimed in with a bunch of rewards swords. At the same time, a new title system was unlocked, allowing me to gain extra skills depending on which title I equipped. But the names of these titles are just weird. What the heck are these? You call these titles? The system replied. Titles of praise are named so they're suited to your face. You little punk, come out here and say it to my face. Well, whatever. Overall, it's a good thing. As long as I get skills, I'm fine with it. Then I checked out one of the titles. Your toast, Cremo Lobster. Its effect was, when the enemy's weight is over 10 times mine, it triggers the iron stance, where I deal double damage to the enemy and halves all incoming damage. The system also added a new type of points, and the most important thing is, this CP point system can apparently override the laws of this world and use the ending spoiler feature. However, for now, since the Queen is investigating everyone involved with Kyle, no one is allowed in or out, so I have no choice but to quietly wait for the final verdict. Originally, I had hoped to wrap this up quickly and go home, but the way the story's developing now is completely different from what was described in the novel. If this keeps up, all my future intel will become useless. Still, I have that ending spoiler feature. Whether it works or not remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Javier, having become a sword master, was summoned by the Queen. Through this incident, I've witnessed your unparalleled swordsmanship. As you can see, the position of Royal Guard Captain is currently vacant. So, I hereby command you to serve by my side as the new captain of the Royal Guard from this moment forward. On the other side, Julian was worried that Javier might leave the family because of this. But I wasn't worried at all, because I know Javier's personality all too well. Your Majesty, I'm terribly sorry. I am a knight of Baron Arcos Frontera, so please understand, I cannot leave his side. You think I'm asking you right now? To defy my command is no different from rebellion. You should be well aware of what that would cost you. Javier calmly replied, then, Your Majesty, please allow me to write the Baron a farewell letter. The Queen instantly understood the meaning behind his words. You sure know how to make it sound noble. What you really mean is, you would rather die than serve me. At that moment, she knew very well there was no way she could make him stay. Go then, I'll respect your choice. After bowing in thanks, Javier turned and left. Right outside, he ran into the anxiously waiting Julian. What did Her Majesty say to you? Javier smiled slightly and replied calmly, I will always be a knight of the Frontera family. Hearing this, Julian's face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, the Queen thought to herself, I don't seem to have much luck with people from the Frontera family. That night, I lay on the lawn, checking the new effects of the system titles. The effect of Magentano, I'll carry you, turned out to be, no matter what I do, the Queen will never suspect me. As the full moon rose and midnight struck, the monthly CP points were finally deposited. Now I can use 20 CP to spoil the upcoming plot. I quickly got up and rubbed my hands, thinking, judging by how things are going now, a future of luxury and glory is definitely waiting for me. The worst case scenario is probably just living too well and getting fat, right? Alright then, let's see what my blissful life looks like. But the very next second, the scenery around me began to change, and suddenly, I was surrounded by a sea of flames. Looking more closely, I realized it was my own territory. But why had it become such a tragic scene? Panicking, I rushed forward to survey the area, only to see the ground littered with the corpses of my territory's residents. I shouted in desperation, anyone there? Is anyone alive? My heart was full of confusion. How did things turn out like this? Could this really be the future of my territory? But what happened next truly filled me with horror. The Baron and his wife died in each other's arms, and I was kneeling in front of them, weeping in agony. If only I had arrived a little earlier. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect anyone. Enraged, I roared toward the sky. Damn it. How could it end like this? Suddenly, I sensed something flying toward us. Turning to look, I saw a sky full of locusts. No, they weren't really locusts anymore. They were simply monsters that looked like locusts. At that moment, Javier, burning with rage, gathered his aura into a sword and slashed furiously at the sky. He swung again and again like a madman. But even though he had already become a sword master, those countless locusts in the sky were only briefly scattered and quickly regrouped, surging toward us once more. Right then, I snapped out of the illusion. I asked the system, is all of that going to happen? After receiving a definite answer, without hesitation, I dashed toward the royal palace. In that ending, I heard myself say that if I had arrived a little earlier. Right now, I still don't know exactly how much earlier I needed to be, but either way, I have to hurry back and take care of it. At the same time, I also understand now why the locust swarm appeared. Soon after, I arrived at the Queen's bedchamber. What? The entire Cremona region will be reduced to dirt? Yes, Your Majesty. We must deploy the army and prepare for this unprecedented disaster. The Queen was puzzled. This is coming out of nowhere. Explain clearly. What exactly will happen? It's all the doing of the enemy nation, Asfahan. They are trying to trigger a monster chain reaction to drain our military strength. They attacked the monsters on the eastern plains, stealing their habitat, which forced the monsters to migrate westward. This in turn pushes another group of monsters even farther west, and the displaced monsters will cause enormous losses in our eastern regions. This wasn't supposed to happen until 3.5 years later in the novel. Although I don't know why it happened early, now is absolutely not the time to worry about that. The Queen thought to herself, there really have been signs of the enemy nation in the eastern wilderness. But how did he know? She frowned and asked, how did you know their movements were suspicious? Then, narrowing her eyes, her tone turned colder. More than that, I find you even more suspicious. My brain spun rapidly, and I instantly made up an excuse. By chance, I formed a blood pact with the orcs of the wilderness, specifically the Sand and Steel tribe. They used carrier pigeons to inform me of this matter. As for how I noticed Kyle's assassination attempt ahead of time, that's because I personally witnessed Kyle and the head steward exchanging a very suspicious letter, and they were staring at each other so longingly. So I thought those two were in a romantic relationship, and naturally, I followed them out of curiosity. Who would have thought I'd actually witnessed the crime scene? About my mana absorption, as your majesty has seen, my knight Javier is an unprecedented genius. I've grown up beside him, so I've picked up a trick or two from him, and as I am a bit of a genius myself, if he can absorb magic, I can absorb magic too. The queen thought to herself, that all sounds reasonable, but it still feels like this guy is making it all up on the spot. However, no matter what, she simply couldn't bring herself to doubt me. Suddenly, the effect of the title Magentano, "I'll carry you," activated. Then, the queen issued an order. Since you've grasped the enemy's movements, I'm placing 500 white spear cavalry and 50 mages under your command. Thank you, your majesty, I said with a slight smile, thinking, the queen really is generous. The queen stared at me and said slowly, "Thank you for what? You, more than anyone, should know that trusting a baseless hunch comes with a price." I immediately responded, "Of course, your highness. I know very well that there's no such thing as a free lunch. If I succeed in stopping the monster attack, I'll publicly declare that it was only possible thanks to your majesty's accurate foresight and decisive leadership. At that point, your majesty's authority that was damaged by the assassination incident will be restored." The queen listened and felt a hint of satisfaction in her heart. "I have never met anyone as suspicious as you, but I like that we understand each other." And just like that, Javier and I set off at full speed, riding through the night to return to the territory. But seriously, horses in this kingdom are way too fast. Morning came, and we finally reached the territory, just in time to see a swarm of locusts attacking the villagers. In a moment of urgency, Javier and I used ourselves as bait to lure them all away. Turns out, these locusts are highly sensitive to noise. So, Javier and I teamed up, banging on iron pots to create noise, and successfully diverted the swarm. However, I noticed that this guy Javier seemed way too into it. "You punk, why are you smiling so happily? You didn't have to go that hard just now." Afterward, I told him, "Next, we're heading to the Lacona territory." Javier was stunned. He hadn't expected that, even in such a crisis, I'd be thinking about the neighboring land. With that, my approval rating by Javier increased by 3 points, and I earned 54 relationship points. But my real thoughts were, Lacona pays me a hefty water bill every year. I can't afford to lose that cash cow. Meanwhile, just as Viscount Lacona panicked helplessly in the face of the locust swarm, Javier and I made a dramatic entrance. I threw out a line, "Don't forget to pay your water bills." Then, banging on the iron pot, we lured all the locusts away. While running full speed with the swarm behind us, I shouted, "Captain Frontera is here." Javier frowned. "What's the point of yelling so loud? Why not save your strength?" I immediately replied, "You really don't see the bigger picture, do you? Shouting like this lets them know who saved them. I'm gonna milk this for all it's worth." Javier looked at me. He was convinced I must have gone mad. Suddenly, I spotted a massive wave of locusts ahead. "Young master, please tilt the iron pot over your head." After saying this, Javier summoned his aura sword and charged ahead. With flashing sword strikes, Javier swept through the locust swarm and broke through quickly. However, the swarm was only temporarily scattered. Soon they gathered again. And worse, the royal warhorses had reached their limit. At this rate, we're definitely going to be dead meat. "Javier, get your back ready," Javier asked, confused. "What do you mean by get my back ready?" The next second, he saw the young master suddenly leap and throw himself right onto his back. "From now on, you're the horse. Run." Javier was so furious he wanted to throw me off immediately, but he had no choice. He jumped off the warhorse, gritted his teeth, and ran as fast as he could. But even so, his speed still couldn't match a warhorse, and the locust swarm was rapidly closing in. Just then, I shouted loudly, "Hamon, Bangul." It turns out, I had arranged for them to wait here in advance. As Javier and I jumped onto the water, Bangul leapt into the air, and in the next second, he unleashed the volcanic blast skill directly on the locust swarm. Scorching flames engulfed the swarm, and countless locusts were instantly reduced to ash. However, a large number of them still survived, but the attack wasn't over yet. Second wave began. Hamon opened its mouth and blasted out a stream of water, drenching the locusts' wings. With their flight abilities gone, the locusts became extremely vulnerable. Next, third wave attack. Immediately after, I unleashed Mana Blast, and Javier's aura sword followed simultaneously. Two powerful forces erupted together, and this wave of attacks nearly wiped out all the locusts. After the battle, I collapsed to the ground, panting and sighing, "So exhausting, I'm gonna die." However, Javier frowned and asked, "Master Lloyd, what about the remaining locusts?" Though only a small portion remained, there were still thousands left, far too many for ordinary villagers to handle. But I calmly said, "No need to worry, the cleanup crew should be arriving soon." Turns out, before setting out, I had already sent Padon to ask the Sand and Steel tribe for reinforcements. At the same time, the kingdom's 500 White Lance cavalry and 50 mages were also on their way. Leave the rest to them. We have another thing to worry about. This monster domino effect definitely won't end in just one wave. Meanwhile, the royal royal mages enchanted the spears, and soon wiped out the remaining locust swarm completely. On the other side, the orcs stabbed the locusts, and immediately started charcoal grilling them. After all, to them, this was top-tier protein. At that moment, the Baron and Baroness rushed over with worried faces. "Lloyd, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Seeing that I was completely unharmed, they gave me a huge, tearful hug. "I'm sorry, I've let you down. Thank you for saving everyone in place of your useless father." But deep down, I was thinking, that's not it. Everything I did was all to prepare for a comfortable retirement. The system can't help but burst out laughing. "You don't seem to remember what you said during the ending spoiler." I was confused, unsure of what the system meant. "Oh well, if you don't remember, let's just leave it." But now's not the time to relax, because there's still a lot to do to prepare for a second wave of monster attacks. That evening, I began thinking about how to set up defensive structures. At that moment, the White Cavalry commander, Valardi Blanc, came over. I immediately greeted him respectfully and thanked him. However, he cut straight to the point. To be honest, I was a bit upset at first. After all, you're just an engineer, yet you were put in charge of commanding our honorable White Cavalry. However, after arriving here, I came to a realization. Your timing and positioning for our arrival were all perfectly calculated. Without a doubt, you are an outstanding strategist. There's no way it was just a coincidence that you saved Her Majesty. But my pride is still wounded. It turned out he was upset because I sent the mages back to the palace, but kept the White Lance Cavalry behind. To them, standing by the Queen's side and fighting for her is the highest honor. That's why he came all the way here to express his stance. I thought to myself, this guy is clearly not an ordinary man. In the novel, Javier fought a fierce battle against him to protect everyone. Although Javier barely won in the end, Blanc, on the verge of death, begged Javier to stop the Queen. Even though he knew she had issued a wrong order, he still chose to carry it out. That showed just how loyal Blanc was. At the same time, he was also incredibly straightforward, making it pointless to play word games with someone like him. So the best way to handle him was to challenge him to a duel. The rules were simple. If I won, the White Cavalry would become my engineering team. If he won, he could pack up and head home. After hearing that, Blanc couldn't help but laugh. "It seems you have me all figured out. You knew I'd never agree to such an absurd request, so you went straight to challenging me to a duel. But you're wrong. As Her Majesty's sword, how could I possibly raise my weapon against civilians without an order?" However, I calmly replied, "No, you're the one who's wrong. I have been given command over the White Cavalry by the Queen, and that so-called duel invitation was an order." Hearing this, Blanc was furious. "If I directly ordered you to dig the ground, that would certainly hurt your knight's pride. But if we settle this through an honorable duel, that should align with your knight's code, right?" Blanc frowned. "Do you have a weapon?" I casually swung out a shovel. "This is my weapon." However, I was well aware that I had almost no chance of winning this. Even with a triple heart circle, facing someone who nearly defeated Javier, I was totally outmatched. But as always, I have a different powerful weapon, and that is his personality. At that moment, Blanc proposed to change the rules. "Since this is a duel between a knight and a commoner, why don't we change the format? If I flinch from one of your attacks, then you win." And this was exactly the line I'd been waiting for. Immediately after, I unleashed a triple core mana blast. Blanc was so shocked by the terrifying power that he dove to the ground on the spot. His eyes widened as he watched an entire hilltop get blown off, visibly shaking with fear. However, I also collapsed on the spot from mana exhaustion. Still, I let out an evil laugh, because those 500 White Cavalrymen have been transformed into the Frontera Barony's engineering team. This is the proud and honorable Royal White Cavalry. Whenever one of their members dies in battle, their blood-stained white lance is sent home to their family. And every time, the commander says, "Your husband died in battle for his country and for his people." This cavalry regiment and the kingdom of Magentano will forever remember his bravery. But when he looked upon the countless graves dotting the mountains, deep down, he had already understood one thing. What remains after death is not honor, but a hellish life left behind for the families. Today, they received a new mission: to stop a rampaging herd of mastodons from attacking the village. Blank's plan was to first move in sync with the mastodons' marching speed, then eliminate the lead mastodon. When the herd stops, they will quickly surround them and attack them from the outside, one layer at a time. He estimated there would be around 20 casualties in this operation. Suddenly, Blanc overheard a soldier say, "After this battle ends, I'm going to propose to my sweetheart back home." Another soldier quickly cut him off. "Don't say that. She might not get an engagement ring, but a white lance symbolizing honor instead." The commander couldn't bear to listen any longer and was just about to give the order when someone suddenly called out to him. It was the decorated knight Byron of this territory. The commander noticed he was lightly dressed and immediately questioned, "The battle's about to begin. Why aren't you wearing armor?" But Byron calmly replied, "Master Lloyd said I would not need any armor for this battle. Besides, I'm here as a translator." Byron pointed into the distance, his voice steady. "Do you see the young master standing on that white rock? He'll be sending us a signal any moment now." Soon after, a signal appeared in the distance, and Byron translated it slowly. "White Cavalry, move toward the southeastern edge of the village perimeter. Please move swiftly." After hearing this, the commander was instantly furious. "What are you talking about? Wouldn't that just open up a clear path for the mastodons?" However, the real strategy was, if they followed the order and moved southeast, realized the only thing left in front of the mastodons would be a dirt-made defensive wall. At that moment, another signal came in. "If you keep arguing, I'll report you to Her Majesty." The commander froze. Was this really not just random reckless command? However, to a soldier, orders outweigh everything. Even if he didn't understand it, he obeyed. Just then, the mastodon herd drew closer and closer to the village, and they received a second set of orders. "White cavalry, advance quickly. Make it messy. Put more force into it. Kick up dust. Make your spears clash louder." Even though the commander was strictly carrying out the plan, he still couldn't figure out what exactly this was all for. Suddenly, the mastodon herd looked toward the dirt wall ahead and saw their natural enemy, the megalania, appear on it. They immediately skidded to a halt, causing a ripple of chaos as the rear crashed into the front. Then, from the left came another wave of chaotic footsteps. The mastodons grew even more alert, mistaking it for more megalanias approaching. They immediately panicked, fleeing in a frenzy toward the right. The commander looked in that direction, and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered. Earlier, their cavalry unit had helped dig a long trench over there. At the time, he had wondered what it was for. Now, he finally understood. At this moment, the third battle order was issued. Wait until all the mastodons fall into the trench, then release the water. Hamong spewed out river water, instantly flooding the trench, sweeping the mastodon herd downstream. And since the downstream area was rich in resources, they had no reason to come back. Therefore, the entire operation was a perfect success. Soon after, the commander stared at the scene before him in shock. We actually won without even a fight, and not a single soldier was lost. For Blanc, this was an unimaginable shock. After all, in the past, every battle cost them at least 5 lives. He realized that, in this victory, his soldiers weren't weeping as they always did before. Instead, every face was lit up with smiles. At that moment, Blanc made a firm decision in his heart. He then approached me and solemnly said, "Today, you showed me what true victory looks like. I finally realized just how incompetent I've been as a commander." As soon as he finished speaking, the proud commander of the White Cavalry, Blanc, actually dropped to one knee with a respectful expression. "Please allow me to follow you and learn once more from your unparalleled wisdom." Immediately after, all those who once questioned, "Why should honorable cavalry be digging dirt?" also dropped to one knee in unison. I smiled and said to Blanc, "Actually, after this operation, I was planning to throw myself at your feet and beg you to stay, because the upcoming plans are all built around the White Cavalry. Due to the effects of the monster domino phenomenon, we can't possibly devise a new strategy for every single wave of monster. So, the monster domino crisis response strategy meeting officially begins." I asked the Baron, "Do you remember that, at the bottom of Lake Kapua, the legendary beast, King Storma, is said to slumber?" The Baron immediately replied, "Of course I remember." Then, I told him that the plan this time is to awaken it. After hearing this, the Baron fell silent for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "I object." The Baroness immediately stepped forward as well, her stance firm. "I strongly object too." However, Blanc agreed without hesitation, and Javier casually added, "I agree too. Either way, we will not win this argument." I couldn't help but comment, "Javier, you really gotten a lot smarter." Then I suddenly stood up and solemnly announced, "By democratic vote, 3-2, we'll now proceed with the plan. Begin construction." Soon after, the White Cavalry, in perfect unison, all swapped their weapons for shovels. Javier asked in confusion, "Young master, is your plan to awaken King Storma and control it?" I replied speechlessly, "I'm not a mage. How could that possibly work?" In truth, I had already researched the legends and habits of King Storma. Although it's a colossal magical beast as massive as a mountain, there has never been a single incident of King Storma attacking humans. Moreover, the records state that the lake is its nest. Whenever the nest is damaged, it will emerge in a rage and repair it itself. So, our plan this time is to damage part of Lake Kapua, and to continue damaging it every morning and evening. That way, King Storma will keep coming out to repair its nest and roar in anger on sight. When the incoming monster hordes witness this scene, they'll be terrified and won't dare approach again. I call this Operation Guard Dog. Javier's expression became a bit complicated after hearing that. Isn't this basically harassing a sleeping beast nonstop? Only a devil could come up with a plan like this. Then Javier asked, "What if those records are wrong? What if that beast actually attacks us?" I spoke with a matter-of-fact expression. "Aren't you a knight? Of course it'll be your job to deal with it. Also, from now on, the one going to the lakeside to roar every morning and evening will be you. That way, the Operation Guard Dog can still be carried out." Javier was speechless. So does he think I'm a dog? Upon arriving at Lake Kapua, I immediately began surveying the terrain, then activated simulation mode to begin calculations. The objective was to damage the lake dam without causing a flood. Javier and Blanc looked at me as they watched me scribbling nonsense in the air. Javier whispered to Blanc, "Don't be weirded out. I know it looks crazy, but just ignore it." However, in Blanc's eyes, not only did I possess exceptional wisdom, but I even concealed a side of madness. He exclaimed, "Truly a wild genius." Javier was left completely speechless. However, what no one knew at that moment was, at the bottom of the lake, King Storma was already prepared, vowing not to spare anyone who dared to destroy its nest. Soon after, I started brainwashing the White Cavalry. Our mission today is to awaken an ancient magical beast. This is something no one else can do. Only all of you are capable of accomplishing this. Who are the ones who can dig through mountains with extraordinary strength? Instantly, the soldiers holding shovels became fired up and shouted, "The white cavalry." I continued asking, "When the magical beast threatens us, who will use shovels to subdue it?" Once again, a thunderous roar erupted. "The white cavalry. Everyone, do you believe in the power of the shovel?" Tears welled up in every eye as they shouted in unison, "We believe." Then, they raised their shovels high, advancing while chanting excitedly, "The shovel conquers all." Seeing this, Javier felt sorry for the white cavalry. Immediately after, through the use of meticulous simulations, we modified the terrain so the lake banks would crack without causing a flood. As time passed, the preparations to awaken the ancient magical beast were fully completed. Everyone was eagerly waiting to witness the legendary magical beast in person. Finally, Javier slashed open the riverbank with his mana blast. The lake, which had been as calm as a mirror, suddenly began to churn. Moments after, in the center of the lake, a massive figure suddenly burst out from the water. Seeing this, I was completely stunned. However, when I got a clear look at that creature's appearance, I was speechless. Everyone's first reaction to this so-called ancient magical beast was, "Isn't this a little too cute?" Just then, I suddenly realized something strange. I seemed to understand what it said when it first appeared, just like how I can understand Padang, Bangul, and Hamon. I thought to myself, could it be a summon? Although I wasn't sure if it really was one thing was certain: its true form was a beaver. For a beaver, repairing its self-made dams is the most important task, so it probably wouldn't attack us unprovoked. But suddenly, King Storma turned and looked in our direction. Then, it started muttering and cursing under its breath. Although no one else could understand it, I could hear everything clearly. "I smell iron. You don't actually think that hiding will keep me from finding you, do you? So, you're trying to achieve something by destroying my dam. But you really thought I'd just go back to sleep once I fix it? Wanna bet I'll make sure you never pull another trick again?" The more I listened, the more terrified I became. I didn't expect this guy to be so smart. Looks like I was completely wrong before. At that moment, Blanc crawled over, speaking firmly. "What should we do now? Just give the order, and the entire white cavalry will act immediately." But right now, I had no idea what to do next. Suddenly, the furious King Storma raised its massive claw and violently stirred up the entire river. The raging flood instantly swept through everything, engulfing all of us. In that moment, Javier sensed danger and leapt out of the water. Then, he quickly charged up and launched his skill, Mana Blast. However, King Storma swatted the attack away effortlessly with just a single swipe. Seeing that Mana Blast was ineffective, Javier immediately summoned an aura sword. Looks like there's no other choice. I'll have to eliminate it. Just as Javier was about to strike with full force, I quickly shouted to stop him. "Wait, I have an idea. Hold it off for now. Just buy me some time." I thought to myself, if this guy really is a summon, then this method will definitely work. Understanding his current role, Javier immediately pulled back his aura sword. Using the recoil from Mana Blast, he kept moving rapidly in front of King Storma to draw its attention. Meanwhile, I quietly snuck around behind it. But suddenly, as if sensing something, King Storma sharply turned its head. I instantly reacted and dove into the river to hide. Looks like this guy has incredible perception. Getting close to it won't be easy at all. Javier tried every trick he could to keep its focus, from Mana Blasts to aura sword strikes, but these superficial attacks weren't enough to truly alarm King Storma. At this moment, Javier was frustrated. If I attack with full force, it might actually get hurt, but the young master can't stay underwater much longer. What should I do? Suddenly, Javier raised its head and let out a loud roar toward the sky. By beyond. Hearing this, everyone was confused, and even King Storma was left speechless. It turns out that in King Storma's language, Javier's by beyond actually meant mom. "I'm not your mom. Besides, I'm a male." Javier realized it worked. He got excited and started shouting non-stop, "By beyond, by beyond, by beyond, beyond." King Storma's face darkened, confused. "Are you saying I look like a squid? What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" Javier went full nonsense mode. "By beyond, beyond." That one sentence really pissed King Storma off, because it means you're ugly. Meanwhile, I had quietly made my way to the top of its head. King Storma sensed danger and immediately tried to grab me, but it suddenly realized that its arms were too short to reach me. Instantly, I leapt up and casually tossed a blue seed at King Storma. The seed traced a perfect arc and landed right in its mouth. The blue seed causes a summon to shrink. If this thing really is a summon, then it should shrink down. Sure enough, King Storma's body began to shrink rapidly, and eventually, it turned into a tiny beaver. I stepped forward and scooped it up in my arms. "Gotcha, little guy." But even in its tiny form, King Storma was still furious. With a smack, it slapped me hard across the face with its tail. While I was stunned, it twisted free, bounced several times, and vanished in a flash. I immediately gave the order, "Padang, Hamon, Bangul, catch it." Padang was the first to appear, blocking King Storma's escape route. However, King Storma didn't say a word and threw a punch right away. Padang got furious. It wiped its cheek and stood silent for a second, then unleashed a serious punch on King Storma. In an instant, the two were tangled in a furious brawl. Seeing this, I was completely speechless. No one was landing the fatal hit in their fight. At that moment, Hamon dropped in from the sky, trying to grab King Storma. But King Storma was quick. One smooth back jump dodged the grab and made Hamon crash right into Padang. Just as King Storma was about to make its escape, I charged in with Bangul Bangul making a shining entrance. Bangul leapt from my shoulder, ready to intercept King Storma. But then, something no one expected happened. King Storma, a beast born in this land for reasons unbeknownst to even himself, spent 500 years simply breathing and sleeping. For the first time in his life, he witnessed the light. At that moment, everything fell completely silent. I looked at King Storma's dazed expression, completely speechless. "So, Mr. Storma, are you finally willing to have a chat with me now?" King Storma slowly stood up, dramatically flipping what he believed was a stylish fringe, and said arrogantly, "Since you're begging me so sincerely, I suppose I'll graciously grant you a chat. After all, I am a gentleman." Hearing this, I lit up inside. Legendary beast King Storma, successfully captured. Back at the territory, King Storma asked seriously, "Alright, tell me, what exactly do you want me to do?" I calmly replied, "Simple. Just roar on the lake once in the morning and once at night to scare off the beast hordes." King Storma scoffed dismissively. "You humans really don't understand the basics of negotiation, do you? If you're making demands, shouldn't you first explain what kind of benefits you're offering me?" "Oh no, what should I do? To be honest, I don't have anything to offer you," but I immediately said with a straight face, "But if you do this, you'll be bringing happiness to everyone here. Isn't that right, Bangul?" Bangul gave a sweet smile and nodded right away. Yes. King Storma was instantly captivated by that adorable smile, and agreed without hesitation. I thought to myself, this guy is totally a slave to love. A love-struck fool like him is bound to end up wrapped around my finger, especially since Bangul isn't even interested in him. I'll give you a glorious nickname. From now on, you are the eternal simp King Storma. Get ready to be used for life, you big single beaver. Suddenly, I froze. Wait a second, I am also single. The next second, I couldn't help but step forward and lift King Storma up. Then tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. King Storma was dumbfounded by this gesture, but soon, it felt a warmth it had never known before. In that instant, as it shed the tears of a lifelong single, King Storma and I exchanged our truest feelings. "From today on, can I call you by Biam?" King Storma replied with a grumble, "Do as you please." Suddenly, the door was flung open, and someone rushed in anxiously. I looked up and saw that it was Officer Greg. "Weren't you sent to the Sand and Steel tribe? How did you get back so quickly?" Officer Greg reported with a grave expression. "On our way to the Sand and Steel tribe, we ran into their warriors heading here. Their tribe was attacked by a swarm of megalania and is requesting reinforcements. At this moment, the Sand and Steel tribe's third line of defense has already been breached. Faced with the sudden beast horde, even the mighty orcs are on the verge of collapse." Upon hearing the situation, I immediately gave the order, "Quick, notify Commander Blanc. Have all white cavalry assemble at the village entrance immediately." However, Officer Greg said grimly, "Even if we rush there at full speed, we might not make it in time." Without hesitation, I showed King Storma and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Soon after, I called Javier, and the two of us rushed to the village entrance. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Javier looked confused. "Young master, what are you talking about? What opportunity?" "An opportunity to flip over the monster domino effect." After saying that, I fed Bibian a red seed. "You damn beast horde, now it's our turn to strike back." The now giant Bibian leaped from above the village and charged toward the battlefield. "Go, Bibian! It's time to show your charm and win the heart of that one you love." Fueled by love, Bibian bounded across the land with astonishing speed and power, covering vast distances in just a few jumps, as he carried the entire white cavalry to the Sand and Steel tribe's territory. In an instant, Bibian descended from the sky, glaring fiercely at the swarm of megalania below. Before him, these monsters looked as tiny as ants. At that moment, I stood atop Bibian's head, overlooking the battlefield, and loudly declared, "Use your eyes and look closely, then carve this into your memory. Even if you flee west, there will be no food for you, because you are the feast now." Hearing this, the swarm of megalania froze instantly. They were so terrified by Bibian's devilish face that they didn't dare move. However, in order to show off his muscular form in front of Bangul, Bibian casually swung a paw and sent the entire group megalania flying. After shrinking back down, Bibian secretly glanced over his shoulder at Bangul, and he saw her happily wagging her little tail with a jingle-jangle sound. Bibian's chubby face instantly turned red, and his heart began to thump wildly. He was completely smitten now. At that moment, Blanc walked over and thanked me. "Thank you for calling us here, but it seems like we're not needed this time." However, how could I waste such valuable manpower? So, I told Blanc that they still have another important task to handle. Suddenly, the chief of the Sand and Steel tribe, Akush, walked over. He stood before everyone, bowed deeply, and said firmly, "From this day forward, the Sand and Steel tribe and the Frontera family are no longer bound by a mere blood pact. You have saved us twice, and because of that, we of the Sand and Steel tribe swear eternal loyalty to the Frontera family." Well then, thank you all so much. This time, I brought the white cavalry here to carry out the third plan, helping the Sand and Steel tribe relocate to a new home. Previously, in order to achieve a certain goal, the Asfahan kingdom set a massive fire in the reed marshes, triggering a great migration of jungle monsters. However, at this very moment, those monsters had suddenly stopped moving westward. It turns out that a group of intelligent tribal monsters had witnessed a terrifying scene. 3 megalania, top predators in the food chain, were tossed like paper balls and sent flying right before their eyes. This sighting event quickly spread far and wide. Rumor has it, deep in the western jungle, there is a colossal beast the size of a mountain. Its tail is like a storm bearing divine punishment, capable of stirring massive typhoons. Its pitch-black pupils resemble an abyss, sending chills down one's spine, and its two razor-sharp front teeth look like they could crush all living things in existence. Even more terrifying, atop the head of the beast stands a mysterious controller. If you make eye contact with the demon controlling the monster, you can even feel a gaze straight from hell. This rumor is absolutely absurd. A cute little beaver, somehow described as such a terrifying creature. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Asfahan, a soldier rushed into the palace to report, "Your Majesty, please hear me out. The Sand and Steel tribe, who had been expanding their influence and threatening us, has abandoned their settlement and relocated to the forests of the kingdom of Magentano, just as we planned." The king of Asfahan nodded slightly and was about to dismiss him, but the soldier suddenly continued, "However, another problem has occurred. It's the monster migration. It seems there's some presence in the west that's instilled them with immense fear, so they've all run back. Right now, the monsters are ferociously attacking the border walls of our kingdom." The king of Asfahan's expression changed, his face full of confusion. Could this be Queen Magentano's scheme? But a monster migration of this scale can't possibly be redirected by human hands, unless there really is a demon in the west. As for me, I had no idea any of this was happening, nor did I care at all. After all, today, I finally helped the territory pay off all its debts. This is the receipt for clearing the debt. Please sign it. I even added interest to the checks I gave you too. Every coin accounted for. What are you guys doing? Sign it quickly and get lost. The Baron and his wife were still in disbelief. "Lloyd, you really paid off all that debt?" I casually waved the paid-in-full receipt in front of their eyes. "Shall we frame this up?" Suddenly, the Baron stepped forward and hugged me tightly. "It was foolish of me as your father. It was clearly my own mistake, yet I made you fight so hard to fix it. I honestly don't know if I even deserve to be called your father." I paused for a second, then asked seriously, "Baron, do you love your son?" The Baron answered without hesitation, "Of course. I've always loved you deeply." I paused briefly and said calmly, "Then isn't that already enough to be a father?" After saying goodbye to the Baron and his wife, I had just stepped out the door when I ran into Javier. He walked up quickly and reported to me, "Master Lloyd, the Sand and Steel tribe has completed their relocation to the eastern mountains." I replied calmly, "Great job. You should take a break." At this moment, I had clearly resolved all the problems. Logically, I should be happily dancing in place. But why is my heart so quiet? Lying on the bed, I recalled the scene of the Baron crying earlier. Suddenly, I thought of my father from my previous life. "It's because your dad is uneducated and ignorant that you had to live such a hard life. I'm sorry." In an instant, tears began to fall uncontrollably. "Father, I managed to take care of all the problems here. I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything to help you." Standing outside, Javier listened to everything. "Today, please cry as much as you want. You've more than earned the right to do so." A few days later, I was still being welcomed with cheers for finally clearing my territory's debts and bringing happiness to the people. "Master Lloyd, look this way." Some even defied all reason and shouted, "Master Lloyd, please scold me." However, a sudden emergency message shattered it all. Byron came running in, flustered, and reported, "Master Lloyd, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" "A large group of people has arrived from the southern border of our territory." Seeing the panic on his face, I couldn't help but wonder, could it be an enemy? However, when I personally arrived at the scene, what I saw was a long line of refugees. The man at the front stepped forward and said, "We are residents from the southern Certino barony. I am the village chief of Sorty Village, Nicholas. Not long ago, the village chief was still my father. When the disaster struck, he told us to flee quickly, but stayed behind with the Lord to defend the territory. In the end, they both, unfortunately, perished." I interrupted and asked, "Wait a minute, don't tell me your territory was also attacked by monsters?" Nicholas affirmed, his expression filled with sorrow. "That's right, a swarm of monsters that looked like beetles suddenly appeared. Each one was 2 meters long, and there were hundreds of them." After hearing this, I began to analyze the situation. This must be a result of the monster domino effect, but I didn't expect its influence to have already spread this far. Given the current situation, all the territories adjacent to the wildlands have been affected. The only ones untouched might be this place in the Lacona territory. After all, in a normal territory, there's no way huge summons would exist, let alone have a sword master standing guard. To the far north is the sea. The end of the south borders would be a different country, and the western Cremo is too far. There's no way refugees could flee that far. So the final destination for all the refugees will inevitably be in the center. But just how many refugees will pour in? Could it be thousands? Or even tens of thousands? Suddenly, Nicholas and all the refugees knelt down in unison. "Please, we beg you, save us, even if it's just a piece of bread for the children." Seeing this, Javier grew visibly anxious. "Young master, all the refugees will likely flock to our territory. Do you have any way to take them in?" At that moment, I showed my signature smile, because I was genuinely happy. Javier looked even more confused, staring at me with doubt. "In this situation, what exactly makes you so happy?" I replied casually, "Use your brain, Javier. With so many refugees joining our territory, just imagine how much tax revenue that could bring us." Javier froze, then immediately grew furious. "Do you see these poor people as nothing more than tax income?" I ignored him and gave an order to Bayern directly. Reassign part of the engineering core to the cooking unit and prepare meals immediately. At that moment, the refugees all showed grateful expressions and thanked us in unison. At the same time, I headed to the Baron's manor to report the situation. Meanwhile, Bayern quietly advised, Javier, don't get so worked up. The young master may be good at reading others' hearts, but he doesn't truly understand himself, so maybe wait and observe a little longer before judging him. Javier fell silent. He actually understood that, but he still felt the young master's words earlier were too harsh. At this moment, I had already reported the situation to the Baron. The Baron frowned deeply, looking troubled. Right now, our territory doesn't have the funds to take in so many refugees, though I really want to shelter these poor people. Even if we accept them now, with our current food reserves, it'll only sustain them for a few more days. Suddenly, I gave a faint smile and spoke up. There's no need to worry. Our food supplies are still holding up. Thanks to the time we wiped out the swarm of locusts, we still have tons of their corpses stored in the warehouse. The Baron looked visibly concerned. No matter how tight the food situation is, we can't really have people eat locusts, can we? Suddenly, he caught sight of his wife already eating them. The fierce Baroness, munching on a locust, calmly commented, the taste is kind of like shrimp. I saw those orc warriors enjoying them earlier, so it should be fine, though it does have a bit of a fishy smell. We'll need to figure out how to deal with that. After speaking, she turned directly to me and seriously asked, can you appoint me as the head of the cooking unit? And that's exactly why I brought Mom, because of her cooking skills. Now that the food issue is solved, the next step is resettling the refugees. Blanc, get the materials transported here immediately. We still need a huge amount of building materials over here. Suddenly, from the north, another group of about 100 refugees arrived. I was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim, this is happening even faster than I expected. Looks like we'll have to speed things up. Pardon, we've got to move quickly, otherwise, these people will freeze to death. On the other side, Bayern began directing the construction teams and coordinating the personnel. Heating system production team, start working immediately. Cement team, operate in shifts and cooperate with Bangul to collect volcanic ash. Immediately after, Bangul used volcanic blast to frantically gather volcanic ash. Meanwhile, the Baroness organized the cooking squad to process the locusts. Everyone, from this moment on, we're going to turn these locusts into highly nutritious dishes. Everyone was stunned. My lady, if I may be blunt, these locusts have a really strong stench. How are we supposed to deal with that? The Baroness closed her eyes and smiled faintly. Long ago, a foreign girl who was a chef for the dragon race wrote a legendary cookbook, and the secret to removing the odor lies in this very book. I became the Dragon King chef. Hearing this, everyone was left speechless in astonishment. After all, it was a legendary recipe book, and they had heard that by using the methods in that book, you could create unparalleled delicacies with the simplest ingredients. At that moment, I looked down and saw more and more refugees pouring in, and I couldn't help but think to myself, no matter how you look at it, this space just isn't enough. Could it be that we'll have to expand the base toward the eastern mountains? But even so, it still doesn't seem like it'll be enough. Although we can hold out in the short term, in the long run, this is unsustainable. The more I thought about it, the more irritated I felt. Suddenly, I noticed a small child curled up in his mother's arms, crying and begging to go home. The mother gently patted his back and comforted him softly. Rudy, we don't have a home anymore. We're already incredibly lucky that someone kind is willing to take us in. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but recall my parents from my previous life. I remembered the look of pure happiness on their faces when we first moved into our new home. Even though it was just a shabby little apartment on the outskirts of the city, that place carried the happiest memories of my life. I crouched down and softly said, don't worry, little one, you will have a new home. Because I'm here. Javier stood behind, watching it all unfold with a relieved smile. I turned around and said to Javier with a firm tone, Javier, from this moment on, we're going to begin an unprecedented construction. Javier was slightly stunned, then asked, young master, have you already come up with a plan to accommodate everyone? I smiled confidently. Not only will we house all the refugees, we'll even have rooms left over, because we're going to build apartments. Apartment housing is the most common residential type in the modern world. It not only provides a large amount of living space, but also saves a lot of land area. Moreover, this kind of dense housing can significantly boost the efficiency of territorial administration. It's killing multiple birds with one stone. Most importantly, this way, not only can I expand tax revenue from them, I can also collect rent. By then, all their hard work will basically be for me. Once this project is done, I'm going to eat, drink, and enjoy life. At that point, I'll fulfill humanity's ultimate dream, achieve financial freedom, and become a jobless loafer. At that thought, I couldn't help but show that capitalist-like smile again. Then, I immediately gathered everyone for a meeting. From now on, I will be presenting a briefing on the honey apartment construction plan of the Frontera territory. Please read the distributed materials carefully. At this moment, Javier raised his hand to voice an objection. Young master, I believe the name of this construction completely reveals your selfish intent. I interrupted him at once. Please don't talk unnecessarily in the middle of the meeting. Javier frowned. This isn't unnecessary. I'm giving constructive feedback on the project. Please obtain speaking permission before opening your mouth. Why do you always try to delay the pace of the meeting? Sir Bayern, why do you look so pale? It turns out Bayern had been working non-stop stop for days, without even a full day of rest. Each night, he was haunted by the same recurring nightmare of being enslaved by a demon for life. Relax. Such things won't happen. Please look at the first document. This is an ancient Eastern architectural structure called the Tulu. Every household will only have simplified bedrooms and living rooms, while the dining hall, toilets, and water wells will all be located in the central plaza. However, I plan to modify this design into a square layout, because compared to a circular shape, this structure is faster to build, and once the iron gate leading to the plaza is shut, it will instantly become a fortress that's easy to defend and hard to breach. At this moment, Blanc was already in tears, full of admiration. Alright, everyone may now ask questions. Javier spoke up again. Young master, with the current finances of our territory, we can barely afford materials for tents. I immediately countered. So just because there's not enough money, you plan to turn a blind eye to the livelihood of our people? Javier looked conflicted and replied in a low voice. Young master, that's not what I meant. At this point, the Baron also spoke up, his tone full of concern. But we really do have to consider whether the funds can keep up. I replied with utmost respect. You have precisely identified the key issue. I truly admire your insight. Javier looked utterly confused. So it's favoritism now? Everyone, we still have enough funds for underfloor heating, tents, and a steady food supply. But for the honey apartment construction plan, there's no extra budget left. So, we need to raise funds. Just like that, I dragged Javier along to raise money. I grinned at him and said, hey, you're not still upset about earlier, are you? You're a knight, and you're throwing a tantrum? Have you ever heard the story of a territory knight refusing to make eye contact with the young baron just because he's sulking? However, Javier remained silent. I suddenly stopped smiling and said slowly, actually, I'm scared. I'm scared I won't be able to finish this huge project. What if the buildings collapse in the end and can't fit everyone? But since I've already started this, then I'm the one responsible, and a person in charge must never show any hesitation or weakness. To earn everyone's absolute trust, I have no choice but to act this way. But the only person whom I don't have to act tough in front of is you. Javier was stunned, but suddenly, he said angrily, does that make me your emotional trash bin? I turned my head and smirked mischievously. That expression might as well have had the words exactly written on it. Javier, pushed to his limit, roared internally, I swear I'll charge over and punch him right now. But in reality, he silently endured it, while I hummed a tune and led him to our fundraising destination, the Lacona Viscount's territory. As soon as we stepped inside, we ran into his son, the blonde brat. The moment he saw me, his face turned pale like he'd seen a ghost. After all, last time, he nearly got beaten to death by me. I smiled and cheerfully greeted him. Yo, you little punk, it's nice to see you. What's with the scream just now? So, did you get kicked out of school? Don't look so scared. This time, I'm here to help you get back into school, but that'll depend on how your father behaves later. When Viscount Lacona saw me, he immediately broke out in cold sweat. You're increasing the price of the water? I raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Was what I said that hard to understand? I said, pay more for the water. Lacona's heart jolted, instantly on guard. This guy is seriously ruthless. He recalled how this man had already taken a large portion of his water revenue, caused his son's expulsion from school, and now returned, planning to raise the water fee. Suddenly, Lacona actually let out a chuckle. I guess you don't know how things work because you're still young. This contract states that the price is fixed. I sighed, then pulled out a magnifying glass and beckoned him over. Viscount, please take a closer look. There's a small clause written here. The water's price stated above is subject to change, depending on how the supplier feels. The next second, Lacona suddenly grabbed me by the collar and roared, you scammer. I calmly said, oh dear, Viscount, why are you so aggressive? Please calm down. After all, we are neighbors, aren't we? How could I just randomly raise your water fee? I'm doing this to bring you a tremendous benefit. This is an exchange of interests. First of all, due to the monster domino effect, all 17 surrounding territories have been destroyed. As a result, all the refugees have flocked to our side. But what about you, Viscount? You refuse to take in a single refugee. I can pretend I don't know about that, but if Her Majesty the Queen finds out, she'll definitely be very disappointed, don't you think? Lacona broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, what kind of benefit is that? That's clearly a veiled threat. He's just giving me a way out to survive. I smiled as I spoke sincerely, Viscount, you've misunderstood. I'm genuinely doing this for your own good. If I submit a petition to Her Majesty, perhaps your son might even be allowed to return to the academy. Lacona's heart sank. He knew he had no other options left. He gritted his teeth and slowly asked, how much do you want? Oh dear, Viscount, what are you saying? Saying it like that could really cause misunderstandings. I'm not some thug here to rob you of your money. Just give me however much you feel is right. Just a teensy bit more. As long as it doesn't hurt our friendship, that's all that matters. At that moment, Lacona truly wanted to smash my head into a wall. He wanted to shout, just tell me how much you want, you devil, but he held it in. Standing behind me, Javier watched the whole exchange and thought, this guy really is a bastard. I suddenly added, Viscount, you really don't have to feel too much pressure. Just tell me, what percentage increase can you offer? In an instant, the atmosphere around us became deathly quiet. So quiet that even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard clearly. Finally, Lacona took a deep breath and slowly uttered two words, 20%. The moment he saw my expression turn drastically sour, he panicked and quickly corrected himself. Wait, I misspoke just now. It's It's 30%. However, my expression became even more abstract than before. Lacona was completely rattled, not even daring to breathe loudly. He sneaked a glance at Javier, only to see him raise 5 fingers. Lacona's eyes lit up immediately and he quickly changed his answer. Alright, I'll raise it by 50%. But the look on my face turned even more dreadful than before. Lacona was on the verge of a breakdown and cast a pleading glance toward Javier. What's going on? Isn't 50% enough? Wasn't that what you were hinting at with the 5 fingers? Yet Javier, seemingly understanding his plea, simply closed his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and slowly shook his head. Javier held up another 5 gesture, then slowly uttered 2 words, 5 times. Lacona sprang to his feet and roared, "That's daylight robbery. 5 times is absolutely outrageous." Hearing this, I immediately put on a sincere expression and quickly said, "Hey, Viscount, why would you think it's 5 times? Actually, 4 times will do." The moment Lacona heard that, he instantly relaxed, joy lighting up his face. Really? And just like that, a new water fee contract was born. At first, Lacona was even smiling, thinking he'd actually scored a deal. But when he finally realized what had happened, he wished he could slam his head into a wall on the spot. After leaving Lacona's territory, I looked back at Javier and asked, "Javier, what's with that expression?" Javier frowned, his tone conflicted as he said, "I feel like I've become a blackmailer." I gave him a sly grin and said to him, "You've got it all wrong. You shouldn't feel as if you're a blackmailer. You've already become one. You helped me, didn't you? You're an accomplice, right? You're definitely a blackmailer." As the days went by, in order to quickly complete an apartment complex that could house over 10,000 people, I worked on design plans day and night. Even when I was so exhausted my nose started bleeding, I never stopped. However, this kind of overexertion always has a limit. Finally, when I heard there's only enough money left to pay the staff for 4 more months, I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the spot. Before losing consciousness, I asked Javier to deliver a letter to the Queen of the Kingdom. "Your Majesty, please sentence this foolish and incompetent subject to death by 1,000 cuts." The Queen frowned, her face full of confusion. Why the sudden dramatics? That cunning guy must be scheming something again. Javier continued reading the letter aloud. "Thanks to your Majesty's great foresight and the wise orders you gave, I was able to rush back to the territory, gasping for breath, and do my best to protect our home. Unfortunately, people from 17 territories still lost their homes, and they all poured into the Frontera territory. In accordance with the great mindset of our great queen, who sympathizes with the commoners, I, as a loyal subject of the great queen, thought that it would be right for me to take in and look after the pitiful commoners of our great kingdom. Thus, I took it upon myself to act in accordance with your great will, and I would like to look after our great queen's commoners." Javier paused silently for a moment, unable to resist thinking to himself, "Great is being used a bit too much here." The queen listened, the corner of her mouth twitching. Is this guy trying to mock me? However, Javier hadn't finished yet. He pressed on and continued reading. "But all of this is hindered by one thing, money. Although I wasn't present, the overflowing emotion in the letter made it feel as if I were actually kneeling before the queen in tears." The queen was completely speechless, thinking, "This guy is absolutely shameless." Then again, I figured he'd pull something like this. In fact, I had already planned to send aid funds and supplies to the Frontera territory. However, in the next moment, Javier continued, "The funding shortfall I face is 3 times what your Majesty might have imagined." The queen froze in disbelief. 3 times? Is he insane? I am most certainly not insane. The letter's content somehow anticipated the queen's thoughts and had already responded in advance. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she had made up her mind. "I'll definitely use the aura flick on him the next time I see him. Your Majesty, I am currently planning to construct an unprecedented multi-story residential complex in the Kingdom of Magenta. This is not just about building temporary shelters for them to eat and sleep. It's about providing them with long-term, stable housing and helping them become independent and self-reliant. I know that's what our great queen would want as well, but I don't have enough money." The queen finally couldn't take it anymore and cut Javier off. "Stop, don't read anymore. I already understand what he's trying to say." She let out a sigh and said, "Tell Lloyd Frontera this. Even as queen, I can't just freely move such large amounts of funds. It must first be evaluated by the financial experts and then be approved by the stubborn council of elders. Only then can such a large sum of money be mobilized. It won't do Lloyd Frontera any good to bother me any more than this." Suddenly, Javier put down the letter and pulled another one from his chest. "Your Majesty, the building plan in this project, even if used as a fortress, would be flawless. If the monster domino effect strikes again in the future, or if enemies from the east invade, this city will become an invincible shield, continuously safeguarding peace and stability for the kingdom. I believe that once this fortress city is completed, and if we can even reclaim our eastern territories during an enemy invasion, then everyone who supported this plan will definitely in a much better position within the kingdom." These words finally struck a chord with the queen. She thought to herself, building a fortress city really is a brilliant idea. It could even evolve into a commercial hub, like Cremo. Moreover, once the ministers who support this plan secure their positions, their loyalty to me will grow stronger as well. That way, it can further strengthen the royal authority. Compared to the cost of this investment, the benefits are indeed substantial. Just as the queen was deep in thought, Javier suddenly spoke. That's right. The queen froze, then looked down at Javier and asked, "What are you doing?" "I don't know either." The letter said to shout "that's right" in 5 seconds. In the end, the queen said, "Javier Azrahan, the money will be provided. Please wait. I'll persuade the rest." However, Javier suddenly spoke again. "If we could also have the dwarf master craftsman, Corgidus, join us, that would be perfect." The queen exclaimed in exasperation, "All right, I get it already. Stop it." As time went by, the day to pay the salaries drew nearer and nearer. At this moment, I felt like my days were numbered. It's coming, isn't it? The day we have to pay salaries? Just thinking about the money in my pocket shrinking to zero, I immediately started coughing uncontrollably. "Master Lloyd, we can delay the payment a little. I'm sure all of them will understand." Hearing this, I immediately shouted, "That mustn't happen. They worked so hard while looking forward to payday. How can we delay that? I would rather die than do that." Having said that, I slowly closed my eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. "Master Lloyd." Suddenly, the door was flung open. Javier strode in and pulled out a thick stack of checks and said, "Young master, I got the money. Stop pretending and get out of bed." Instantly, I rose to my feet, full of energy. "Hey, let's go dig some land." Upon arriving at the construction site of the Honey apartment complex, I immediately activated the simulation mode granted by the system to begin testing. First, I tested how a landslide would damage the building. I stared at the simulation, watching the oncoming landslide crash down. As the test ended, the dust slowly settled, and the latest design plan had actually withstood the landslide perfectly. Next up, testing against a typhoon. With fierce winds howling, the entire scene felt like the end of the world. However, the buildings remained completely unmoved. Now, only one final test remained. Can these buildings withstand a meteor strike? As the meteor fell, the entire planet was destroyed, let alone the buildings. But I still burst into excited laughter. "This is just too awesome." Javier stood nearby, witnessing the whole scene. He looked at me with the kind of gaze reserved for watching the mentally challenged. "What's with that look? Why are you looking at me like that?" Javier replied calmly, "Sorry, young master. I definitely did not think that you were a crazy bastard." Suddenly, someone ran in to report, "Corgidus and his 30 dwarf craftsmen have just arrived in the territory." Hearing this, I exclaimed, "Nice timing." There was a reason for bringing in the dwarven craftsmen. After all, the durability of the apartment complex would ultimately depend on the quality of the cement. This wasn't like building a road or a simple suspension bridge. The apartment complex's structure was both complex and compact, so relying on ordinary cement alone wouldn't make the buildings strong enough. Right now, the most important thing was a concrete mixer. It wouldn't just prevent the cement from hardening too early, but also ensure that all components stayed evenly mixed at all times. This is the core piece of equipment for the entire apartment project. Corgidus crossed his arms and snapped irritably, "You rude brat. Aren't you even going to offer a drink to a guest who traveled so far before putting him to work?" But I already understood Corgidus well, so I smiled calmly. "I did ponder over how I should welcome you. I thought long and hard about it, and came to the conclusion that the best welcome for you would be a blueprint that you've never seen before." Hearing this, Corgidus suddenly grew intrigued and snatched the blueprint from my hands. "You've prepared a proper workplace, right?" With that, the long-awaited project was about to begin. Step 1. Build a concrete mixer. To keep things efficient, I had Podong running for kinetic energy, while the orc warriors took care of bending rebar by hand for processing. In addition, I even used a bit of a honey trap to get a giant magical beast to willingly help me transport massive amounts of materials. Once everything was ready, I solemnly instructed Byron, "The cement pouring process must be strictly followed. Absolutely no sloppy dumping. At every point where the rebar crosses, it must be sealed. No air pockets allowed." After personally demonstrating every step, I finally felt confident enough to hand full control of the construction site to Byron, because next, I had to tackle the problem of apartment heating and insulation. The heating system for the Honey apartment complex relied on coal-powered steam engines. A central boiler room heated water, sending steam through pipes across the entire building, where it connected to radiators in each room to complete the heating cycle. However, the biggest current issue was, the higher the floor, the more heat loss occurs, and the 8th floor has almost zero heating. Even though I had already tested all the insulation materials I had access to, every single one of them failed. So, I stayed up all night researching, trying to think, is there a better insulating material? To find inspiration, I began recalling novel plots, hoping to find something that might help. Suddenly, while using the process of elimination on paper to filter materials, I suddenly had a realization. That's it. This is the one. In the novel, during the chapter where Javier fought the dragon, even though Javier was already a sword master at the time, he still couldn't defeat the mighty dragon. But what shocked everyone most was, even though Javier was hit directly by the dragon's breath, he was completely unharmed. It was all thanks to his armor, forged from the hardened sap of the legendary Alencia tree, the strongest heat-insulating material in this world. Javier, walking behind me, frowned and asked in confusion, "Young master, we've already been traveling for 2 days. Where exactly are we going to get this insulation material?" I replied casually, "We're heading to the Everglow forest, where the elves live, and there, we'll get the sap of the Alencia tree." As soon as I finished speaking, Javier turned around and walked off. I was stunned and immediately shouted, "Hey, you little brat, where are you going?" The elven tribe despises eyes as humans, and Javier believed the elves would never be willing to talk to us. However, in the original novel's plot, Javier actually had a flirtatious relationship with an elf. He even received armor as a gift from one of them. So, I said to him, then go ahead and leave me here alone, Sir Escort Knight. In the end, Javier gave in, turned around, and reluctantly followed. Young master, how exactly do you plan to convince them? After all, humans and the elves haven't had any contact for 500 years. I looked at him, puzzled. Convince? Why would I need to convince them? You've completely misunderstood me. I never intended to convince them at all. My plan is to go in and steal it directly. Javier's face froze as he thought, I really want to beat him to death. As we approached the Everglow forest, I reminded Javier, keep your voice down. The forest's neural network is linked with the elves. If we're detected, we'll be exposed. However, before I even finished speaking, Javier suddenly let out a massive sneeze and looked satisfied. What the hell did you just do? Young master, don't tell me you don't even know what a sneeze is. Are you an idiot? I was speechless. If you're going to sneeze, then just sneeze. Why did you have to make a cool pose while doing it? However, Javier's next sentence landed like a nuclear strike. That's a misunderstanding. Everything I do just looks cool because I have a handsome face. Although that's not something you'd ever understand. My expression changed instantly, and I was dying to beat this guy to a pulp. At that moment, the system was laughing so hard. Emotional damage plus 99. Burning with rage, I said to Javier, aren't you supposed to be a sword master? As a sword master, you can't even hold back a sneeze? Javier replied expressionlessly, there are indeed a few physiological reactions I can't control. So, you can't manage to never take a dump? Javier replied, puzzled. Why would I want to do something that causes constipation? Then you sword masters are seriously lame. You can't even hold in your shit. However, Javier suddenly started laughing. I glared at him and snapped, what are you laughing at? Javier closed his eyes and slowly shook his head. I can't believe you're changing topics to shit just because you got nothing to say for your face. That was the last straw. I finally lost it and threw punches with all my strength. However, Javier was a bona fide sword master. An attack at that speed, in his eyes, was completely meaningless. Javier easily blocked my attacks, his face full of smug satisfaction. In the end, I could only give up helplessly. Anyway, hold in your sneeze and be quiet. We need to get to the center of the forest, where the Alencia tree is. However, before we could take more than a few steps, a large group of elves had already blocked our path. I muttered in confusion, how were we discovered so quickly? The elven leader shouted, you were shouting loudly at the entrance. Of course we noticed. You idiot, Javier said with serious look. This isn't good. However, I curled my lips into a wicked grin. Not a problem. Things just progressed faster. Instantly, before the words even finished, the battle erupted. In a flash, a barrage of elven archers released their arrows, and 1,000 arrows whistled through the air toward us. Javier activated his aura and formed a battle aura sword, cutting down the entire rain of arrows. The elven leader narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath, a sword master? I seized the moment and shouted loudly, Javier, stick to the plan. Regroup under the Alencia tree in 30 minutes. You'll be able to see me easily from a high spot. Javier frowned and looked at me. Young master, will you be alright alone? I waved him off casually. As long as you attract their attention, I'll be fine. However, just then, the elven leader suddenly shouted, that ugly guy is just a lackey. Everyone, follow me, and chase the handsome one. At that moment, tears welled up in my eyes, my face full of frustration. Why does everyone have to be so hostile toward my looks? Meanwhile, Javier was being chased by a large number of elves. Each of these elves was incredibly agile, leaping through the trees with ease. However, Javier quickly noticed they were extremely careful when stepping on the plants. Looks like the young master was right again. He recalled what the young master had said earlier. Elves deeply cherish their plants. They hate to see any vegetation get damaged, so their footwork is extremely unique. We can't attack innocent elves. Therefore, we can only flee and dodge their attacks. But we can use this trait to our advantage. Stay close to the plants to evade their attacks. At this moment, Javier took decisive action, using the big trees and vines as natural shields to evade. Although this method did indeed effectively limit the enemy's attacks, their numbers were still overwhelming. Moreover, their archery was top tier, and even someone like him, a sword master, was beginning to struggle. Suddenly, he sensed that the opponents seemed to be intentionally driving him somewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side, I had already reached the Alencia tree. I pulled out a shovel, activating my upgraded skill, Energizer. Alright, then I'll just dig straight down. Time to extract the tree sap. At the same time, Javier's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. He realized the elven leader from earlier was nowhere to be seen, and at the same time, he had also been driven into the riverside where there were no plants. In an instant, countless elven archers surged out from the bushes. Then, countless arrows came raining down like a storm. However, in the face of this deadly attack, Javier remained completely unfazed. He decisively struck the water with his aura sword. The sword energy stirred up a massive wave, and a towering wall of water instantly blocked the storm of arrows. Seeing this, the elves exclaimed in shock. What kind of power is that? They thought to themselves, this human, if he really makes up his mind, he might actually be able to wipe us out. Just as the atmosphere grew incredibly tense, one of the elves suddenly said, everyone, calm down. While the humans might have a sword master, we have Malika. At this moment, Javier sensed something was about to emerge from the forest, and when he finally saw the figure clearly, his heart shook violently. It was a massive figure, brimming with muscle, holding a gigantic longbow with a body as towering as an iron fortress. This figure was exactly the Malika mentioned by the elf earlier. The bow in her hands was called the Dragon Hunter bow. It weighed 14,000 kilograms and was a full 2.5 meters long. Malika drew her bow and fired. The massive arrow, like a stone pillar, roared through the air. Javier met it head-on with his aura sword, but couldn't completely stop the arrow. The recoil force was terrifying. Javier summoned all his strength and struck upward toward the sky, barely managing to redirect the arrow's path. In his heart, he was astonished. She's too strong. Just with raw mass and strength, she could suppress even an aura sword. At the same time, he couldn't forget the young master's warning. If even one elf were harmed, they might face retaliation from every elf in the world, and these elves were far more powerful than orcs. At this moment, a new arrow had already been handed to Malika. Just as Javier was thinking about how to break through and rescue the young master without harming any elves, suddenly, another barrage of arrows came flying. At the same time, Malika had already drawn the massive Dragon Hunter bow again. Seeing this, Javier swung his aura sword to block all the arrows, but over on the other side, Malika's giant arrow was loosed once more. Javier roared and raised his blade, manipulating his sword aura to wrap around the massive arrow and forcefully alter its trajectory. In the next second, the massive arrow twisted midair and shot straight in the opposite direction. In an instant, the two gigantic arrows collided violently in midair, and a deafening explosion shook the entire forest. Meanwhile, on my side, I had already secured the root of the Alencia tree. Suddenly, voices came from behind. 3 furious elves shouted, "You devil! How dare you cut the precious root of the sacred plant?" I smirked and said, "Please excuse me. I too have a lot of lives depending on me." The elves warned me, "Don't move. Do you want to be pierced full of holes?" But I just shrugged indifferently. "Go ahead, shoot if you want. However, I'll burn this guy up slowly." I raised what I was holding in my hand. It was a mandrake root that I picked along the way. Seeing this, the elves' expressions instantly turned to terror. To elves who cherish plants, this was practically the most vile threat imaginable. I flashed a smug, wicked grin. "Now, you don't want to see a plant getting tortured, do you? In that case, move backwards." The 3 elves backed away while angrily cursing me. "Are you even human? You're such a despicable, disgusting villain." The grin on my face only grew more arrogant. "Thanks for the compliment." Suddenly, one of the elves snorted coldly. "You look like someone who's never been liked by a woman." That line hit me directly. "Say that again if you dare." After saying this, I slowly moved the torch closer to the little mandrake. The elves were immediately so frightened that they didn't dare speak again, quickly backing away in obedience. But soon, they had already reached the edge. The lead elf, Wira, shouted anxiously, "Calm down. This is already the end. We can just talk it out here." However, I had zero interest in wasting time. I directly bit down on the mandrake's leaf. The little mandrake looked utterly devastated. "This gross saliva. Just kill me instead." I spoke coldly. "Hurry up and climb up." The panicked elves all nodded frantically. "All right, we're climbing up right now." When we reached the top, I thought to myself, with this, Javier should be able to see me more easily, right? That guy should be arriving any moment now. At that moment, the little mandrake was already drenched in saliva, visibly withered. Suddenly, one elf covered her mouth, face full of discomfort. "I'm sorry, Wira. I feel queasy because I got nervous just now." Another elf looked pale as a sheet. "I'm feeling lightheaded because I saw such a horrifying sight." Wira barked sharply. "Everyone, hang in there. How can you show such weakness in front of a plant-eating demon?" However, just as she finished speaking, her stomach also started to growl. Meanwhile, I wore a face of confusion. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, I recalled when I first saw these elves. Come to think of it, the elves' eyes looked pretty hollow, and only now did I notice that in this entire forest, there was actually no sound of birds, let alone rabbits, wild boars, or any animals. Could it be that all the creatures here have disappeared? Suddenly, a possibility came to mind. Could this be due to the effects of the monster domino effect? If all the animals had migrated toward the mountain corners, then this Everglow forest would indeed become completely empty. These elves would rather starve to death than harm a single plant. Does that mean they've already been starving for months? Meanwhile, Javier's battle had already reached its most intense point. However, he gradually sensed that something feels off. How strange. With their physical abilities, why do these elves seem like they're completely exhausted? Though he couldn't figure out the reason, still, this is the best chance to break through the encirclement. Javier channeled all his mana, raised his sword, and charged forward. Head on, he faced the massive arrow shot by Malika. This time, he did not choose to block it with his sword. In the next second, Malika's arrow instantly pierced through Javier's scarf and grazed his cheek, but Javier didn't care. In order to break through quickly and save the young master, Javier rushed through a hail of arrows and forced his way out of the encirclement. Seeing this, the elven captain shouted, "Catch him quickly. We absolutely can't let him escape." However, the other elves couldn't go on any longer. They were simply too hungry to move. At that moment, Malika suddenly leapt up. With a single bound, she caught up in an instant. In midair, she drew her bow and fired. The arrow roared through the air like thunder. Javier reacted instantly. He quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, the battle aura sword was raised to block in front of him. Even though it absorbed most of the impact, he was still blasted several several meters away, slamming hard into a giant tree. Malika pressed the attack. She directly swung the massive arrow down like a club. Javier dodged to the side, but in his heart, there was only one conviction. The one I must protect is the son of my lord. He is the savior of the entire territory. At that moment, the elves squeezed out every last bit of strength they had, firing arrows at Javier. However, Javier lightly stepped on a floating leaf. Using the rebound force from the leaf, he jumped a second time. The elves were shocked beyond belief. That is the footwork of our elven race, something that takes 100 years to master. And that human actually learned it just by watching. Javier kept accelerating, weaving through the barrage of arrows, all just to get faster and faster. Finally, he reached the rendezvous point, the Alencia tree. Javier shouted hoarsely, "Young master." However, when he saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. He saw me eating roasted meat with the elves. Javier, drenched in sweat and dressed in rags, was completely dumbfounded. I turned to look at him, my face full of surprise. "Oh my, why do you look so battered? Did you go to war or something?" Javier stayed silent. I beckoned him over and said, "Come on, sit down. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Let me introduce you. This person here is my escort knight, Javier. Javier, this is the elven tribe's chieftain, Muira." Muira nodded in greeting, her mouth stuffed with roast meat. While chewing, she spoke casually. "Nice to meet you." Muira looked at me and asked, "Can we add one more person to the meal?" I nodded without hesitation. "Of course you can." Hearing this, she called out Malika, who was standing behind a tree, staring intently. Then, Muira asked cautiously, "She's very starved. Can she eat all she wants?" I gave a generous smile. "Of course she can. Eat as much as you like. However, these are rations prepared for the journey, so they're limited in quantity. As for those elves around us with bows drawn, they'll probably just have to smell the aroma." At this moment, I'm planning to use this delicious-smelling roast meat to strike some kind of deal with them. The male elves who do house chores while waiting for female elves to succeed in their hunts must really be hungry. These words hit a nerve among the elves present. You can endure the hunger, but what about the young elves? What about the elderly elves? How much longer can they hold on? They'll probably be the first to starve to death, or they'll likely be the first to return to Mother Nature. While no one would know, they'll simply hold back their tears. At that moment, the surrounding elves thought of the children and elders at home, and silently shed tears. Even the mighty Malika trembled as she shed the tears of a warrior. Seeing that the mood had been built up to the limit, I struck while the iron was hot. "Shall we make a deal?" Muira was startled by my words. "No way! We elves don't make deals with mere humans." I looked at her with a cheerful smile. "Chief, what are you talking about? We've already made deals. Just a moment ago, I held up this little guy and got you to back off. Now, you're talking to me because you're hungry and have eaten meat. If these aren't deals, what are they?" Muira was at a loss for words. I told her with full confidence, "I can guarantee survival for all the elves." Muira asked in confusion, "Survival? What do you mean?" I smiled as I explained, "Survival means I can provide an endless supply of pork. Not only that, but also the coal needed for barbecue. However, strictly speaking, coal also comes from trees. If they found out, they would definitely refuse to use it again. So, I'll refrain from telling them this." Muira suddenly realized the expression on this guy's face. Why did it look so evil? I continued speaking in a tempting tone. "I know that you've always been eating sun-dried jerky, but if you make a deal with me, you'll be able to eat delicious grilled meat anytime you want. In addition, I can even provide you for free with stone ice vaults that keep meat from spoiling." Each of these trade offers perfectly hit the soft spot in Muira's heart. Then, she finally spoke up and asked, "What do you want?" I replied in a calm tone, "In truth, I also want our survival. If you don't agree to this, then all the children on our side will also freeze to death. So, I need all of you to provide once a month some sap from the Alencia tree. Just a small portion of it will be enough. This way, we can all survive. I'll also teach you all the method to extract sap without harming the tree. Lastly, I also need you elves to help transport the meat. After all, that way, the efficiency will be a bit better. So, please assign 100 elves to split into 2 groups. One group will handle meat transportation, and the other group will help us build houses. This way, both of us can survive together." However, elves, by nature, don't trust humans. The surrounding elves all began to urge the chieftain not to agree to this deal. Muira fell into deep thought. She recalled what her mother once told her. "Little Muira, you must remember, humans have very short lifespans, so they spend their whole lives trying to possess many things. That's why they end up being insatiably greedy and full of lies. They even commit all kinds of atrocities. So, Muira, if you ever encounter humans, you must only trust them if you believe they could become a true friend." At this moment, Muira's gaze gradually turned complicated. After finishing her memory, Muira firmly rejected the deal because she was only willing to make deals with true friends. I cursed silently in my heart. Damn it, I didn't think this would be so troublesome. Then, I recalled what exactly counted as a friend in my previous life. In that world, I was always alone because I was poor and wore cheap, ugly clothes. When I joined the traditional building research club out of an urge to learn anything, I knew that everyone was laughing at me behind my back and looked down on me. But even so, I gritted my teeth and took in the insults because I wanted to learn more and escape poverty. Until one day, for the first time in my life, someone invited me to a luxurious barbecue. He didn't just buy me a meal, he also comforted me. Don't take what others say to heart. I was really touched back then. I thought he genuinely saw me as a friend, but as he watched me about devour the food, he suddenly laughed. Eat as much as you want. The only meat you can afford to eat is canned tuna, right? His condescending smile was like someone tossing food to a stray dog. He didn't want to help me. He just wanted to feel superior by doing charity. But what I felt at that moment was, this beef is just too delicious. So, I looked up with anticipation and asked, "Hey friend, can I have 2 more servings of beef?" He smiled and replied, "Even 3 servings wouldn't be a problem, my friend." Just like that, he became my one and only friend. There's nothing great about friendship. You can buy it with beef. I grinned, took out the ultimate, supreme quality beef from my backpack. Moira took one look and her eyes widened instantly. The color of the meat, the luster of the fat, it was nothing like the regular grilled meat from before. It was crystal clear and dazzling, like a divine delicacy granted by the gods. I slapped the beef onto the sizzling hot stone, and the satisfying crackle of melting fat instantly echoed through the entire forest. Moira didn't hesitate to bite down right away, and in an instant, she was hit with flavor so intense, it brought her to tears. Malika nearly drooled on the spot, and the other 2 elves had tears welling in their eyes. Sure enough, Moira officially accepted the deal. The surrounding elves looked confused and asked, "Chieftain, don't we need the Elder Council's approval?" But Moira casually replied, "Give them beef." And just like that, the elves who hadn't interacted with other races in 500 years formally signed a business agreement with the humans of the Frontera barony. Meanwhile, Javier's expression was complicated, his face full of silent frustration. So this was a problem that beef could have solved? Then why did I have to fight so hard? On the other side, the townsfolk stared at the group of elves, whispering among themselves, "Last time the young master brought back orcs, and now it's elves. Is he going to bring back dragons next time?" Meanwhile, Moira looked around and noticed that the human town was filled with wooden furniture, houses, and even wooden fences. She said in a low voice, "Humans are far too cruel." Hearing that, I suddenly said, "Every race has its own values. You elves hate cutting down trees, but there are other races that strongly oppose eating animals too. That's why mutual compromise is the foundation of coexistence in this world." Moira nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, but her brows remained furrowed. Clearly, she still couldn't fully accept it. Seeing that, I smirked mischievously and said, "Why don't you think it over while you have some beef?" Instantly, the image of that crispy, golden, fragrant beef flashed through her mind. Her mouth started watering uncontrollably. "Yeah, I think I understand it now." And with that, the final concern in the construction of the honey apartment project was finally resolved. But just then, a major problem surfaced. If the apartment wasn't completed before the temperature dropped below 0, it could suffer from serious freeze-thaw damage. This means that when moisture inside concrete freezes at low temperatures, it expands in volume. Once winter ends and the temperature rises again, the ice melts, leaving behind tiny gaps and cracks inside the concrete. Eventually, the structure weakens and could collapse at any time. But now, with the help of the elves, none of that is a problem anymore. After all, they're not only incredibly agile, but also unbelievably strong. More importantly, all they need is beef to follow orders without question. As the first snow approached, the honey apartment project finally entered its final sprint. Buildings 101 and 102 of the honey apartment complex were both successfully completed. This winter, we'll test these 2 buildings, and next autumn we'll aim for full occupancy and full-scale construction. The focus of the test is the brand new insulation material. It's a special coating made from a mixture of Valencia tree sap and soybean oil. Once the insulation was applied to all the heating pipes from the 1st to the 8th floor, I immediately ordered the boiler to be lit and steam to be released. As expected, just a small amount of Valencia tree sap is enough to create the strongest insulation material in this world. Even though it was already below -10 degrees outside, the indoor temperature felt like summer. With everything ready, we could finally arrange for people to move in. Suddenly, Javier spoke up. "Master Lloyd, I believe the priority for moving in should be..." But before he could finish, I cut him off without hesitation. "It's snowing heavily right now. I'm busy. Let's talk later." Javier was instantly fuming. Master Lloyd is always like this. Every time I try to make a suggestion, I just get interrupted. But the next moment, what I said made him instantly forgive me. "Byron, the priority for moving in would be families with children. After that would be the elderly and the sick. Among these priorities, give further priority according to their health conditions. Those who can't move in yet will be placed in single-family homes with floor heating. This winter, no one shall be left freezing or hungry." Javier was stunned after hearing that. But what I was thinking was, this way, every single one of them will owe me a debt, and it'll be easy to get them to work. Javier looked at my expression and instantly felt his blood boil. He really is such a terrible person. So terrible it makes me want to punch him. But then he thought again. Ever since the young master's sudden personality change, he had always been like this. At the very end of everything, not only does he become impossible to hate, but somehow, everyone around him ends up relying on him more and more. Suddenly, a familiar trumpet sound echoed through the air. It was the imperial envoy of Her Majesty the Queen. The envoy read the royal decree. "In light of recent events, the Frontera barony has set a shining example, and I am deeply impressed. Therefore, in recognition of these remarkable deeds, I hereby issue this decree. From this day forward, the Frontera barony shall officially be elevated to a county. Congratulations to you, Count Frontera." The Baron and Baroness were left in a daze, as if still dreaming, unable to snap out of it. Then, the envoy began reading the accomplishments of Frontera territory. Achievement 1. Successfully stopped the massive monster migration from the east. Achievement 2. Protected the displaced refugees from the east and helped them survive the harsh winter. Achievement 3. Transformed the eastern region into a fortress zone, creating the kingdom's strongest line of defense. Therefore, by Her Majesty's decree, Frontera County is now officially separated from the jurisdiction of the Cremo County and shall become the central city for eastern reconstruction. Furthermore, the royal family will provide a special budget and supplies for the eastern rebuilding effort over the next 10 years. Lastly, you'll be exempted from paying tax to the imperial family for 20 years. Hearing budget, supplies, and tax exemption, I instantly raised my fists to the sky in joy. Long live the queen. Just like I thought, she really knows how to treat people right. After that, I immediately told Javier to go to the village with me, because I had long prepared something big for this moment. The Baron watched his son's back as he left, eyes growing misty. He actually did it. Not only did he free the territory from debt, but he even raised our family's title from Baron to Count. My son is truly a miracle, and the big event I prepared was to honor our wise and great queen, with singing and dancing. Long live Her Majesty the Queen. May Her Majesty live forever. May the world be united under her reign. I led everyone to sing loudly in unison. Louder, let our voices reach Her Majesty's ears. The envoy saw all this and was completely dumbfounded. Then, he returned to the royal palace and reported everything to the queen in full detail. The moment she heard that guy had done such an embarrassing thing, Queen Magentano shouted in rage, "Send word immediately. Tell them to stop doing such disgraceful things." Meanwhile, Viscount Lacona was rushing toward the Frontera territory at full speed. As it turned out, with Frontera's promotion to a count territory, his own Viscount domain was officially placed under the count's jurisdiction. Upon arrival, Viscount Lacona dropped to his knees and greeted respectfully. "My lord Count, did you summon me?" The Count waved his hand with a cheerful smile. "Viscount, there's no need to be so formal. I'm still not quite used to this Count title." Lacona quickly lowered his head flatteringly. "Nonsense. With your noble status and outstanding character, there's no one more suited to a countship than you." However, his forehead was drenched in sweat, and his mind was already in turmoil. Damn it, he actually became a count. It turns out, he once mocked him publicly at a banquet, ignored him countless times, even called him a pauper in front of everyone. But that didn't matter to him. As long as he showed enough enthusiasm now, he could still bluff his way through. After all, the Count's just a soft-hearted fool. Count Frontera calmly opened his mouth. "You've probably heard, Viscount, that there's a lot to be done for the reconstruction in the East. We're currently very short on manpower, so there's something I'd like to ask of you." Lacona immediately said, "Please give your orders, my lord Count. Could you send some soldiers to assist the engineer corps?" Without hesitation, Lacona replied, "Of course, no problem. How many men do you need?" Count Frontera showed an extremely troubled expression and slowly said, "If the number is too big, then it'll be too hard for you to handle, so please send as many as you are willing to send." Hearing that, Lacona slowly looked up, only to see Frontera glaring at him with fierce eyes, coldly spitting out a line, "As long as it doesn't affect our friendship." That feeling, he knew it all too well. It was the feeling of being ruthlessly ripped off. Why had the once kind Frontera become just like his son? With a face full of exhaustion from being squeezed dry, Lacona staggered out of the Count's estate. From high above, Frontera looked down at everything with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Until now, he had never bullied anyone, let alone threatened someone. But after this, he couldn't deny it. The feeling was amazing. Meanwhile, Bayern came forward to report, "Honey apartment buildings 101 and 102 have been fully occupied." At the same time, the system notification sounded. "You obtained monumental construction achievement. You commanded the first construction of apartments and occupied it with residents in the Laurasia continent. You received a 700 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 4,783. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth slowly curled up into that signature capitalist smile, and I couldn't help but drool a little. Since the seeds have been sown, it's now time to harvest. Sometime later, I arrived at the Honey apartment community. It was home to refugees who had lost their lands. Seeing that it was young Master Lloyd, the one who saved them, they all cheered excitedly. "Young Master Lloyd, thank you so much. How could I ever repay such kindness?" An elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, tightly grasped my hand with deep emotion. "For an old woman like me to hold your hand before dying, I can die without regrets." However, while things looked harmonious on the surface, turbulent currents swirled beneath. Javier immediately sensed something was off. He had a feeling that the young master definitely wanted to get something out of these refugees. Sure enough, the next second, a thick stack of papers slammed heavily onto the table. "Now then, it's time to start paying your debts. I've prepared labor contracts for all of you." The refugees looked confused, not understanding what that meant, and began murmuring among themselves. The smile on my face from earlier suddenly turned dark. "Did you think you'd get to eat for free your whole lives?" The refugees were startled by the sudden change in attitude. Javier gritted his teeth beside me, then ran a hand through his hair, looking genuinely confused. He didn't know what was right or wrong anymore. Just then, a man stepped forward. "Young Master Lloyd, if I sign this contract, does that mean I can get a job?" "Of course, and in addition to your monthly salary, there are overtime bonuses too. But once you sign, from the moment you receive your first paycheck, you'll have to use your own money to buy food and firewood. The man felt silent for a moment, then firmly said, I don't wish to live off of others, and do nothing but rely on others' goodwill. Please read me the terms of the contract. I chuckled and gave him a friendly reminder, but I should warn you in advance, this contract might be a little harsh. After all, our territory's management style is quite capitalistic. Suddenly, the man's wife also stepped forward and asked, can women participate too? I immediately replied, we don't discriminate against genders here. Hearing this, the others began lining up to sign the contracts. Meanwhile, I planned to take this opportunity to push forward a brand new major project, the terraced farming. My goal was to achieve stable food production and distribute land to individual ownership. The specific method was to remove some of the eastern mountain obstacles, then use gabion retaining walls to build terraces. As long as rebar is used, these retaining walls can be easily constructed. However, Bangul collapsed from overwork due to the previous apartment complex project. Seeing the woman he loved being worked to the point of illness by a heartless capitalist, Bai Biang was furious. Instantly, he launched a flying kick straight at me. I thought to myself, since Bangul can no longer produce rebar, then it looks like I'll have to find another method. I racked my brains for days and finally came to a conclusion. The only way to solve the material shortage problem is to summon another creature. The system notification panel popped up like crazy with hints. Alright, here it comes. Here comes the gacha. It's turning. What will appear? You only live once. Let's go. Although this notification thing always tricks me like a scammer, thinking about it carefully, it's always been on my side. After all, Padong, Hamong, and Bangul came to me from the system when I needed them most. So now, let's see what will my next summon creature be. Give me a partner that can make wire mesh for retaining walls. As soon as I pressed the start button, that familiar summoning magic circle appeared. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please, please, you've got to give me a good one. However, the summoning circle, which was small just moments ago, suddenly expanded in size. I was utterly shocked. What's going on? I've never seen this happen before. The next second, a massive burst of flame erupted from the circle. Instantly, I got an ionic perm from the fire, and the notification bar popped up laughing hysterically with a message. It's a dud. I furiously questioned it. Hey, aren't you supposed to be on my side? But the system calmly replied, I'm simply a messenger that conveys fixed rules. The system is not on anyone's side. I asked in confusion, then why have you always managed to give me the summon creatures I needed before? The system chuckled sinisterly. You pitiful fool. It seems you still have no idea. Gambling is about granting the novice some wins, and then making them expect another win. I was furious and shouted, you're nothing but a scammer. Do you have a death wish or what? However, the system continued speaking seriously. Did you think the world will make life so easy for you? Don't you dare think life is so easy. After reading that, even though I didn't want to admit it, I had to say, I really agreed with this kind of villain logic. The system swayed as it continued its temptation. Maybe something good will appear next. Left with no other choice, I clicked the start button once again. However, what came instead was an explosion. I let out a loud scream, unable to hold it in any longer. I really wanted to beat the hell out of this damned system, but in the end, I could do nothing but rage helplessly. The system kept egging me on shamelessly. You must always try things thrice. Fine, one last time. I pressed the start button. However, this time, I got smarter. The moment the summoning circle appeared, I immediately ducked and covered my head. I'm not that dumb. No way I'm falling for it 3 times in a row. After a moment of waiting, everything was unexpectedly quiet. I looked up, and then I saw a creature from another dimension crawled out of the summoning circle. I completely freaked out and ran like mad. I'm doomed. If that thing takes a bite out of me, I'll drop dead on the spot for sure. I dashed madly toward Javier's room, shouting at the top of my lungs, Javier, wake up. Come take a look. Javier groggily got up, eyes half open. With a casual swing of his sword, the monster was taken out on the spot. Immediately after, he calmly got back in bed and continued sleeping while I sat outside, panting to catch my breath. The system chimed. It was a dud. I roared in fury. I know that, you lunatic. I won't do it anymore. Suddenly, the system notification rang out. Hidden requirement achieved. Bankruptcy. Your body and relationship points have been damaged due to 3 consecutive duds. As compensation for your loss, choosing a summon creature skill is now made possible. I froze and asked in confusion, creature skill? What does that mean? The next second, countless skill panels appeared before my eyes. I stared at them, and the more I looked, the more speechless I became. What the hell is this? Why are there only useless skills? Is this system messing with me? Just as I was about to lose it, my eyes landed on one particular skill, getting spider webs level 1. I fell into deep thought. Spider silk's tensile strength and elasticity are over 3 times stronger than steel of the same thickness. Moreover, it's moisture resistant, able to stay durable even after long-term exposure to sunlight. I smiled slightly. This is it. Although the process was a bit rough, this time, I still got exactly what I wanted. Well then, it's decided. I'll go with getting spider webs. As the summoning circle activated again, a brilliant light lit up the entire territory. Javier squinted in a daze, stunned by the sudden brightness. He felt like he just had a really weird dream, and my brand new summon creature was actually a bird. That's right, it could even fly. What's more surprising surprising was this summoned creature could grow larger with red seeds and carry people for long distance travel, and on its back, it carried a special backpack that could spit out incredibly tough spider silk. I tested the silk's strength with Mana Circle, and to my surprise, even under such intense tension, the silk only stretched a tiny bit. At that moment, I ordered Goming to head to the prepared flatland nearby. Then, we will use its spider silk to create a mesh net. After hearing the command, Goming let out a sigh. Honestly, this guy is great in every way, but it has one fatal flaw. Suddenly, Goming completely ignored orders and dove straight into the forest. After landing, it shoved me off its back with its butt. I landed face first, eating dirt like a total fool. Furious, I turned and shouted, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing?" Turns out, the truth was, this guy is just so damn lazy. It thinks everything is too much trouble. Now, even though I have a material that can replace rebar for retaining walls, the problem is, how do I get this guy to actually work? Last night, right after summoning it, I tried asking nicely, "Could you show me what your spider silk looks like?" It let out a long sigh, plopped down on the ground, and completely gave up on life. I don't care. Why should I be born for labor and live a life of labor? I thought to myself, this guy's kinda got personality. Back then, it was Padong who stepped up and tried to motivate it. Let's contribute to infrastructure development and improve the quality of human life. Only then can we earn rewards and a sense of achievement. Create your own mindset. Become an existence that brings happiness to the world. Under Padong's brainwashing, Goming barely agreed to give it a try. However, it only worked for a short while today before slumping down like a corpse again. Helpless, Padong had to step up and give another pep talk. Let's all work hard together. But Goming looked completely puzzled and asked back, why do we always have to do the hard work? The world, even if left alone, it'll still keep developing just fine. And since you're the one who summoned me, you'll definitely feed me and take care of me. After hearing that, I instantly exploded with rage, and a dangerous thought suddenly popped into my head. What if I just roast it right now? Roast pigeon must taste absolutely delicious. Padong was furious too. You shouldn't think like that. Annoyed, Goming spat out the twig in its mouth, and it hit Padong square on the forehead. As everyone knows, Padong usually has a great temper, but once it gets angry, it's truly terrifying. Padong slowly turned to look at me, and I instantly understood what it meant. Without a word, I handed over a red seed. Instantly, Padong grew huge. Gamong tried to fly away, but Padong grabbed its feet. At that moment, Padong couldn't stop his mouth from watering. The next second, it chomped down on Goming. I stood to the side, getting more and more scared as I watched, because Padong actually swallowed Goming whole. Completely exhausted and roughed up, Goming lay on the ground, barely breathing. Padong wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth and said in a dangerous tone, "So, still feel like playing around?" Terrified, Goming frantically waved its wings and shouted in panic, "No more! I will work!" After hearing this, Padong turned toward me with a wicked grin, as if to say, "Well, was that fierce enough?" I immediately gave it a big thumbs up. As expected, from ancient times to now, the best way to deal with troublemakers is a good beating. Now that the final materials are ready, we can officially begin the large-scale terraced field project. Step 1. Dig the soil and build the slope. Step 2. Let Beyond use the giant sieve to filter out soft soil from the dug-up dirt. Step 3. On the filtered soil, have Goming spit spider silk in a grid pattern to form a mesh structure. Step 4. Have Padong motivate Goming to make sure it doesn't slack off. Step 5. Lay another layer of soil over the grid-shaped spider silk. Repeat this process of layering soil and refilling material to ultimately create a stable terraced structure. Final step. Use this reinforced refill material to completely cover the surrounding area. Then accurately fill the stone cages with rocks and cobblestones. Just like that, the first section is complete. At this pace, it should all be done before spring arrives. Once farmland is assigned to the refugees and housing construction speeds up, everything should be finished by next year. If that happens, my life as a laborer can finally come to an end. What awaits me next is the free life of a rich, jobless man. As the days went by, Bayern and Count Frontera have to deal with mountains of paperwork every day. Soon after, the system notification sounded. Frontera County's terraced farmland construction complete. You've become one of the best civil engineers in this continent. You received 800 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 4,070. At this moment, I lay leisurely on the lawn, fully enjoying this rare moment of peace. Because right now, I don't have to do anything. There are hordes of people working for me. At the same time, I've also obtained a brand new title, the leader of those who are tired. This title increased the Northern Mountain Terraced Farmland's chance of a great harvest by 300% and boosted its yield by 200%. At that point, I was so relaxed that I actually started playing chess against myself, and I was having the time of my life. Javier looked on with a dumbfounded expression. "Young master, is it really fun playing by yourself?" I immediately retorted, "This is way too fun. As long as it's not work, everything feels exciting and joyful." Javier recalled that since that day, this was the first time he'd seen the young master playing, and the reason I could be this relaxed was all thanks to Bayern managing the construction. Also, ever since salaries were raised, the soldiers' motivation had skyrocketed. Right now, everything was progressing extremely smoothly. However, at that moment, a sudden thought crossed my mind. In my previous life, my father once told me, when you feel like everything is going smoothly, instinctively, you must start to question, is it really okay? Instantly, I jolted upright and said to Javier, Javier, sleep late tonight. I've got something to do before I sing you a lullaby. I need to go check if it's really okay. Immediately after, I went outside and opened the ending spoiler feature. Right now, it's the only way to look into upcoming events and see if everything is truly safe and sound. As the scene shifted, the image before my eyes shocked me to the core. I was lying in bed, on the verge of death, looking like I'd aged 40 or 50 years. I stared in horror at my appearance, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. Javier was beside me, channeling all his mana in an attempt to save me, but it had no effect. Suddenly, the me lying on the bed spoke weakly. Stop it, Javier. It's no use and you know it. Live on, and burn them. I stood to the side, watching this scene with a puzzled expression. Burn? What exactly needs to be burned? At that moment, I suddenly muttered in a low voice, as if confessing a secret. Actually, I'm not really the Count's son. But at this moment, Javier no longer cared about that. You are the one who protected my second home and the hero who saved tens of thousands of refugees. I will make sure your story spreads across the world. As soon as the words fell, I saw myself slowly close my eyes, completely losing breath. At the same time, the four summoned creatures gradually faded away. I stood frozen, staring at everything before me, grateful in my heart. Thank goodness, this is just a future scene. As long as I calm down and make rational judgments and decisions, there must be a way to change this tragic ending. Suddenly, I noticed an important detail. Javier's appearance hadn't changed at all. This means that this event happens in the near future. I looked down at my own thin, withered legs, clearly the result of severe dehydration. The scene continued, and Javier carried my corpse outside. However, in the plaza before him, there were countless corpses lying all around. Looking around, I was horrified to discover that aside from me, everyone here was already dead. Moreover, Javier was pouring oil over these corpses. At this moment, I finally understood. I was telling Javier to burn the bodies earlier. If that's the case, then within the territory, a massive infectious disease must have broken out. But what kind of illness could turn the entire territory into hell in an instant? I'm not a doctor from another world. I know nothing about diseases at all. Can I even stop this? Suddenly, I heard Javier in the scene speak up. Young Master Lloyd, no matter who you really are, your final wishes were for me to say these words as I burned your body. Remember Vienna. I was stunned hearing those words, and then, the spoiler feature ended, and the surrounding scene instantly vanished, bringing me back to the current timeline. The final words kept echoing in my mind. Remember Vienna. What kind of last words are those? Why the cryptic message? Wait a minute. What if this cryptic message was meant to be heard by the past me? What if the dying me had already uncovered the truth behind the outbreak and left this hint so I could stop it? I started pacing in circles, thinking hard. What kind of infectious disease could possibly be linked to Vienna? Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks, and a flash of insight struck my mind. That's it. It all makes sense. I have to admit, the future me is a genius. The next morning, I immediately went to find Byron. Byron asked in confusion, Young Master, did you say you want to borrow people from Cremo? That's right. I need as many professional quarrymen as possible. Byron furrowed his brows. I think the labor costs would be too high for that. What choice do we have? We'll need to borrow from Count Cremo. After all, everyone in our territory is busy farming, and the soldiers and orcs are also busy working on the apartments. Byron looked even more puzzled. Young Master, just how large scale is the project you're planning? Maybe as big as the honey apartments, because this project will span across the entire territory. This time, the enemy we're facing is an epidemic, and not just any epidemic but cholera. So, I need to construct an underground passage that runs beneath the entire territory. Even though I know nothing about medicine, humanity's weapon against disease isn't limited to medicine alone. I will solve the problem of infectious disease at its root by making a sewer system, a waterway for human waste. And that, remember Vienna, refers to the city of Vienna in Austria, which experienced an explosive population boom after entering the Industrial Revolution. But back then, the city lacked a proper sewage system, which caused the waste of a massive population to be dumped directly into the river. Logically speaking, this waste should have been carried away by the river and naturally decomposed by microorganisms. However, a sudden harsh winter completely froze the entire river. As a result, the waste couldn't be washed away. It kept accumulating and decaying beneath the ice, polluting the groundwater, and ultimately triggered cholera. And the current situation in our territory is exactly the same as Vienna back then. Whether it's this year or next year, as long as this river freezes over, everything will end up just like Vienna. I scratched my head, feeling frustrated. Why is it that every time I just want to relax, some new job always comes knocking? But just you wait. Neither disease nor demons can stop me from living my dream of eating, drinking, and having fun. However, while demons might not stop my dream of indulgence, just thinking about bearing a huge pile of debt again makes me feel completely drained. If I only paid the wages of those workers brought in from outside, I could barely manage the expenses. But what about their food, lodging, and travel expenses? Just thinking about it makes me feel so miserable. The poison known as indebtedness was relentlessly devouring my soul. Meanwhile, on the other side, an orc approached Commander Greg, furiously demanding, "How could you abandon Emily? How could you do something so hurtful to her?" It turns out, this orc once had feelings for a woman who later ended up with Greg. But today, he witnessed Greg flirting with another girl. Greg responded with a puzzled look. I have no idea what you're talking about. What does that Emily woman have to do with me? Hearing that, the red-haired orc was enraged and immediately threw a punch at Commander Greg. However, unexpectedly, Greg countered with a punch, knocking the opponent straight to the ground. It turned out the soldiers of Frontera, after countless physical labor and training, had already learned how to harness the power of mana. Now, they had reached the level where an ordinary soldier of the territory could fight 10 enemy troops alone. However, they usually only used that strength in shoveling. The red-haired orc wiped its cheeks, then got into a stance, ready for a real showdown. At the same time, Officer Greg also took a stance, with the battle on the verge of breaking out. At that critical moment, a familiar voice broke the tension. You're too slow. Byron suddenly appeared, interrupting them on the spot. He pointed at Greg and looked at him coldly, his tone unfriendly. Greg, I've been calling you for so long. Why are you still here? Do you think you're getting paid just to hang around here? Hurry up and pack your things. You're coming on a business trip with me later. I asked for you to accompany me because I trusted you, but now you're slacking off before we've even left. Before they left, Greg and the red-haired orc met each other's gaze. The air between them grew heavy with tension. Neither of them said a word, but it was clear this wasn't over yet. Soon after, Byron explained that he was planning to take Greg with him to borrow manpower from Cremo, but Greg looked confused after hearing that. Sir Byron, isn't this totally unnecessary? All the people in the territory and the refugees want to repay Lord Lloyd's kindness. As long as we say the word, they'll gather on their own. At that moment, outside the Count's mansion, a large crowd of residents and refugees had already gathered. Each one wore a smile, full of excitement, and they shouted in unison, Young Master Lloyd, please give us work. We don't need wages. We're willing to do anything for the young master. Everything is for the young master. Faced with such a massive scene, I was completely stunned. I never expected it to turn out like this. But soon, I shouted loudly, be quiet. The hardest thing to trust is when people do something for the sake of others. It's easier to trust when someone's doing something for their own sake. And also, did you just say you're willing to work without pay? Sorry, I don't hire people for free, so don't even think about working for free. I'll be writing up a contract now. In an instant, a thunderous cheer resounded across the entire territory. Faced with this overwhelming scene, I was genuinely moved by their enthusiasm, quietly wiping away the tears at the corner of my eyes. However, I had no idea at the time. The intelligence about the Frontera territory had already reached the hands of the enemy nation's king, Samarkand, but this intel was just a bit too absurd. The contents of the letter were as follows. The monster domino effect ended at a village in the west. On that land, they raised a giant bird that split the sky, a beast that upheaved the earth, a sea monster that swallow oceans, a serpent that devour mountains, and a magical beasts that shake the heavens and the earth. The workers in that village can knock down orc warriors barehanded, and the old clerks run faster than the wind. As for the white cavalry, once considered a threat, ended up wielding shovels instead of spears. Even the elves and orcs were merely sent to build houses. If their civilian workers harbor this much strength, the might of their army is unimaginable. After reading the letter, King Samarkand felt a chill down his spine. What the hell is with that place? Meanwhile, at the Lacona territory, the blonde brat to the side, watching his subordinates brawl for entertainment with great interest. Why did you stop? He urged impatiently. Do you want to watch your wives and children starve to death? It turned out he was using food as a bargaining chip, forcing them to fight each other, watching them beat each other bloody. The blonde shouted excitedly. Yes, just like that. Now this is worth watching. However, just then, a figure quietly appeared beside him. The blonde brat was instantly scared out of his wits, almost dropping dead on the spot. You're always acting scared when you see me. You're embarrassing me here. After saying this, I looked at his subordinates before me and said calmly, having a hierarchy sure is great. It even lets you play games like this at will. Let me join in too. I want to try it. The blonde brat turned pale with fright. No, young master, you're the noble son of a count. How could we let you fight? I smiled and replied, what nonsense are you spouting? Obviously I'm asking you to fight. Upon hearing this, the blonde brat turned completely to stone, because the one he had to face was Javier. Javier let out a sigh. The next second, an aura sword formed instantly. Since it's the order of the count's heir, I have no choice but to obey. The blonde brat frantically backed away. Wait, stop it. Don't use that. Put it away. I looked at him in confusion. Why are you asking him to stop? If you feel it's unfair, you can pick up a sword too, you know? Instantly, the blonde brat dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, crying out repeatedly, young master, I was wrong. Please forgive me. If you think having a sword master fight you is too much, then I'll fight you myself. As soon as I said that, I charged up and landed a punch right on the blonde brat's face. He crashed to the ground, and a few more teeth fell from his mouth. From the corner of his eye, 2 silent tears rolled down. At that moment, I noted down what he had done today in the document requesting his return to school. The blonde brat tried to get up and told me to stop. Why do you keep asking people not to do things? I'm the son of a count, you asshole. Immediately after, I ordered Padong and Goming to send the document. At that moment, I looked at the 2 uncles who had just been forced to fight and said, go to Frontera and find Sir Byron. From today on, you're residents of that territory, so make sure you work hard. Meanwhile, Lacona jolted awake, thinking to himself, that guy appeared in my dream again. What an annoying start of the day. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed through the morning air. Lacona, already in a foul mood from his dream, grew even more furious upon hearing the noise. Who is it? Get lost. But to his shock, the person outside actually talked back. It's an urgent matter. I need to tell you about it right away. Lacona flew into a rage, grabbed the whip by his bed, and stormed toward the door in fury. How dare a lowlife like you talk back to me? Did you forget what the whip feels like? However, the moment he opened the door and saw the very face from his nightmare, Lacona fainted on the spot from sheer fright. I looked at Lacona, collapsed on the ground, then turned back and asked Javier with confusion, "Hey, is my face really that scary?" Javier looked disgusted and casually replied, "Well, it's definitely not a pleasant sight." I dragged Lacona outside. "Viscount, your territory starts from here and ends over there. I'm going to tear it all down and turn it into a quarry. Take note of that." Lacona stared in horror, eyes wide. "Wait, why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Annoyed, I grabbed his beard and said, "Viscount, you're doing it again. With our relationship, do I really need to explain myself to you? As it turns out, for constructing a large-scale sewer system, granite is a better option than cement. That way, there won't be any tilting or cracking even after many years." After notifying Viscount Lacona, I immediately called in the construction team. "Everyone, starting now, we're going to build a grand road. This road must lead straight from the quarry base all the way to our territory, and most importantly, the road must be perfectly straight." As soon as the workers began construction, they found that Lacona's mansion stood directly in the way. Without another word, they swung their hammers and started smashing. In no time at all, Lacona's mansion was split clean in half. I consoled Lacona, "Don't worry, Viscount, we'll build you a brand new house. As for the servants in your mansion, they'll be relocated to the mansion in my territory, and I'll assign someone to help with your errands." And that person was Malika. Viscount Lacona and his son could only cower in the corner, trembling with fear. They never dared to ask that muscle-bound elf to do anything. With all those arrangements settled, construction of the underground sewer system across the entire territory officially began. I assigned Byron to supervise the quarry, since having an experienced command expert in charge meant I could slack off in peace. To build the quarry, we had to tear down entire mountains, but that wasn't a concern at all. After all, the territory was full of orcs and monsters, and every one of them was prime labor. As for building the residential zones, naturally, that task was handed over to the elves. They not only had superb comprehension, but their physical abilities far surpassed those of normal people, allowing them to perfectly replicate the structures of the Honey apartment complex. And best of all, their only form of payment was just beef. Now the only problem is dealing with the sludge. We definitely can't have the engineer corps dig it out slowly with shovels. After all, the sheer volume of sludge is overwhelming, and they'd likely be poisoned by the fumes before they finish. So, like in modern tech, we'll need to incinerate it all at high temperatures in one go. But having Javier or Bangul handle it just isn't realistic. We can't exactly assign them to work at the sewers every day, right? So what should I do? Where could I possibly find a slave that can breathe large amounts of fire and is willing to go in and out of the sewers every day? Suddenly, I snapped my fingers. That's it. That's the right slave. Soon after, Javier and I went to find the dwarven craftsman, Corgidus. "You want me to make you a suit of armor using Alencia tree sap?" Corgidus looked at me, puzzled. "Why would you need armor like that? Don't tell me you're going to catch a dragon or something." I smiled slightly. "That's right. I am going to catch a dragon." "Who's doing that?" "It's this guy behind me." Javier stood behind me, utterly resigned, but unable to protest. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. "The target is a red dragon sitting atop the food chain, but this dragon is deeply troubled. It wants to intricately carve a diamond to propose to a female dragon. Unfortunately, its carving skills are terrible, and no female dragon would ever accept such an ugly gemstone. It despises its own useless dragon claws. As it turns out, among dragons, a male must carve a gemstone so exquisite that it stuns the female into saying yes. Only then can the female dragons eat happily, thus granting approval and recognizing one as a capable male dragon. But his carving skills are even worse than his destruction skills. Back then, crafting gemstones wasn't this difficult, because all he had to do was invade and loot human castles, or kidnap dwarves and force them to do the work. But one day, a being known as the Dragon King actually married a human girl, and he personally enacted the Dragon Clan Law. This law strictly forbids any dragons from looting or threatening other races. This directly caused the younger generation of dragons to no longer be able to obtain gemstones through robbery. They had to search for mineral veins on their own and refine them with their own claws. The single red dragon, Solitas, was now crying out in anger. Those damn old geezers. They hoarded so many gems through looting and intimidation, and now they suddenly pretend to be virtuous, creating laws to forbid us from doing the same? Then what are us younger dragons supposed to do? However, the very next second, his expression changed drastically when a strange human voice suddenly spoke. "I completely understand how you feel. I've seen many people like that. They made their fortune through shortcuts and shady tricks, but then turned around and lectured the younger generation, saying that taking shortcuts is bad." The single red dragon, Solitas, instantly erupted in fury, a fierce light blazing in his eyes. He opened his massive maw, and his dragon breath began to gather in his throat. "A human? You actually managed to break through the trap I set?" I replied indifferently. "That's right, but we just wanted to have a proper talk with the great dragon, so we took care of those little traps first. You're Solitas, aren't you? I have have a very appealing proposal for you. However, Solitas couldn't hear a word I said. He immediately opened his mouth and unleashed an incredibly intense burst of dragon breath. Furious, Solitas roared, "It's all because of you humans that I can't even get a wife. I'm going to burn all of you to ashes." At that moment, I sighed inwardly. As expected, this dragon was completely incapable of controlling its rage. Javier then asked, "So, young master, what exactly is your plan?" I strolled leisurely through the dragon's breath, completely unfazed. "My plan? Didn't I already tell you?" Javier was completely puzzled. "When was that? I don't recall you mentioning one. Before we came here, didn't I tell you to catch a dragon?" Javier's face darkened. "Young master, please stop joking around. What you mentioned is a result, not a plan. Just tell me what we're supposed to do next. I'll trust your plan and follow it exactly as you say." However, I impatiently replied, "Step 1, you fight. Step 2, you capture it." After saying that, I directly shoved Javier forward. The single red dragon, Solitas, was shocked to see Javier take its dragon breath and come out unscathed. Is there some special power in that stupid-looking armor of his? It felt completely enraged. "In that case, I'll crush you all with brute force." Meanwhile, I hid behind a large boulder, secretly cheering Javier on. Javier looked helpless, but he didn't retreat. He instantly formed an aura sword. At that moment, Solitas' dragon claw came slashing down hard. However, Javier's figure flickered, and he nimbly dodged to the side. Solitas instantly flew into a rage, going berserk like a mad beast, launching a flurry of wild attacks. You lowly human insects. However, no matter how fierce its attacks were, Javier dodged them all with ease. The more Solitas fought, the angrier it became. "This is pissing me off." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Javier's mind. "Wait a minute, I think I can actually beat this dragon." At that moment, a wicked smile appeared on my face. That's right, of course Javier can defeat it. Even though in the original novel, Javier had gone through a tough battle, but in the end, he still won. Moreover, at that time, Javier had only just awakened as a sword master. His strength was only slightly above that of Her Majesty the Queen and Kyle. But right now, Javier had long surpassed an average sword master and become a high-level sword master. Solitas' attacks had no chance of hitting him. Solitas' expression changed drastically. It stared at Javier in shock. What was that just now? Did this human actually perform a double jump in midair? It turned out Javier had learned a special footwork technique from the elves, and by channeling his mana, he created a mana platform in midair. I stood to the side, dumbfounded, thinking, a protagonist really is capable of anything. Javier leapt back and forth in the air, mercilessly toying with Solitas, but he still didn't let his guard down. After all, even a newly mature dragon was still one of the most powerful beings in this world. So, Javier held nothing back, gathered a massive amount of mana, and infused it into his aura sword, Aura Blast. With a thunderous blast, he struck Solitas square in the chest. At first, Solitas looked confused. That attack doesn't seem like much. However, in the very next second, a wave of searing pain instantly swept through his entire body. Solitas burst into tears, rolling on the ground in agony, letting out heart-wrenching screams. It hurts so much. But Javier's assault wasn't over yet. He closed in again, Aura sword raised high. Solitas completely panicked, frantically swinging his claw and shouting, "Wait!" I stood on the side, watching this scene, and thought, some people might wonder, how could a mighty dragon possibly fear a human? But Solitas' fear was exactly that kind of situation. It's like you're sleeping at night, and a bedbug suddenly appears in your room, and it even tries to provoke you. So you grab the bug spray and blast it in the face, and even after being doused with it, not only was it completely unharmed, it even picked up a pencil and stabbed you with it. Just imagine how terrifying that scene would be. And at this moment, in Solitas' eyes, Javier was exactly that kind of incomprehensible, terrifying entity. Solitas trembled all over, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Wait, I have something very important to say." Javier paused slightly, halting his steps. However, in the next second, Solitas suddenly swung its dragon claw, taking advantage of Javier's brief lapse in vigilance, and smashed straight down on him. Die! Dust flew, and the ground collapsed, but as the smoke cleared, Solitas was stunned. The spot that should have been hit was completely empty. In the next moment, it suddenly sensed a murderous aura approaching from behind. It was Javier, who had already dodged away and raised his aura sword, Aura Blast. A thunderous strike landed squarely on Solitas' back. The pain made it howl on the spot, but that wasn't the end. Javier's aura sword struck like a raging storm, thrusting again and again at Solitas, each time unleashing a precise aura blast. "Stop it! It really hurts!" Solitas pleaded desperately, and I lay leisurely to the side, quietly enjoying the scene. This was all part of my plan. In fact, Solitas' next move is already obvious. It was about to use its smoke screen breath. Normally, if a human faced a bug that couldn't be killed by pesticide and even fought back, they'd choose to flee. And even the mighty dragon was no exception in this case. Sure enough, Solitas did just that. It transformed into human form in the smoke, trying to escape in the chaos. But just as it dashed out of the smoke and hid behind a boulder, it immediately began to cast a teleportation spell. However, the next second, a thunderous bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. Solitas was struck, scorched all over, and collapsed on the ground, spiraling into deep self-doubt. Oh right, I installed an anti-teleportation trap. I was stupid in in the past, but I'm even more stupid today. At that moment, I slowly walked up to it. Solitas looked utterly confused as it lifted its head, eyes full of caution as it watched me approach step by step. Allow me to formally greet you once more, Great Dragon Lord Solitas. I am the eldest son of the Count Frontera. Solitas stood up and pretended not to be a dragon, saying, I'm not a dragon. I gave a slight smile without saying a word, and he kept up the act. Where am I? How did I get here? In the next second, Javier released an aura sword slash and struck Solitas on the back. As expected, you're the Great Dragon. Getting hit by that move usually does more than make someone squawk. What's with the two of you? Why are you doing this to me? I smiled slightly and replied, I told you right from the start. I'm here to offer you a good proposal. Tears welled up in Solitas' eyes as it shouted, then you should have talked about it instead of poking me. You were trying to kill us. And my man here was taken by surprise that he fought back. Realizing he was wrong, Solitas calmed down and asked what my proposal was. I grinned mischievously and thought, yes, the prep work is all done. In the novel, when Solitas attacked the elves, he obviously had anger issues. Clearly, it's impossible to have a conversation with a dragon like this in the first place, so I had to resort to force. But a dragon is still a dragon. Because its pride has been hurt by being forced down by humans, it'll be hard to start negotiations. Just then, I looked towards Javier and said, you bastard. How could a mere human treat Lord Dragon like that? You even raised a sword against Lord Dragon. Who told you to do that? At that moment, Javier froze, visibly confused. He thought to himself, wasn't it you, young master, who told me to fight it? However, I ignored Javier's reaction and continued speaking. Fortunately, Lord Solitas is broad-minded. Otherwise, the two of us would have been roasted like suckling pigs by now. Solitas nodded behind me, expressing strong agreement. You filthy wretch, get over there. Kneel and put your hands above your head. Javier listened in disbelief to every word, completely stunned. Are you deaf or something? Get over there and kneel already. Javier was still in shock, unable to respond at all, but for some reason, his body moved on its own. He really went off to the side, knelt obediently, and raised both hands high. At that moment, I bowed low and respectfully greeted Solitas. Lord Solitas, please have a seat. Solitas coughed slightly and said, okay. As Solitas sat down, I spoke up. Lord Solitas, there's something I'd like to ask you. After everything I'd just done, Solitas' confidence had swelled dramatically. Very well, what do you want to ask? At that moment, my expression suddenly turned dark and sinister. You want to get married, right? Solitas' face instantly turned red, its heart raced, and the entire dragon froze. How do you know about that? I didn't answer its question, but continued speaking. Because your craftsmanship is terrible. You haven't been able to carve a decent gemstone, so you're still unmarried, right? The more Solitas listened, the more terrified its expression became. How do you know so much? More importantly, how do you know where my lair is? At this moment, I gave it a meaningful smile. I can make sure you get married within 10 years. Solitas' eyes widened instantly. In a split second, its expression changed from shock to ecstatic joy. Really? You're saying I can get married within 10 years? But in the next second, it suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, first answer my questions. However, I still didn't answer, and instead gave an even deeper smile. Are you excited to finally be in a loving relationship with a female dragon? You can skate on the Arctic with your claws intertwined, exchange sweet love letters with your telepathy, and use the moonlight in the night sky to make beautiful tail hearts. Solitas was instantly completely swept away by one romantic fantasy after another. His heartbeat thumped faster and faster, as if he were already immersed in beautiful visions of the future. Seeing that the timing was perfect, I immediately pulled out a contract and said, as long as you sign this, you'll be able to get married. Solitas' eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? As long as I sign, I can get married? I nodded with a smile, replying firmly, that's right, you just need to sign your name at the bottom. Blinded by love, Solitas didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. But in the very next second, my expression suddenly changed. The atmosphere around us shifted eerily, and the air was thick with a sense of danger. I snatched the contract, stood up, and slowly said, I recall that there's a clause in the dragon law. Any dragon who signs a contract with a human and then breaks it will be punished with the Dragon King's breath judgment. Solitas' eyes widened as cold sweat instantly broke out across his face. At that moment, Solitas finally realized everything. He understood that he had just been tricked by this demon bastard. Several days later, Javier and I returned to the territory with Solitas, now in human form. All the surrounding residents were whispering among themselves, Master Lloyd has returned from this trip. Every time the young master goes out, he brings back someone impressive. I thought he'd bring back a real dragon this time. I didn't expect it to just be some listless looking guy. But little did they know, this red-haired young man was, in fact, a genuine dragon. At that moment, I was bursting with excitement, secretly thinking to myself, this is perfect. All the sewage sludge from building the underground system, Solitas can take care of it with a single blast of dragon breath. Afterward, I brought Solitas to the workshop of the dwarf craftsman, Corgitus. According to the contract, Corgitus had to personally teach Solitas advanced gemstone refinement methods, and Solitas had to perform one incineration job each day. Solitas was filled with resentment. I'm a dragon, and I have to clean up human excrement. This is the ultimate humiliation for a dragon. I smiled and calmly said, I know this must be hard for you to accept, so that's why I put a little pressure on you to sign the contract. Otherwise, there's no way you would have agreed so easily. And without that, you'd never have the chance to learn advanced gemstone refinement. If that happens, your dream of getting married would probably become a distant fantasy. Pride is certainly important, but if that pride gets in the way of your marriage, which one do you think matters more? Hearing this, Solitas fell silent. In the next second, he turned to Corgetus and bowed his head respectfully, saying, "Teacher, please teach me well." While stroking his beard, Corgetus said, "I'm actually taking a mighty dragon as an apprentice." Before Corgetus could even process what was happening, Solitas spoke with determination. "Of course, dragons are the strongest beings in the world, but when it comes to craftsmanship, you are the best in this world. So please, save my clumsy dragon claws." Hearing this, I smiled faintly from the side and thought to myself, this guy may be a bit slow, but as expected of a dragon, he really knows how to read the situation. Corgetus finally snapped out of it. "Alright, I have no reason to refuse, but I might be a little harsh. Can you handle that?" Solitas' expression turned serious. "I'm fully prepared." However, just a second after he finished speaking, Corgetus suddenly roared, "Then stop standing around like an idiot and bring me the materials." Solitas froze on the spot. He pointed at himself, visibly trembling. "You're talking to me? Do you expect your teacher to do it all for you? Get moving!" Solitas panicked and bolted out of the room, flying back to his lair at top speed to fetch the raw gemstones. And just like that, the deal officially got on track. The contract turned into a mutually beneficial arrangement. Solitas traded his pride for a chance to change his future. After receiving the world's highest level of craftsmanship training, Corgetus became the first dwarf in history to boss a dragon around. And not only that, he found immense joy in doing so. I thought back to the countless absurd contracts I had signed in the past. Every time, the other party would pretend to say, "Everything is up to you to decide." But deep down, what they were really thinking was, "Someone like you doesn't deserve the right to choose anything." That kind of thing shouldn't even be called a contract. It should be called blatant coercion. A contract is where all parties benefit. Of course, I had to make a little profit from it too. Just as I was walking out of the workshop with joy in my heart, the system's notification suddenly rang. "You have changed another tragic fate into something positive." The fire dragon Solitas lost his horns in the fight against Javier, suffering fatal injuries before returning to his den. In the end, he died alone in a place where no one would ever find him. I muttered, "Is that so?" In the novel, it only showed him running out of his den, but the system's broadcast wasn't over yet. If it weren't for you, the Frontera couple would have ceased to exist in this world as well. The Count is multi-talented. He's now free of debt, focusing all his efforts into the work he hasn't been able to do in the past. He's happy right now. You made this happen. Julian, who was supposed to die in a foreign land, is now being acknowledged as the best student in his school. You made this happen. It's impossible to count the number of lives you've saved. After hearing this long string of reports, a smug smile appeared on my face, and I immediately spoke. "Then give me money. You must earn your own money. Then give me relationship points. You are so unsentimental. But honestly, what I need now are skills. After all, I'm about to begin constructing a sewer system across the entire territory. The problem is, my surveying skills currently cover only limited areas, and for a project of this scale, I'd need to collect data from one section after another and then stitch it all together. It's just too much hassle. To improve efficiency, I directly spent 1,200 relationship points to upgrade intermediate design to advanced design. Originally, I thought with advanced design, I'd be able to plan larger areas in one go, but to my surprise, I actually unlocked an additional exclusive bonus skill. The name of the skill was Construction Guidelines. I looked completely confused, thinking, what does this skill even do? Just then, the system prompted me to project a previously saved 3D floor plans. I decided to play along, and in the next second, the 3D layout suddenly expanded several times and projected right in front of me. Not only that, the holographic projection wasn't just visible to me. All the workers could see it too. I was amazed, thinking this was going to make everything twice as efficient with half the effort. I need to test this out right away. Soon after, Javier looked at the green circle projected on the ground with a puzzled expression. "Young master, what is this?" "This is where you're supposed to dig. I'll explain the details later, but can you just listen to me and do this first?" After digging, a green light was visible inside as well. I pointed to a spot on the projection and said, "Try digging just outside this glowing circle." Javier lifted his shovel and dug outside the circle. In that instant, a disgustingly handsome face rose up from the pit. "Come on, do a proper job, will you?" Javier looked at that familiar, punch-worthy face, his mouth twitching, expression gradually twisting. How obnoxious. "Hey, aren't you being too careless with your words?" "That's my face," Javier said coldly. If every mistake on site triggered that face, no one would ever dare make a mistake again. I said, "Stop saying stuff like that. I'm hurt by it." Suddenly, Javier asked, "So, what is it this time? Are you going to say that you were a genius of illusion magic all along, or that this is a magic tool you stole from a dark sorcerer?" I froze, thinking to myself, that came out of nowhere. I think it'll be hard to lie to him any further. So I smiled slightly and asked Javier which one sounds more plausible. The latter, wear an appropriate necklace when you go around. "Alright, I'll do that." Hearing this, Javier turned around and said, "Then that will be the story I stick with." At this point, although I don't have a lot of answers I can give Javier, I still asked him if there's anything else he's curious about. Javier immediately replied, my curiosity isn't what's important right now. What's important is that you save everyone in the county. Hearing this, I was taken aback. In the next second, I said confidently, of course I will, silently thanking him for believing in me. The next morning, Byron gathered all the workers. From this moment on, we will begin building the full territory underground sewer system. We will rescue lives from the clutches of disease. I want to hear everyone out loud. What's our motto? The workers, as if injected with adrenaline, roared in unison. Safety first. No injuries allowed. Anyone who gets hurt is done for. Weaklings, go do the safe jobs. Watching this scene unfold, I grew increasingly uneasy and turned to Javier and asked, why have they become like this? Javier said nothing, his expression deeply conflicted, but in his heart, he knew the answer all too well. Don't you have even the slightest clue yourself? Aren't they all just learning from you? If the sewage and waste within the county is thrown into the sewer, then they'll flow through the sewer pipes into the main sewer. The small sewer pipes can be dug in by Padon alone, but the size of the main sewage tunnel is too much for him. So what we need is the cheer squad. Seeing Bangul cheered for him, Baibiang immediately dug in full power. Meanwhile, one of the workers dug outside the green light, and that disgustingly handsome face appeared. Come on, seriously? Shockingly, when the workers saw my face, they all started cheering. Yes, it's the young master's angry face. That's what I want when I work. Soon, all around the territory, my face kept appearing. The young master just yelled at us. I bet you're jealous. His face over here is scarier. Our side's face is ugly. I never expected things to spiral like this. I shouted furiously at them. This feature is supposed to make you follow the construction guidelines, and yet you're actually enjoying it. As time passed, several heavy spring rains fell across the territory. After 3 months of construction, the small-scale sewer systems had progressed smoothly, all thanks to the construction guidelines skill. Even the main central sewer system was being built at lightning speed. I said to Byron, I want to extend the core main sewer straight out to that plain over there and build the sludge treatment facility there. Byron frowned immediately upon hearing this. Young master, that's the place where the mastodons that attacked us settled down. Will that be okay? I casually replied. With Baibiang constantly moving around the site, they probably won't approach easily, but we should still be careful. Go notify all workers. If they encounter mastodons, just retreat quietly. However, I had still underestimated the situation. That day, while I was enjoying my peaceful life, Padon came to me and anxiously explained everything that had happened. I looked at him, puzzled. You're saying something strange was discovered at the construction site? When I arrived at the scene, my expression immediately turned serious. I stared grimly at what lay below. It was the corpse of a mastodon, already decayed. Judging by the level of rot, it hadn't died too long ago. What was even more baffling was that it had been buried in such a deep pit. Judging by the scene, it was clearly buried intentionally. Who did this, and why? Just then, Baibiang told me it smelled something, so I ordered the workers to keep digging. However, as the pit grew deeper, I was completely stunned. Buried below wasn't just one mastodon, but dozens of them, and their bodies were neatly arranged. This made me even more uneasy. This situation was never mentioned in the novel. The intel on mastodons only described their basic habits, never anything about their corpses being buried like this. I racked my brain, trying to recall if there was a similar plotline in the novel. Suddenly, it hit me. This was very similar to the chapter about the Namarins barrier. Back then, there had been a ritual involving dark magic. Could it be that this place was also cursed with black magic? At that moment, the corpses of the mastodons began to emit a purple glow. Seeing this, I immediately shouted, everyone fall back. Get out of here now. This is corpse explosion magic. The next second, all the corpses detonated at once. Purple flames surged out of the pit in an instant. At this rate, the workers will be engulfed by the eerie flames. I absolutely can't allow a single worker to get hurt. I made a split-second decision and used triple core mana blast. Whether this works or not, I'll try using the force of explosions to counteract these strange purple flames. Suddenly, Baibiang appeared and blocked the wave of purple fire with its body. Baibiang! At the same time, on the other side, the great dragon Solitas also sensed the anomaly. It squinted at the distant purple flames, frowning. Looks like necromancy. Based on that explosion, it seems to be the corpse of a creature much larger than a human. It fell into deep thought. That fraud seems to be in danger. Should I go help him? But am I obligated to do something like that? Just as Solitas hesitated, it suddenly spotted a figure rushing toward the flames at incredible speed. It was Javier. Even though he wasn't staying with the young master this time, he still charged into the battlefield without hesitation. Solitas continued what he was doing, thinking to himself, since that monstrous guy is already on his way, I guess I don't have to go. Back on the battlefield, Baibiang, having taken the full brunt of the attack alone, had already fallen unconscious, but even worse things were yet to come. The workers stared in horror at the spot where the purple flames had faded, only to see the corpses of the mastodons were standing back up again. And not only that, they were roaring like lunatics, charging straight at us. Run away! Hearing this, the workers immediately ran as fast as they could. Just then, the white cavalry was ready to face the undead mastodon horde head-on, but I quickly intervened. Don't do it! Without hesitation, Blanc ordered a full retreat. At that moment, I desperately racked my brain for a solution. Suddenly, inspiration struck me, and I immediately shouted toward Byron, quick, Go bring over one of the mastodons we raised earlier. At the same time, I told Podong to hold off the undead mastodon horde. Don't be fooled by how he's usually just a giant digging hamster. His combat power is absolutely ferocious. At that moment, once Podong got serious, his entire aura shifted. With a single punch, Podong sent an undead mastodon flying several meters away. But the fight was far from over. He followed up with an elbow strike, and another undead mastodon crashed to the ground. Next, with a graceful spin, he unleashed a flying kick and actually took out 2 undead mastodons at once. But now, even more undead mastodons were charging like a raging flood. Podong's eyes sharpened. With a stomp of his foot and a quick sidestep back, he nimbly dodged their charge. Then, he slowly stood firm and took a stance. The next second, he suddenly crossed his claws, and his aura surged. In an instant, Podong danced gracefully through the undead mastodons like a whirlwind, elegantly weaving between them, punching them away one after another. Seeing this, I was completely stunned, thinking to myself, what on earth has this guy been watching all this time? Though the flurry of combos looked flashy and cool, the number of undead mastodons was still overwhelming. Every time Podong knocked down one wave, a new one charged in right after. And since they were undead, they didn't tire. They didn't feel fear. Seeing that Podong was about to be swallowed by the herd of elephants, I suddenly shouted at them, "You stinky mastodons, stop right there." The undead mastodons actually stopped at the sound of my roar, and all turned their heads toward me in unison. Faced with the undead mastodon horde, I actually tried to enrage them by threatening their child. "One of your baby is in my hands. In 5 seconds, it'll become a pile of meat." The eyes of the undead mastodons changed instantly. Their gaze burned with wild fury. I raised the terrified, struggling baby mastodon in my hand and added, "Something is bothering you, right? You're suddenly getting angry and restless, aren't you? So I suggest you better hurry up and come save it." Sure enough, the entire herd of undead mastodons turned around and charged at me like mad beasts. Perfect! They took the bait. I immediately hoisted the baby mastodon and ran like hell. While running, I patted the baby's head. "You acted brilliantly just now." The novel once described how obsessed mastodons are with protecting their children. Even after becoming undead, they would still fight for them. And previously, there was something else that proved this text was true. At that time, Byron was busy trying to tame some baby mastodons. Those adult mastodons would often sneak over from afar just to check if their children were doing well. At this moment, I shouted loudly, "Podong, we're crossing the canyon. Then we'll hide in the forest at the end. Let's go." Seeing this, the workers were deeply moved when they saw the young master once again risking himself to lure away the monsters. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goming was leisurely lying on a tree, enjoying a peaceful afternoon. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed him out of nowhere. It was Javier. "You still have that red seed the young master gave you, right? Hurry up and eat it. Grow big and fly me north to rescue them." At this moment, I was riding on Podong, dashing wildly ahead. But this can't go on. These undead mastodons don't know what exhaustion is. I tried attacking with Mana Blast. Although it blasted the undead mastodons in front away, those behind immediately caught up. What should I do? Would using triple core Mana Blast work? But after using that move, this whole place will come down. What if we're nearly dead after the blast, but some of them still remain? Then we'll really be dead. Suddenly, Podong abruptly slammed on the brakes and stopped. The road ahead was blocked. Damn it, is there really no way out? I quickly activated simulation mode skill. Sure enough, with Podong's weight, there's no way to climb up. What should I do? I told myself to calm down and remember all my skills, the experiences I have been through, the combinations of those experiences and my estimated limits. Let's move. Not doing anything is just a waste of time. Suddenly, Podong looked on in horror as I actually jumped off its back. Not only that, I walked straight toward the undead mastodon horde. I had just been worried that using triple core Mana Blast would leave me near death, but then I realized it was also the key to breaking through this crisis. The next second, I unleashed a triple core Mana Blast, but strangely enough, I actually launched it toward the sky. The undead mastodon horde trembled in fear from the sheer power of that move. Immediately after, I dropped to my knees and entered a near-death state. At the same time, the undead mastodon horde was drawing closer and closer. Just then, my skill supercharge has activated. In an instant, countless streams of purple dark energy surged toward me. This skill allows me to rapidly absorb all surrounding energy. But that's not all. Since Podong is still nearby, I need to designate the target and direction of absorption. I slowly raised my hand. The undead mastodons, whose energy I was absorbing, began to gradually fade away. The first time I used supercharge, I absorbed Queen Magentano's mana and the surrounding mana, and discovered that my mana heart actually leveled up. So, when I got back to the territory, I immediately went to find Javier, thinking I could test him out as a power bank. Javier looked utterly disgusted. "No way! Please stay away from me." But I didn't care whether he wanted to or not. That's an order. I thought to myself, if using supercharge to replenish mana can help me level up, then you, my power bank, shall become the sacrifice on my road to leveling up. Without hesitation, I unleashed a triple core Mana Blast. Right after, I collapsed to the ground, entering near-death state. Then, my supercharge skill was activated. To avoid damaging the surroundings, I deliberately controlled the skill and absorbed mana only from Javier. Watching his mana slowly drain away, I burst into excited laughter. "I'm going to drain you dry. However, just then, a system warning blared. Error. This type of mana is not something your lowly body can handle. I suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Javier rushed over and pretended to be concerned. Young master, are you alright? But that uncontrollable upward curve at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. Although I didn't manage to evolve back then, I did learn how to specify the target and direction of absorption. Now, all of your mana belongs to me. However, the system prompted. You have exceeded the amount of mana that can be absorbed. Mana heart is being expanded forcefully. You have obtained a large amount of skill EXP. I thought to myself, the decayed mana of the undead is completely different from regular toxins. I must circulate my mana heart even more intensely. Only by converting this decayed energy can I fully control this power. At that moment, the system started popping up frantic alerts. Mana heart has taken damage. Strong mana has been used to heal the mana heart. And so, the mana heart continuously cycled between damage and recovery. At the same time, the mana heart's level kept increasing. Sensing things were going wrong, I roared hoarsely, increased the absorption rate. The energy of the entire undead mastodon horde in the canyon was being crazily absorbed by me. Just then, a system notification popped up. Skill rank up. I have successfully advanced to intermediate sword expert, increasing my physical ability by 600%. I slowly stood up and picked up my shovel, and this reborn version of me unexpectedly unlocked a remarkable new skill. New mana heart skill has been activated. I turned to the undead mastodon horde ahead and coldly uttered a single word. Kneel. The next second, the undead mastodon horde all knelt down in unison. The new skill I acquired is undead domination. Immediately after, I tossed a blue seed to Padong and said, Padong, let's go back home. Without hesitation, we immediately started walking across the undead mastodons like stepping stones. Just as I thought everything was going smoothly, the system notification rang. The undead domination skill has a fatal flaw. It can only be activated when I'm facing the undead directly. The moment I turn my back on them, they immediately break free from my control. Even worse, the undead domination skill has a time limit, and now there are only 40 seconds left on the timer. Damn it, now this is bad. Run! The undead mastodons charged at us like lunatics, and we sprinted across their heads to escape the swarm. You bastards, when the hell is this gonna end? However, no matter how fast my legs are, there's no way I can outrun something with 4 legs. The moment the undead domination skill ended, I wrapped my arms around Padong and the baby mastodon, bracing for what came next. Just then, at the critical moment, I felt something yank me away with tremendous force. Looking down, the undead mastodon horde was still charging madly through the canyon. A wave of fear swept over me. I looked up and saw 2 familiar figures in the sky. It was Javier and Goming. In an instant, Javier summoned his aura sword and shouted loudly, "Let's go, Lord Goming." Goming flew close along the canyon wall. Javier's plan was to collapse the canyon wall and bury the entire undead horde alive. Being suspended midair like this, I never want to experience it a second time. At this moment, Javier had already completely shattered the entire canyon wall. The next second, countless boulders rained down like a storm, crashing hard onto the undead mastodon horde. The moment the rocks hit them, they exploded instantly, and loud booms echoed continuously from deep within the canyon. I looked at the hellish scene below, my heart pounding wildly. If it weren't for Javier, I probably would have died here today. Not long after, we landed safely, and Goming was completely exhausted from the flight. I turned to Javier with a big grin. That was amazing. I only survived thanks to you. However, Javier's expression was filled with fury. You can still smile right now. I was stunned by his sudden outburst. It was the first time I had ever seen Javier this angry. Javier stared at me intensely, his voice low but brimming with suppressed fury. Young master, I've told you before, I'm your escort knight, which means I must stay by your side to protect you, but you left me behind to cut steel bars. Did you really think you wouldn't be in danger? I saw everything as I flew over with Goming. You told the workers to evacuate, yet you rushed out alone to act as bait for those monsters. I grinned lazily and said, don't get so worked up. It's not like I planned to be the bait. My original plan was to lure them away and finish them all in one go. Javier stared me down. So, did you succeed? I shrugged. You saw it all, didn't you? Why even ask? What do you want me to say? Javier roared furiously. I'm saying I wish you'd act a little more responsibly. Young master, do you have any idea what would happen to the territory if you weren't here right now? All the housing projects, the underground sewer system, everything would be ruined. Even the lives of our residents would be put in danger. You're carrying the lives of countless people on your shoulders. So please, value yourself more. Is that so? What you're saying is, as long as it's not me, it's okay if a few others die. Javier's expression changed dramatically, shocked. Young master, that's not what I meant. I just don't want you to put yourself in danger. I looked up and met his eyes and shouted angrily. So what? Do you think everyone else would have made it out safely against that swarm of crazed undead mastodons? At this point, we got into a huge argument. Padong stood to the side, watching us with anxious eyes, not knowing what to do at all. I stood up, stared at Javier, and said firmly, Javier, I'm the most important person in this territory. The territory and all the people here are mine, and of course, I have to protect what's mine myself. If not me, then who? Javier's expression grew complicated. He gritted his teeth and spoke. So, does that mean you plan to keep taking on the most dangerous tasks alone? I answered without hesitation. reputation, of course, and I'll take the most money depending on the risk. Javier glared at me, his teeth grinding in anger, but in the next moment, he suddenly sighed as if letting go. Then do as you like, but from now on, I'll stay by your side and protect you. Right then, the system notification suddenly sounded. Javier's approval rating of you has increased for the first time in a while. It has increased by 15 points. Your relationship with a key character has improved. You have been awarded 270 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 3,140. Javier's assessment of you has also gone up. Someone I respect has been upgraded to someone I must protect. At the same time, Javier has pledged to die for you if you are faced with death. I squinted and smirked at Javier. It's not like you really have to go that far though. Javier glared fiercely at me and snorted coldly. What are you talking about? If you want to play dumb, just keep playing. I shrugged, put away my grin, and murmured thoughtfully, but who the hell did this to those undead mastodons? Could it be the backlash of the monster domino effect, and now Asfahan is retaliating? But as far as I know, they don't have any necromancers that powerful in their country. I know that because in the novel, Asfahan was described in great detail. They value martial arts more and wouldn't do something like this. Black magic was only mentioned once in the Namran Barrier chapter. I told Javier to stop all work for the time being and that we would search for clues. Based on plot deductions from the novel, I've formed a rough idea. Once I find evidence, I'll make sure they take responsibility for the damage. Afterward, I began assigning personnel to excavate the area where the mastodon bones were discovered. Javier thought it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, which, honestly, it was. But it still had to be done. We couldn't continue construction with potential danger lurking, and I was certain we'd eventually uncover the medium used for necromantic black magic. Suddenly, someone ran up in a panic to report, "Young master, Count Cremo has arrived from the west." I was confused. Why would he suddenly show up now? But the moment I returned to the manor to meet him, the Count blurted out, "Let's get married." The room instantly filled with awkward silence. Then, I slowly said, "Sorry, Count Cremo, you're not my type." Count Cremo immediately replied, "You're not the type I go for as well. I'm asking you to marry my daughter. I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll be straight with you. After you left last time, I gave it some thought. There's no better candidate for a son-in-law than you. But now that you've become so famous, many noble families want to marry into the Frontera family. That's made me very uneasy. So, what day do you think is best for the wedding?" I asked him to calm down. No noble has come to me about marriage yet. Just then, Count Frontera interrupted me. Out of nowhere, he dumped a massive pile of love letters onto the table. These were formal marriage proposals sent to our domain through the noble house of the kingdom. Since you seemed too busy to deal with them, I collected them all for you and figured I'd show you later. Count Cremo insisted none of those people were sincere. He believed one should propose in person, like he did. Then he declared, "Let's hold the wedding at House Frontera's estate." At that point, I cut him off. "Count Cremo, please slow down a bit. I appreciate the high regard you hold me in, but I'm afraid I must decline this marriage proposal." Count Cremo was baffled that he had been turned down. "You're already a 27-year-old. At your age, being unmarried only makes people suspect there's something wrong with your body." Javier nearly burst out laughing at that, but managed to hold it in for the occasion. Count Cremo continued, "Are you saying our family isn't good enough?" I told him, "It's not about your family, but your daughter clearly looks unwilling. She's acting like she'd rather be executed." At that moment, Christine spoke with difficulty. "I'm the eldest daughter of the Cremo family. For the sake of my family's future and peace, I'm willing to sacrifice my entire life." I was speechless. Anyone watching this might have thought she was being forced to marry the Demon King. Meanwhile, Javier was actually trembling beside me. I couldn't help but say, "Hey, are you using mana to hold back your laughter?" At that moment, Count Frontera spoke up. "Count Cremo, if I may be so bold, I agree that family interests matter, but I also believe the feelings of the people involved are just as important. After all, this is a lifelong commitment. Love is definitely an essential element. For the sake of your daughter's happiness, please respect their wishes." Christine's eyes filled with tears, unable to believe what she was hearing. Count Cremo fell silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly wrapped an arm around his daughter's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Christine. As your father, I almost made you suffer just for the sake of our family's status." At once, the two embraced, creating an incredibly heartwarming scene. Before leaving, they made sure to thank the Frontera couple. "Thank you both. Today taught me a valuable lesson. Let's live with love." The Fronteras immediately held hands and raised them high in response. "That's right. Let's live with love." But apparently, no one cared about how I felt. So, not marrying me automatically equals a happy ending? Even my own parents seemed to think so. As for Javier, he'd been crouched in the corner shaking this entire time. Because he actually didn't laugh once through it all. I really should thank him. Judging from the look of it, he worked harder holding it than he did fighting the Giga Titan. In the end, I rejected all political marriage proposals. I didn't want to take on political risk, nor did I want any woman to become unhappy because of me. But somehow, this news even reached Her Majesty the Queen. "Your Majesty, the Frontera family rejected all marriage requests." Well, that's about what I expected. Even if he agreed, the bride would probably say no, because that guy's face just looks too much like a potato. At that thought, she couldn't help laughing out loud. "Your Majesty, are you alright?" "It's okay. It's nothing. Cook me some potatoes for dinner tonight. I want them boiled whole." Still, she reminded herself to keep an eye on which house that potato potato eventually marries into, because once he does, that union will definitely become the most powerful regional force. Then the queen asked, any news from the letter we sent to Asfahan? They flat out denied everything. They were clearly responsible for the monster domino effect, but instead of admitting it, they had the nerve to accuse us. The queen thought, so that old bastard wants me to make the first move? Very well then, looks like it's time to send an envoy delegation to Asfahan. Suddenly, the queen smiled. Looks like we'll need to add a potato to that delegation. Back in my territory, during dinner, Byron brought over a rotting sheep's head with a strange symbol carved into the skull. Young master, this was found at the northern accident site. The moment I saw the symbol, I immediately recognized it. It had appeared in one of the novel's illustrations. In the novel, it was the new national emblem adopted by Her Majesty the Queen after her descent into darkness. Looks like her dark transformation is deeply tied to the Namoran barrier incident. Ever since I arrived in this world, I've already changed a lot of the plot. Right now, Her Majesty the Queen hasn't turned evil, and the conditions that triggered the Namoran barrier have been removed. But the sudden appearance of this symbol must mean those people are plotting something that never occurred in the novel. If I don't stay alert, my sweet life might end up in ruins. In the novel, the one who erected the Namoran barrier was a black mage named Cannavaro. He nearly caused the deaths of countless people. He's the prime suspect now. I thought to myself, looks like I'll have to personally go investigate Namoran. Sir Byron, let's resume construction as soon as possible. Once it's done, I've got a trip to take. Now that the suspect is basically identified, I need to go get solid proof. As time passed, the sludge treatment facility was finally completed. After Padong opened the massive manhole cover above, I bowed slightly and said to Solitas, then I'll leave the rest to you, Solitas. He began casting magic. Inside the pit, all the waste matter began to gather into one large heap. In an instant, Solitas transformed into a towering red dragon and unleashed a blast of dragon fire straight into the pit. One day, your legend will spread across the world, the story of a dragon who gladly used his powers for the sake of humanity's hygiene. The legend of Solitas, the dragon of fecal destruction. Suddenly, Solitas exploded in rage and furiously warned me never to spread such a story. I asked, confused, why not? Isn't it cool? The dragon of fecal destruction. Doesn't that sound badass? Solitas snapped back. Are you serious right now? You're terrible at coming up with names. I murmured in disappointment. What do you expect? I was a science major. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You managed to build the first collective waste system for the Laurasia continent. Thanks to you, the concept of public health is starting to be established. You received a new title. Should I give you red tissue or blue tissue? The title's effect is that it reduces the probability of infectious disease outbreaks in your territory to 0. I thought, well, at least now I can travel with peace of mind. Javier asked, young master, when do you plan to depart for Namoran? I told him, I'd like to leave as soon as possible, but if we charge in blindly, we might come up empty-handed. It'd be great if I had a suitable excuse. Just then, Javier and I saw carriages heading to the manor. I have a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, back at the manor, Count Frontera explained that the proposals we had refused all came with the belief that I would change my mind once I saw the ladies in person, so they were sent here. Since we couldn't possibly turn them away, we arranged for their accommodation. Moreover, Count Frontera even prepared numbered tickets for them to meet me. My lord, you're not excited about this, are you? No, I just wish you'd marry someone you love. Sure, the time for grandchildren has passed, and rumors may be spreading across the continent that my eldest son is defective, but that's fine by me. Hearing this, I was speechless. Still, I guess it's something to be happy about. After all, noble ladies lining up to marry me doesn't sound bad. But thinking it over more carefully, it's not the young ladies who want the marriage, it's their fathers. So basically, it's a line of uncles trying to marry their daughters off to me. At that moment, candidate number 1 walked in. I politely greeted her. Nice to meet you, my lady. Suddenly, she gasped, as if struck by love at first sight. She exclaimed, I really want to marry you, young master. But why is the servant sitting while the young master is standing? I was utterly speechless and told her, I'm the young master. The one behind me is the servant. Her expression changed instantly, pure reluctance. Seeing this, I understood everything and replied with a blank expression, have a safe journey back. Then, without hesitation, candidate number 1 shut the door and left. Next came candidate number 2, and the process was almost identical to the first. Oh my, I really want to marry you, young master. But why is the servant sitting while the young master is standing? Same expression, same door slam. Javier found the whole scene unbearably dull. Then, I called in candidate number 3, but when I saw her face, I couldn't help but be surprised. This girl looked really familiar. I was sure I'd seen her in the novel's illustrations. Candidate number 3 introduced herself with graceful elegance. I am Siluria Namoran, eldest daughter of Count Namoran. It's a pleasure to meet you. The moment I heard that name, I instantly realized who she was. She was a character from the novel. Back when I read the novel, I always thought she was the main love interest who had an ambiguous relationship with Javier. But unexpectedly, she sacrificed herself to protect the people of Namoran. When that scene happened, the comment section exploded. This is just cruel. Why does everyone Javier loves and holds dear end up dying? As I was lost in those memories, Siluria spoke again. I know it was rude to show up unannounced, but my father was very anxious, so I had no choice but to come personally. You are much better looking than the rumors say. Hearing that, I immediately realized she definitely mistook me for someone else. Sorry, the man behind me is my guard. I'm Lloyd. Siluria showed a puzzled expression. I'm talking to you, aren't I? The one behind you must be the famous sword master, Javier, right? In that moment, not only was I deeply shocked, but even Javier had an expression of disbelief. Siluria continued, I imagine this situation puts you in a difficult spot. After all, you haven't had much time to think seriously about marriage lately. I asked her, how do you know that? Because on the way here, I saw many unheard of buildings under construction, and the roads were gradually becoming cleaner. So just overseeing all this must already take up a lot of your time, right? After saying that, she stood up to leave. At that moment, I stopped her. Is your territory currently facing any difficulties? For example, a sudden population surge? Siluria sat down again. How did you know about that? Because the neighboring territory was attacked by monsters. Over 400 refugees who lost their homes fled to our land. According to reports, they were guided there by someone, all the way from afar. I thought to myself, damn it. In the novel, the barrier in Nameron was a magic created to absorb the lives of those trapped within. The influx of refugees reached the threshold needed for the dark mage Cannavaro to activate the spell, so he erected the barrier. I had thought all the refugees would flock to our territory. I didn't expect someone would deliberately guide them to Nameron. If Cannavaro's plan really proceeds, then the thousands of citizens in Nameron will be sacrificed, summoning the Hell Knight that brings despair to the world. According to the story's setting, even a high-rank swordmaster couldn't defeat the Hell Knight. It's practically a godlike being. At that point, all the territories in Magentano will be destroyed, and the entire land will become a living hell. This situation is worse than I feared. Looks like I have to leave for Nameron immediately. The next day, I packed my bags and got ready to depart, but Javier showed up carrying a basket full of letters. Aren't you heading out on a business trip? What's all that in your hands? Javier sighed helplessly. Letters the young ladies gave me before they left. I asked, confused. What kind of letters? Javier replied irritably, love letters. Of course. Don't tell me, young master, you didn't receive a single one? I answered calmly, that's right. In that instant, the sky blushed red. Javier set the basket of love letters on the ground, then unexpectedly pulled one out and handed it to me. I'm giving you one. I stared silently at the letter in his hand, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, a faint smile crept onto my lips. You brat, that letter's for you. Why are you handing it to me? Go get your bags ready. We're heading out. Lady Siluria is waiting for us. Javier slowly lowered the envelope, frustration written all over his face. He had planned to mock the young master with this, hoping to see a bitter, defeated reaction, only to be met with a calm and unfazed smile. This trip to Nameron wasn't just for investigating Cannavaro, it was also a chance to make money through construction. Because Nameron was built on elevated, sloping terrain, they were always worried about gradual erosion. This time, we could help solve that problem. However, the moment I arrived in Nameron, I saw Cannavaro. Siluria introduced him. That's the head of the merchant guild. He's been paying out of pocket to care for the 400 refugees. I thought to myself, so it's you. You two-faced, hypocritical bastard. I'll crush you like an empty soda can. When we arrived at the Lord's estate, the Count of Nameron warmly welcomed us. But once again, I was mistaken for someone else. As expected, seeing you in person is far better than rumors. You radiate nobility from head to toe. So, when shall we set the wedding date? Siluria quickly cut in. Father, that's Sir Javier, the bodyguard. The one next to him is Lord Lloyd. The Count of Nameron was shocked. But just look at them. The one on the left obviously looks like the refined noble, while the one beside him, how should I say this? He just seems lacking in every way. Suddenly, Siluria shouted at her father. Father, what you just said is way too rude. As a count, how can you not see a person's true nature? Even if Lord Lloyd may seem a bit lacking on the surface, he is a wise and capable man. And Lord Lloyd didn't come here for a marriage proposal. He came to help solve our territory's landslide problem. As Siluria spoke, Javier kept watching me, and finally, the moment he saw the hint of sadness at the corner of my mouth, he lit up like a child who just got a new toy. Looking at that smug expression on his face, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a shovel and tried to strangle him on the spot. However, against Javier's overwhelming strength, no matter how hard I tried, the shovel wouldn't budge an inch. When night came, I had instructed Javier to keep an eye on Cannavaro. If I could confirm that the symbol was tied to black magic, I could tell the Count of Nameron everything happening in our territory and wipe them all out in one sweep. But the next day, as I walked through town, I realized that the symbol was being sold everywhere. At the same time, Javier returned to report. I didn't notice anything suspicious about Cannavaro. He seemed genuinely focused on taking care of the refugees. I wanted to investigate his residence, but the door is sealed with an expensive magic lock. Destroying the lock wouldn't be difficult, but it could alert the enemy. So, Javier decided to back off for now. Also, Javier had traced the symbol's origin. Apparently, it belongs to a wandering minstrel. Recently, it's become incredibly trendy, and related products are being sold everywhere in big cities. I mulled it over, realizing things had just gotten way more complicated. Do I need to find that wandering minstrel? How do I do that? It'll all be over if Nameron's barrier gets deployed while doing that. The novel never described exactly how the barrier is formed. Finding that and stopping it in advance will be tough. If I have Javier stay outside, sure, he might be able to break through it, but Siluria will most likely die, and I absolutely certainly don't want to see someone I know die. The term Grandmaster that was mentioned in the novel refers to an existence far surpassing a sword master. With that kind of power, you'll be able to get rid of the barrier and the Hell Knight in an instant. But since I don't know the theory behind it, I can't train Javier into becoming one. This puts us in a really tight spot. Suddenly, Javier spoke up. I believe investigating Cannavaro is the right way forward. Using such a powerful lock clearly means he is hiding something. I asked in confusion, but you said you'd be caught if you broke the lock. So what will you do? Javier looked at me solemnly, his voice firm. There's another way of getting in. Please trust me, my lord. I can do it. So please wait. The next day, I walked through the streets, scanning the terrain while waiting for Javier's update. Suddenly, I overheard people chatting nearby. A stunning beauty showed up at Namoran's supply depot. I heard her figure is absolutely amazing. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Why are they gossiping about this in the middle of the street? When did Cannavaro's supply depot ever have some stunning beauty? I racked my brain, but I was certain this never happened in the novel. Could this be one of the unexpected twists? Looks like I have to go check it out for myself. I squeezed through the crowd to the front, but then, the moment I saw this so-called stunning beauty, I was completely dumbfounded. That wasn't some incredible beauty at all. It was clearly Javier in disguise. At that moment, Javier also spotted me, and I immediately gave him a meaningful look. Javier didn't expect me to show up and was clearly startled. I quickly made a hand gesture. I respect your personal taste. Javier responded with a gesture of his own, completely ignoring the soup he just splashed onto the guy next to him. This is not my personal taste. I'm carrying out a plan. I raised my fingers in a V shape near my eyes, pointed them toward him, then walked away without looking back. Javier knew he had been misunderstood, but he couldn't break his cover. Suddenly, Cannavaro whispered to his subordinate, "Is everything ready?" The subordinate answered quietly, "It was all set up last night." Javier, standing nearby, heard everything loud and clear. Meanwhile, I had reached the mountainside of Namoran territory, preparing to start a scanning survey. Suddenly, I discovered that human skulls were buried beneath the surface. Could it be that people had died during construction in the past? But these bones looked like they had only recently been buried, and more strangely, only skulls were present in this area. What's even more bizarre was that all these skulls were buried exactly 50 centimeters underground, spaced perfectly apart, forming a complete ring around the mountain. A chill ran down my spine, and I quickly dug deeper into the ground. As expected, these skulls contain black magic. Looks like this is the truth behind the black magic that triggers the Namoran barrier. In that case, I'll completely ruin your plan. I began absorbing the black magic from the skull, and before long, I had purified it. Just as I picked up the skull, something seemed to fall out from inside. Looking at the purple crystal in my hand, I was puzzled. So the skull was just a container, and this thing is the core? Is this some kind of gem? I scanned it using advanced surveying skill. To my surprise, the system estimated its value at 500 million. Did I just hit the jackpot? Could it be that there are more purple crystals inside the other buried skulls? I instantly went into berserk mode. This was like free money from heaven. Digging up the ground actually made me rich. The system complained. You seem happier about this than preventing Namoran's wall. From dawn until sunset, I dug up a total of 30 purple crystals. Each one is worth a whole year of Sir Byron's salary, which means I can boss him around for 30 years. On the other side, Byron began feeling unwell and started coughing uncontrollably. At that moment, I stood under the setting sun, sighing at how fulfilling the day had been. If only every day could be like this. But thinking about it, Sir Byron is actually pretty pitiful. Fine, I'll give him a raise. From now on, I'll only enslave him for 20 more years, though the workload in those 20 years might be equivalent to 30 years worth. Suddenly, I stopped moving and squatted down to look at one of the skulls. Why were you used like this? Were you corpses who died naturally, or victims of murder? Either way, each of you gave Byron a whole year's salary. So, I offer you my heartfelt thanks. After that, I carefully gathered them all up. I'll take you to a sunny place and bury you properly. However, I didn't notice that these skulls were actually sweating in fear. That night, after finishing his mission, Javier returned, but the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Suddenly, Javier broke the silence. "Young master, please allow me to explain why I dressed like that during the day." I interrupted him right away. "You don't need to say anything more. I understand everything. There are countless people in this world, and each has their own personality. I can understand your unique individuality." At that moment, the moonlight shone on Javier's face, and he almost felt like smashing his head against a wall. Javier explained helplessly, "Young master, everyone in this city knows I'm a knight that came from a foreign land, so if I want to investigate those people, I have to go in disguise." I waved my hand lightly. "No need to explain. I already know." The moonlight once again illuminated Javier's face, and his speechlessness reached a peak. At that moment, the scene fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, I asked, "When did you first know you liked that sort of thing?" Javier instantly shouted in anger, "I told you, it's not like that. Why are you getting so worked up? Are you saying that hobby sucks? Are you insulting everyone in the world who has that hobby now?" Javier couldn't win the argument, so he just gritted his teeth and began reporting today's investigation. Anyway, underneath Cannavaro's mansion, there's a door that leads underground. At first, while observing him, I felt like he was the kindest, most sincere man. I even thought that perhaps you were wrong for suspecting Cannavaro of such a thing, but since he's going to such lengths to hide something. It seems your intuition was right again this time. Then Javier spoke firmly. I'll find a way to uncover the evidence. After hearing that, I replied once more. That's right. Just trust me, and don't ever hang your head because of your hobbies. I said it's not like that. Meanwhile, one of Cannavaro's subordinates reported that someone had taken the bones and the jewels. Cannavaro thought to himself, does this mean someone knows about my plan? No, it can't be. If they did, they would have attacked me already. Then someone found them by accident? How? At that moment, the other dark mages began to worry that all their efforts and money had gone to waste, and they asked Cannavaro what to do. Cannavaro replied calmly, don't worry, there is always a way. Those jewels were merely there for security. If you all assist me one last time, we can still summon the Hell Knight as planned. The next day, in order to enter Cannavaro's residence, Javier intentionally spilled a bucket of water on himself. Seeing all the men staring at Javier's wet body, one of the workers told him to go to the guest room in Cannavaro's residence to change into her clothes. However, the moment he entered the guest room, Javier changed into his own clothes instead. The next second, he began circulating his magical energy and focusing on control. In this way, he could perfectly conceal his presence. In an instant, Javier leapt out the window and landed, using his exceptional footwork to dodge one lookout after another. Before long, he arrived at the mysterious underground chamber from before. Just as he was wondering how to unlock the door, suddenly, Cannavaro appeared in front of it. He cautiously glanced around, then began casting a spell on the lock. Javier watched everything unfold, thinking, it seems this lock is different from the main entrance. It can only be opened by a certain sequence of mana. Meanwhile, on the other side, I looked at the valuable gems on the ground and thought, even though I've taken all the gems buried in the outer ring, if that guy had gems elsewhere and Namorin's wall is activated with them, I can't let that happen. I had to check if there was any more free money buried out there. Meanwhile, back on Javier's side, after Cannavaro left, he slowly approached the door. He tried using the method he had just observed to unlock it. In the next second, the lock actually opened successfully. Javier slowly stepped into the pitch-black underground chamber. Suddenly, he sensed something charging toward him from the front. It turned out to be a modified undead puppet. Javier dodged to the side, avoiding the attack, then charged a punch and struck the creature right in the abdomen. However, Javier was instantly shocked, as his punch hadn't caused any damage to the undead puppet. He saw the opponent's fist, as big as a sandbag, slam down at him. Javier quickly raised his elbow to defend, forcefully blocking the attack. He thought, this is no ordinary undead. It's on a completely different level from the ones we saw in the canyon. Moreover, there's more than one of this kind. Javier took a deep breath, then pulled out 2 daggers from his sleeves. In an instant, blue magical energy enveloped the weapons completely. Cannavaro, you've confirmed our suspicions. Suddenly, Javier caught sight of someone at the far end of the underground chamber. He thought, looks like there's someone in there I can question. In that case, better make this a quick fight and wrap it up fast. Javier cut through the undead puppets like slicing vegetables, swiftly taking them down one after another. In no time, he had eliminated them all. Without hesitation, he dashed straight toward the room at the end of the chamber and kicked the door hard. The iron door was blasted open, sending the person behind it flying several meters away. Immediately after, Javier walked up, and the bald man was so terrified that he began begging for mercy. I have a question. After saying this, Javier stomped on the bald man's leg, breaking it. If you hesitate even 1 second to answer, your other leg will end up the same way. What kind of scheme is Cannavaro up to here? The bald man cried and pleaded, quickly explaining, I don't know the full details. I'm just a hired embalmer. Cannavaro told me to chemically treat the corpses he brought in, and just now he suddenly ordered me to guard this place. Javier pressed further, where did these corpses come from? The bald man panicked and replied, they came from the trading post. They're all corpses of refugees who died from illness. Hearing this, Javier was instantly consumed with rage, because earlier, while undercover, he had heard Cannavaro tell the refugees, your father has been transferred to the trading post. He's receiving the best treatment there and will be discharged soon, fully recovered. But now it was clear, the so-called treatment at the trading post wasn't treatment at all, but murder. Didn't it ever seem strange to you that corpses kept showing up at the trading post? You are as guilty as he is. In the next second, a loud crack echoed through the room as bones shattered. This bald man's life was ruined for good. After finishing things in the basement, Javier prepared to return and report to the young master. But when he got back to the room, it was completely empty. The young master was gone. Javier thought to himself, there's no time to look for him. I'll have to make the call on my own now. Immediately, he decided to eliminate Cannavaro first. Since the people secretly meeting with Cannavaro were all from the trading post, that must be their base of operations. In a flash, Javier crashed through a window, condensing his aura sword, ready to settle things quickly. However, the trading post was completely empty. This place used to be full of people, but now there's no one here. Suddenly, Javier sensed something was wrong. Could they have already started some kind of plan? Sure enough, the next second, he felt his mana being drained. Javier immediately dashed outside, but at that moment, the entire Namorin territory was already enveloped in a layer of purple barrier. Javier stared in horror at the scene and muttered in confusion, what is this? Even the aura sword in his hand was having its mana drained. At the same time, the surrounding civilians began collapsing to the ground one by one. Seeing this, Javier immediately realized the young master must be in danger too. At that moment, Siluria also noticed the people collapsing underground, but strangely, her mana wasn't being drained. Turns out, it was the necklace on her chest that protected her. Meanwhile, outside the Namarin territory, a dark mage thought to himself, the ritual is about to succeed. Once the Hell Knight descends, this world will be ours. However, just then, a terrifying face suddenly appeared. Instantly, the dark mage shuddered in fear, cold sweat pouring down his face. I want to ask you something. I saw 30 people nearby that look just like you. Are you holding some kind of rain summoning ritual? The dark mage's sweat flowed even faster, and the atmosphere turned deathly silent. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you ignoring me? Are you pretending you can't see me right now? At this moment, the dark mage's palms were drenched in sweat, thinking, this guy looks way too terrifying. I thought the Hell Knight had been summoned already. I can't move a muscle. If I move an inch or talk, it will ruin everything. I slowly walked away and said, alright, you bastard want to ignore me? Then let's see how long you can keep that up. As soon as I finished speaking, I smashed his rugged face with a shovel. To my surprise, the shovel bent. The man, now bleeding from his nose, didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. He thought, with his whole body protected by steel magic, how could a mere shovel possibly hurt him? Realizing a regular shovel doesn't work, I imbued it with Mana Blast and swung it again. A sharp clang rang out as the shovel hit him. However, the shovel bent even more, and that guy still didn't budge. Seeing this, I thought to myself, even though he looked confident, he seemed to be in pain. So far, it looks like I'll have to try another method. I slowly raised my hand, preparing to see if I could absorb his mana like last time. But unexpectedly, that didn't work either. I stared at him, not moving an inch, as that smug look stayed on his face. Are you not moving because you can't or you won't? If you move, will there be a problem with the wall? It's fine if you don't answer. I intend to test it out anyway. After saying this, I started digging. Before long, I dug out all the soil beneath his feet, leaving only a thin little mound. At this point, the man was finally scared. His whole body was trembling. I slowly walked toward him, then opened my seductive mouth. In the next second, I let out a deep breath. With a crack, the shaky little mound of dirt finally gave out completely. The man crashed heavily to the ground, and with that, his spell was broken. In an instant, the gemstone necklace on his chest began to glow with a purple light. In just the blink of an eye, all the mana within his body was completely drained. His appearance aged by decades in an instant. I picked up the purple gemstone and examined it closely. Looks like this spell is extremely precise. If the caster moves even slightly, it will trigger a backlash. At the same time, a crack appeared in the barrier surrounding Namarin. Seeing this, I exclaimed, nice. Then, I started doing the same to the other dark mages outside of Namarin, and the cracks in the barrier continued to spread. Elsewhere, Cannavaro also sensed the disturbance. He frowned, thinking, who the hell did this? There may not be enough mana, but I must commence the summoning. Then he began chanting a long, complex incantation. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Cannavaro, what do you think you're doing? It was Siluria. Cannavaro was shocked to see her moving freely inside the barrier, but the moment he saw the necklace on her chest, everything became clear. So it's a talisman that prevents mana loss? But even so, what can you do? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and fired off a fireball spell. However, what Cannavaro never expected was, Siluria caught the fireball with just one hand. Then, she absorbed it, infused it with her own mana, and made it even bigger. You wretch, prepare to face the punishment of the flame god. In an instant, the massive fireball surged straight toward Cannavaro. Cannavaro's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. She's so young, yet she's casting magic at court mage level? A massive explosion echoed. When the smoke cleared, Cannavaro was slumped against the steps, head lowered, face pale. Siluria slowly walked forward and said coldly, Cannavaro, confess. What exactly are you trying to do here? But suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Cannavaro was still chanting under his breath. He slowly raised his head, revealing a twisted smile, and shouted, come forth, Hell Knight. Behind him, the angel statue began to crack. Something terrifying was about to emerge from within. When Siluria heard the words Hell Knight, even she couldn't help but flinch in fear. However, in that brief moment of distraction, Cannavaro had already drawn a dagger and lunged forward. At the critical moment, Javier, gripping his aura sword, descended from the sky. With a single strike, he sliced off Cannavaro's filthy left hand entirely. Cannavaro screamed in agony as blood gushed out. Javier followed up with another swing, aiming to finish him off in one blow. But this time, Cannavaro finally reacted, casting a defensive spell that blocked most of the attack. Even so, he barely clung to life. His right hand was shattered by the sword's energy, and his entire arm twisted like a braid. Yet, the summoning ritual did not stop. As the Hell Knight was about to break free, the next moment, a bolt of crimson lightning split the sky. With a loud boom, the entire building was instantly reduced to rubble, debris scattering in all directions. In the nick of time, Siluria cast a protective shield, saving the surviving civilians nearby. However, the summoning of the Hell Knight was already complete. It's all over now. All you worthless scum will be dismembered limb by limb and burned to ashes by the hands of the Hell Knight. Cannavaro flashed a twisted smile and laughed maniacally. At the same time, a giant hand reached out from within the smoke. However, when Cannavaro saw the Hell Knight's full form, he was completely stunned. What's going on? The Hell Knight before him not only lacked a Hell Warhorse. Even its legs were missing. Cannavaro's eyes trembled with panic. Damn it, it must be because the Namoran barrier vanished, and there wasn't enough mana. Javier stared nervously ahead, his face pale. Even if it's not in complete form, will I be able to beat a Hell Knight? Suddenly, the Hell Knight slowly spoke. Summoner, what do you desire? Cannavaro hurriedly responded with respect. That silver-haired guy in front dared to raise his sword against you. In an instant, the Hell Knight swung his sword. Javier blocked it with his aura sword, but every bone in his body trembled from the impact. Even using his aura and mana to reinforce them is no use. Just then, the Hell Knight vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Javier. There was no time for him to react at all. The massive greatsword was raised high, about to come down. At the critical moment, Siluria cast Wind Dagger. The Hell Knight's sword was disturbed and slightly deflected. Javier seized the opportunity, dodging sideways just in time. Had that strike landed, Javier would have been seriously injured if not killed. However, the Hell Knight coldly spat out, "How dare you?" Siluria instantly felt a chill run down her spine, drenched in cold sweat. The next second, the Hell Knight charged straight at her. For a mage, being approached by a knight meant certain death. But at that moment, Javier had finished gathering power. Aura Blast. With a loud boom, his strongest attack struck the Hell Knight square in the back. Panting heavily, Javier looked at the Hell Knight's decaying body. Cannavaro trembled and muttered in disbelief. How could this happen? Just then, Javier pointed his sword at him. Thanks to Lady Siluria, I was able to win this battle. As for the details, you can explain them slowly once we reach the royal palace. However, at that moment, Cannavaro flashed a cold grin. Javier frowned, confused as to why this guy could still smile with death right in front of him. Then, Cannavaro suddenly let out a cold laugh. Looks like you have no idea what a being from hell is like. Javier immediately became alert and snapped his head back toward where the Hell Knight had fallen. The body that had just decayed was now slowly regenerating. In no time, it was fully restored. No matter how many hundreds or thousands of times you cut him, it's useless. The great Hell Knight will always rise again. At that moment, the Hell Knight spoke. I knew you were strong after trading blows with you for the first time, but I didn't think you would be this strong. I apologize for thinking so little of you. I am Gialexius, commander of the First Legion under the ruler of Hell. From this moment on, let's decide who the true victor is. I am Javier Azrahan, knight of the Frontera family. I will send you back to where you came from. In an instant, the battle erupted. Both vanished from sight at the same time. When they reappeared, their blades were already clashing mid-swing. This might be the strongest opponent Javier had ever faced. At this moment, only two blurs could be seen, one blue and one red. The sounds of countless sword clashes echoed throughout the entire city. But clearly, Javier was still slightly slower. Just as the massive red greatsword was about to come down on him, at the last possible moment, Javier quickly pulled out his blue energy dagger and blocked the blow. The Hell Knight's deep voice rang out. Amazing. You've truly surprised and impressed me. In the next second, the red greatsword came crashing down again. With a loud boom, the force of the blow sent Javier plummeting to the ground. The earth instantly cracked, and a cloud of dust surged upward. But through the smoke, Javier suddenly leapt out. Having blocked most of the strike, he didn't suffer serious injuries. However, the Hell Knight gave him no time to breathe. He lifted the red greatsword and attacked again with another heavy strike. Javier quickly sidestepped to dodge, but each time he barely avoided an attack, the Hell Knight would instantly close the distance. If he hesitated or lost focus even for a moment, it would result in a devastating injury. Javier thought to himself, this isn't swordsmanship or anything, just dealing with these erratic attacks is wearing me down. I have to find a chance to strike back. In the next instant, Javier suddenly hurled his blue energy dagger. The Hell Knight instantly raised his hand and caught it tightly, and in that split second, Javier, gripping his aura sword, had already closed in on his opponent. If it still had its legs, it would definitely have other options, but now its posture is completely lowered. So, the only way I can handle it is just one. Javier gathered power and launched a heavy upward slash. However, the Hell Knight vanished using teleportation. So, where would it appear next? It must know that I'm anticipating and preparing for it. If that's the case, it'll strike from below. Javier had already raised his sword into position, and the moment the Hell Knight emerged, he swung upward with full force, clashing against the opponent's red greatsword. In that instant, the Hell Knight's weapon flew from its grasp. Prepare to die, you bastard. A brilliant green sword arc sliced through the air in a half-moon shape, heading straight for the Hell Knight. However, just as it was about to hit, the Hell Knight suddenly reached out and grabbed Javier's leg. In a flash, Javier was lifted into the air. He instantly realized the enemy was about to hurl him. I have to focus my mana and reinforce my entire body right now. But suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The mana this guy is releasing is actually disrupting the flow of his own mana. Damn it, the sudden interference in mana completely broke his rhythm. Javier didn't have time to react at all. With a loud bang, the Hell Knight smashed him violently into the ground. The impact of this blow made Javier spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the Hell Knight showed no sign of stopping. It lifted Javier again and slammed him down hard. With each slam, large chunks of the ground shattered. The immense pain nearly pushed Javier to the brink of unconsciousness. It was a pleasure, Javier. I shall forever hold your name in high esteem. At this moment, Javier no longer had the strength to resist. The Hell Knight slowly picked up its red greatsword. When you arrive in hell, let's have another duel. Just as the red greatsword was about to come down, a voice suddenly shouted out loud, "Hey, Skullface, stop right there." The Hell Knight slowly turned its head toward the source of the voice, and the one who arrived with overwhelming presence was none other than me. "As far as I know, if the summoner dies, you'll have to return to hell, right? So you've got until the count of 3 to step away from my knight. Otherwise, I'll cut off his head." Hearing this, Cannavaro broke out in a cold sweat from fear. The Hell Knight stared at me in confusion. Who exactly is this guy? His face was menacing and terrifying. He didn't just look like he could snap a neck. He looked like he'd grind someone up and swallow them whole. And yet, a strange feeling stirred within the Hell Knight. "Who are you? Do you come from hell too?" That face and those words are something only those from hell would say. I couldn't be bothered with this nonsense and immediately began counting down. 3, 2. But the Hell Knight didn't care at all. He raised his massive sword, and a surge of magical energy blasted toward Cannavaro's location. I never imagined this guy would go all out like that. At that moment, Cannavaro's entire left side was blown away. The Hell Knight spoke coldly, "As long as that guy is still breathing, it's enough. But even if you do take his life, I'll still remain in this world for another 40 minutes before returning to hell. That's more than enough time to completely destroy a city." I thought to myself, looks like my plan failed. What should I do? But thanks to that brief moment of reprieve, Javier was already back on his feet. The next second, a slash of green energy came down with force. But how could the Hell Knight possibly be unprepared? A red sword arc swept out in a half-moon slash, and the massive sword slammed hard against Javier's aura sword. The sheer impact sent Javier flying several meters before he barely managed to stop himself. Seeing this, I thought, Javier can't fight back anymore. I can't let the Hell Knight attack him again. So I shouted, "You bastard, come fight me instead." "Javier, just stay down. Don't get up. That's an order." But neither the Hell Knight nor Javier paid any attention to my words. I hurriedly called out for Javier to escape. "If you keep going like this, you're going to die." However, Javier stood his ground firmly. "Since Master Lloyd is here, that means we're going to win." He must have already come up with a plan. In an instant, I fired off a mana blast. "You bastard, look over here." But the Hell Knight simply gave a light swing and batted the fireball away. The next second, he raised his greatsword and brought it straight down on Javier. At that moment, Javier was barely standing. There was no way he could block the strike. Just as the red greatsword was about to fall, I suddenly appeared behind the Hell Knight and gave him a big bear hug. Then, I immediately began absorbing his mana. The Hell Knight sensed something was wrong and sneered coldly, "You fool, this mana is tainted by darkness. It will corrupt your heart and bring you death." But I simply flashed my signature grin. "Too bad. I've already purified this black mana multiple times." Seeing my terrifying expression, the Hell Knight asked in horror, "Who the hell are you?" And at that moment, my special human lock mode was activated. I locked down the Hell Knight tightly, leaving him unable to break free. The Hell Knight roared in fury, "You filthy wretch." At the same time, he raised his massive hand and swung it fiercely toward my head. But I slipped around like a nimble serpent, weaving across his body, giving the Hell Knight not even a chance to touch me. He suddenly leaned back, aiming to smash his head into mine. But I leaned back at the same time and wrapped my arms around his legs, locking his body tightly with my feet. The Hell Knight instantly raised his red greatsword and thrust it toward his own crotch. I seized the moment and climbed back up. The next second, I locked his neck again with a death grip. "Now you're out of options." I kept swaying around wildly while whispering non-stop mental noise into his ears. Everything I was doing was to buy time for Javier to recover his energy. At that moment, Javier had already formed his aura sword and was ready. The Hell Knight was utterly shocked. His opponent had recovered this quickly. He thought to himself, he must block this incoming strike no matter what. But how could I possibly let him get his way? In an instant, I locked down both of his hands. The next second, Javier's attack came crashing down and his sword landed squarely on its chest. Javier tried to press the advantage and go in for another strike, but the Hell Knight suddenly vanished with a blink. When he reappeared, he was already behind Javier. But what he never expected was, I was still tightly clinging to him. Turns out, even when the Hell Knight teleported, I never let go. However, I knew clearly that purifying the black mana in him had its limits. If this went on any longer, we were definitely going to lose. Suddenly, a system message popped up, requesting to activate Messenger Contract Clause 37 Paragraph 1. Seeing this, I was confused. Request granted. Clause 37, Paragraph 1. Messenger is able to give advice personally to the individual that's in charge of it. Sing, Suho Kim. You can bet him if you sing. I had absolutely no idea what kind of nonsense that was. But right now, there was no other choice. So I started singing loudly right into the Hell Knight's ear. In an instant, my beautiful cracking voice pierced straight into the depths of his soul. The Hell Knight's face was filled with shock as he asked in confusion, "What kind of spell is this? It feels like a nail scraping along my brain. Wait, this is just a regular song. This guy sings like utter hell." At this moment, the Hell Knight was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Seeing the perfect opportunity, I shouted, "Javier, attack now." However, to my surprise, Javier's face was also starting to twist in agony. Turns out, he wasn't doing much better. After all, even I know very well, the fact that I sing terribly is an undeniable truth. Even my ever-gentle and loving parents once told me I should never sing. Back in a singing exam, I only sang do, re, mi, and the music teacher kicked me out. When I was in the the army, I would attend chapel for the snacks they gave out. But when I sang along to the hymns, the priest shouted, "A demon has appeared," then splashed me head to toe with holy water. Although my terrible singing has always been a painful topic I avoided, right now, I suddenly feel like being tone deaf isn't so bad after all. The Hell Knight, unable to endure any longer, actually tried to hurt himself just to get rid of the demon clinging to his back. Meanwhile, Javier used mana to temporarily seal his ears. As for me, just as the Hell Knight was about to collapse, I stylishly flipped over to his front. Then, I immediately jumped to the side and continued singing. At that moment, Javier dove down with his aura sword. In the next second, it pierced straight into the Hell Knight's chest. The instant the blade stabbed in, Javier let out a low shout, or a blast. Green lights began to emit from the ground, and in the next second, a thunderous blast shook the entire room, cracking the floor beneath. As the smoke slowly cleared, the Hell Knight's body was nowhere to be seen. I walked up to Javier, saying, "I won't ask if we got him. That'd just be stating the obvious." But Javier coldly said, "It's not over yet." Hearing this, I was confused. It was clearly blown to bits. How could it not be over? Look carefully at the man around us. With that reminder, I did indeed notice that the air was still filled with a hellish mana, and not far away, that mana was slowly gathering again. Javier's expression changed as he immediately stepped in front of me. "Young master, please step back." But I just smiled. "It's fine. It can't come back to life." Javier looked even more puzzled. "Young master, after what you just saw, how can you say that?" I sneered and said slowly, "Wanna bet? I bet that thing's already dead." Then, I slowly picked up my shovel. "If it really does revive, I'll serve as your subordinate for a year. But if it doesn't, then when we return to the territory, you have to dress up as Javiella." Upon hearing that, Javier's face instantly darkened. "Okay, fine. Now don't get close to him." After hearing that, I gave a wicked grin. "So that's a deal?" Then, I raised my shovel and unleashed a triple core mana blast. In an instant, I entered the near-death state. Immediately after, I activated Supercharge. The next second, countless streams of purple mana surged into me non-stop. Javier stared, dumbfounded, thinking, is he absorbing the Hell Knight's mana? At that moment, the Hell Knight slowly spoke, sneering mockingly, "Foolish creature, there's no way you can withstand it all. This is the mighty power of me, Gilexius." Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, I suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. I thought to myself, is it working? There's too much of it, and it's too strong. But right now, aside from this, there doesn't seem to be any other way. So let's see who wins in the end. The Hell Knight scoffed, "Foolish creature, you should already feel your inevitable failure, right?" However, I still refused to give up. Even though blood kept dripping from the corners of my mouth, I wouldn't stop so easily. Suddenly, a hand pressed against my back. Right after, another hand joined it. It was Javier and Siluria. They were helping me, sharing the burden of the dark mana. And not only that, Siluria even cast the healing spell Blessing of Life. In an instant, the pressure on me lightened significantly. "You bastard, this is our victory." As the last trace of the Hell Knight's mana was completely absorbed by me, the Hell Knight fully vanished, with no chance of returning again. However, I failed to notice that my left eye had ignited with a hellish purple flame. At the same time, exhausted of all strength, I collapsed with a thud. Siluria rushed forward in panic to check on me, but Javier calmly said, "No need to worry, this is the young master's usual victory celebration ritual." Siluria stared at him in disbelief. As the knight escorting him, "How can you say something like that? No matter how many times it happens, you should still show concern." But how could Javier not be worried? He just felt that it was all finally over. A few days later, Cannavaro was escorted away by the kingdom's knights. Now, we had captured 2 members of the dark magic faction. As for the rest, we'd leave that to the queen to handle. However, compared to all that, I now have a more serious problem, and that is, I can't proceed with the slope construction in Namarin. It's all because of that damned purple barrier. It completely exhausted the workers. If I had known, I should have ordered more workers from the territory in advance. But when I woke up after passing out a few days ago, I was surprised to find that I'd gained several helpful new skills. First, the restrictions and conditions for controlling the undead have been greatly improved, to the point that they have been deleted, which means, as long as there are undead, I get free labor. Second, I also received a new title, the Possessed Tenor. How is this a title? Are you mocking me? But right now, the biggest problem is, where do I find undead? It's not like I can make them myself. This seemingly powerful skill is, at the moment, completely useless. The only useful thing about it right now is that it looks kinda cool. Having one eye glowing like this is pretty awesome. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I frowned in confusion. Who could it be at this hour? However, the moment I opened the door, I was completely stunned. Outside, standing neatly in rows, was a group of skeletons, and each skeleton actually has no head. What the heck is going on? After asking around, I finally found out that they're ghosts who lost their physical bodies due to Hell's incantation. While wandering nearby earlier, they sensed a powerful hellish energy that could give them physical form, and thus came here. Turns out, it's all because of my Hell Eye. These vengeful spirits are the very ones who were killed by Cannavaro, and then used as mediums to activate the black magic barrier. Previously, I had gathered and properly buried all those skulls. Now, they no longer possess memories of their past lives, nor any goals. If things go on like this, they'll eventually scatter and be exorcised somewhere. So they came to ask if I would take them in. I thought for a moment, then asked, asked. I'm going to make you work a lot. Do you need a salary? What do I need to feed you? And where do you live? The skeletons quickly replied. They're ghosts. They don't need money. They have no digestive system, so they don't eat. As for where they live, all they need is a 10 square meter coffin. When I heard that, I instantly thought this was absolutely perfect. Starting today, you're officially the skeleton engineering core of the Frontera territory. This is the free labor force I've been dreaming of. Meanwhile, Javier was woken up by the noise outside. When he saw a bunch of undead skeletons dancing joyfully outside the door, he felt absolutely nothing. He was long used to the young master's strange behavior, so he just went back to sleep. The next day, with the help of the skeleton core, the slope reinforcement project at Namarin officially began. Their work power flowed like an endless spring, and best of all, I didn't have to spend a single coin. This is amazing. However, just as I was basking in pride, the recovering Count of Namarin arrived to inspect the site. The moment he saw that terrifying construction scene, he passed out on the spot. I rushed over to explain, "My lord, they're just hard-working spirits, and I'm a summoning prodigy. Did you see this eye?" The Count of Namarin looked stunned. A summoning prodigy is indeed rare, but I've never heard of someone whose eye actually glows. Lady Siluria can be a magic prodigy, but I can't be a summoning prodigy. Lady Siluria's eyes can shoot fire, and you're saying mine can't? With no way to refute me, the Count of Namarin finally chose to believe my nonsense. As winter approached, the Namarin Slope Reinforcement Project entered its final phase. That day, snow fell heavily. At that moment, Javier stared at his left hand, lost in thought, remembering the day he and Siluria helped the young master share the burden of hellish mana. Suddenly, a voice pulled him out of his memories. It was Siluria. Javier immediately stood up and respectfully said, "Construction is progressing smoothly. If you'd like a detailed report, I can have the young master explain it himself." However, Siluria hadn't come about the construction. She lowered her head slightly, hesitated, then softly spoke. "Actually, I came to see you. I wanted to ask about how to use mana properly. For some reason, my magic skills hasn't progressed in a long time. When I saw how freely you controlled your mana, I thought I could learn from you how to improve." Javier nodded and said, "I understand. As long as it's something I can teach, I will share everything I know." Upon hearing this, Siluria's cheeks instantly flushed red. In that moment, without a doubt, she was feeling the stirrings of love. However, I watched everything unfold from afar. Seeing Javier and Siluria chatting and laughing so sweetly, it inevitably reminded me of Javier's fate in the novel. In the original storyline, Javier lost Siluria completely due to the Namarin barrier. At that time, they had only just fallen in love. So afterward, Javier always believed he was an unfortunate man. He thought the mana within him was a curse. "Javier, you're destined to never have a partner in this life. You will continue fighting alone and eventually die from exhaustion. Don't care too much for anyone, because your affection will lead them to their death. Your limitless power comes hand in hand with your fate." But now, seeing the joyful smile on Javier's face, I couldn't help but feel happy for him. With the slow project completed perfectly, I also received payment several times over as promised. Before leaving, I sincerely expressed my gratitude to the Count of Namarin. However, the Count replied, "That's far from enough, because now, everyone in the territory sees you as their savior." Hearing the sea of voices bidding me farewell, I couldn't help but feel deeply gratified. This time, I made a ton of money. Once I return, I can finally just eat, drink, and have fun. However, at that moment, the Count suddenly spoke. "Would you really not consider becoming my son-in-law and inheriting Namarin territory?" I respectfully replied, "I am the heir to Frontera. Besides, Namarin already has an outstanding successor. That person is none other than Lady Siluria, who will soon become the most powerful mage on the continent." Having said all that, I prepared to return to my own territory. At that moment, Javier turned to look at Siluria. However, I suddenly spoke up and stopped him. "You should stay here. They'll pay you more than I will, and you'll be able to climb the ranks easier here." Javier snapped back impatiently. "Young master, did you absorb too much dark mana and damage your brain? Is something wrong with your head? I am a knight of the Frontera family. Even if I die, that will never change. What if it's an order?" Javier immediately responded, "Then I will disobey it." I didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn, but still, it was kind of reassuring. "In that case, let's head back to our territory." When we returned to Frontera territory, the Count and his wife were already waiting at the mansion entrance. I was just about to explain why there was a group of undead skeletons behind me, but the Count simply waved his hand, signaling that no explanation was needed. "At this point, no matter what you bring back, we won't be surprised anymore. After all, we've long since gotten used to it." However, his gaze fell on someone standing beside me. "But the person behind you, who is he? Could it be Javier?" That's right, because of a previous bet, Javier had returned to the territory cross-dressed. The bet was, if the Hell Knight revives, I'll be your subordinate for a year. If it doesn't, then when we return, you have to dress up as Javiella. Javier was furious at himself for agreeing to such a ridiculous wager. However, at that moment, Count Frontera suddenly stepped forward and gave Javier a tight hug. "Javier, all this time, it must have been so painful for you to hide this. But this isn't a bad thing. You're just a little different from the rest, that's all." Even though Javier desperately tried to explain, "It's not like that." At this point, who would still believe him? Now I could really laugh at this guy all I want. This time, I brought back enough profit to let me eat, drink, and be merry for the rest of my life. Finally, I could fully enjoy a sweet and leisurely life. However, whenever I have that thought, something unexpected is bound to happen. Suddenly, the royal envoy appeared, and he rolled right up to me. A royal decree from Her Majesty the Queen to Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd Frontera has been selected to join a special delegation being sent to Asfahan. Hearing this, I froze in horror. The royal envoy continued, "You shall leave at once." Before I could react, 2 knights seized me and hauled me to the carriage. On the way to Asfahan, I couldn't stop myself from crying. When will I ever get to enjoy a peaceful life? Young master, stop crying. It makes you even look uglier. Seeing this, the leader of delegation, Count Ventura, asked in confusion, "You've received such an honorable mission from Her Majesty the Queen. Why do you look so aggrieved?" I replied, "It's because I feel so honored that I can't stop crying." But deep inside, I was thinking, "Queen Alicia, I hate you. Why are you sending me there? I just want to relax at home." In fact, the Queen did it on purpose, because in the report on the Namran incident, it actually claimed that the Hell Knight was defeated by Namran's knights, and that Javier and Lloyd only handled intelligence gathering. The Queen thought that was complete nonsense. Even if the Summon Hell Knight wasn't complete, there's no way a mere knight could defeat such a being, so she was certain that Javier and that guy had taken it down together. In order to avoid taking credit, he asked Count Namran to write that report. That guy couldn't care less about fame or status. He only thinks about eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Precisely because of that, the Queen believed that no matter the task, he could complete it perfectly. After all, he's just a petty, vengeful, and thoroughly despicable man. At that moment, I was completely unaware that the Queen had already figured me out inside and out. However, just as the delegation arrived in the kingdom of Asfahan, Count Ventura got into an argument with them because they actually arranged such a shabby room for us to stay in. But I didn't pay any attention to it, still wallowing in the pain of never being able to retire. Count Ventura thought their arrangement was outrageous. Suddenly, the leader from their side pulled a necklace out of his pocket and said, "If you're dissatisfied with the accommodations, then use this padishar to exchange for a better place. In Asfahan, as long as you have this, you receive the favor and blessing of the almighty King Samarkand." Hearing this, Count Ventura was instantly furious. "So now you're treating the delegation from the kingdom of Magentano like beggars?" But the man calmly replied, "It seems you've misunderstood me. To be granted a padishar is a great honor." As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped the necklace to the ground. After doing that, they turned and left, leaving behind only the furious Count Ventura. The padishar on the ground was ignored by all. Ventura was burning with rage. "Those wicked men, even if they mean to insult our kingdom, they went too far. This is clearly a declaration of war." Immediately, he ordered his men to prepare a message for the Queen, tell Her Majesty to dispatch an even larger delegation, and also notify the neighboring countries to join us in putting pressure on Asfahan. However, at that moment, someone suddenly came to report the delegate from Frontera has disappeared, and the padishar that was dropped on the ground is gone too. It turns out, I had already taken the necklace and started a spending spree. At that moment, I was already standing in a restaurant, shouting loudly, "I received the blessing of the almighty King Samarkand. I'm treating everyone here to a meal. Order the most expensive dishes in this restaurant for everyone. Go call your relatives, your friends, your neighbor's kid. Bring them all. Tonight, not a single person in this city will go hungry. May the grace of the almighty Samarkand bless you all." After the feast, I immediately headed to the most luxurious silk store in the city. However, the shopkeeper gently said, "You've misunderstood. We're not the most luxurious silk store in the city. We're the most luxurious silk store in the entire world. In that case, cancel the 2 rolls of fabric I just picked. As for the rest, wrap them all up. I'm buying everything." Then, I arrived at the dock. The commander asked in confusion, "Are you borrowing a ship in your personal name?" However, I pulled out the padishar and said to him, "No, I'm here to buy all your ships." Just like that, I loaded everything I bought that day onto the ships, and a total of 6 ships were completely filled. I happily watched the merchant ships depart. Make sure to pass through Cremo before heading to the Frontera territory. At that moment, more and more people heard that someone was shopping without looking at prices, so they flocked over, hoping I would buy the goods they brought. I raised the padishar and said to them, "Make a line. Samarkand's grace will spread to every corner of the world." However, just then, a group of soldiers suddenly charged out from the crowd. "There he is. Arrest him." After that, Javier and I were directly taken to the royal palace. On the throne, King Samarkand was furious, because I had just spent the palace's entire annual budget. But facing his wrath, I simply smiled and began to introduce myself. "I am Lloyd Frontera, eldest son of Arcos Frontera. Greetings to the great and almighty King Samarkand." Hearing my name, the king suddenly trembled inside. So he's the one who reversed the monster domino effect? Could it be that he spent all that money on purpose just to meet me? At this point, the expression on King Samarkand's face gradually grew complicated. The many rumors surrounding the Frontera territory had always made him wary. He couldn't help but start thinking, if war really breaks out, the first to face us will be the Frontera territory. If those rumors are true, even if I mobilize the entire kingdom's military, there's no guarantee we'd win. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Should I just get rid of this guy right now? But on second thought, he immediately dismissed the idea, because this guy's knight is a sword master. Even if they could defeat that sword master, the capital might be razed to the ground. However, what he didn't know was, all all of this had long been within my calculations. Think carefully, Great King Samarkand. Right now, aside from talking, do you have any other options? Samarkand's face darkened, burning with anger. This despicable man, is he threatening me? But as he looked closer, he couldn't read me at all. In the end, he could only sigh and then ordered, release them. The first round of this game, I won. I just walked away with an entire year of the kingdom's budget. Samarkand spoke coldly. You took the Padishar and spent without restraint. Did you enjoy using it? Hearing this, I immediately raised both hands high. Then, I bowed deeply and shouted loudly, long live the great king. Long live forever. I enjoyed myself greatly, immensely, tremendously. Samarkand was utterly shocked. He thought, what's wrong with this guy? Is he actually sincerely thanking me? And of course, I truly was thankful. If someone gives me money to spend however I want, how could I not be grateful? Spending freely with zero worries, that's the absolute best. If you think money can't buy happiness, then clearly you don't have enough of it. Samarkand narrowed his eyes slightly and asked cautiously, aren't you afraid this will raise suspicion from Magentano? You not only accepted goodwill from an enemy nation without hesitation, you even bowed in gratitude. Without hesitation, I answered directly, I'm not afraid at all. Samarkand was stunned for a moment. This guy is actually that brazen? I then added, after all, the Queen of Magentano gave me just a little bit more money than you did. Samarkand's brows instantly furrowed. So you're saying, if I gave you more, you'd even betray the Queen? I replied without the slightest hesitation, that's right. Upon hearing this, Samarkand felt this man before him was simply unbelievable. Is this guy insane? He was shocked that someone could shake his perception to the point where even his pupils trembled. However, I spoke up again, but if I switched sides just for money, I worry you won't be able to trust me. Samarkand looked at me and suddenly found it a little amusing. So, you're trying to toy with me in the palm of your hand? Alright, let's hear it. What exactly do you want to talk about with me? At this moment, Samarkand's opinion of me began to shift. He felt that this guy was not only bold, but also interesting. If he could bring me under his command, I might become a great asset. However, what he didn't know was that everything I did was to lure him in, because I wanted to get a massive construction contract from him. Your Majesty, do you truly wish for war between the two kingdoms? Samarkand narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly replied, only if absolutely necessary. Then may I ask, what exactly counts as necessary? Is it the rebellion that's about to erupt due to the drought? You want to use an external war to stabilize internal unrest, don't you? Samarkand's expression changed. He didn't expect that I would know even that, but I didn't give him time to think and spoke up directly. I can help you solve the drought problem, but in exchange, I ask that you meet with the Magentano envoy and open a dialogue. The moment Samarkand heard solve the drought, his eyes lit up with excitement. Tell me in detail. And just like that, I successfully secured the first major order from the enemy nation. Javier, did you see the king's expression when he signed the contract? His whole face was drenched in cold sweat. Javier replied, well, young master, the price you offered was just too outrageous. You'll probably go down in history as the first person to treat a king like an easy mark. What do you mean, easy mark? This little bit of money is way cheaper than the cost of war. It turned out that Asfahan's long-standing drought had caused the economy in many regions to deteriorate. Eventually, due to delayed aid, various regions united in rebellion, plunging the kingdom into civil war. But now, I had successfully changed the fate of this nation. As I thought about the current turn of events, the story of this world had already deviated completely from the novel's original sequence. If a war broke out before the unrest settled, the damage would be catastrophic, so stopping the war was now the best option. Meanwhile, on the other side, Samarkand summoned his daughter, Scheherazade. He ordered her, starting tomorrow, you'll be Lloyd Frontera's bodyguard, and by any means necessary, make that man yours. As you wish, father. The next day, just as I was about to depart to resolve the drought crisis, Scheherazade suddenly appeared. She walked up to me and said expressionlessly, I'm Scheherazade, assigned to be your escort. I look forward to working with you. I looked at her, speechless, but I already have a night escort. However, she showed no intention of leaving. I immediately became alert and thought to myself, was she sent by the king to spy on me? But then, another thought popped into my mind. Wait a second, Scheherazade, isn't she supposed to be the princess of the kingdom of Asfahan? Why would a princess be coming with me to a construction site? Just then, Scheherazade suddenly started swaying for no reason. Then, she struck an incredibly strange pose, fully showing off her figure. Seeing this, I felt something was off. Why is she suddenly flaunting her body? But at the same time, why do her eyes look so fierce? What the hell is this girl trying to do? The more I looked, the more nervous I felt. My heart was pounding faster and faster. Don't tell me, she's trying to court me? No way! How could Princess Scheherazade possibly fall for someone like me? Wait, I get it now. This must be a mission assigned by her father, to make me his son-in-law. I couldn't help but feel disgusted. No, enough with the proposals from old men. After several days of travel, we finally arrived at the drought-stricken area of Kandahar. Tonight, we can finally get some proper rest. However, there's a very serious problem. Scheherazade has been holding that same pose, making me super uncomfortable. What the hell is she trying to do? That gaze, it's terrifying. It feels like the moment I fall asleep, she'll slice open my stomach and rip out all my organs and intestines. I can't let this go on. I slowly sat up from the bed and looked at Scheherazade, who was still frozen in that creepy pose. Let's talk, okay? But first, stop holding that pose. However, Scheherazade continued to glare at me coldly. Young master, this is already the most relaxed pose I have. After hearing that, I was completely speechless, but the way you're standing makes me feel like you're about to chop off my head any second now. She is the youngest of the 4 desert princesses, the most treasured daughter of Samarkand. At a young age, she had already reached the level of high-level sword expert. Since desert princesses always wear veils when going outside, hardly anyone knows their true identities beyond the palace. Given that, I decided to pretend I didn't know she was a princess, and find a way to make her give up on seducing me. Shouldn't you get some rest tonight too? Scheherazade calmly replied, my mission is to protect you, so I must stand guard day and night. However, I rejected her outright. I don't need any extra guard, whether it's day or night. Scheherazade frowned, her face full of confusion, and I knew this was my chance. I raised my head a little and looked at Javier. Do you see that dazed guy back there? I already told you, he's my knight. He may look like an idiot, but he's a sword master. And not just any sword master, he's an advanced sword master. So even if there were 50 swordsmen like you, you wouldn't be as useful as him alone. With that line, I cranked the taunting up to maximum. Scheherazade instantly flew into a rage. She's a proud princess of a kingdom. When has she ever been treated like this? In the next moment, a massive scimitar was drawn from her waist, but I wasn't scared at all. Oh no, she pulled out her sword. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Scheherazade was now shaking with fury. Still, I kept throwing fuel on the fire. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? Come on, go ahead and swing it at me. Then go report back to Samarkand. Tell him you slashed the very person you were supposed to protect. And Samarkand will say to you, you can't even handle something this simple. How are you supposed to become a sword master? As a reward, he'll put a sign around your neck, and it will say, I can't become a sword master, not even if I lived 50 lifetimes. Scheherazade couldn't take it anymore. She threw a punch straight at me. Hey, you actually hitting me? You're supposed to be protecting me. Javier, why are you just standing there? Come help me. But Javier had no intention of stepping in. He stood off to the side, clutching his stomach, laughing like crazy. At this point, Scheherazade completely broke down. She was so furious. She was about to cry. You're the worst, you bastard. After yelling that, she stormed out of the room. Sure, I took a bit of a beating, but at least the plan worked. But just then, I jolted up, scolding Javier, why didn't you protect me? All you did was laugh from the sidelines. Are you still my guard knight or not? Javier responded solemnly, forgive me, young master. You really did deserve that, so I completely forgot to help you. What kind of face is that? Do you really feel remorse? Or are you using your acting skills to mess with me? Still, it was all worth it, because my goal was simple, to make her completely give up on seducing me. I didn't want any ties with Asfahan, and I definitely didn't want to spend the rest of my life in the desert as the king's son-in-law. Besides, now that she's already a high-level sword expert, instead of trying to seduce men, she should be doing something far more important. The next day, just as Javier and I were getting ready to start work, Princess Scheherazade showed up again. She glared at me coldly. Where do you think you're sneaking off to? I snapped back. We're off to prepare for the construction project. Mobility is key for construction. If a rookie tags along, it'll seriously slow us down. Scheherazade replied calmly, I won't hinder your construction speed. But I suddenly shot back with another taunt. You're not even a sword master. Tagging along would be pointless. The moment she heard that, Scheherazade flew into a rage. She instantly raised her fist, ready to punch me. But this time, I wouldn't let her hit me again, because I had the ultimate hypnosis technique to deal with a high-level sword expert. Scheherazade frowned as she heard me chanting under my breath. What is that? A magic incantation? But she had no idea that what I was muttering was actually advanced terminology from a civil engineering textbook. When high-level sword expert try to break through to sword master, their senses become extremely sharp, leading to chronic insomnia. This phenomenon is known as sword master syndrome, and the hypnosis method I've mastered is the only way to cure a sword master's insomnia. In just a moment, Scheherazade collapsed on the spot and fell into a deep sleep. I nodded in satisfaction and was about to ask Javier to carry her back to her room, but when I turned around, Javier had fallen asleep too. Hey, Javier, it's not the time to joke around. Wake up. At last, I'd gotten rid of that troublesome princess. Now, we could finally start work for real. However, the townspeople were looking at us with strong hostility. Javier asked in confusion, why are they so hostile toward us? I explained, because we're from the capital, and in their eyes, nobles and officials from the capital are just selfish people who don't care whether the locals live or die. I pondered for a moment. This construction project was quite large in scale. Without help from the locals, it'd be impossible to complete smoothly. However, situations like this are nothing to me. Getting them to help isn't difficult at all. Then, I shouted loudly, everyone! Immediately after, my summoned creatures came out from my sleeves. Javier, Padong, and Bangul, you three, go dig a water reservoir in the center of the city. Goming, Hamon, you two are going with me 40 kilometers west to the snow on the mountains. Once we reached our destination, Hamon dove from the sky and plunged into the river. Then, he activated his skill and absorbed all the water from the entire river. Next, it was time for Goming to do the hard part. She had to carry the water-filled Hamon and travel back to the city. Finally, once we returned to the city, Hamon spat the water into the newly built reservoir. Just like that, we successfully brought the most precious resource, water, to to the desert city. The residents were moved to tears when they saw the clear water in the reservoir, and right now was the perfect moment to win their hearts. I stood in front of the reservoir and shouted loudly, "Aren't you all happy? Aren't you all blessed? All these good things were done by me, so go ahead, shower me with your gratitude." That's right, when you do good things, you need to show off every bit of it. This water of life was brought back by me from the distant mountains. Please, remember my name, Lloyd Frontera. However, instead of showing admiration, the crowd suddenly picked up stones and hurled them at me. Stop flattering yourself, you dogs from the capital. First you give us a little water. What next? Are you going to take everything? Of course I understood that the resentment these people had built up over the years wouldn't disappear so easily. This would be a long-term battle. Suddenly, I noticed that some people stubbornly refused to drink the water. So, I decided I'd refill the reservoir every single day. Bit by bit, I'd show them my sincerity. And each time, I'd stand in front of the reservoir and shout loudly, "That's right, this water was fetched by yours truly. Remember my name, Lloyd Frontera. Your aim with those rocks is impressive, but not a single one has hit me." Every day, I promoted myself with brainwashing level ad slogans. Some time passed. Whenever someone mentioned water or used it, I would suddenly appear behind them and whisper softly, "That water was given by me." And then, I'd vanish without a trace. Just like that, every time people fetched water, they would imagine my face reflected in it. This was my brainwashing technique. That guy who once boldly declared he'd never use water brought by people from the capital had long since abandoned that vow. After receiving water, he was completely transformed, as if reborn. I gave him my signature smile, and he immediately returned the exact same smile to me. At this moment, the citizens of the entire city had been completely assimilated by me. As long as I loudly shouted the word water, they would all flash the exact same smile as mine. Let me hear it. Water? Lloyd. Standing to the side, Javier's expression was complicated. "Young master, did you brainwash everyone?" I smiled and said to him, "Javier, this is the effect of sustained propaganda. Water is good. Water is Lloyd. So, by that logic, Lloyd is also good. Have to catch them all." However, Javier had no idea what I was talking about, and the scene became awkward for a moment. I gave a faint smile and sighed softly. As expected, being in another world is truly lonely. No one gets my jokes. But anyway, the groundwork has been perfectly laid. Next, it's time to recruit workers and begin constructing the underground waterway. Just then, someone suddenly asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Lloydwater, does this job include meals?" I immediately replied, "No need to worry. Food from across the country is on its way." Meanwhile, at the palace, King Samarkand looked over the itemized list of things I'd bought using the Padishar and nearly had a heart attack from the rage. The next day, I sat on Goming's back, scanning the ground below, but after circling around, I still couldn't find what I was looking for. Although I've already hired local citizens, digging a 35-kilometer-long underground waterway would still take far too long. So, I need to locate the rebels' underground tunnels. Hundreds of years ago, a group of people trying to escape persecution spent decades digging and built a hidden refuge, and now the rebel forces are stationed there. Since I can't pinpoint the exact location, it seems I'll have to use that method. That night, I sat beside an open window. Moments later, a group of masked men appeared and took me away. Meanwhile, Javier stands guard outside, blocking anyone trying to rush in and rescue me. Scheherazade grips her scimitar tightly, blade aimed straight at Javier. I'll say it again, step aside. Javier remains unmoved, his tone calm. "Sorry, the young master said he wants to be alone tonight." Scheherazade frowns. "What if something goes wrong? As his knight, shouldn't you be prepared for the worst? The young master's decisions are always correct." Javier stood firmly in front of the door, showing no intention of backing down. Scheherazade knew that words alone were useless. Just then, she suddenly moved in a flash. In the next moment, her scimitar came swinging down toward Javier with force. However, with a casual lift of his hand, Javier easily blocked the strike with the hilt of his sword. The corner of his mouth curled slightly into a faint smile. "Impressive. No one could have seen through your movement just now." Though Scheherazade knew he was a sword master, she didn't expect her surprise attack to be blocked so effortlessly. Unwilling to believe he was truly that powerful, she immediately launched an even fiercer assault. However, her storm-like attacks were all blocked by Javier with ease. Not only that, he even spoke leisurely while giving her swordsmanship advice. "Please don't force yourself to increase your mana. The human body has its limits. Make the mana particles vibrate rapidly. The energy from their collisions is the key to becoming a sword master." Scheherazade had never been so humiliated before and immediately shouted, "I never asked for your guidance. This was the young master's order, to try and train you into a sword master." Hearing this, the sweat-drenched Scheherazade froze in place, her face full of confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, I had already been taken back to the rebel base. However, the rebel leader was now deep in thought. "That's odd. We're definitely the kidnappers. But why does it feel like we're the ones who got kidnapped? Since you want to know the reason Samarkand sent me here, you'll have to let me explain everything first, right? But, you know, my wrists are a bit sore. Do you mind untying me first?" The leader stared at me warily and warned, "Don't try anything funny." I smiled and replied casually, "Come on, you've already brought me here. What tricks could I possibly pull? Besides, all of you here are elite warriors rebelling against Samarkand. Someone like me, trying to resist, would just be throwing his life away. me, wouldn't I? The rebel leader's eyes narrowed slightly, and he let out a cold snort. You realized we were the rebel army and still stayed so calm. Does that mean you already predicted we'd come looking for you? I kept smiling at them. That guy sent by Samarkand, strutting around like that. I figured you lot would be itching to deal with me, and I also know that this rebel leader named Terms, he's going to lose his life because of this. Later, this incident will spark a larger rebellion uniting all regions of Asfahan. Terms stared at me. This guy kept smiling like a fool. He paused for a moment, then ordered his men, untie him. If he makes any suspicious moves, kill him immediately. He only agreed to untie me because, a few days ago, his son had nearly died of thirst. At that time, I delivered water to the square, which ended up saving his son's life. After untying me, Terms fixed a sharp glare on me and issued one final warning. This is your last warning. If you try anything funny, I'll cut you down on the spot. Suddenly, Terms saw a sly, sinister smile creep across my face. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine and cold sweat poured out. That guy's face. Something's off. Everyone, attack him with me. But that sinister smile only lasted a moment. Just as they were about to make a move, everyone hesitated and stopped. They stared at me with puzzled expressions, unable to figure out my intentions. At that moment, I cleared my throat and slowly spoke. Since everyone's being so enthusiastic, then let me tell you the legendary tale of my past 2.5 years. I began speaking fluently, words flying out with flair as I recounted my experiences. Terms and the others, who were on high alert just moments ago, gradually grew dazed. They were completely drawn in by my story. They listened intently, as if they had experienced it themselves. Do you know what happened next? I turned around, dramatically gesturing with both hands. I saw a lobster this big, with exaggerated expressions and vivid body language. Terms and the others were completely immersed in the world of my tale, and when it got to the emotional part, their eyes grew moist as they quietly ate popcorn. When it got to the passionate part, they couldn't help but clench their fists and shout with excitement. However, just as they were fully immersed, suddenly, Terms' expression changed drastically. Wait, something's wrong. Why the hell am I sitting here listening to his story? He snapped out of it and threw the popcorn at me, roaring in anger. What the hell did you come here for? How did this turn into a storytelling session? However, the rebels below all booed loudly at the interruption of the story. Terms cursed his foolish subordinates in fury. We're a rebel army. We put our lives on the line every day. How can you listen to some fairy tale? But my storytelling skills were simply too powerful. Countless locusts, as big as wild dogs, blotted out the sky, plunging everything into darkness. Terms' face changed again, and he couldn't help but get pulled right back into the story. And so, I ended up talking all night long. At dawn the next day, Terms suddenly jolted awake, only to find himself riding on my flying bird, soaring swiftly through the sky slash. What the hell is going on? Where are we headed? I replied casually. To meet Her Majesty the Queen. Terms' expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to question what I was up to, I calmly explained. Basically, if I want to build the waterway, I need the underground base of you rebels. But if you give it up, then I must guarantee your safety in return. That's why I'm taking you to the kingdom of Magentano. So, do you remember now? In short, just trust me. I'll make sure every one of your rebel soldiers, and all of their families, get asylum permits. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the Magentano kingdom, the queen was interrogating Cannavaro, pressing him for information on the other dark mages. In the end, she obtained an important clue from his mouth. Targa. Looks like I'll have to find this person named Targa. Just as she was about to leave, a servant quickly stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, Lloyd Frontera is outside requesting an audience. The queen was slightly taken aback, her face full of confusion. That guy? Wasn't he supposed to be in Asfahan? After hearing the details, the queen readily granted my request. Very well. I will issue asylum permits for Terms and his companions, as well as their families. Terms was completely stunned after hearing this. He never imagined it would all be this easy. Terms glanced at me and thought to himself, who is this man? At that moment, the queen added, this method may not be what I had in mind, but I am quite satisfied that you are carrying out my orders so well. You flatter me, Your Majesty. But before I could finish, the queen continued, there's an old saying that skilled men should work until their fingers have whittled down to nothing. That is how you bring peace to the people. We have made some progress with Cannavaro's interrogation. I will have need of you soon. I look forward to your help. Hearing this, I replied with a twisted expression, I will happily assist you in whatever way I can, Your Majesty. Really? Then why did your face look so bad? I am just tired from traveling day and night for 10 days, Your Majesty. Suddenly, the queen gave a slight smile and said, you only come to me when you need something, but when I want to see you, you always pretend not to notice. Her words made my hair stand on end, and cold sweat poured down my back. The next second, her delicate hand gently lifted my chin. Her gaze was deep and teasing as she looked at me with a half smile. You're not the kind of selfish and despicable man, right? Without hesitation, I nodded frantically. No, absolutely not. But in my heart, alarm bells were ringing wildly. Damn it, I guess the greatest enemy of my sweet and carefree retirement life is Queen Alicia. Meanwhile, on the other side, Javier and Scheherazade had been fighting in front of the door for several days. When they were tired, they rested on the spot. After resting, they would get up and fight again. I've had enough sleep, let's go again. The next second, the sound of clashing swords rang out again. Javier thought to himself, how much longer do I have to deal with her? When will that man return? Suddenly, Javier Javier noticed something was wrong. It turned out that through this period of high-intensity confrontation, Scheherazade was actually starting to touch the threshold of a sword master. She could already condense some tangible aura. Javier didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. He finally drew his sword from its sheath, instantly condensing an aura sword to block her attack. Javier thought to himself, it seems she has reached the threshold of a sword master, although her condition is still unstable. At this moment, Scheherazade attacked like a madwoman. Suddenly, I opened the door, knocking Javier to the side. Hello everyone, I'm back. The next second, Scheherazade's aura sword pierced directly through the door. Luckily, it didn't hit me, but the aftershock from the aura sword instantly shredded my clothes, leaving me with only my shorts. Even my hairstyle was blown into a mess. Now my look isn't cool at all. Javier yelled, young master, you almost died just now. Scheherazade looked at the shirtless man in front of her, very confused. Who is this guy? She looked the naked man before her up and down, and suddenly remembered who he was. She immediately asked, what have you been doing since you left me behind? However, Scheherazade sensed something was wrong. The other party seemed to be about to use that strange hypnosis technique again. She quickly covered her ears and told me to shut up. But how could I possibly obey? Instantly, drowsiness overcame Scheherazade. The next second, she fell asleep on the spot again. Sorry, princess, I really don't have time to explain to you. Then, I turned my head and told Javier, let's start the construction. But that guy had actually fallen asleep again. This time, he even had a bed and an eye mask ready. Although I expected to hypnotize you, you really are full of tricks. The next day, I was running through the maze-like underground caves, surveying the subterranean situation. Thanks to the map Terms gave me, things became much simpler. To get a direct path to the waterway, I needed to confirm which areas to break through and which to block up. During the day, all paths other than the main route would be blocked. At night, Javier would use mana blasts to break through the path. Although we're in a hurry, this whole thing could come crashing down if we aren't careful, so we could only rely on Javier for precision blasting. Next came the final, much anticipated step. You've arrived just in time. Terms was confused. Who are they? I smiled faintly. They are my territory's workers whom I sent for when we were in Magentano. It turns out, they were my skeleton engineering corps. A skeleton held up a sign that read, we missed you, master. Immediately after, I led them down into the cave. Listen up, all of you. There's a large amount of water on the other side of this wall. What do you think will happen if we did one more time here? A skeleton held up a sign. We will be thrown back instantly by the overwhelming force of the water. That's right. That's why the ancients risked their lives to build the cannon. No, they had to build the cannon even if it meant losing their lives. They would choose the oldest worker, who would complete the task of breaking through the wall. At the same time, he would perish as the final waterway was opened. He did this so that his neighbors, friends, and future generations could survive. This incredibly magnificent and noble sacrifice will become your glory. Yes, it's you, Tords. Everyone might not remember who he is. This is the man who owes me millions and needs to work for me for 520 years. At this moment, Tords was sweating profusely, completely bewildered by the situation. Thank you, Tords. We will not forget you. Everyone will revere you as a hero. After hearing this, Tords immediately tried to flee. You have the undead, right? Why do I have to do it? I cursed him. You heartless brute. Are you trying to make those undead feel the pain of losing their lives again? Tords cried. Isn't there a sword master? Let him do it. He can definitely find a way to escape. I replied irritably, that guy only has one set of clothes. He can't get it wet. After some struggle, Turtleneck, the captain of the skeleton engineering corps, volunteered to take on the final stage of the construction. Tords was relieved to be saved, but I will forever despise him. With the final strike, a massive torrent of water gushed out. Just like that, the underground water was delivered to thousands of households through the waterway. Suddenly, a little girl with tears in her eyes ran over carrying a bowl of water. She then handed it to me. Drink up. This is the water you brought us. I knelt down and took the bowl with a smile. Thank you. I'll drink it well. At this time, the little girl asked the question with great curiosity. Big brother, why are you always not wearing clothes? I smiled faintly and replied, because buying clothes is a waste of money. Just like that, after the city of Kandahar opened its central waterway, it also connected the waterway to the nearby small villages. Just as this journey was about to end, the system notification suddenly sounded. You have received a new title, the Western-born boxer-wearing goat. I was speechless. The names of these titles always feel like they're mocking me. Oh well, let's see the title's effect first. In all high-temperature zones, dehydration resistance is increased by 100%. I thought to myself, I'm not going on business trips to scorching hot places. I'm just going to eat, drink, and have fun in the future. It seems this title is useless. Suddenly, Terms called out to me. He then knelt on one knee. Young Master Lloyd, the people you've saved are countless. You not only prevented war and drought, but also gave us a place of refuge. Therefore, all of us here swear eternal loyalty to the Frontera estate. This grand display made me a bit shy. You don't have to be so formal. Just work hard in our territory. I thought to myself, I'm just doing things that benefit me, but I often hear people praise me. This makes my conscience ache. At this moment, the system sounded again. New approval rating. Terms and his people send their thanks and respect. You received a 50 bonus relationship points for a new approval rating. From now on, Terms and his people's approval rating will be combined with the Frontera estate citizens' average approval rating. Your Your current relationship points is 2,832. Looking at the reward in the system column, I thought, yes, this is perfect. This kind of reward that isn't embarrassing and is practical is what suits me. Meanwhile, a child told his father, look, that big brother's expression has become strange again. And so, I arranged for Terms and his group to head to the Frontera estate under the guidance of the Skeleton Engineering Corps. I, on the other hand, returned to Ahinchia, the capital of Asfahan. However, King Samarkand said when he saw me was for me to become his man. I immediately refused him. I'm sorry, great King Samarkand. I prefer someone a bit slimmer. Actually, Samarkand wanted me to become his son-in-law. Are you not understanding my words? Or are you pretending not to? You should have already realized that Scheherazade is my daughter, right? Don't you like her? I, wearing only a pair of shorts, calmly replied, I believe that compared to the thoughts of a lowly person like me, Princess Scheherazade's thoughts are more important. Being told this, Samarkand remembered what his daughter said to him after she returned. I don't want him to be my man. I hate his looks, and I hate everything he does. Father, if you make me seduce him again, you might as well just cut off my head. Samarkand awkwardly said, let's not talk about this for now. Since you have fulfilled your promise to me, I should also fulfill mine. I will immediately summon the Magentano envoys for a meeting. I very respectfully thanked the king for his immense grace. At the same time, I thought to myself, to complete the mission given by Her Majesty the Queen, I really went through a lot of trouble. Samarkand watched my figure, clad only in shorts, walk out of the royal palace, and began to plot in his mind. Lloyd Frontera, I, Samarkand, am a ruler who gets whatever he wants. You will soon be mine. However, how could I not know his thoughts? The final game between the two of us was about to begin. The next day, Samarkand met with the Magentano envoys. Count Ventura thought to himself, it was Lloyd who got him to the negotiating table. He created such a good opportunity for us. We must not let his efforts go to waste. Count Ventura clenched his hands nervously, but he didn't expect Samarkand to speak first. Due to my mistake, your kingdom of Magentano has suffered great losses. For this, I apologize to you. All the envoys were completely confused. The usually arrogant King Samarkand was apologizing first. Samarkand continued, I will fully compensate you for the losses caused by the monster domino effect. At the same time, I will strictly manage this situation to prevent it from happening again. Furthermore, I will share the progress of this matter with your queen. If such a thing happens again in the future, I promise to pay you double the compensation. The more Count Ventura listened, the more outrageous it sounded. At this moment, he believed this was not something to be happy about, because the other party would definitely ask for something in return. Ventura's heart beat faster and faster as he very respectfully thanked the other party for such a generous decision. We will convey your intentions to our queen. Suddenly, Samarkand interrupted him. I have one small request. Ventura thought to himself, as expected, it wouldn't be this easy. However, the other party's next words shocked him. You need to give me Lloyd Frontera. And so, Count Ventura found me. However, at this moment, I was still wearing only a pair of shorts. He then recounted the entire negotiation process. After hearing it, I showed an extremely ugly expression. Are you saying you agreed in the end? Count Ventura frantically explained. Her Majesty the Queen will surely be very happy. After all, the other party is offering so much, and you can live well no matter where you are. I smiled faintly and said he did very well. Hearing this, Count Ventura was full of confusion. Suddenly, I once again showed that iconic capitalist smile. That's just perfect. Meanwhile, Samarkand was still thinking about what to have me do first. He must first repair the roads and increase the waterways, and we are in urgent need of sanitation facilities. After that, let him expand the city and build the capital's large-scale buildings. Suddenly, one of Samarkand's men came to report, but he was confused. Didn't I tell you to bring Lloyd back? Why have you come alone? After hearing his subordinate's report, Samarkand showed a very terrified expression. You're saying he's gone to get rid of the sandworm? That's right, I'm going to kill the desert predator, the sandworm. Although they are only the size of a finger, I still can't be careless. Instantly, I lifted my shovel and aimed it at the enemy. Then, with a roar, I shouted Mana Blast. The next second, a massive explosion echoed throughout the desert. However, this was not over. Hey, Padong, now it's your turn to shine. Suddenly, a figure with glowing red eyes drilled out from behind me. Immediately, a Padong kick landed right where the sandworm was. Then, he started digging and digging and digging. At this moment, I was getting more and more excited. I turned to Javier and shouted, Javier, you deliver the final blow. He instantly condensed an aura sword. With one strike, countless grains of sand were sent flying, but that pitiful sandworm was still unharmed. What's going on? Why is this troublesome thing still alive? Then, I started blasting the sand again. At this moment, Samarkand was watching the whole situation. I, on the other hand, was shouting for King Samarkand while continuously launching explosive attacks. At this time, my state was almost frenzied. Samarkand silently watched this group of lunatics, and the flying sand hit his face. Suddenly, I turned my head, sweating profusely, and looked at him. My expression instantly switched to a smile, and I didn't forget to give him a thumbs up. Unable to bear it any longer, Samarkand immediately gave the order. Tell them to just take that lunatic and go. In the evening, Samarkand sat alone in his chair. He thought to himself, if I keep that kind of person by my side, the whole country will sooner or later be in chaos. He believed his choice was definitely correct, and he had never made a mistake. But the terms terms negotiated with the Magentano envoys seemed difficult to retract now. Which reminds me, how will I pay the bill for the Padishar? That lunatic spent so much on construction. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. At this moment, Samarkand seemed to have aged 10 years. He has been robbing me blind this entire time. At this moment, someone came to report. The haggard-looking Samarkand asked what was the matter. We have a problem. Lloyd has run off with the Padishar. Samarkand fell silent. Suddenly, another person came to report. Something big has happened. Princess Scheherazade has run away from home. She left a letter saying she wants to go find Lloyd Frontera to study and told us not to look for her. Samarkand fell silent again, but the next second, he fell face first onto the table. And so, Samarkand lost both his daughter and his money this time. He sobbed with a runny nose and tears. You bastard. However, on the other side, the morning sun rose as usual. Count and Countess Frontera also woke up. After getting up, a maid happily ran over to report, "My lord and lady, a letter from young Master Julian has arrived." The letter said he graduated from the academy with the second highest rank. Students with top graduation rankings have the opportunity to work in the royal capital. Before receiving the official notice, he wants to stay at home for a while. Mother, father, I miss you so much. Is brother doing well? I also want to become a trustworthy son like him. The Count and Countess, who hadn't seen their younger son for a long time, shed tears of happiness as they read the letter. Silly child, what are you saying? You are already a very reliable son to us. You are our pride. At this moment, Byron came in to report. Young Master Lloyd's things sent from Asfahan have arrived. These are the items I got from Samarkand. All of this is equivalent to a year's budget of the Asfahan treasury. The Countess, Marbella, looked at this box of luxury goods. She then picked up a necklace and exclaimed, "This gemstone necklace is too beautiful." Then she turned to look at Count Frontera with a strange smile. "I feel like we can sell these to those vain nobles at a high price." At this moment, she could no longer suppress her true nature. She had already been assimilated by me. Count Frontera paused for a moment when he saw his wife like this, then laughed out loud and said, "Yes, we must sell them for a high price." He thought to himself, Marbella seems to have become a bit strange, but I still feel very happy. Afterward, the Count and Countess greeted the farming residents as usual. They also warmly responded to such a down-to-earth lord. Count Frontera felt so happy. His territory is full of good people. Suddenly, the two saw a terrifying scene. It was a red-haired orc who had bumped into Sir Greg. The two instantly burst out with explosive tension. Sir Greg put his hands on the red-haired orc's hard shoulders. He then pushed the other party away with force. The Count and Countess, seeing this scene, was very scared. Are they going to fight in the next second? After all, the two of them were now head-to-head, rubbing against each other. Neither side was willing to back down. Suddenly, the red-haired orc was the first to flash away. Then, a kit grazed Sir Greg's neck, but he wasn't trying to fight. He was actually starting to breakdance. After finishing this difficult move, he stood up handsomely. The red-haired orc then showed a disdainful expression, beckoning the other party to come and compare. Sir Greg sighed, then led his men to start dancing. Accompanied by the movement of the music, he performed a move that was even more difficult than the other parties. The red-haired orc, not to be outdone, also responded with a dance with his orc brothers. This time, they performed 1,000-hand guanyin. Both sides danced until they were sweating profusely, but neither side was willing to admit defeat. And the reason why both sides were so incompatible was all due to a misunderstanding by the red-haired orc. The Count and Countess were dumbfounded by what they just saw. Although they are a bit strange, they are all kind people and kind creatures. At that moment, headless undead creatures greeted them. The Count, basking in the sun, exclaimed that this land is very peaceful. He is very happy. It's just a little bit strange. The world's strongest being, a dragon, has to come to the dung pit every day to burn feces. In the former kingdom's white cavalry has thrown away their lances and picked up shovels instead. Every morning, the white cavalry, including Terms and his group, has to pray to an ugly stone statue. Suddenly, someone in the distance announced that young Master Lloyd was back. Hearing that it was their son, the couple was immediately overjoyed. But when they saw their son's appearance, their expressions immediately turned to stone. Because compared to the strange things and creatures in the territory, their own son should be the strangest one. It turned out that I was now only wearing shorts on my lower body, while my upper body was draped with a blanket from who knows where. My lord, I'm back. At this moment, Count Frontera thought, he may be a strange son, but I am happy. And the day he finally calls me father instead of my lord, I will be even happier. Count Frontera asked with tears in his eyes, why aren't you wearing clothes? I smiled and replied, because there are many clothes at home. After all, I wouldn't do something that wastes money. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Magentano, Count Ventura was reporting the results of his trip to Asfahan to the queen. We signed a paper agreement with them, and Samarkand also stamped it with his magic handprint. The queen asked, Count Ventura, did you lead this to completion? Being asked this, Ventura stammered and only said a yes. The queen immediately exposed him. Lloyd Frontera told you to say that, right? Queen Magentano then asked, to achieve peace and prosperity for the nation, what elements do you think are necessary? Ventura replied, a highly centralized monarchy and balanced diplomatic relations. The queen smiled and replied, no, you just need someone with the ability to toil for you, someone you can work to the bone. At this moment, Count Ventura felt sympathy for me in his heart. I'm sorry, Master Lloyd, it seems I have no choice but to sell you out this time. The queen thought, although the agreement was signed smoothly this time, it's actually useless. After all, Asfahan and Magentano have been hostile for many years. To make both sides become mutually beneficial, they must trust each other very much. So how should this be done? A few days later, a familiar figure appeared in the Frontera territory. It was Scheherazade, who had run away from home. She looked at the land below and thought to herself, so this is where that man is. She then gritted her teeth and swore that she must succeed. Meanwhile, the Count was leisurely pruning the plants he had grown. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you." Frontera looked over and saw a beautiful woman. The Count then heard the other party introduce herself. "Hello, I am from the distant eastern kingdom of Asfahan, and I am the daughter of King Samarkand, Scheherazade." The Count was instantly startled. He frantically asked why a princess would come here. Scheherazade said she was here to find Lloyd Frontera. The Count became even more terrified after hearing this. "Princess, what business do you have with my son?" Scheherazade's expression instantly darkened. She then said flatly, "I can only fall asleep when he is by my side." After hearing this, the Count was stunned for a moment. He thought he must have misheard. He then immediately realized something was wrong. What does it mean? "I can only fall asleep when he is by my side." He immediately thought to himself, "Lloyd, of all the things you've done, this is the most outrageous." It seems the Count misunderstood. This imperial princess had long been troubled by insomnia. She could only fall asleep when I was by her side, so she traveled thousands of miles to this land to find me. It turned out she could only fall asleep when she heard me talk about civil engineering. Therefore, she wanted me to record these words into a magic crystal. But how could I let her get her wish so easily? I immediately said, "Do you think you can get such an important lullaby for free?" Scheherazade replied expressionlessly that she could pay. However, I told her I had a lot of money. The princess's brow furrowed instantly. She already extremely disliked the person in front of her, and now he was being so persistent. Suddenly, I slapped a thick stack of contracts on the table. "Princess, as long as you sign this contract, I will give you what you want." Javier, on the side, thought to himself, "The young master is so despicable. He actually drafted the contract in advance." Scheherazade read through the contents of the contract one by one. "Work in the Frontera territory for 5 years, and the lullaby will only be provided after the 5-year work period is over." The angry princess stood up and said, "This contract is too outrageous." I, on the other hand, had a wicked look on my face and said, "Oh, if you're not willing, then forget it. It's no loss to me. Besides, as long as you can rest well and train hard, you can become a true sword master." "But what does that have to do with me?" Javier, on the side, suddenly felt that the young master was too terrifying. Could it be that he planned all this from the beginning? Is this why he asked me to train the princess to become a sword master and sang her lullabies? To exploit her labor? At this moment, even the system couldn't stand it anymore and started to complain. "No wonder the devil appeared in your dream and asked to be friends with you." I disdainfully said, "What do you mean? Not only do I pay her a salary, but I also lull her to sleep every day and help her become a sword master. I'm practically a saint." At this time, Scheherazade was trembling with anger. She asked, "Was this your plan from the very beginning?" I, on the other hand, put on a face that deserved a beating and said, "What are you talking about? I can't hear you right now." Before I could continue to provoke her, a sandbag-sized fist came flying over. That punch hit me right in the face. After hitting me, Scheherazade cursed, "You scoundrel." She then threw down the contract and left in a huff. I, on the other hand, was knocked unconscious by that punch. Scheherazade, carrying her luggage and preparing to go back, cursed, "That scum is simply despicable and shameless. How can there be such a person in the world? Rather than be manipulated by him, I'd rather." Before she could finish the sentence, she thought, "Wait, if I sign the contract with him, I can solve my insomnia problem. Then I can truly break through to the sword master realm. After all, this way I can be recognized by my father." As Scheherazade was walking and thinking, she suddenly realized something was wrong. "Damn, where have I walked to?" After crossing the mountain, she suddenly saw someone in front. At this moment, the princess looked a bit dazed. The person he saw was my younger brother, Julian. He had just graduated from the academy and was on his way back to the Frontera territory today. At this moment, Scheherazade had regained her usual cold demeanor. She wondered who this person was and why he was in such a place. But he looked so weak, like a small herbivorous animal that could be easily caught and eaten. Suddenly, Julian stood up. It turned out that the road ahead was blocked by a large rock. The carriage that was taking Julian back to the territory couldn't pass, and they were trying to find a way to move the rock. "Sir, let me give you a hand." That person quickly replied, "No, young master, you are the future pillar of the kingdom. How can we let you do such dirty work?" Julian immediately said, "Sometimes dirty work is more important than other things. Besides, I can't watch you all suffer so much because of me." That person said again, "Our mission is to escort the academy's outstanding talent back to his hometown, so we will find a way to handle this. Young master, you can rest for a while." However, Julian didn't listen and directly took off his shirt. The seemingly weak Julian was actually full of muscles. This stunned those academy guards. Scheherazade, who had witnessed everything from the side, still had the image of a little bunny for Julian in her mind. "It's just a bunny with more muscles," she thought to herself. It seems that person is Lloyd's younger brother who just returned from the royal capital, but compared to that scum, his younger brother is completely different. At this moment, Julian was still trying to move the big rock with the guards. Finding that they couldn't push it, they prepared to use a shovel to slowly break it from the outside. The guard was confused why they were using a shovel. Julian said because he had seen someone do it like this before, and that person said that the shovel is omnipotent. Suddenly, Scheherazade stepped forward and said, "Your idea is good, but it will take a whole day, so let me handle this big rock." Julian looked at the girl in front of him and showed the same expression as Scheherazade. When the other person walked past him, his face instantly turned red. Scheherazade drew the sword from her waist. She thought to herself, if I help them here, then when I negotiate with that scum later, the situation will be more favorable to me. The next second, Scheherazade unleashed countless slashes, and that huge rock was instantly cut into small pebbles. The guards were shocked by this woman's strength. After finishing, Scheherazade sheathed her sword handsomely. At this time, only small stones that could be easily moved were left on the ground. Julian shyly covered his chest with his clothes, then stepped forward to thank the other party. He then asked, "Who are you?" Scheherazade simply turned back and began to introduce herself. However, in Julian's eyes, the other party was so beautiful and moving. "I am Scheherazade from the Eastern Kingdom of Asfahan. I am currently staying at the Frontera Mansion." Instantly, Julian's heart beat faster, and so, the two returned to the Frontera territory together. At the dinner party, the Count was so happy he cried, exclaiming, "How can my two sons be so outstanding?" Scheherazade thought this was indeed something to be happy about. The eldest son is a diplomat, and the younger son is the kingdom's top talent. Suddenly, she thought of what her father had said, "Whether it's seducing a man or becoming a sword master, show me your strength. Show me what qualities you have that are worthy of my pride." Scheherazade slowly fell silent as she chewed the beef. At this moment, Julian said that as long as the royal capital gives the order, he will work even harder. "I want to make my father even more proud." The Count wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. "Silly child, what are you talking about? I'm just happy that you got what you wanted. If you're tired, you can always come home. Just having you by my side makes me happy." Hearing this, Scheherazade was instantly stunned. She had always wanted to gain her father's approval, but those words just now instantly negated everything she had done before. The next second, tears unknowingly flowed down her face. Scheherazade thought to herself, "Why am I crying?" Suddenly, she stood up and left the dinner table. "Excuse me, I have to go." I called back, "Princess Scheherazade, where are we going to negotiate the lullaby matter again?" However, this time Scheherazade replied decisively, "Forget it." Julian was confused, wondering if he had said something wrong just now. I, on the other hand, looked at my younger brother's expression. I thought to myself, what's with his expression? At this moment, Scheherazade had already cried her eyes out. She didn't want others to see her like this. In the evening, she packed her luggage and prepared to leave, and I watched everything from upstairs. Suddenly, I sensed an unexpected situation. Why did Julian chase after her? And the two of them were actually talking for a long time. My eyes widened as something I never expected happened. Princess Scheherazade actually blushed shyly. The cold and irritable princess who would strike out at the slightest provocation actually blushed. I instantly showed that demonic expression. I couldn't help but drool. Well, this is a huge and unexpected jackpot. All of this started from Julian chasing after her that night. "Miss Scheherazade, where are you going so late at night? You're not planning to leave here directly, are you?" Being asked this, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. She then replied that she wasn't leaving, but wanted to go for a walk outside. Julian was relieved after hearing this. "Oh, I see. Because you were carrying a particularly large backpack. I thought you were leaving." Scheherazade looked at the luggage on her back and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She quickly explained that this was her food pack. This shocked Julian. He thought, how much food does such a large backpack need to hold? He then carefully reminded her, "If you eat too much before bed, you won't sleep well at night." Scheherazade's face instantly turned red. She stammered and explained, "I mean, it's mostly picnic supplies." She thought to herself, my excuses are getting more and more ludicrous. Suddenly, Julian said, "You didn't look very well when you were eating just now, so I was quite worried about you. It's great to see that you're fine now." Scheherazade looked at the sincere young man in front of her. She felt like this was the first time someone had cared about her like this. She lowered her head with a blush and said she was much better now. At this moment, everything around seemed to stand still. The moonlight shone on the two young people who were about to fall in love. Their throbbing hearts could no longer be suppressed and were eager to move. Scheherazade thought to herself, maybe I should stay a few more days. Meanwhile, I watched everything from upstairs. At this moment, I was even more excited than the two of them, because I thought of a wonderful plan. Suddenly, Javier appeared and startled me. "You scared me." Javier replied, "Your face is scaring me." It turned out that Javier came because it was time to sing the lullaby. "Young master, I can't fall asleep if you don't sing the lullaby, so I came to find you. But why are you looking at a couple falling in love with such a sinister expression?" I immediately asked back, "How do you know they've fallen in love?" "I only found out after careful observation." Javier disdainfully said, "Is it necessary to observe carefully? I've seen many people's eyes when they fall in love. Women always look at me with that expression. Has that never happened to you? But then again, young master, I can understand you. I can only wish you to keep trying." At this moment, I really wanted to beat this kid up. Every time it comes to this, he's really annoying. Then, Javier said, "If you want to ruin young master Julian's love because you're blinded by jealousy, jealousy, I definitely won't help you. I was a bit speechless. What kind of person do you think I am? This time, not only will I not ruin their love, but I will help bridge Julian's love. From now on, I am Cupid. Then, I looked through the window and thought to myself, after meeting the queen a while ago, I realized something. Because I have accumulated too many merits on the surface, the queen has been trying every means to squeeze me dry. If this continues, I will sooner or later be squeezed to the end of my life. So I must find a way to escape her clutches, and those two are the key to help me escape. Moments later, Julian, back in his room, now had Scheherazada's figure in his mind. Her hair, more beautiful than silk, her pearl-like eyes were so beautiful and moving, and the sadness hidden behind her fortitude. All of this made it impossible for Julian to calm down. He thought to himself, do people call this situation? Before Julian could continue to think, a demonic voice sounded in his ear. That's right, that situation is usually called love, and the speaker was me. What are you doing, Lloyd? Like you know how someone feels. I immediately showed a wicked smile and said, that's what you look like. Am I wrong, Julian? Julian was powerless to refute, because he also thought it was love. The moonlight shone on my handsome face, as I smiled and said, tomorrow I will record a lullaby for Scheherazada. Then she should be going back to her country, right? As I dragged out the words going back to her country, I waved goodbye to him. Then I slowly closed the door. At this moment, Julian was caught in a choice, and I was going to ignite that little flame of his love. After I did all this, I went to find Princess Scheherazada, but before I could speak, she directly threw a punch. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but hit you. I lay on the ground and said, my brother Julian is very smart. The royal capital's appointment should come down soon. Maybe he'll receive the notice tomorrow. Then he will leave. Remember, he will leave. Scheherazada's eyes instantly showed a worried look. That little flame of love in her heart began to stir. And so, the two sat in their respective rooms. The fire of love in their hearts burned more and more intensely. They were all thinking, what if I can't see the other person in the future? As if sensing each other, the two rushed out of their rooms at the same time. No, I won't let it happen. I must convey my feelings to him. I, on the other hand, sat in my room like a godfather, waiting for the moment when the lovers would finally be together. But at the same time, another pair will also reach their end. That is Emily and the red-haired orc, Cougar. It turns out, Cougar had always misunderstood the relationship between Sir Greg and Emily. Greg is actually Emily's older brother, and Emily had fallen in love with Cougar since he saved her when the locusts attacked. But because of that misunderstanding, Cougar had been deliberately distancing himself from Emily. Finally, one day he plucked up the courage to ask, Emily, do you love Sir Greg? She immediately said, of course. He's the most precious person in this world to me. And so, the misunderstanding between the two deepened. They were clearly in love with each other, but couldn't be together because of a misunderstanding. After Emily went home, she asked her brother a question. Brother, if a human woman falls in love with an orc warrior, will people think it's strange? Sir Greg initially thought it was just a joke, so he said, if our family finds out, they will definitely break your legs and kick you out of the house. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He thought of that time when Cougar angrily found him, inexplicably saying, how could you do this behind Emily's back? At this moment, he understood everything. I see. So the next day, he found Cougar. You're Cougar, right? Cougar replied, back off. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Just then, Greg reached something from his clothes. The next second, he threw a paper airplane at Cougar, hitting him directly on the forehead. Come to the address on the paper airplane tonight. I want to settle this once and for all. Cougar was very angry. He thought this was a complete provocation to his dignity. He immediately said that their orc warriors would never evade a duel. However, when Cougar arrived at the appointed place at night, he found that the person waiting here was not Sir Greg, but the Emily he had been thinking about all along. Cougar, why are you here? It was clearly my brother who called me out. Meanwhile, Julian and Scheherazada also arrived at the door. If I don't tell him my feelings now, I will probably regret it for the rest of my life. However, the moment the door opened, the other side of the door was the Count and Countess. At this moment, Scheherazada was already kneeling at the door. On the other side, Greg and Cougar's orc friends had all conspired. Now they all swarmed up. Cougar and Emily, from today on, this is the first day of your relationship. Scheherazada's side was even more ruthless. She directly said to the Count and Countess, please, let me have your youngest son's hand in marriage. Mother, father, but the happiest person at this moment is definitely me, because this way, even the queen can't do anything to me. After requesting them to hand over their son to her, she agreed and the wedding was held at lightning speed the next day. At this moment, the two looked at each other affectionately. The scene was so happy. The Count was so overwhelmed. He was crying. Byron watched the young master grow up little by little. Now that he is so happy, he is really happy for him. Meanwhile, Akush actually dared to flirt with Malika. However, no matter how happy they are now, they are not as excited as I am, because without my help, they couldn't have achieved this so quickly. Javier ruthlessly complained, young master, can't you just go home and stay there? Your expression is really ruining the good atmosphere today. I immediately said that my expression now is a super happy one. Javier couldn't understand. Why can this marriage stop Her Majesty's exploitation of you? I told him to think carefully. After Princess Scheherazada and Julian get married, I will become a bridge between the two countries. I am not only a citizen of Magentano, but also Samarkand's family. Javier was still a bit confused. Didn't Samarkand kick you out of Asfahan because he hated you? I told him to use use his brain. That old man is not a fool. He should have realized by now that I was pretending to be crazy before. In other words, he still wants me now. So if the queen wants to continue to use me, I will pretend to go to Samarkand. Javier shielded his eyes. I was shining so brightly, he couldn't bear to look. He immediately said, "Young master, I get it now, but you can go home and stay there now, right?" I was speechless. You've listened to my grand plan, and this is your only reaction? I thought to myself, although I can't openly oppose the queen now, this way, I have a powerful bargaining chip for negotiation. The wedding was still going on. Scheherazade happily kissed Julian, while the Asfahan wedding photographer recorded this sweet moment. On the other side, Samarkand watched his little daughter's wedding through a magic mirror. Tears unknowingly flowed down the corner of his eyes. Scheherazade, my dear little daughter, you must be happy. There is no cruel inheritance struggle there, and no bad father who pushes you to the brink. Just live a happy life there. At this moment, all the wedding ceremonies were over, and it was time for the final bouquet toss. Emily reminded, "Okay, bride, let's toss the bouquet next. Remember to toss it with force." Scheherazade remembered to toss with force in her heart, so she used all her strength. However, this was a bouquet tossed by someone who was about to become a sword master. That kind of speed was not something an ordinary person like Emily could catch. The bouquet broke through the wind and grazed past her. Because the speed was too fast, the bouquet actually spontaneously combusted, shooting towards the city like a cannonball. Finally, a big hand caught the bouquet, and the person who caught it was actually the dragon, Solitas. He was completely confused and didn't understand what was going on. Little did he know that this symbolized the bride and groom passing on happiness and love to him. At this moment, I watched Scheherazade happily holding Julian's arm. I suddenly thought of her ending in the novel. In the novel, Scheherazade unfortunately lost her life in order to save her father from the rebel army. At this moment, I feel that this feeling of changing someone else's destiny is really good. Although this way I won't get any money. Suddenly, the system notification sounded at this time. You have saved yet another person from their destined death. I immediately said, isn't this system just stating the obvious? However, the system displayed again. The number of people you've saved so far is. I watched the numbers on the system column jump continuously. My eyes widened. After a moment, the number finally stopped at 23,513,442. I was very surprised to see this number. I thought, how can there be so many? I originally guessed it would only be in the hundreds. The system sounded again. For exceeding 20 million people, a new kind of currency called DP or delivered people has been introduced. When you accumulate 50 million DP, you will obtain the right to use the skill, the world's strongest. This gives you the power to go beyond the ending spoiler. When I saw the skill description below, I was completely stunned. This skill gives you this world's strongest degree of power for 30 seconds. I thought, isn't this time a bit too short? What can I do in 30 seconds? Besides, this is not the strongest power, but a skill of this world's strongest level. And although highly unlikely, if I encounter the strongest existence from another world, wouldn't I lose 100% of the time? At this moment, the system added, furthermore, if you decide to use this skill, you must forfeit all help from the messenger, and all skills, summons, ending spoilers, etc. obtained through relationship points will no longer be available for use. I was speechless. What kind of crappy setting is this? This way, I'm afraid I'll never be able to use it in my life. The system said, why? Don't want me to go just yet? I ruthlessly complained. How could that be? I would be very troubled if I lost these skills. Suddenly, Count Ventura found me, who is also the host of this wedding. Thanks to you, Magentano and Asfahan have just signed a peace treaty and have surpassed allies to become brother nations. I immediately said I did nothing. You negotiated the agreement, and my brother got married. Suddenly, Count Ventura sincerely apologized to me. Please forgive my foolishness for secretly looking down on you before. You are the real hero. This move of his startled me. I quickly told him he didn't have to be like this. Actually, you can look down on me. I am originally a common person, and I'm stingy and petty. I thought to myself, I don't want to be a noticeable hero. I just want to be an average person and a slacker. Count Ventura laughed out loud. Even if you want to hide, it's useless. Her Majesty the Queen has already guessed what happened, and you must have expected it. Her Majesty sent me to host the wedding to summon you to the capital. Hearing this, I instantly became alert. Good timing. It's time to be shameless. Suddenly, I started to pretend to cough. Count, actually, I haven't been feeling well recently. I've been coughing non-stop. I need to recuperate in Asfahan for a while. However, Ventura didn't change his expression at all. He directly replied, Her Majesty wants to see you. I was speechless. What's wrong with this guy? He's not moved by my act at all. Suddenly, I remembered what the Queen had said to me before. You only come to me when you need me. When I want to see you, you always pretend not to know. You're not that selfish and despicable of a man, are you? Finally, I followed Count Ventura to the capital with a disgruntled face. When will this life of being squeezed try end? Can't I ever live a slacker's life? I, Lloyd Frontera, pay my respects to your Majesty. Oh, you're willing to rush to see me. I'm very happy. If you had turned a deaf ear to my summons, I might have been heartbroken and directly barged into your territory. Then you would have fled to Asfahan, right? Just thinking about it makes me so sad and lonely. I listened and became more and more suspicious. Isn't this Queen speaking with hidden meanings? Suddenly, the Queen's eyes became fierce. Let's not cross the line with each other. Let's get along well, understand? command. I immediately said I heard Her Majesty's summons and immediately rushed to the Queen's side. If you have any orders, please feel free to give them to me. Suddenly, the Queen stood up. I have something to show you. Come with me first. I was very confused. What could it be? She's not going to take out something to squeeze me dry again, is she? However, when I saw that thing, I was completely shocked. It was actually a giant dragon skeleton. Its size was like a giant mountain. This is what we found when we were attacking the Dark Mage group. This seems to be the material they used for some kind of ritual. It turned out that a few days ago, Queen Magentano personally led a team to the ancient city of the Dark Mage Targa. At the Queen's command, countless magic arrow rains poured down. Although the ancient city had defensive magic, the Queen's side's offensive was still too fierce. The Dark Mages here were completely unable to stop it. Soon, most of them were killed by the Empire's soldiers. Suddenly, a monster made of black magic rushed out. In the face of the magic troops' bombardment, it was actually able to dodge all these attacks with agile movements, and those soldiers in front of it were like weak ants that could be crushed at will. Magentano immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Everyone get out of the castle. The assault troops and magic troops all obeyed the order and retreated outside, but they found that Her Majesty the Queen had not come out with them. It turned out that Magentano wanted to face this monster alone. She raised her sword and channeled her aura. Instantly, a pinkish-purple aura sword condensed and formed. The Queen used all her strength and struck at the monster with one sword. The ground was directly cracked by the pinkish-purple explosion. The monster had no time to dodge and was submerged in the aura explosion unleashed by the Queen. But after the monster died, its whole body began to release green poisonous gas. The Queen immediately understood that this gas was poisonous, but since the last time she was poisoned, the Queen had never stopped training against poison, so this bit of poison was nothing to her. The Queen, wearing armor and holding a sword, slowly walked towards the innermost room. Pushing open the door, a giant dragon's head came into view. Below the dragon's head stood a person. He was the mastermind of the Dark Mages, Targa. Targa was now at the end of his rope, facing the Queen, who was a sword master. He had no ability to fight back. You are Targa, right? For the crime of attempting a rebellion against the kingdom, I shall administer your sentence immediately. Then, without waiting for the other party to make any explanation, she cut off his head with one sword. The Queen sheathed her sword handsomely, sighing that it was finally over. But just then, she suddenly felt something was wrong. What's wrong with my eye? At this moment, the Queen's right eye was actually corroded, but she thought it was because the poison from before had not been completely cleared, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Finally, she brought the dragon skeleton back to the capital. At this moment, I looked at this dragon skeleton and started to smile wickedly. The novel mentioned that dragon bones can be used to make various magic items. If I could get a little, wouldn't I be able to make a fortune again? At this time, the Queen spoke. As long as we make good use of this pile of bones, our kingdom of Magentano can display its powerful national strength to the outside world. Therefore, I request that you build a huge courtyard on the back side of the royal city. Then, in the middle, erect the dragon skeleton and my statue, to symbolize that we, Magentano, have subdued the dragon. I instantly felt a great opportunity. It's time to show my workplace survival skills. I frantically tested the boundaries. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me such a glorious job. In gratitude for this honor, I won't charge a construction fee this time. The Queen immediately sensed that this guy must be up to no good. You must have other requests, right? I immediately bowed respectfully. As a reward for this job, I hope the Queen can give me a 10-year labor exemption. After hearing this, the Queen's brow furrowed instantly. The next second, the surrounding atmosphere changed drastically. At this moment, it was as if a fierce lion was behind the Queen, ready to burst into a rage and go on a rampage at any time. I felt so dangerous, as if I were walking on a tightrope. If I made one small mistake and fell, I would be torn to shreds by the angry lion below. At this moment, the Queen felt that this guy was being a bit too much. Just as the Queen was thinking this, I suddenly said, if you think my request is too much, please just give me a dragon's tail bone instead. That's right, this is my workplace survival skill. First, make a request that seems very excessive, knowing that the other party can't possibly agree. Wait for the right time, then propose what I really want in my heart. However, the Queen didn't play by the rules at all. She directly hit me on my fragile head. This blow directly stunned me. I looked at the Queen with a big bump on my head and a confused expression. I suddenly feel more lenient after smacking you in the head. You can take a tailbone, but in return, you have to replace it with a decent substitute. I was instantly overjoyed. I thought, so that's how it is. If I can get such a big reward by getting a smacked on the head, then I'm willing to take it all the time. I then immediately bowed down with my butt up. Your Majesty, I am willing to take hundreds or thousands of hits. No, even if you keep stepping on me, it's fine. The Queen immediately cursed. You're so disgusting. Get out of my sight. Very good. The Queen is now willing to reward me with an unparalleled prize. This way, at least I'm not being exploited. But I still don't want to work. I must find a way to realize my dream of getting rich without working and just playing around. Just as I was thinking, someone burst through the door. Are you Lloyd? Hello, I am the garden design expert, Viscount Nort. Let's talk about work. Nort looked at the guy in front of him. He thought to himself, is this young man actually a master craftsman? I came from a commoner background. It took me more than 30 years of work to accumulate my current knowledge knowledge and reputation. I'm on a completely different level from a guy like you who was born a noble and has had a comfortable life. But because of Her Majesty's order, he could only propose. Let's work on this together this time. Suddenly, I showed a very incredible expression. What do you mean by that? A young man like me with little knowledge and no experience, who is just lucky. How dare I sit on the same level as the respected Viscount Nort? I will stand aside and learn all I can from you, my lord. It is an honor just to have you acknowledge how lacking I am. Nort was completely surprised that this guy, a noble, would say such a thing. Instantly, he laughed out loud. He thought to himself, this guy is quite tactful. And so, every time Viscount Nort brought the garden design drawings, I would just praise them. Amazing. Can you also finish the details of this area in one day? Nort immediately said of course. After he finished it in one day and brought the design drawings again, I immediately said, you are a genius. Can you also finish the design here? Nort again said, of course. Nort, having finished the design, came over to mock me. I've finished the design. You've been completely useless. Oh my, if I had interfered, I would have ruined this great project. And so, that guy lost himself in my praises. He only felt that he was a genius. I'm going to start measuring again. You, young man, stay away and don't get in my way. And I did all this just to wait for him to say this, because this way, I can rightfully enjoy this time of slacking off. This feeling is so damn good. You have to always observe if there are free things around you. Thanks to honest and capable people like the Viscount, a guy like me can eat, drink, and have fun. Little did I know, that night, a purple fire suddenly lit up in the skeleton dragon's eye. I, Targa, have not given up. Alicia Magentano, I will have my revenge. You will die. A few days later, I was standing with Nort on the back mountain of the royal capital. Nort pointed down and said, do you see this lush forest behind the royal city? Just imagine. Right now, it's just in a lush, natural state, but we are about to give it order to reveal the hidden beauty within. Why do you think we humans worship gods? It's because only gods can create art from nothing. Don't you think this is the closest ability to a god? I will create a beautiful garden to feel the emotion of being almost a god. I looked at this old man in front of me and thought to myself, he really loves his job. However, I want to make such a powerful character even more effective. Then I'll hand over all my work to him. That way, I can happily enjoy my slacking time. After Viscount Nort finished speaking, he turned to leave. I'm going to have a meeting with the various project leaders. You don't know anything, so you don't need to attend the meeting. I bowed very respectfully to him. I am very ashamed. I will work hard in the future to become a person capable of attending meetings as soon as possible. I watched Viscount Nort's bouncing back as he left. At this moment, my lips slowly curled into a smile. Of course, I won't just wait around now. Come out, everyone. I saw 4 summoned creatures descend from the sky. Then, I raised my right hand and roared. Now let's play to our heart's content. Attention, a wild Baibiang has appeared ahead. I choose you, Padong. Now, use Thunderbolt. Padong trembled non-stop. Countless yellow lightning bolts burst out, hitting the wild Baibiang. The hit Baibiang was surrounded by yellow lightning. It's super effective. Then, I directly threw a Pinecone Master Ball, shouting, you are mine now. But I didn't expect the wild Baibiang to actually dodge it. Suddenly, Padong actually rebelled. He directly headbutted me in the chest. However, I didn't know that at this moment, Javier was rushing over here. His expression was very flustered. It seemed he had something urgent to report, but at this moment, I was having fun. I sighed in my heart. The time of slacking off at work is really great. Since I transmigrated into the novel, I've been working non-stop. After I finish this job, I must go back to the territory and be a rich slacker. Suddenly, Javier rushed over anxiously. I instantly had a bad feeling. Then, his next words scared me. Her Majesty the Queen is coming. After hearing this, I immediately took out the table I had prepared in advance, as well as the engineering-related design drawings. Everyone probably knows what I'm doing now. Slacking off is one thing, but when the boss comes, you must pretend to be working seriously. The Queen silently watched this guy's clumsy performance. I, on the other hand, pretended to see the Queen's arrival. I immediately showed an expression of only seeing the other party because of work. I then immediately bowed down. I pay my respects to the legal owner of this land, and also the noble Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen was a bit speechless. Don't you think you're being a bit hypocritical? You were playing around, weren't you? I lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to breathe. Could it be that my workplace survival skill didn't work just now? The Queen continued. Do you think Viscount Nort is a fool? For him to rise from a commoner to a Viscount is not just because of his strong work ability. At this moment, I was sweating more and more. Could it be that that guy complained to the Queen? Then I'm really in trouble this time. It turned out that Viscount Nort complained to the Queen like this. Your Majesty, I have something to report. You previously ordered that a dragon skeleton with its head bowed to you should be placed in the center of the garden. Then, a sightseeing waterway should be built next to it to appreciate this magnificent view. To create this, I have considered it from all aspects, but the water level at the starting and ending points is too different, which will cause the water flow to be too fast. With my current ability, I can't find a solution. The Queen was confused. So you want me to retract this idea? Viscount Nort immediately said that was not the case, because that young man named Lloyd Frontera has already given me a solution. He told me that I can build the waterway's ground in a stepped manner. Then, at the end of the steps, build a lock gate. After the boat enters, close the lock gate behind it, and reduce the water level by reducing the water. After the water level is the same, same. Open the front lock gate. This way, the boat can move forward again. Viscount Nort said that they have encountered many other problems, but they were all successfully solved with the help of that young man. And every time the problem was solved, he would say that he didn't know anything. I just said whatever came to my mind. Whether this plan can be realized can only be decided by someone with your seniority and wisdom. That young man solved the problem with his excellent knowledge, and then gave me all the credit. Although he wasn't working and only wanted to play and make a profit, as long as the construction needed him, he would work with all his heart. I think he is indeed a great example of a capable person. It turned out that Viscount Nort was indeed complaining, but it was a reverse complaint. I didn't know this at the time. I thought, damn it, what excuse should I find to avoid the Queen's punishment? She's not going to accuse me of treason for this, is she? The Queen looked at this guy's raised butt. Before I kick you, quickly put your butt down and stand up. I nervously and slowly raised my head as I watched the Queen staring at me without saying a word. Suddenly, the Queen actually smiled sweetly. I am very satisfied with your actions. Just keep doing it. I was completely confused about the current situation, but it seems I'm fine now. I watched the Queen slowly leave. The next second, I turned to look at Javier and once again showed that wicked expression. It seems she didn't find out I was slacking off. Don't you think so, Javier? Javier felt speechless. Young master, are you really that clueless in this aspect? Soon after, autumn passed, and during the snowy winter, construction on the enormous garden continued uninterrupted. I also didn't have any time to rest. Who knows when I'll be able to play like this again? Then came spring, and the Dragon Bone Garden was finally completed. The Queen held a grand banquet for this, and the neighboring countries all sent their envoys to participate. They were all amazed at the powerful national strength of the Kingdom of Magentano. At this time, I noticed Javier's behavior was a bit strange. He was just staring at the food in his hand but not eating. Suddenly, he said, for some reason, I don't feel like eating. I suddenly thought, Master Lloyd is such an unfortunate man. I couldn't stand this inexplicable insult. I grabbed his collar and roared, what are you talking about, you brat? Why are you suddenly picking a fight for no reason? Are you dissatisfied with me about something? Javier very arrogantly said that wasn't what he meant. It's just that I feel that every time you finish building a building and hold a banquet, a major accident is bound to happen. It was like that with Cremo last time, and also with the suspension bridge. If something happens again this time, then it can be confirmed that you, young master, are really an unfortunate man. However, just as Javier finished speaking, a loud bang came from the direction of the dragon skeleton. The dragon skull, which was erected in front of the Queen's statue, actually fell off completely. As a sword master, the Queen instantly sensed that something was wrong. She felt a strange energy surging. Viscount Nort, who didn't understand the situation, felt that this was the end. The project he was in charge of had actually collapsed. I looked at the scene in front of me in disbelief. I thought, how could this be possible? I have done various tests with the simulation skill. It absolutely cannot collapse. Suddenly, Javier told me to run away quickly. This surprised me very much, because this guy was actually the first to suggest running away, and he also showed that timid expression. This was not like the usual Javier. At this moment, countless purple energy began to continuously gather in the direction of the skull. I was all too familiar with this energy. I knew at a glance that it was the energy of black magic. Slowly, the long-dead dragon skeleton actually stood up again, and it even spoke. Magentano, before you cut off my neck, I had already transferred my soul to these bones, and now, I have finally stabilized completely. It turned out that the soul inside the dragon skeleton at this moment was Targa's. Alicia Magentano, prepare to meet your death. Then, it smashed the Queen's statue with one claw. After doing this, the undead dragon turned to look behind, and that direction was where the Queen was. At this moment, all the guards stood in front of her, vowing to protect Her Majesty's safety. However, the pressure of the undead dragon's roar alone was enough to scare the people below into not daring to move. The gap between them was too great. The Queen understood that these people would only be throwing their lives away. All of you, if you don't want to die, get out of here. The Queen thought, this guy's mana is so overwhelming that unless you're a sword master, no one can stop it. Instantly, the Queen condensed a pinkish-purple aura sword and was about to strike at the dragon, but the undead dragon just waved its hand, and the huge wind pressure blew the Queen away. Because Targa was not yet familiar with this body, he couldn't accurately control his attacks. But this didn't matter to him now, because the people below were like ants in his eyes. The Queen looked at the enemy in front of her and knew that this was not an opponent that could be defeated by brute force. So the first thing she thought of was me. The Queen turned her head and was about to ask me if I had a solution, but found that I had already run far away. I'm sorry, dear Queen. Saving my life is the top priority right now. Seeing that I was running away regardless of her, she was instantly petrified. The Queen thought to herself, since that scumbag can't be relied on, let's find the scumbag's bodyguard. After all, he is also a sword master. There must be a way to solve this. Sir Azrahan. However, Javier also ran away. The Queen was petrified again. She sighed in her heart. Men really can't be relied on. Facing the crisis-ridden Queen, Javier and I ran away without looking back. It only took us a few seconds to complete the 100-meter dash, and we also handsomely completed the hurdles. Suddenly, Javier finally couldn't help but speak. Young master, if we run away like this, you probably won't be able to collect the construction fee. I cursed. You money grubber. Is money all you think about? We have to live. I'm really tired of hearing you talk about money all the time. Javier was full of question marks. He thought to himself, isn't it you, young master, who talks about money all the time? Suddenly, Javier braked and stopped. He then said, if we leave that monster alone, it will sooner or later threaten our territory. So, young master, you must protect your own honey pot. However, I still didn't stop running. You brat, that thing's mana is more than 100 times yours. You should just give up. Javier didn't give up because of this. He then said, then, young master, you just run as hard as you can. I will risk my life to stop it here. I thought to myself, this brat is always like this. At this moment, the undead dragon had already condensed a dark purple-tailed beast bomb in its mouth. It then fired it in the queen's direction. The massive explosion instantly shattered the ground. The queen was also sent flying by the force of the explosion. Targa was now unable to control his body at will, so he was almost attacking randomly. The queen fell to the ground, and just as the dark purple beam was about to hit her, Javier arrived with a roar. At this moment, a large amount of aura energy had gathered on his sword. With one aura blast, the attack successfully hit the dragon's head. At the same time, it caused the dark purple beam to deviate, grazing past the queen. Targa was very angry about this. You annoying fly. Then, countless dark purple energy balls were spat at him. Javier dodged one attack after another with his agile movements. He thought to himself, although the other party's aim is not good, if I get hit once, I will definitely die. Javier found an opportunity and fired another aura blast. The attack hit the dragon again. However, this time, it felt like being bitten by a mosquito. It turned out that Targa was getting more and more familiar with his body. Suddenly, the undead dragon lay down and spread its huge wings. This small action alone sent tremors through the ground. The next second, it actually flew up. It then began to bombard the ground indiscriminately. Wherever the undead dragon flew, it could be said that not a blade of grass grew. Javier and the queen could only run away. If this continued, they would only have a dead end. At this critical moment, I made a shining entrance. How could I, the dignified protagonist, really run away? I was holding Bai Biang, who was about to eat a red seed. I, who had arrived on Goming, directly threw Bai Biang at the undead dragon. In midair, Bai Biang ate the red seed. Instantly, it began to gradually grow larger. The next second, Bai Biang descended vertically, sitting directly on the dragon's body. At the same time, the dragon also fell as it couldn't bear the weight. I, on the other hand, took the opportunity to save the queen and Javier. After doing all this, Bai Biang quickly shrank and ran away, while Targa was still confused about what just happened. At the same time, Goming had already flown above the dragon. I then shouted, Goming, now, quickly use your poop attack. But Goming's face turned red as he said, everyone is watching. Is this really okay? It turns out, the so-called poop attack was actually a shit attack. The undead dragon Targa was very confused about what was on his face. He then smelled it, and immediately understood what this sticky white liquid was. In the next second, Targa spread his huge undead wings, and angrily roared, you bastards, I will definitely get rid of you. The terrifying pressure instantly shattered the surrounding trees. At this moment, the queen spoke, Lloyd, do you have a plan? I immediately said I was sorry. I don't know if that method will work. At this time, Goming had already taken us out of the clouds. The next second, Targa chased after us, and the battle plan I could think of was to lead it to a more powerful guy. If we were to say there was a guy stronger than this undead dragon, then it would probably only be the Dragon King. So I want to bring this guy to the Dragon King. I remember the novel mentioned the Dragon King in great detail. The book described that he established the order of the dragon race, and also loved humans very much. It described the Dragon King as a benevolent and tolerant dragon, so if the Dragon King saw this dead lizard making such a fuss, he would definitely not sit idly by. I remember he lives in a place called Gaffel. Thinking of this, I asked the queen, Your Majesty, do you know how long it takes to get from here to Gaffel? The queen was very confused. Gaffel? Even at this speed, it would take over a day to get there. What are you going there for? After hearing this, I thought, this is bad. At this moment, Targa had already caught up. The huge bone mouth was about to bite down. The next second, a crisp sound of teeth biting came. But fortunately, Goming made a handsome 360-degree rotation and dodged this fatal attack. I looked at the skeleton dragon chasing behind us and thought, this guy is so big, but his speed is still so fast. Are we really going to fly with this thing behind for over a day? At this moment, Javier asked, Young master, will there be a way if we go to Gaffel? Being asked this, I had no confidence in my heart. After all, I have never been there, but there is no other way now. I then told Javier not to worry about it so much. Anyway, we have to go there now. After hearing this, Javier instantly condensed aura energy on his sword. He then fired an aura blast. Targa thought they were really stupid. That kind of thing can't cause any damage to my body. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Javier's aura blast pierced through the bone wing formed by black magic energy. Seeing this, Targa was very surprised, and since one wing was broken, his body became unstable, so Targa swayed a few times before stabilizing. I saw that this move worked and immediately told Javier to continue to restrain it like this. However, Targa had learned his lesson from last time. Javier's next 3 aura blasts all missed, and the previously damaged wing was being gradually repaired. Seeing that the situation was not right, I turned my head and said, Alicia, please lend me your sword. The queen was startled when she heard this guy call her Alicia. I then told the queen not to dwell on it. The situation is urgent right now. The queen looked like she wanted to say something but held back. In the end, she only muttered, "You punk." And so, the queen obediently handed over her sword. After getting the sword, I told Javier, "We will attack it at the same time from an angle it can't dodge." I then immediately gathered my mana on the sword. Then, with my iconic expression, I shouted the skill, "Mana Blast." Targa was so shocked by my expression, and it was this moment of distraction that the queen caught. She thought to herself, was that a shocked look? At this moment, my and Javier's two attacks were launched at the same time. They crisscrossed and flew towards Targa. This time, it had no space to dodge. However, our attacks didn't pierce the wing like last time. Instead, they were all deflected. I was very surprised. Could it be that this guy is constantly getting stronger? Suddenly, I felt like I was being pulled by something. It turned out that the queen was holding my waist. She then told Javier to quickly lift my upper body. Although Javier didn't understand the situation, he still did as he was told. At this moment, the two of them held me horizontally. "What are you guys doing?" I looked at the abyss-like mouth of the dragon in front of me and was so scared I made a funny face. At this time, the queen spoke, and her hands began to condense a small amount of aura. "Just follow my command. Now scream." Then, she slapped my poor, perky but with a hand attached with aura energy. Instantly, it hurt so much that I cried out. At the same time, I lost my handsomeness. All that was left was an expression that could make people tremble with fear. And so, I kept shouting in pain. Meanwhile, Targa saw my expression from a very close distance, and he was actually startled by it. He was so scared that he retreated several hundred meters. He sighed in his heart. How can there be such an ugly thing in the world? The queen was overjoyed when she saw that this method actually worked. She said, "Lloyd, you did it. I didn't expect your face to be so useful." However, the two of them completely ignored my feelings. Don't you know how much of a blow this is to a young soul? The sad tears are proof of my broken heart. At this moment, Targa understood who that ugly guy was. After all, it was that person who cured Magentano's poison, repelled his mastodon troops, and defeated the Hell Knight. But it's really hard to imagine that someone could have such an unbearable appearance. But this is also good. I will have my revenge on both of them. The queen saw the other party chasing after them again, so she continued to pat my butt non-stop. I, on the other hand, was still shouting in pain. Targa said, "That move is useless against me now." It turned out he had actually made himself a man-eye mask. The queen was very helpless. She exclaimed, "Is Lloyd's appearance really that offensive?" At the same time, I was very speechless. "Your Majesty, why do you always attack my looks?" Suddenly, Javier told the queen to block her ears with mana. Young master quickly unleashed a hellish scream. I cursed, "Javier, you brat, that's just me singing." Before I could say anything more, Javier directly pinched my chin. The next second, my beautiful singing voice echoed throughout the sky, but Targa made himself another pair of mana earmuffs. I was speechless. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? How is he even chasing us while covering his eyes and ears? The queen and Javier saw that this method was useless and directly abandoned me. I was like a piece of garbage with no use value. However, this was not the time to care about this. I thought to myself, it seems my judgment was wrong. The Dragon King plan has completely failed now. We have no choice but to defeat it. And to get rid of this guy, we must first find its weakness. But does this monster really have a weakness? Suddenly, I thought of something. That's right, didn't the queen promise to let me take a tailbone before? So now that skeleton dragon has a substitute bone made by me. Isn't that the weakness I'm looking for? At this moment, Targa instantly boosted to catch up. Just as it was about to swallow all three of us in a bird, I immediately told Goming to quickly use his spider web backpack to spit silk. The next second, countless spider silks sprayed out from Goming's backpack, and it immediately wrapped around the dragon's whole body. At the same time, Goming took the opportunity to fly up. However, this kind of thing couldn't cause any damage to Targa at all. "You mosquitoes, why do you always do such annoying things?" But when it shook off the spider silk, it found that there was no one around. Just as Targa was wondering where they went, little did he know that two people with aura swords were descending from the sky above him. I immediately shouted, "Its weakness is the fourth tailbone from the pelvis." Instantly, Javier fired an aura blast, hitting the place that was not covered by undead mana, and that was the fake tailbone I made of granite. After the aura blast hit it, it immediately cracked. After all, this is not a real dragon bone. How could it withstand Javier's aura blast? This attack hurt so much that Targa cried out. However, this was not over, because we have two sword masters on our side. The queen followed closely behind Javier. At this moment, she held an aura sword and shouted, "Lloyd Frontera, didn't I tell you to use the bones of a killer whale to make it?" I immediately said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, this is a reasonable saving of construction costs." The next second, a pinkish-purple aura slashed across the tailbone, shattering it completely. Seeing this scene, I was overjoyed. Great, it worked. At this moment, Targa lost his balance, and his whole body was rapidly falling towards the ground. Targa, who had fallen to the ground, took a dragon-sized faceplant, and a deep hit was left where he slid. Targa struggled to get up, sighing at his damn sense of balance. But my attack wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Targa sensed something above his head, and it was Padong that I had thrown from the sky. At this moment, Padong was gradually getting bigger. The next second, he sat on the dragon's head, and the force of the impact instantly sent the surrounding trees flying. On the other side, I had safely landed with with the Queen and Javier. After landing, I directly fired a triple core mana blast, but I didn't shoot at Targa. One reason was that Padang was still on the other party's head. The second reason was that I wanted to quickly consume my mana and enter a near-death state. On the other side, Javier was ready. He directly thrust his aura sword into Targa's tail. At the same time, I used Supercharge. You bastard, I'm going to absorb all your undead mana. Instantly, countless purple energy was continuously being drawn from Targa's body. The surrounding trees were all broken, and all this purple mana was absorbed by me. However, I was also in extreme pain to purify this undead mana. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Mana Heart skill has leveled up. Your ability to purify the poisonous mana of the undead has grown exponentially. At this time, the Queen also joined the battlefield, and the huge aura sword directly smashed on Targa's tail. Although that was a real dragon bone, because it was no longer protected by undead mana, it also began to gradually crack. Targa let out a cry of agony as the pain of his bones shattering while still alive tore through him. Seeing this, I thought to myself, it's working. This way, we will definitely win. Suddenly, the system sounded again. New skill option, half human, half dragon. You absorbed massive amounts of dragon mana. Your mana heart now has the properties of a dragon. Dragons you encounter will show an interest in you. At this time, I thought that as long as the three of us continued like this, we would definitely win. However, I didn't know that something was flying towards me from behind. It was the severed dragon tail bone. Javier was the first to see this scene. He knew that the young master couldn't dodge in time. If he was hit by this thing, the young master would definitely die. The next second, a figure seemed to run past the trees. The person's speed was so fast that only a shadow could be captured, and the person who rushed over was Javier. He blocked the dragon tail bone with his body. However, the force was too great, and the sword in Javier's hand was broken. But even so, he still used all his strength to change the direction of the dragon tail's fall, so it didn't hit me. I looked at this scene above my head in horror. It all happened too fast. I had no time to make any decisions. At this moment, Javier finally couldn't hold it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he also lost consciousness because of this. The dragon tail flew out with Javier. The trees in its path were all broken. Javier's hands and feet were all broken, and he was thrown out of the forest. The clothes on his upper body were also all torn. Finally, he fell into the river unconscious. At this time, because Javier was no longer in control at the tail, Targa took this opportunity to directly break free from Padang's suppression. At the same time, he also reconnected the dragon tail through undead mana. After regaining his tail, he once again regained his body's balance. Targa immediately struck at my direction with a dragon claw. Because I was shocked by the scene just now, I was only thinking about how to save Javier, and I didn't realize the danger I was in at all. But at this critical moment, the Queen appeared. She desperately hugged me and rolled out from under the dragon's claw. The Queen immediately roared, "Lloyd Frontera, pull yourself together. This is not the time to lose your fighting spirit. You have to quickly think of a way, just like you usually do. If he's gone now, the whole kingdom will be destroyed, just like you saved me back then. Save Javier too." However, I couldn't think of a way at this moment, because just now, Javier's mana instantly disappeared completely, and I don't have the ability to help others recover their mana. I collapsed on the ground powerlessly, and the Queen in front of me was grabbing my collar. Above our heads was the restored undead dragon Targa. Meanwhile, Javier had fallen into the river, his life in death unknown. At this moment, an atmosphere of despair almost enveloped every inch of my space. The Queen, carrying the demoralized me, was constantly dodging the pursuit of the undead dragon. Since transmigrating into the novel, I had never felt so desperate. If I had spent some CP points before and used the ending spoiler function once, it would have been better. Or if I had worked harder to collect relationship points before and made myself stronger, maybe the situation would have changed. But now it seems everything is too late. Suddenly, I remembered a conversation I had with Javier. That day, he asked me when I would call the Count and Countess father and mother. Actually, I had always been afraid of being asked this question. After all, I came from another world. They are not my real parents. If I really called them dad and mom, wouldn't I be deceiving them? At this time, Javier spoke again. I have always wanted to call them father and mother, but I don't have that qualification. However, you clearly have the qualification, but you usually only address them by their titles. That's right, Javier lost his parents at a young age. It was the Count and Countess who took him in. In that sense, this guy is just like me in my original world. We both became orphans at a young age. Javier sighed with admiration. I'm sorry, I seem to be quite sensitive to the words father and mother. I've said something unnecessary. Just as he was about to leave, I asked a question. What were your parents like? Do you remember? Young master, are you really asking? I solemnly said I was serious. Although my attire may not be serious now, I saw Javier's surprised expression and was confused. What's wrong? Is it strange for me to ask you this kind of question? Javier replied, well, you are not the kind of person who cares about others. Being told this, I suddenly realized something. That's right, why am I curious? We don't even seem to be friends. However, at this moment, I saw Javier willingly risk his life to save me. Seeing him fall into the river with his life in death unknown, I suddenly understood something. Then, a thought arose in my mind. That is, I must go save him now. Thinking of this, my eyes changed from despair to determination. I then told the Queen, Your Majesty, please allow me to use your your back. Before the queen understood the situation, I jumped from her back. No matter what it takes, I will save my friend. Jumping into the river, I desperately tried to grab him. At this moment, although Javier had almost exhausted his mana, as if sensing something, he actually woke up. Seeing the young master, he also extended his hand. The moment I grabbed his hand, I immediately sent him a signal with my eyes. Javier quickly absorbed my mana. The mana in both our bodies formed a stark contrast, but the next second, the mana in my body began to continuously flow into Javier's body through the connection of our hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, the queen stood alone by the small river with her aura sword. In front of her was the skeleton dragon Targa, who was about to fire an undead ray. She knew she couldn't run away, because the two people in the river were the key to this victory. At this critical moment, Hamon appeared and hit Targa's head. Although this wouldn't cause any damage to it, it did cause the undead ray to deviate. This attack raced past the queen, shooting straight towards the mountain behind. Then, with a loud explosion, the force of which flattened the entire mountain behind, and the surrounding river water also caused huge waves. Javier and I were also caught in it, but we still didn't let go of each other's hands. However, Javier felt a little strange at this moment, because he felt that the young master's mana was not right. He couldn't understand, is this really mana? Although it has a form similar to mana, the two are completely different. It's as if it has broken away from the rules of the world. On the other side, my summoned creatures were trying to delay Targa. Goming was using his poop attack, continuously shitting on the other party's head, but Targa's power was constantly getting stronger. Facing these attacks, he flashed away. When he appeared again, he was already on Goming's head. This scared Goming to death. However, the summoned creature's attacks were not over yet. Padong forcefully threw Bangul into the air. The next second, Bangul then released a volcanic eruption smoke attack on Targa, and a large amount of smoke enveloped it. Now, every second counted. At this moment, the queen seized the opportunity and appeared at Targa's tail. She held her aura sword and prepared to strike down, and this was the place that had been cracked before. However, at this critical moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from the queen's right eye. Since that time she attacked the ancient castle, it had often acted up. The queen was very unwilling. Why now of all times? Just this moment of distraction, Targa flapped its wings and directly blew her away. At the same time, she couldn't even hold her sword because of the pain. On the other side, Javier couldn't understand the mana that didn't belong to this world, so he couldn't use it. Gradually, he fell into a deep sleep because his mana was exhausted. Javier expressed his apologies in his heart. I'm sorry, Master Lloyd. I really can't understand your mana. I'm sorry for not being able to remain by your side. Suddenly, Javier saw a scene he would never forget in his life. It was my extremely ugly face. After all, I had been holding my breath in the water for too long. It's understandable to be like this. The next second, Javier was so scared that he screamed, and the mana that was about to be completely exhausted actually appeared one after another. Just then, the system notification sounded. Javier, alarmed by your underworldly face, now comprehends things beyond the law of causality. At the same time, the queen was painfully covering her right eye. She couldn't operate her body's mana because of the pain, and was falling towards the ground. But fortunately, she was caught by Goming. At this moment, the four summoned creatures were still blocking the river. Although they knew that there was no way out now, they still resolutely stood here. Just as Targa was about to charge up his undead ray, I looked at the text displayed on the system notification in the river. Javier can control the higher worldly mana he obtained from you. Javier's body now disregards a part of the law of causality. All the cells in Javier's body are activating as a mana heart. The next second, a pair of brilliant wings actually grew on Javier's back. The scene was like an angel descending. Suddenly, Targa looked at his front with great surprise, because Javier had appeared in a flash without him knowing. The four summoned creatures were both surprised and happy to see this scene, although they still didn't understand what was going on now. At this moment, Javier, with wings on his back, closed his eyes. The surrounding environment began to flicker. It was just that the person he was holding in his arms was a bit of a killjoy. After all, his appearance was too ugly. Javier harshly dropped me to the ground, then slowly raised his sword. Targa was full of confusion as he looked at the person in front of him. He had no idea what he was doing. However, the next second, countless slashes passed through his body, but in Targa's eyes, the other party didn't move at all, and so, it was instantly cut into countless cubes. It turns out, at this time, Javier had become the strongest existence mentioned in the novel. That is, a grandmaster. Suddenly, I called out to him, because I had a wonderful idea. Javier, if there's anything that needs cutting, I'll leave it all to you. But in my heart, I was thinking, thank you for staying alive. After hearing this, Javier's brow furrowed instantly, but then he smiled and sighed. He thought to himself, I should be the one thanking you. And so, the crisis was resolved. My four summoned creatures and by beyond all rushed towards me. Each of them was crying their eyes out. Queen Magentano slowly walked toward us, and I immediately bowed respectfully. Just then, the number of fates I had saved had also increased from 23,513,442 to 31,145,782. I was amazed. If that guy Targa had been allowed to live, 10 million people would have died. The system explained. No, 10 million is not the number of lives directly harmed. Let's suppose that one of the lives you saved happened to be a well-respected businessman. You saved saved one family that would have starved to death without the job he creates. And when the child from that family becomes an adult, they save a drowning person. The person they save is a doctor. That doctor discovers an amazing drug. That chain reaction is all calculated into the DP. The number of lives you save is not just one person. At this moment, I smiled faintly. Actually, if one DP could be converted into 1,000 gold coins, I would be even happier. Suddenly, Javier called out to me, "Young master, I heard that skeleton dragons have immortal properties. I feel like we need to find a way to deal with these things." Sure enough, just as Javier finished speaking, the skeleton dragon fragments that had been cut into cubes began to move. "Young master, it's already started moving. Do I need to cut it into smaller pieces?" However, I was completely unconcerned, and I told Javier he didn't need to do anything. Just let it resurrect itself, because now I have one more object to command. That is the skeleton dragon. Soon, the once arrogant skeleton dragon will become my part-time dragon. At this moment, the bone fragments began to gradually recover. In a short while, more than half of the body was assembled. Then, I prepared to start controlling it. The system popped up a prompt. "Domination of the skeleton dragon is complete. Would you like to get rid of the attached soul?" I smiled faintly with purple flames in my eye. "Do you even need to ask?" "Of course, I do." The next second, I felt like I had come to another space. This place was surrounded by an undead aura. It turned out that the system had moved my consciousness into the dragon's skull. As long as I get rid of the soul of the dark mage Targa, I can complete the command of the skeleton dragon. It seems that guy used some method to transfer himself here before he was defeated by the queen. Suddenly, I sensed someone behind me. I turned my head and saw that guy Targa kneeling there. I looked at his painful appearance, and the system also thoughtfully displayed the other party's information. Name, Targa. Sex, male. Age, 47. Occupation, dark mage. He suffers from low blood pressure and stress-related indigestion. He likes to eat things with sauce, and prefers salty flavors. He is currently unmarried and has been single since birth. He picks his nose by blocking one nostril and blowing out of the other. I was speechless. Is this system guy too bored? I don't need to know all this. Suddenly, Targa spoke. "I have had this cursed mana since I was born. The people in the village treated my family differently and bullied them. My mother said I was a demon. She said I ruined her life. The thing she regretted most in her life was giving birth to me. But even so, I still love my mother." I felt very confused as I listened to his words one after another. Suddenly, I interrupted him. "Targa, what does your suffering have to do with me? You don't think I'll pity you for this, do you?" After saying that, I instantly punched him in the face. That punch contained all my lifelong resentment. The thing I can't stand the most is a guy like you who has committed a capital crime but is still playing the victim here. And so, this punch of mine directly scattered his soul. At the same time, the system prompted, "You have exterminated the parasitic soul." On the other side, because I had no soul, my appearance seemed a bit dull now, but the queen looked at the front with great horror. It turned out that at this moment, the skeleton dragon, because it had cleared the pinkish purple black mana, had now become a purer azure undead mana. Just then, as my soul returned to my body, the system sounded again. "Greet the skeleton dragon, who now has a new personality. This will set the tone of the relationship between you and the skeleton dragon." After hearing the system's prompt, I directly said to the skeleton dragon in front of me, "I am your father." Instantly, the skeleton dragon, who had obtained a new personality, actually began to condense an energy ray. Seeing this, Javier immediately condensed his aura sword and spread his wings to block in front. At the same time, the queen behind also assumed a ready-to-fight posture. I was confused. Did my brainwashing did not work? The next second, the skeleton dragon directly fired the energy ray towards the sky. The energy exploded and actually formed a heart shape. The skeleton dragon also made a heart shape with its wings in this scene. Then, it actually called out Daddy. The queen and Javier on the side were directly speechless by this scene. I reached out and stroked the skeleton dragon's skull. "I will give you a name. Unlike a zombie, you are not a cursed being. You are one of the proudest dragons of the dragon race. So I will name you Draggy." Javier and the queen on the side were speechless again. They then said in unison with the system, "So lame." I hugged Draggy and rubbed against it. My summoned creatures also like Draggy very much. I thought to myself, in the future, with Draggy, it will only take 1 second to level a mountain. Our Draggy is the strongest heavy equipment. However, I didn't know that at this moment. The queen was looking at me very seriously from behind. She then looked at the shirtless Javier standing on the side. He should have reached the Grand Master realm, right? That is an existence that is rumored to be able to kill gods. And that Draggy with a lame name, but with its power alone, it should be enough to turn a continent to ashes. All of this seems to obey the command of one man. The queen looked at that man's back. "Lloyd Frontera, who have the power to destroy the whole world in an instant. You are no longer within my control." Thinking of this, the queen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Soon after, morning came, and the queen wanted to publicly announce that I was the hero of the entire empire. But I humbly indicated that the queen should not do this. After all, my dream is to become a rural rich man and then live a life of leisure. However, the queen not only did not listen to any of my requests, but also directly gave me all the credit for resolving this crisis. And so, I instantly became the hero who saved the entire empire. Even more terrifying was that she actually stuck out her little pink tongue at me. I never thought that the always high and mighty queen queen could have such a playful side. Although I was played by the queen, she promised me that as long as I finish repairing the royal city, she will reward me with 2 billion gold coins. It seems that fighting with dragons every time is quite profitable. At this time, Javier said irritably, "Young master, why don't you think about how we almost died this time?" I replied, "Who cares if we almost died? We're alive. We didn't die, so don't worry about such meaningless things." Suddenly, Javier asked the question that startled me. "Young master, are you like a god?" However, just as Javier finished asking, he continued, "No, you shouldn't be a god. After all, if you were a god, you wouldn't have pinched your face into its current state." "You brat, are you provoking me? You always attack my looks." Javier spoke again. "Where did the real Lloyd Frontera go? Is he no longer in this world?" This question silenced me. I could see that Javier had long realized that I was not from this world. The time I transferred magic to him in the water should have further confirmed everything. Now, continuing to be shameless and deny it has no meaning, so I told him the truth. "Actually, I don't know either. When I woke up, I found myself like this." "So you didn't choose to take over Lloyd Frontera's body?" I immediately replied, "No." After Javier heard the answer he wanted, he lay down and prepared to sleep. "All right, you can sing me the lullaby now." I was very confused. "You're done asking just like that? Do you believe what I said?" Javier said, "Young master, when you lie, you are particularly shameless, and when you tell the truth, you look vulnerable." I didn't expect Javier's reaction to be so calm, but this is also good. In the future, I won't be asked this kind of question by Javier anymore. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. When it swung open, an unfamiliar old man stepped in. It turned out he was a dragon whose life was about to end, but his soul had been taken away by the Lord of Hell. However, he didn't want to leave just like that, so he came to seek my help. "Hello, boy. I am the dragon Anticus. To be precise, I am the information left by Anticus, the original soul of the skeleton dragon you defeated." After hearing this, I calmly said, "I see. Do you have any business with us?" Anticus was a bit confused. "Why do you have that expression? Aren't you scared?" I was speechless. What's there to be scared of? Suddenly, Anticus spoke very solemnly. "In the name of the great dragon, I order the human, Lloyd Frontera, to go to hell and bring back Anticus's original soul." After hearing this, I immediately went to bed. "I'm sorry, I refuse. Javier, show the guest out." This made Anticus cry. "Don't be so cold. Just do me this favor. Please help me." I was speechless. "Old man, why are you pestering me? I already said no." At this moment, Anticus cried even more fiercely. "As long as you save my soul, I will make you a member of the Dragon King's Club." I suddenly slowly got up from the bed. I then said, "You old dragon, you're really something. A deal is a deal. Why did you put on such a high and mighty act at the beginning? Then let me hear about the benefits of this club." A few hours ago, the royal city restoration work was in full swing. The soldiers were all working hard to move the broken trees. The construction side was being watched by Viscount Nort. I, on the other hand, was just leisurely drinking coconut juice and enjoying this happy time of slacking off. However, I was unaware that danger was quietly approaching. The queen had come beside me without me noticing. She was now looking at me with a cold expression at my extremely punchable appearance. By the time I reacted, it was already too late. I was caught slacking off by the queen. I immediately turned my head and began to blame Javier. "You brat, weren't you on lookout? You, a grandmaster, were just drinking and didn't even notice someone coming over?" The queen found it a bit funny to see me so flustered. It seems this guy is still the same. I, on the other hand, after scolding Javier, immediately bowed down with my butt up. Just then, the queen said, "You are the supervisor. Moving trees directly is not your job, so you don't have to be so nervous." I quickly replied, "That's right. I was just collecting my thoughts back there." At this moment, the queen dismissed the guards on the side. "You can leave first. I have something to talk to him alone." Hearing that the queen had something to talk to me alone, I immediately, and with difficulty, crawled in her direction. The queen looked at the other party's slow movements. She then looked at this guy's slowly wiggling butt. For a moment, she thought of the scene when they were fighting the skeleton dragon. She had slapped this guy's butt with her hand to make him show an ugly expression. At this moment, a drop of sweat ran down the queen's cheek. Her hand could hardly resist going to slap the other party's butt because that texture was too stimulating. The queen thought to herself, "No, I must stop thinking about it. Having this man as an enemy would mean the end of this kingdom. Even if I am the queen, I can't just pat his butt." Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my butt. Turns out, the queen still couldn't help but slap it. After slapping it, she was instantly shocked. "Oh my, it looked so elastic that I hit it without realizing." At this moment, I, with my butt shaking, said to the queen, "Your Majesty, if I have done something wrong, I willingly accept my punishment." The queen was a bit surprised after hearing this. Although this guy in front of her has become stronger, he hasn't changed much compared to before. Javier, standing on the side, suddenly felt that the young master was so perverted. "Do you mean you want to accept being spanked?" I was speechless. "You brat, this is just a polite remark. Don't make me out to be a strange person." Just then, the queen knelt down and asked, "Where did you send the skeleton dragon? If it is seen by others, it might cause a big commotion." I immediately said that I had also considered this point, so I let it hide in a place far away from human eyes. The queen continued, "I didn't expect it to be so obedient to you, like a puppy. You now not only have a grand master as a guard, but also a skeleton dragon that can easily destroy a country. Your territory now has the strongest military military force in this world. After hearing this, I instantly understood the Queen's concerns. Your Majesty, I know what you are worried about. The power I have is to protect peace and tranquility. I believe that those who abuse power are petty madmen, so I will be a person under your Majesty's command. I am forever your citizen, your subject. When I said this, I never put down my raised butt, because this way, it can show my determination. Similarly, the Queen also couldn't take her eyes off my butt. After hearing this, the Queen was silent for a while. She then showed an unprecedented smile. Thank you, Lloyd Frontera. I, on the other hand, thanked the sovereign with my butt up. The Queen, on her way back, thought to herself, Lloyd, it turns out you are much stronger than you look. Suddenly, the Queen felt something was wrong. It was the poison from before acting up again, and this time, it seemed to be more intense. The next second, the Queen fell to the ground with a thud. The extremely pained Queen covered her right eye. The poison I got in Targa's city, it seems it can't be cured. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was looking at the rapidly jumping numbers on the system notification. What's going on? Why did the number of saved people suddenly drop so much? The number eventually stopped at 18,124,392. I was very surprised. Could it be that the fate I rewrote has been rewritten again? Will more than 10 million people lose their lives this time? What on earth is going on? It seems that unexpected dangers will keep appearing, but this time, I don't even know what's going on. How can I go and stop it? Soon after, night came, and the Queen was painfully lying on the bed. A terrible thought began to rise in her mind. Lloyd will be a threat to me. I must get rid of him quickly. He'll be after my life. After the Queen regained some sanity, she said, Lloyd is not that kind of man. But in the end, that terrible thought won over reason. The Queen then directly grabbed the sword by her bed. With a fierce look on her face, she walked towards my room. The Queen now had only one thought, that is to get rid of Lloyd Frontera. On the other side, Anticus was also beginning to state his situation. My soul was taken away by the King of Hell, and you have a heart similar to a dragon. So I thought. At this time, I interrupted him. Wait, I'm not interested in your story at all. I just want to know what benefits you can give me. Anticus was very surprised. He didn't expect a person to be so utilitarian as a dragon. First, you will become a member of the Dragon Kings Club. You can get an infinite amount of gold and silver treasures, and you will also get a special benefit. That is, you will get an extra life. Even if you lose your life, you can be resurrected on the spot. Hearing this finally piqued my interest. That's very good. I happen to need that now. But how do I know that what you said is true? The old dragon said he was a dragon and would not lie. However, at this moment, Javier was not listening to the young master's conversation with the other party, but had been sensing the situation outside the room, because he vaguely sensed a killing intent coming towards the side. Meanwhile, the Queen had already arrived at the door with her aura sword. Javier sensed it and immediately drew the sword from his waist. The Queen's eyes were bloodshot, and she looked at the front. It was as if she had completely changed her face. Just then, Javier pushed open the door and vigilantly looked around, but the corridor was empty. The Queen was actually gone. I was puzzled by Javier's strange behavior, so I asked what was wrong. Javier put away his sword and explained that he might have sensed wrongly. I then complained that a Grand Master was really lame. Meanwhile, the Queen was lying weakly in a corner. It turned out that she had regained her sanity at the last moment. The Queen was sweating profusely. She was very scared in her heart. She thought to herself, what was wrong with me just now? I, on the other hand, was continuing to negotiate with Anticus. How about this? You give me a magic that can guarantee my escape from hell. Then you swear a soul oath. If you don't keep the promise, your soul will be completely erased. Anticus was very surprised after hearing this. How do you know about the soul oath? That's something that only the dragons know about. However, I have read the novel, so of course I know. Is that what's important right now? Are you going to do it or not? If you dare to delay, I'll just go to sleep. Hearing this, Anticus immediately said, wait, I'll do it. Then, I saw him start to close his eyes and feel. At the same time, the surrounding atmosphere also began to become serious. But the next second, Anticus suddenly raised his hand and said, I swear, if I don't keep my promise, my soul will be erased. I was speechless. Is that all? Anticus said he was sorry. This does not have any special effects that can satisfy you. I ruthlessly complained. I started to find you an eyesore since you came in just now. Are your beard and hair tentacles? Why are they always floating when there is clearly no wind in the room, and you're still glowing underneath? Anticus calmly said, that's because I'm a dragon. I was speechless. What does that have to do with anything? Suddenly, he drew an escape sign on my palm. This is the magic for escaping. When the time comes, raise your hand, then shout, laws of time and space, break the taboo and guide me to the place I want to go. Then, the door to escape to this world will open for you. I complained again. That sounds more like a statement than a spell. Anticus continued to remind, when you are chanting the spell, please think of someone you know. The door will connect to the vicinity of that person. After hearing this, a smile slowly appeared on my lips, and at the same time, I clenched my fist. Great. Well then, let's go to hell and get that extra life. Javier, let's go now. Anticus on the side was also ready with the portal to hell, but Javier seemed a bit reluctant. Young master, no matter what, that's hell. Shouldn't you at least ask for my opinion? I looked at Javier with a puzzled face. What are you talking about? You just need to go wherever I tell you to. Before Javier could respond, I directly jumped into the portal, leaving only a sentence. Javier, let's go. Javier felt wronged and helpless in his heart. He thought to himself, I don't think think I'm being paid enough for this job." He then carried his luggage and jumped in after the young master. The moment we entered hell, all the demons' Hell-brand mobile phones received a notification. "Urgent message. 2 humans have broken into hell." Since the demons knew what happened between this human and the Hell Knight, everyone had the same thought. That is, the famous singer of hell has come to hold a concert. Meanwhile, a terrified soul was running away when 2 demons suddenly stomped close to him. "Looks like we have an escaped soul. How dare you try to avoid hell's judgment by running away? I'm going to chew you up and spit you out." Seeing this, the soul was scared to death. Just then, the 2-horned demon saw me swaggering towards him. "Answer my question." Just as he was about to scold me, he felt something was wrong. Turns out, my shovel was already coming at him. He didn't make any defense at all, because he didn't expect the other party to hit him without saying a word. And so, the 2-horned demon lay down in a very peaceful posture, and the terrified soul ran away. The 3-horned demon on the side immediately stepped forward and shouted angrily, "How could you suddenly hit him out of nowhere? You've dislocated my friend's jaw. Hurry up and apologize to him." Suddenly, Javier walked behind the demon. "Are you worried about your friend? It seems you are a kind-hearted demon." The 3-horned demon was stunned when he heard this, because they, the demons of hell, had always taken pride in doing evil. They absolutely could not tolerate others saying they were kind. He immediately retorted, "Do you know what I am? I am a demon. How dare you judge me so casually? I am clearly very cold and very bad." At this moment, Javier was no longer the Javier of the past. His verbal attack skills had already made a qualitative leap. "No, you are a warm-hearted demon. You must have grown up in your mother's full love." As soon as these words were spoken, the demon's mind buzzed. It was like a volcanic eruption exploding in his heart. However, Javier's verbal attack was not over yet. "Let me guess. Your mother must have told you to be a good demon who takes care of the people around you. She hugged you every day and told you that you are a lovely child. You are a child who knows how to love others." The more the demon listened, the angrier he became. Tears had already begun to well up in the corners of his eyes. In the end, he actually cried out loud. But Javier's verbal attack was still not over. "What did your mother say to you when you were angry?" "She told you that those are also your emotions. You must cherish them. So I hope you can be filial to your mother." At this moment, I was more and more surprised as I listened from the side. I thought, how did this guy Javier become so good at talking? At this time, the 3-horned demon could no longer bear it. With a runny nose and tears, he clenched his fist and was about to punch Javier. "You bastard, quickly take back what you just said. I won't allow you to say that." However, he didn't use any force at all. "You bad guy, you're so mean." Seeing this, I was stunned. "Javier, you've gone too far. How can you say such things? I only torture them physically, while you directly torture them mentally. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for torturing demons." At this time, the 2-horned demon that I had knocked out woke up. He was still thinking about what had just happened. However, I didn't give him any time to breathe. I once again swung my shovel at him. This time, I hit his jaw. And so, on one side, Javier used his verbal attacks to pierce the demon's heart, and I, on the other hand, used the simplest and most violent method to make these demons submit to me. The 2-horned demon, who was beaten black and blue, had given up resistance. He obediently knelt on the ground and said, "Whatever you want to ask, just ask. I can answer everything for you." I looked down at him with a look full of contempt. "You finally have the posture a respondent should have." The 2-horned demon was confused. "But didn't you hit me as soon as we met?" I said. "If I didn't hit you, would you obediently answer my questions?" The 2-horned demon immediately answered no. At this moment, he was secretly pleased. He thought to himself, he actually did what I usually only dare to think about without a second thought. It really makes me respect him. First question, what is this thing I found on you? Is it a smartphone? The 2-horned demon said this thing is called a spirit phone. You can't find any information about hell on it. Even if there is, 40% of it is fake. I see. The credibility of this thing is actually 40%. It's much better than our human world. After hearing this, the 2-horned demon broke out in a cold sweat. You actually saw through my lie? I disdainfully said. What kind of tricks you demons are up to? I can see through it at a glance. So, second question, where is the king of hell's castle? After the 2-horned demon answered, we sat on Goming and headed to the destination. The 2-horned demon on Goming's back was very confused. Didn't I say the king of hell's castle is in the west? Why are you heading to the east? I impatiently cursed. You bastard. I know you were lying just now. The 2-horned demon, being cursed, was secretly pleased again. I looked at his wicked expression. Are you happy being cursed by me? What a psycho. Tell me everything you know about the king of hell and hell. When we get there, I will curse you severely as a reward. And so, the 2-horned demon told me the general situation. An hour later, a skull building appeared in front. I then asked, is that the king of hell's castle? The 2-horned demon immediately denied it. No, it's not. After hearing this, I immediately ordered Goming to land. That's the castle we're looking for. Let's go, Javier. Time to fight the king of hell. Just then, the 2-horned demon called out to me. Sir, didn't you say that when we arrived, you would curse me severely? I turned my head and showed a fierce expression. I don't feel like it, so get lost. The 2-horned demon, who was inexplicably cursed, was stunned for a moment. Then, his heart began to beat faster, and a strange blush also appeared on his face. I am completely charmed by him. In contrast, the 3-horned demon on the side had a different scene. His eyes were only on Javier, and so, Javier and I swaggered into the castle. The demons inside were very angry when they saw humans. demons. They came to hell on their own, and they even dared to barge in here. Are they crazy? Suddenly, I showed a handsome expression and turned to look at one of the demons. It scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat, and my funny face show was not over yet. I changed my expression again and turned to the demon next to him. This one's mental endurance was not as strong as the other one. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to open his eyes. He kept shouting, "Mom." From then on, no demon dared to stop us. I laughed out loud in triumph. Hell isn't so tough after all. Javier reminded, "Young master, you should be careful. No one can say what kind of enemy will appear ahead." Sure enough, Javier, that crow's mouth, whatever he says comes true. A Hell Knight suddenly appeared. I am the captain of the King of Hell's office guard, and also the commander of the 2nd Legion, Haleximus. How dare you come in here and interrupt our work? However, the current Hell Knight was no match for Javier. He was beaten so badly that he had no ability to fight back, and so, we easily came to the King of Hell's office. I, Lloyd Frontera, a human, pay my respects to the King of Hell. Why have you come now of all times? Don't disturb me. I'm busy. Hearing this, I immediately smiled and asked, "You want to get off work and have a wonderful nightlife, right? Why are you asking the obvious? Because I can help you achieve that." Some of the things I learned through the spirit phone was that, although he is the king who rules hell, he has to deal with endless documents every day, and he has been working like this for 670,000 years and still has no sign of getting off work. After all, the previous King of Hell suffered from depression because he hadn't gotten off work for 3.5 billion years. He knows well that if he continues like this, he will definitely follow in the footsteps of his predecessor. At this moment, the King of Hell asked the other party what method he had, but was told it was a business secret. The King of Hell didn't expect a human to dare to negotiate with him. "Boy, although I have long known that you are a madman, you should be careful not to get burned." I immediately said, "If you are dissatisfied, you can immediately punish me, then continue to work hard for 3.5 billion years. The King of Hell couldn't believe it. This ugly human in front of him actually dared to threaten him. Actually, I was still very nervous in my heart. After all, in this situation, even Javier couldn't guarantee that he could protect me. The other party is the King of Hell. We simply can't measure how powerful he is, so I can only believe in intelligence." The spirit phone had lots of content that was criticizing the King of Hell. They say the King of Hell ignores the law and make his own judgments as he pleased, but there isn't any solid evidence, which means the King of Hell is actually someone who executes strictly on laws. I'm going to bet that he's an above-the-board and honest employee. At this moment, the scene was deathly quiet. The other party could wipe me out at any time. Suddenly, the King of Hell called out my name from my previous life. My heart instantly beat faster. It seems the other party knows everything about my situation. The King of Hell continued to speak coldly. "Hurry up and say what you want." Hearing this sentence, I knew I had the upper hand in this negotiation. The one who's more desperate is the loser. "Respected King of Hell, you have detained Anticus's soul. I want to come and liberate him." The next second, the King of Hell snapped his fingers. A ball of pink energy began to gather. Then, a dragon soul trapped in a glass ball appeared. "Are you talking about this? This can only serve as an ornamental purpose for me. It doesn't have much value. Now you should answer my question, right? How are you going to give me a nightlife?" I then said my method was to build a railway. It turned out that all the souls who had accepted the King of Hell's judgment would be sent to the Gate of Reincarnation. These souls were usually transported by demons pushing carts little by little, but the terrain of hell is chaotic, so the route needs to be changed constantly. But the stupid demons have no ability to find a new route. In the end, all these decisions need to be designated by the King of Hell. This is the core reason why he has been unable to get off work. Therefore, as long as a railway for transporting souls is built, his work mode can be reformed, thereby reducing a large amount of workload. This way, he can enjoy the sweet time of getting off work. After hearing all this, the King of Hell slowly took off his glasses. "I will write up the contract. You go and execute it yourself." Hearing this, I knew that this matter was more than half successful. After completing this matter, I can become a member of the Dragon King's Club. The King of Hell continued, "Talking to you just now has already consumed a minute of my time. If the reincarnation of microorganisms and bacteria is delayed, it could cause a mass extinction of species, so I don't have time to arrange manpower and materials for you. The demons who are willing to work have all gone to transport souls. You can deal with the remaining idiots yourself." After receiving the contract, I then told the King of Hell, "Giving work to others is my specialty. If you would send out an announcement on the spirit phone, it will solve the worker problem." After doing all this, the King of Hell teleported us out. I sighed in my heart. As expected of the King of Hell, his power is really strong. He just moved his finger and teleported us away. And the place we are now is the Gate of Reincarnation. This gate looks like a black hole. If you get too close by accident, you might die on the spot. Suddenly, Javier asked, "Your name is Suho Kim, right? No matter who you are, please share your plan with me." I knew this guy already knew I was not Lloyd Frontera, but I still feel that I can't figure him out. "You told the King of Hell that you want to build a road made of iron, but can this iron withstand those lavas?" I showed a proud expression and said, "I'd only suggest it if it was possible." Meanwhile, all the demons in hell who were not working received a message on their spirit phones. In 5 hours, at the ends of hell, the great singer of hell, Lloyd Frontera, will hold a concert. These demons were immediately excited when they saw this news, because the story of my my terrible singing has long spread throughout hell. They call my singing the song of hell, and demons like all bad things. So if that guy dares to sing a note correctly later, we will drag him down and tear him to shreds. A moment later, the border of hell was already crowded with demons. They were all urging me to sing quickly from below. I, on the other hand, stood on top and looked at them quietly. Suddenly, I started to inhale, assuming a posture of preparing to sing. These demons were immediately excited when they saw this situation. Let's enjoy the legendary song of hell. However, at this moment, I just faintly said, I'm not gonna sing. The demons below were stunned for a moment. They suspected they had misheard. After knowing they had not misheard, a thunderous protest broke out below. We came here to listen to you sing. Why aren't you singing? I directly replied, because I don't feel like it. You fucking idiots. The angry demons below told me to come down quickly. You bastard, hurry up and keep your promise. Otherwise, we will tear you to pieces together. Hearing this, I knew it was time. I turned my head and told Javier, now it's your turn. Javier slowly stepped forward and said, do you think we must keep our promise? The leading demon below said, of course. A promise is meant to be kept. Then, all the other demons also said yes. However, they forgot one thing. The demons of hell love all bad and evil things. So how can a promise be kept? It seems all of you must have been taught some manners at home. As soon as these words were spoken, these demons understood. They quickly said they wanted to take back what they had just said. Wait, the promise doesn't have to be kept. I couldn't help but laugh when I looked at these big idiots below, and my laughter was full of mockery. You idiots are too easy to fool. The demons below were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Tears were even coming out of their eyes, but they had no way out. After all, they didn't have wings and couldn't get up. I jumped around on top and frantically mocked them. Come up and hit me. Why are you all raging helplessly below? And I just wanted them to get angrier and angrier, to let their blood vessels be filled with hatred for me. When that happens, they will all become my free labor. Just then, Javier and I soared into the sky on Goming's back. The crowd of demons could only watch helplessly from the ground. Standing on Goming's back, I swayed my hips and performed a provocative dance, taunting the demons below. The demons roared in anger. We must get rid of that bastard. After flying for some distance, Goming landed. This location was separated from the demons by a river of lava. I had come down from the floating rocks in the air precisely to create this opportunity for the demons. Now that I was taunting them from the ground, they would surely try to find a way to attack me. Just as expected, a demon holding a long pole took a running start from a distance, cheered on by his comrades. He planted the pole just 20 centimeters from the lava's edge and used its flexibility to launch himself into the air. However, I was already prepared. I threw a stone at the approaching demon, hitting him accurately and canceling his forward momentum. The demon plummeted straight down, and the demons watching from afar were stunned and afraid for their companion as he hurtled toward the lava. Fortunately, a large rock below broke his fall, saving him from a fiery end. The terrified demon felt as if he had just seen his ancestors beckoning to him. Having narrowly escaped death, he looked up at the human before him, only to hear me say with a chilling expression, "What a shame." The demons on the other side of the lava river stared in horror. A single thought flooded their minds. This guy really wanted to kill him. He's not human. He's the real demon here. I, having summoned a bed out of thin air, lay down comfortably, watching the frightened demons with an air of indifference. Not only did the demons miss out on a concert, but they were now filled with rage. Moments later, they returned to the central demon hall to hold a meeting and strategize. This was a gathering place for demons who sought a life of freedom, unwilling to work for the king of hell. A demon stood on a high platform and declared, "A demon's dignity cannot be provoked. How can we let a mere human scheme against us like this?" The demons below were stirred up, shouting in unison, "Get rid of him." Before long, the war began. The demons assembled their lava centipede cavalry, and the massive army marched toward our location. The lava centipede is a creature of hell that possesses lava-resistant scales. They generally move in straight lines, so they're used for charging. At this moment, riding on the centipedes, the demons crossed the lava river as if it were solid ground. However, when they returned to the spot where they had been taunted, they found that Javier and I had vanished. All that remained was a bed and a sun umbrella. Just then, the lava centipedes came to an abrupt halt, their heads dipping into the lava due to their high speed. It was as if the centipedes had smelled a delicious delicacy. They began to sway uncontrollably, searching for the source of the aroma. No matter how the demons yelled at them, the lava centipedes paid no mind and crawled toward a dark cave ahead. Inside the cave was a long tunnel, just wide enough for a single lava centipede to pass through. The demons riding them were out of luck. Without a hard shell for protection, their heads kept hitting the uneven rock ceiling. When they finally emerged from the tunnel, the demons were covered in bumps, and the lava centipedes were drooling. They saw Goming bathing in a hot spring. Nearby, I was sitting quietly beside Javier, who was intently sharpening his sword. A fragrant steam diffused through the air, and the sharp scraping of metal on stone echoed in the cave. The sharp blade gleamed with a cold light. At the same time, Goming's eyes were hazy and he was covered in sweat. Just then, I revealed a cunning smile. "You must have followed the smell of chicken soup to get here." At that moment, Javier swiped his finger along the blade, its bright gleam shining on a demon's face. The demon's body trembled slightly. Even an idiot would know they had fallen into a trap by now. The next second, Javier's sword rose and fell, and cold flashes of light danced around the demon. The lava centipede centipede was sliced into perfectly shaped bricks, yet the demon stood there completely unharmed. The foolish demon who followed behind met a similar fate. He was covered in bumps, and the lava centipedes were drooling. He hadn't even figured out what was happening before their comrade's mount disintegrated. I looked at the demon and began to count the number of slain lava centipedes. The demon was still in a daze, not even feeling the sword flash past him. Screams echoed from within the cave, and the demons further back had no idea what was happening inside. Driven by instinct, the low-intelligence lava centipedes continued to charge into the cave one after another, oblivious to their impending doom. Soon, all the lava centipedes were slain, and a mountain of bricks piled up behind me. These bricks, made from lava centipede shells, could resist the high heat of lava and were the primary material for building railways in hell. My plan to lure them with chicken soup had been a perfect success. Free construction materials obtained. My gaze then shifted to the side, where demons were bowing in submission. I've also obtained a workforce. Let's go dig some ground. My free laborers. Meanwhile, thanks to advanced hell technology, every detail of my actions was transmitted to the King of Hell. The King of Hell was still working tirelessly, not just multitasking, but signing documents with one hand and organizing them with the other, all while watching the footage on the screen and contemplating me. He realized I gathered information about him and the creatures of hell before coming up with the railway project. Originally, he wanted to capture me to use my singing voice as a torture device, but now his thoughts had changed. That job was a waste of this man's talent. What if I could offload all my work onto him? The thought struck the King of Hell with such immense temptation that his eyes narrowed. Soon after, the railway construction began swiftly. The route had already been planned in advance, and before long, the roadbed started to take shape. Of course, the demons wouldn't work so obediently. They would try to escape, but it was useless. Javier rode gleaming in the sky, acting as what I called an aerial surveillance camera. The result was predictable. With a flick of his finger, Javier would catch any fleeing demon and bring them back. Naturally, the demons wouldn't be subdued so easily. Incited by agitators, their long-suppressed frustrations erupted. They demanded to get off work, to have freedom, and for their rights as laborers to be protected. When the strike began, Javier, with his human mindset, would praise the demons for standing up for themselves and for their dream of freedom. Yes, that's the right thing to do. The demons, with their mouths covered, were left bewildered and confused. Their values were twisted, but they weren't stupid. However, the work was tiring and offered no freedom, so Javier's approach was bound to fail eventually. One day, an old demon carrying a heavy pack stumbled and fell. A young demon ran over and sincerely asked if he was hurt. It seemed Javier's recent education had had some effect, nudging their twisted values a small step toward kindness. Seeing this, I slowly walked toward the two demons and extended my hand. Here, take my hand. As the old demon placed his hand in my palm, the young demon beside him was filled with confusion. He had been forced to be good by Javier lately, but the education he had received since childhood told him this was wrong. This tyranny of kindness was tormenting him, and he felt he was going insane. The next moment, a cracking sound was heard. I forcefully crushed the old demon's hand and roared viciously, "Get up and work. Stop acting weak. I can clearly see all those muscles." The old demon was terrified by this sudden change, left speechless and trembling. I then grabbed the young demon by his horns and yelled, "You just slacked off for 5 seconds to help him. You kind-hearted bastard. Go carry 5 times what you are carrying now." The young demon's brain felt like it was being scrambled by the shaking. After I turned and left, the two demons hugged each other, looking pitiful and helpless. The young demon shouted, "You villain, you scum, you're the worst person in the world." But in the blink of an eye, satisfied smiles appeared on both their faces. They had become completely enamored with me, for I was the epitome of a true demon, someone they had to learn from. When the other demons witnessed this, their faces filled with the same satisfied expressions of idol worship. This was my other tactic. Long-term bullying by Javier would lead to psychological issues in the demons, so I had to step in occasionally to do things that would vent their suppressed resentment. With our two-pronged, stick-and-carrot approach, we successfully won the hearts of the demons. The terrain in hell is complex and ever-changing, so the railway construction was not a short-term project. In this lava-filled hellscape, there was a unique soul. His spiritual body was red, and without a careful search, it would be hard to find this anomaly. He wandered through hell alone, as if he had been exiled. One day, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was the rhythmic thud of something hitting the ground, accompanied by a slogan that echoed through the air, "Safety first." Filled with curiosity, he peeked his head out from behind a rock to see the source of the noise. A large group of demons was digging. However, one man, holding a shovel, was arrogantly ordering them around. This man was loudly berating the demons. "I haven't prepared any safety equipment for you, and of course, there's no rest time. You can rest all you want when you're dead." Upon seeing his face, the red soul's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the red soul stood up, stunned. His face was identical to mine, as if we were cast from the same mold. The red soul was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why this man would be in hell. It turns out, a few years ago, on an unremarkable night, a drunken Lloyd had trashed a tavern and was staggering home. Suddenly, Lloyd's soul found itself floating in midair. After he froze to death, I transmigrated into his body. He also wanted to return to his body, but he couldn't do it at all, because he would be blocked by an invisible barrier every time. time, he was supposed to be taken away by the Grim Reaper, but after the Grim Reaper came, he was also confused. It was the first time he had seen such a strange situation. The person was clearly there, fully alive, but his soul had already left his body, and this soul was actually red. A normal soul should be blue. The Grim Reaper immediately called his superior for instructions. Only then did he learn that this person was not registered as dead. The real Lloyd saw that he was about to be taken away and quickly tried to escape, but the Grim Reaper caught him with his scythe and told him to calm down. It's not good to bring a mistake back. Your situation is a bit ambiguous now. I have to go back and understand the situation first, but your appearance is clearly like a demon, but your tone is so low. You stay here for a while. We will contact you when we have a result. And so, the real Lloyd was left in the human world. During this period, he witnessed how I built the territory and pay off its debts step by step. He watched his parents change from their initial disappointed and disdainful looks to being proud of their child, and he didn't understand why this guy never stopped for a moment. He had clearly chosen to complain about his poor parents and territory, and thus became worse day by day. But after all, that guy can use strange magic and can also summon creatures. If I also had that ability, I could do the same. Just as the real Lloyd was thinking this, the Grim Reaper suddenly appeared. That's hard to say. If he didn't have that superpower, would he drink all day? Or if you had that ability, would you live as hard as he does? The real Lloyd was speechless when he was asked this. He thought, even if I had that superpower, I probably wouldn't be like him. The Grim Reaper smiled faintly. Oh, I'm sorry. I just found it a bit strange, so I said a little too much. But this is also the first time we have encountered your situation. But your current soul is not suitable to stay in the human world, so you should go and consult the King of Hell. The real Lloyd thought, that's right. It's useless to stay with that guy. Continuing to watch him will only make me more painful, because watching like this can only make me understand how shameful my previous actions were. However, the King of Hell said that there was no relevant law, so no special measures could be taken against him, and so he could neither reincarnate nor disappear. He could only wander in hell every day to avoid the malicious demons, until he saw that I had also come to hell. At this time, I was carrying out an epic railway project in hell. Suddenly, I only felt a gust of foot odor coming from my right side. The next second, I was sent flying, and the person who kicked me was the real little Lloyd. I was very angry after being inexplicably attacked. Just as I was about to get up and see clearly who attacked me, I was once again poked in the eyeballs by 2 feet. That sour and refreshing feeling was really intoxicating, and this pain made me roll on the ground. Little Lloyd took advantage of the victory and gave me a death stomp on my abdomen. Bastard, you damn bastard. Suddenly, the protective Podong appeared and pulled him. Just as little Lloyd was confused, Podong threw a straight punch. Then he grabbed his hair and dragged him away. However, Lloyd had no ability to fight back against Podong, and at this moment, he was also thrown in front of by Bian. I was very unhappy after being beaten inexplicably, so I rushed in front of that guy and wanted to ask him who he was. Why did he attack me for no reason? Little Lloyd had never seen such an ugly expression. He was a little dazed for a moment, but at this moment, I sensed something was wrong, because I found that this guy actually looked exactly like me. Isn't this Lloyd Frontera? That's right, I am the real Lloyd Frontera. You imposter, you stole my body. I was very surprised. I never thought this guy would be in hell. How did you die so quickly and go to hell? Since you stole my body, you have to be responsible to the end, you bastard. At this time, little Lloyd became more and more agitated. As he spoke, he actually cried. Mother and father were so happy because I finally became something. But now you're dead. They must be heartbroken. Hurry up and go back. I told him to calm down first, but little Lloyd couldn't calm down at all. Calm down my ass. How am I supposed to calm down now? And the fastest way to make a person calm down is to beat him until he calms down. So the next second, Podong directly threw a right hook. Very good. Now we can finally have a good chat. Shouldn't everything be solved through conversation? Conversation my ass. This smelly rat has been beating me crazily since just now. You hooligans. Body thieves. You beasts. With a crisp sound, the scene became quiet again. First, I didn't come here because I died. I made a contract with the King of Hell to help him with construction. Also, I didn't steal your body. I just became you when I opened my eyes. I was also taken aback at that time. The irritable little Lloyd didn't believe it at all. You expect me to believe that? Who exactly are you? I calmly told him my identity. I am Suho Kim, a timid and cowardly young man who studied civil engineering in a country called South Korea. Seeing that the other party began to believe, I continued to speak. So you believe me now? Well, I can't tell you anything else. Meanwhile, on the other side, Javier, who was supervising the work, seemed to hear our conversation. He felt that there was only young Master Suho Kim over there. Is he talking to himself? Wait, there is another tone over there that I am very familiar with. That is the tone of the real young Master Lloyd. At this moment, little Lloyd was still unwilling to give up. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be living a good life. It's all because of you that I have become an unregistered and homeless spirit, so you have to be responsible for me. I was getting a headache from his nagging, so I showed a demonic expression and said, anyway, it's no good for me to help you. Let's just live our own lives. Hearing this, little Lloyd was completely panicked. Seeing me turn to leave, he was scared and wanted to catch up, because he didn't want to wander anymore. You imposter. Do you have no conscience? However, Podong showed his bully nature. He directly threw a punch. Poor little Lloyd lay on the ground and cried. cried, but he had no choice. It must be said that the current little Lloyd is indeed a bit pitiful. At this moment, I looked at him crying on the ground, and I suddenly thought of his parents. It's really annoying. I really can't bear to leave him alone. So, I picked up that guy and said, "So how can I help you so that you won't keep crying?" The crying little Lloyd just now started to curse again. "That's for you, the imposter, to think of. I wouldn't spoil him," so I gave him a flick on his chin. "Just stay quiet until I finish construction. I will help you after that." Then I directly stuffed him into my clothes. Just as little Lloyd was about to ask why he was being shut up, he saw a terrifying scene. Because he was not the only one in the clothes. The summoned creatures had been staying here all along, and they had long been assimilated by my bully aura. "Make him quiet. I have to finish this project quickly. Then let this real guy be completely quiet." To build a 110-kilometer railway in hell, it is divided into 5 stages. The first stage is to build a roadbed on the road. The second stage is to lay volcanic ash on the roadbed to form the required road for the railway. The third stage is to tie the collected lava centipede legs together to make sleepers. The fourth stage is to lay the rails, and these rails are all made from the lava centipede shells. As for who processed them, that is of course Javier. After all, he is the only one here who can cut them. The final stage is Padong's turn to appear. This step requires him to compress these things. Of course, this is not the latest railway technology. It'll be super shaky and dusty. This may be the worst ride for those demons. Riding on it will probably make you want to puke, but that's none of my business. I then ordered Javier to supervise the work well, for I'm going to inspect the overall situation. At this moment, little Lloyd in my clothes was very confused. He thought to himself, what is this imposter doing? Although I have long known that he has a lot of work to do, that guy hasn't rested for more than a month. He has been working non-stop. When is he going to play? When is he going to drink? What's the point of him living like this? Wait, this guy is despicable, stingy, and shameless. He will definitely run away as soon as he encounters a little setback. Meanwhile, Padong was still happily working, but he didn't know that there seemed to be some movement in the lava on the side. Damn, I've only been sleeping for 20,000 years. Who the hell is making all this noise? Are you going to let me sleep or not? I really can't stand it anymore. The next second, the lava began to churn, and something was about to drill out from inside. Then, the lava fat Dunkleustus made a shining entrance. You bastards, let me sleep. And I also saw all of this. I don't understand why strange things always pop up every time I do construction. At this moment, the fat Dunkleustus angrily said, I originally wanted to bear it, but you guys have gone too far. The surrounding demons found that this was the legendary Dunkleustus. They were so scared that they were running away crazily. Look at how fast that human is running. And he also pushed down the demon who was blocking his way. He's so selfish, but I like it. Of course, I have to be the first to run away at this time. I don't care about the lives of other demons. Suddenly, the fat Dunkleustus saw the rails on the side. Are you so noisy because of this? If I crush it, will you be quiet? Then, he directly sent the railway that had been built with great difficulty flying with 1 foot. Damn it, it's all because of these things that I was woken up. Although I don't care about the lives of the demons, those rails were built with great difficulty, so I directly slammed on the brakes and stopped. I turned my head and charged towards that guy. As I ran, I cursed him, you bastard. Facing the fat Dunkleustus, I launched a face art attack plus a verbal output. You will always encounter noisy times in your life. Can't you just bear it? Why are you making a fuss? The fat Dunkleustus was confused and angry after hearing this. What did you say? You were the one who woke me up, and you dare say that to me? The demons on the side were very excited to hear my outrageous statement. Wow, that guy's character is really bad. He can actually say such shameless things. As expected of the man who conquered us, the fat Dunkleustus had never seen such a shameless person. You brat. In that case, let's see which one of us dies today. After saying that, he charged towards me, and how could I possibly fight this guy head on? I directly shouted, Javier. Instantly, Javier transformed into a Grand Master with aura wings and made a shining entrance. I'm so angry just thinking about the destroyed rails. So Javier, you have to cut this guy into pieces for me. However, Javier didn't move at all. You brat, what are you standing there for? Go up and cut him. It turned out that Javier felt that they should apologize this time. After all, the fat Dunkleustus is the victim here. After hearing this, I was extremely angry. What's wrong with you? I'm the victim here. It's me who should be sympathized with. As soon as these words were spoken, the demons on the side shed tears of emotion. They couldn't believe that someone could be so shameless. They thought to themselves, that person is not a person, but a god in our hearts. The fat Dunkleustus could no longer bear it. He directly gave me a heavy kick. The force was so great that it cracked the ground. The demons were affected by this force and all began to flee in all directions. I was also scared by this force, but fortunately, the current Javier can fly, so there is no danger. Javier knew that this could not continue, so he ruthlessly threw me to a safe place. This made me take a faceplant. I was speechless. Can't this brat throw me gently? With no worries behind him, Javier charged towards the fat Dunkleustus. The next second, countless rainbow slashes were cut out. Javier, who had become a Grand Master, completed these hundreds of slashes in almost an instant. With a cracking sound, the fat Dunkleustus was directly broken. However, the fat Dunkleustus's energy in the lava of hell is infinite. Soon, the scattered body began to gather. A few seconds later, it was restored to its original state. The fat Dunkleustus was very angry. angry. You dare to hit me? Now I will make you pay the price. At this moment, I was very surprised, because that was the attack of a grandmaster. Is this level of attack useless? The angry fat Dunkleustus inhaled and charged up. Then, a lava ray was sprayed towards Javier's direction. Although Javier is now a grandmaster, if he is hit by this, he will definitely die. Javier immediately swung countless sword auras to block all the lava. At the same time, he also accurately let those lava fragments land next to me and made sure those lavas wouldn't hurt me. I was so scared that I quickly told Javier to stop. Don't use that move anymore. If it hits a little, I'll be finished. Javier saw my reaction and secretly smiled. You brat, don't joke with my life. After dealing with the lava ray, Javier flashed up and flew. In the blink of an eye, he had come behind the fat Dunkleustus. Javier swung his sword and cut down. Several 7-colored sword auras fell and cut the fat Dunkleustus into countless pieces. However, these attacks were still ineffective. Soon, the fat Dunkleustus was restored to its original state again. Hey, you brat, didn't you support me just now? Why are you attacking me? Javier explained that he was the guard of that shameless person, so he had to act. And if he make too much of a fuss, it will be too dangerous for the demons. I won't hurt the demons, so don't interfere. You look like a man of conviction. Can't you tell who is the victim and who is the bad guy here? That ugly bastard has no conscience at all and is a total asshole. Do you have to deceive yourself to protect him? At this moment, Javier fell into a deep silence. He couldn't find any point that the other party said was wrong. I was speechless. Why does Javier listening to him? At this moment, little Lloyd was also anxious. You bastard, run away. You can't get rid of it. You have to live to help me leave this place. I directly stuffed the chattering little Lloyd back. I then told him that only when you tried everything can you consider running away. Little Lloyd was very surprised after hearing this, because the person who ran away first just now was this guy. You drunkard, open your eyes and look at the strength I have accumulated from a life of work without rest. Don't forget, I have a real dragon, one that stands at the top of the food chain. Even if it has a very ugly human father, it still wants to go to his side, because this is the first person it saw when it was born. It's so cold here. When is dad going to call for me? Suddenly, Draggy found a portal above its head. From it, it smelled a familiar smell. That was the smell of its father. Turns out, I used the escape magic given by Anticus. Laws of time and space. Break the taboo and guide me to the place I want to go. Go to where Draggy is. The next second, the escape sign in my hand shone brightly. At this time, Draggy was in the coldest place in the north, so a cold wind began to blow continuously from the portal. Since the fat Dunkleustus's body is made of lava, it fears most is the cold. The fat Dunkleustus was so cold that it was shivering. What is this thing? Why is it so cold? The fat Dunkleustus, who had never been out of hell, experienced the cold for the first time. Gradually, its skin began to freeze and crack. Seeing that the situation was not right, the fat Dunkleustus turned and ran. You bastard, I'll let you go this time. Just you wait and see. But how could I let it escape just like that? I'm sorry, I won't fight the same enemy a second time. I then shouted towards the portal. Draggy, come quickly. Dad is here. Draggy was immediately excited when he heard the call and flew over. He kept shouting Dad as he flew. Seeing Draggy flying over, I asked, isn't it cold, Draggy? I then pointed in the direction where the fat Dunkleustus was running. Look, there's a warm baby over there about to run away. If you want to cool down, go hug it. Hearing the command, Draggy charged directly towards the fat Dunkleustus. The next second, Draggy gave it a bear hug. The fat Dunkleustus instantly felt a chill in its body, but Draggy was enjoying it. So warm. In just a blink of an eye, the fat Dunkleustus's whole body was petrified by the cold. It no longer had its previous arrogant aura. Then it's my turn to appear. Didn't you just want to fight me arrogantly? Draggy, you stay away for a bit. I then directly fired in Mana Blast. The next second, a cracking sound echoed throughout hell. The cute fat Dunkleustus actually cracked like that. Seeing this, the surrounding demons were also very surprised. That was one of the strongest beings in hell, Dunkleustus, and he defeated it just like that. Little Lloyd, who was hiding in his clothes, was also surprised. He suddenly remembered what that bastard said. You drunkard, open your eyes and look at the strength I have accumulated from a life of work without rest. Little Lloyd didn't expect that person to really do it. He remembered what he had accumulated over so many years. It seems he has accumulated nothing. Maybe he should really admit that that guy is really amazing. Suddenly, I heard a voice. I am the immortal Dunkleustus, and the voice was coming from the pile of broken stones. The next second, the fat Dunkleustus drilled out from inside again. It was just that this resurrection seemed to be different from before, because now, this guy is not even as tall as my shoes. At this moment, the fat Dunkleustus was still very arrogant. You just wait for a million years. I'll bulk up again and trample all over you. After hearing this, I stuck out my tongue and mocked him frantically, but I'll already be long dead by then. What are you gonna do about it? The little fat Dunkleustus was so angry that he burst into tears. You're so mean. I hate you, you bastard. Oh, if you're angry, then come and hit me, little peanut. And so, the cute fat Dunkleustus ran away from my incomparably handsome face. Little Lloyd, in his clothes, looked at this guy's strange tongue. He finally figured out one thing. That is, this guy is not amazing at all. He's an inhuman scumbag. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. You received a new title. Can't feel my hands or toes. The title's effect is that you will not suffer from hypothermia in the freezing cold. The title covers all areas of hell below 0 degrees Celsius. I thought to myself, not bad. I guess now I don't have to worry about feeling hot or cold. At this moment, the demons in hell actually all knelt down in unison. I didn't understand what they were doing. The leading demon among them was the first to speak. You are the most bastard human in the world. All the demons here admire you for this. That's why we came here to work. But now we respect you, because you are the famous singer of hell who defeated Dunkleustus. So now we are willing to obey you. After hearing this, I smiled faintly and directly cursed. You guys are pathetic. How can there be idiots who would voluntarily be someone else's slave? The demons were all overjoyed when they heard this. They thought to themselves, how can I hear such words from the mouth of a respected person? I'm so happy. Suddenly, the leading demon said that there was a problem that needed to be solved now. Famous singer, sir, we have a problem right now. Look at that portal you open up there. That thing has been blowing cold wind from inside. This will make many hell creatures feel uncomfortable. It will even affect the nearby ecosystem, so you need to go and repair it. After hearing this, I put on a puzzled expression. What portal? What cold air are you talking about? The leading demon was completely confused. Isn't the portal and the cold wind clearly right there? And this thing was clearly made by him. Sir, isn't it windy right now? And we also saw you open the portal just now. I directly asked with a soul-searching question. What wind? Where? Sir, your clothes are fluttering in the wind as we speak. I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him and turned to leave. I don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and get to work, you stinky slaves. After saying this, I walked away without looking back. These demons were stunned by this scene. We were ignored by him. This is clearly his responsibility, but he pretends not to see it. This person is really black-hearted. He's not willing to bother with such a small thing. As expected, this human is full of charm. I smiled faintly. It seems the demons are completely loyal to me now. Then let's continue the construction. At this moment, little Lloyd in my clothes was thinking, is this guy going to start construction directly again? Then when is he going to help me? I looked at the large area of lava in front of me. If the railway passes through here, the construction period can be shortened by 2 days. Before, I might have needed to go around here, but now I have Draggy. Draggy, go and deal with this area of lava. After receiving the command, Draggy directly opened a path with an energy ray. The summoned creatures were also shocked by this power. Draggy, you then go and lay the roadbed on this road. Draggy, go and collect rocks. Draggy, blow open that mountain for me. Draggy, you are really amazing. Seeing how capable Draggy was, I directly went up and gave it a hug. The scene was so beautiful that people couldn't bear to look at it, but the 5 summoned creatures were not happy because their jobs were all taken. Of course, except for Goming. He just wanted to slack off and not work. He didn't care about this workplace competition at all. Padang disdainfully spat. What's so great about a dragon? Afterward, when Draggy was resting, the 4 of them came over. Do you think you're so great just because you did a little work? Don't you know that experience trumps everything here? The 4 of them had a bully aura. Only Goming was slacking off on the side. Just then, Draggy turned his head sharply, and it directly startled them. However, the next second, Draggy frantically nodded, signaling them to get on his back. The 4 little ones slowly climbed on. Then, Draggy directly took a huge leap, giving the 4 little ones a thrilling experience. And so, Draggy successfully joined Padang's team. Seeing this, I thought to myself, wow, Draggy is really sociable. Just then, little Lloyd angrily called out to me, hey, scumbag, you tricked me, right? I asked in confusion, what are you talking about? It turned out that little Lloyd saw that I had been working on construction all along and thought I had no intention of helping him. So he angrily came over to question me if I was planning to run away after the construction was finished. I didn't spoil him. I launched a face art attack and said, and what if I am? What can you do to me? Little Lloyd found my face so ugly that he couldn't open his eyes. You scared me. Don't bring your ugly face close to me. Is that all you have to say? Because of your face, my luck with all women is over. My luck has become so desperate that it no longer exists. Hey, scumbag, they say one's face is a reflection of one's soul. That must be true since yours is horrifying. And so, the 2 of them started arguing. Neither side was willing to back down. At the same time, neither of them wanted to look at the other's face anymore. You brat, you should also see that I am very busy now. Besides, I don't know how to help you. What's the point of being rude? Hearing this, little Lloyd brought out that set of words again. How to help needs to be thought of by you. After all, you ruined my life, my family, and my property. All were taken away by you. Suddenly, little Lloyd was stunned. Have you ever thought that I actually don't owe you anything? If it weren't for me, you would have died from alcoholism long ago. Your father, mother, and younger brother Julian would not have survived. I saved everyone. Isn't that enough for you to thank me? Little Lloyd felt that even if he died from alcoholism, his parents and younger brother couldn't possibly not survive. Don't talk nonsense. Who would believe such a thing? At this moment, a deep voice came. No, everything he said is true. And the person who appeared was the king of hell, Lloyd Frontera. You didn't make anyone happy. You had a worthless fate that no one paid attention to. Little Lloyd was stunned after hearing this. Is he really that bad? At this moment, my heart tightened. I thought, how much does he know? The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. But since he knows so much, I have to ask clearly today. Great king of hell, I have something to ask you. Why did I come to this world? Do you know the reason? The king of hell looked at me and thought for a while. It seems you really don't know anything. The messenger from the upper world seems to support you very much. Did he not tell you anything? At this moment, I was even more surprised than before. He actually knows about this system. I thought to myself, what is this upper world? The last time I transferred mana to Javier, the system also told me about this matter. I immediately continued to ask, King of Hell, what is the upper world? However, the King of Hell didn't want to continue talking about this topic. I'm not here to talk to you about this matter now. After that train is completed, I should have a lot of free time. The reason why I can squeeze out time to find you now is also because of this. I have just seen the construction site. It seems that maintaining the railway should not be difficult, so the problem lies in the train. It will probably take some time to disassemble that thing for research, but I get annoyed now when I mention work, so I want you to come up with a sort of manual for maintaining the train. After hearing this, I smiled wickedly. This is what I want. Since there is a commission task, there must be a reward. I then bowed very respectfully. The maintenance manual for the train is completely no problem. I will do my best to make a complete set of maintenance manuals. The King of Hell knew what this kid was thinking. So, what do you want? Great King of Hell, I want a ticket to the Gate of Reincarnation. To prevent accidents, I added another sentence. It needs to be a transferable ticket. The King of Hell interrupted. The ticket does not have that kind of restriction. How to use it is the person's freedom. Of course, you can also give it to that little red guy. As soon as these words were spoken, little Lloyd was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe what he had heard. Then, tears began to pour out. It turned out that that guy had never forgotten to help him. He had wronged him before. Is that okay now, you annoying guy? Meanwhile, the demons were experiencing the brand new train. However, this train was neither electric nor oil-powered. It was all manually driven. One of the demons shouted, I am so tired. I want to rest. I can't do this anymore. Suddenly, I appeared in front of him with a worried face. Why do you look so pale? You should stop working. The demon was very happy after hearing this. He thought he could rest. However, the next second, I directly kicked him down. You worthless brat. You don't deserve to work on the train. The demon on the side was scared silly by this scene. Did he just kick someone off the train like that? So are there any tired demons? If so, you can raise your hand and show me. I can let him relax well. The demons, seeing the scene just now, no one dared to be lazy anymore. Each of them worked with all their strength. Meanwhile, the demon who was kicked off the train actually blushed. Being treated like trash by him is quite exciting. At this moment, little Lloyd on the train was holding the ticket to the Gate of Reincarnation. Imposter, are you really going to give it to me? It's already in your hands. What else is there to ask? Suddenly, little Lloyd slowly said, Thank you. Don't be so dramatic, you ugly little thing. I was afraid of dreaming of your ugly face, so I gave you the ticket like getting rid of trash. And so, the scene between the two of them, which was just warm, now began to get noisy again. Are mother and father doing well? They are doing very well. Mother is busy learning business and researching cooking. Father has started carving again. Then what about my younger brother Julian? He married the youngest princess of Asfahan and now lives with her in the capital. Little Lloyd was very surprised after hearing this. Why are you so surprised? Let me tell you something even more surprising. Your father has become a count. He is no longer a baron. You did all that? Well, it was never really my plan. It just kind of happened. Suddenly, little Lloyd mentioned Javier. The first time my father brought him home, I thought, how can someone like him actually exist? That guy is upright, honest, and handsome. I knew I could never be like that, so I often bullied him. Give him a message for me, will you? Tell him I'm very sorry for breaking his wooden training sword. I actually really wanted to be friends with him. And Javier actually heard all these words from under the train. That wooden sword was given to the young Javier by the count. He had always cherished it. This time, it also resolved the knot in Javier's heart. Also, please apologize to my mother and father for me. Soon, the train arrived at the Gate of Reincarnation. After getting off, little Lloyd looked back at the Lloyd Frontera who had lived a different life. He then lowered his head and said, if I am lucky enough to be reincarnated as a human. However, before he could finish his words, I directly kicked him. I didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. You bastard, why did you kick me? I hadn't finished my words yet. You're so long-winded. I don't want to listen to your sentimental words. Get lost, loser. At this moment, little Lloyd was already crying. When I am reincarnated, I will definitely live hard. I will completely crush you. Then I will work several times harder than you. I will be someone so great, the whole world will be grateful I was born. Just then, I smiled faintly. That's not an easy thing to do, but you can try. And so, as little Lloyd's last bit of soul entered the Gate of Reincarnation, his not-so-good life was completely over. Since the tasks are all completed now, it's time to get the reward, and the reward is to liberate Anticus's soul. This way, I can be invited to join the Dragon King's club. I then came to the King of Hell. I saw him snap his fingers. The ball of blue energy slowly appeared. It then disappeared. The King of Hell then said, as agreed, Anticus's soul has been liberated. But at this moment, I was very confused. Did his soul just leave like that? Then how can I find it to get the invitation to the Dragon King's club? The King of Hell explained that the flow of time in Hell is different from the human world. It is estimated that only 5 hours have passed over there, so you should still be able to find him after you go back. Since the deal is over, my kindness ends here. I look forward to our next meeting. I didn't understand what the King of Hell meant. I just said I didn't want to see him again. The King of Hell snapped his fingers and directly sent the two of us back. I was confused. Why did that guy ominously say see you next time? I don't want to go to hell again. Javier said he didn't understand. Young master, why don't you want to go? I think you are much more comfortable in hell than here. I turned my head and irritably said, said, "You brat, you're no different. Wasn't it exciting for you to speak harshly to the demons? I think you enjoyed it too." However, Javier thought he was just saying nice things. I was speechless. Was this guy for real? Doesn't he know that the one thing a demon can't stand is praise? I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Enough of this nonsense. "Hey, old dragon, where's my membership? That guy isn't trying to bail on our deal, is he?" Suddenly, Javier spoke up. "Young master, I believe that person should be here." At that moment, a ball of black mist was swirling outside the house. I was baffled. What the hell is this thing? Don't tell me this is the so-called Dragon King. I thought that it was possible. After all, dragons can change their form at will. Still, I found this thing a bit strange, because if this really was the Dragon King, why would he design himself to look like this? For the most powerful being in the world, this was just too undignified. Suddenly, I saw a shocking sight. It confirmed that this guy definitely wasn't the Dragon King. His stomach actually had a bald patch. Looks like this guy is under a lot of stress. At that moment, Padong appeared, wanting to go and communicate with it. He immediately started dancing and gesturing to communicate with the creature. The creature responded with a rumbling gurgle. Just like that, the two of them seemed to be communicating smoothly. Seeing this, I quickly asked Padong, "Can you talk to him? What did it just say to you? And why is it here?" However, Padong just threw his hands up, indicating he didn't understand either, because it was speaking a foreign language. At this moment, I was truly speechless. "So you don't understand it either? Then why were you smiling so brightly, like you were having a great conversation?" Suddenly, I noticed that it was making a move. Watching it, I think I roughly understood its intention, because the lion-like creature was wagging its tail. "Are you asking us to ride on your back? Were you sent by the Dragon King?" The lion-like creature let out a rumbling sound while nodding its head frantically. Seeing this, a wicked smile spread across my face. Looks like that dragon Anticus didn't lie to me. He really does know the Dragon King. Sitting on the lion-like creature, I felt the incredible speed. I thought to myself, it's so fast. Even at this speed, the lion-like creature doesn't seem to be exerting much effort, as expected of the Dragon King's subordinate. But at this speed, I'm definitely going to look incredibly ugly right now. Suddenly, I thought of something. Isn't Javier in the same situation as me? That brat has been handsome for so long. This time, he's finally going to look ugly for once. Thinking of this, I immediately turned my head to look at Javier. However, when I saw Javier, I was completely baffled, because that guy wasn't affected at all, and he was even more handsome than usual. "Why are you still so handsome at a time like this? What's the deal with your face?" Javier calmly expressed his confusion. "Don't you know? Good-looking people look fabulous no matter what. This isn't the time that you'd use a phrase like that. This is so unfair." And so, we were brought to the Dragon King's palace. To be honest, I was a little scared in my heart. After all, in the novel, he is the most powerful being in this world. However, after entering, I was completely stunned, because the place before me was covered with countless gold treasures. At this moment, Javier was a bit confused. "Young master, don't you find it strange to have such a space underground?" I couldn't care less why there was such a large space underground, so I immediately replied that I didn't feel anything strange. This place is perfectly normal. Suddenly, I noticed something up ahead. When I looked over, there was a person sitting in the middle of the gold treasures. The moment I saw him, a sense of dread rose in my heart. Looks like this person is the legendary Dragon King. However, just as I was about to step forward and greet him, the Dragon King's body suddenly trembled, and he even showed a very fierce expression. Instantly, my heart clenched. I was so scared that cold sweat started to drip down. At the same time, Javier also prepared to fight at any moment, but thankfully, the Dragon King's hand had just gone numb. At this moment, I was extremely surprised, because the person in front of me was the most powerful being in the world, yet he looked so listless. If it weren't for the strong sense of threat, I probably wouldn't even think that the guy in front of me was the Dragon King. And the next second, he actually fell asleep right after seeing someone arrive. But I saw it. That guy secretly glanced at me just now. The person who came to accept the Dragon King's club's membership was standing right in front of him, and yet he just ignored me and even fell asleep right away. I started to think in my head what kind of personality the Dragon King had. Then I confirmed that this guy was definitely the lazy type that had just rot away in a corner of their room. At this moment, I clenched my fists. I can't believe he'd act so arrogantly just because he's strong and rich. Looks like I have to teach him a lesson today. Suddenly, the Dragon King felt a gentle breeze blowing in front of him. He was very confused. How could there be wind in this place? Turns out, the breeze was from me fanning him. After all, in such hot weather, it would be bad if the Dragon King woke up from the heat. The Dragon King was very surprised to see the guy kneeling on the ground fanning him. All the guys who had accepted the Dragon King's club's membership in the past were all exceptionally powerful beings among humans, and those kinds of person often have a very strong sense of self-esteem. Just ignoring them for a little while, they would get angry and turn away. But this person suddenly started fanning me, and he even had a humble and fawning look on his face. Is he trying to use a flattery-based battle plan? He looks like he's happily fanning me with all his might. Although this guy isn't very good looking, I really like what he's doing. As a reward, I'm going to sleep soundly and happily. At this moment, I noticed that the Dragon King had really fallen asleep. Looks like the first stage of the plan was a success. Then let's move on to the next stage. At this moment, Javier spoke up to remind me, "Young master, I advise you not to act rashly. I think the Dragon King's power is comparable to the King of Hell hell. If he gets angry, I won't be able to stop him either. I didn't pay any attention to Javier's words. I just went on my own to fill a cup with water. Javier was very confused. Young master, what on earth are you doing? I was speechless. This guy's brain is really slow. Do you even need to ask? I am fetching him water for when he wakes up. For someone like him, who holds money and power, who looks down on people, and is too lazy to lift a finger, of course I have to do my best to build a good relationship with him. At this moment, Javier was sure that the young master was serious, and there wasn't a hint of fakeness in it. Just then, I started to experience the feeling of being a rich man. You bastard, you didn't even recognize me, the great rich man. How dare you breathe freely in front of me? All you poor people do is waste good air and make carbon dioxide. I'm so sorry. I, a poor man, am penniless. I really didn't recognize you. Please feel free to punish me until you are satisfied. The rich me directly grabbed a handful of treasures. Take this and become rich, you lowly wretch. Ouch, it hurts so much. How can you become rich without experiencing some pain? You future rich fool. Then, I am willing to suffer, my lord. Please bestow more pain upon me. Look at this beggar. Take as much as you want, until you can't take anymore. And Javier saw all of this, but he felt that something was wrong, because he actually found this scene very interesting. Could it be because I've been by the young master's side for too long? However, the next second, I look at Javier and shouted, I'm hungry, let's eat. A wealthy man must never feel hunger. Javier thought to himself, young master has the mindset of a typical poor man. Soon after, I found it amazing that something came out every time I dug, but what I never expected was, there was even kimchi here, and so, I got to experience the Dragon King's food. Young master, the Dragon King shows no signs of waking up at all. How long are you planning to stay like this? I immediately replied, a lifetime. This kind of life without work is so damn good. Young master, we have to go back to the territory eventually. After all, there are more than a few things that need your management. Of course I know we have to go back, but we can't give up on the Dragon King's club membership. Opportunity will come to those who are patient enough. Suddenly, the Dragon King woke up from his dream. How long have I been asleep? Oh no, I forgot something very important. The Dragon King, who rules all dragons, married a human. After getting married, the woman asked him to contact her every morning, but the Dragon King is a super lazy dragon. This time, his wife went on a trip, and he hadn't called her for a month because he slept for a whole month straight. The awakened Dragon King immediately called his wife. Although it was a bit late, it was definitely better than not calling at all. However, the other party directly rejected the call. The Dragon King thought to himself, I'm doomed. In this situation, she's probably angry. When she comes back, she'll definitely nag me like crazy. I'm really upset. You never implemented the benefits of the Dragon King's club that you promised you would. I told you to contact me, and you couldn't do it. I am so worried about you. I couldn't even sleep well. The Dragon King couldn't help but blush at the thought of his wife scolding him. Her voice is as melodious as a nightingale coming out of a valley. I could listen to it all day and not get tired of it. Suddenly, the Dragon King felt something was wrong. She is angry now. I have to find a way to coax her. I must use teleportation magic to go to her side and apologize. At this moment, the Dragon King gritted his teeth and looked troubled again. Wait, that won't work. It turned out that the Dragon King felt it was too much trouble. He didn't want to move at all. Suddenly, a voice came from beside the Dragon King's ear. Dragon King, is something bothering you? And the person speaking was, of course, me. As the Dragon King's lackey, I must be the first to help him solve his problems. However, the Dragon King was directly startled by this face. Holy crap, what is this hellish face? As a conditioned reflex, the Dragon King's eyes instantly shot out 2 rays. I didn't even have time to react before the 2 rays grazed past my ear. A huge mushroom cloud instantly rose from where the rays hit. I was so scared. If that thing had hit me just now, I would have been reduced to dust. Dragon King, you seem to be troubled by something. No matter what it is, I can help you. So please give me a chance. You're really calm. You brat. Do you know you almost died just now? Hearing this, I immediately replied, I dared to disturb the Dragon King's sleep, making you waste unnecessary calories. Even if I had died under Lord Dragon King's gaze just now, I would have deserved it. The Dragon King thought to himself, this guy really suits my taste. But how does this man know my thoughts so well? And this is my secret sales tactic. I believe everyone thinks that the key to sales is to find the selling point of the product or the customer's needs. But in fact, these have a very low priority in the sales process. The most important thing in sales is whether the person selling the product can be liked by the customer. For example, if you were the Dragon King now, would you be willing to drive away a thoughtful lackey like me? The answer is obvious. You definitely wouldn't. Just then, the Dragon King asked, are you willing to listen to my troubles? I immediately replied, yes. No matter what it is, I am willing to help you. However, the Dragon King's next words made my body tremble. You probably don't have a girlfriend, do you? Looking at your face, it's impossible for you to have one, and you're definitely not married. At this moment, I had already shed tears of anger, but I could neither get angry nor refute. I could only silently endure this humiliation. A man like you, who is so unpopular, how could you understand the troubles of a married man? Well, although I am indeed unpopular, but as a child in a family, I have also seen how my parents get along. I guess the thing you are troubled about is most likely related to the Dragon Queen. Every time my parents quarrel, I would mediate between them and help them solve the problem. So please believe Believe me, Lord Dragon King. At this moment, the Dragon King looked at the guy in front of him. He thought to himself, maybe he could trust him this time. Then I'll tell you what I'm troubled about. My wife. However, just as the Dragon King was about to speak, I directly interrupted him. Please wait a moment. You don't have to go to the trouble of explaining. I will try to guess, and you just need to answer with yes or no. At this moment, the Dragon King not only blushed, but his eyes were also full of emotion. The Dragon King didn't expect the guy in front of him to understand him so well. Every word he said went straight to his heart. I now declare that you are ranked second in my heart. Only my wife is more important than you. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and their faces turned red at the same time. It's just as I thought. I can't let the Dragon King waste his breath explaining too much to me. It's time to start my deduction. A husband who is at the peak of laziness. A wife who hasn't seen him for a month. If she could marry a dragon with this personality, she must be a gentle woman. They have no children, and they are very rich. Then it seems there's only one result. I then told the Dragon King, it seems the Dragon Queen has gone to a very far place for some reason. According to my deduction, she probably wouldn't ask you to do housework or things like that, which might damage your dignity as the Dragon King. So it's probably for your health that she asked you to contact her after you wake up every morning. But you forgot. At this moment, I was extremely confident because I had already seen the result in his eyes. The Dragon King looked incredulous. He felt that the person in front of him was simply amazing. So amazing that he only needed to say a yes to let the other party know his troubles. After hearing the Dragon King say yes, I immediately continued to speak. Are you worried about how to make up for this mistake? You don't know what to say to make the Dragon Queen stop being angry? If you go to her directly, it will be very troublesome. And you're also worried that she'll hate you? The Dragon King lay on the chair and said yes 3 more times in a row. Hearing this, I opened my 5 fingers and began to wave them. You just need to listen to me. Then all your troubles can be solved at once. It will be solved in a flash. At this moment, the Dragon King actually began to move slowly. After he propped himself up a little, he spoke with a serious expression. What should I do? Meanwhile, the lion-like creature that had always been by the Dragon King's side was stunned. It couldn't believe that the Dragon King had actually gotten up, and it was a full 15-degree angle. At this moment, I knew that my plan was 99% complete. Now all that was left was the final step. I directly pointed to the sky and spoke. Dragon King, this method is very simple. You just need to come and lie down in our Frontera County territory. Then the unhappiness in the Dragon Queen's heart will instantly disappear. My ultimate goal is to let this most powerful being in the world come to my territory and be my strongest backer. Meanwhile, at the territory, Sir Byron, a man with an annual salary of 100 million, feels no joy at all because he has to solve all matters in the territory, big and small, from the construction of the residential areas in the territory, which he has to sign and plan, to a leaky pipe in someone's house. They would all come and report to him, and he would handle everything, big or small, personally. He has been working like this for 2.5 years. Although he always appeared very active, the truth is, both his body and mind felt extremely tired. Today, someone came to report about Viscount Lacona's problem. Sir Byron, Viscount Lacona has been refusing to pay the water bill. We have communicated with him many times to no avail. Byron, with dark circles under his eyes, said he would go and solve it himself. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt dizzy. That sense of fatigue went straight to his head. Although he was very tired, he still dragged his tired body and staggered to solve the problem. After arriving at Viscount Lacona's place, the other party gave him a scolding. Look at me. How long do I have to live like this? I won't pay the water bill. Byron was already used to this kind of situation, so he began to rummage through his clothes for something. Viscount Lacona's scolding never stopped. You corrupt officials. This is robbery. I'm going to sue you in the kingdom's court. You lowly wretch. How dare you ask me for money? Do you know who I am? You're not leaving? Then I'll just have to drag you out. At this moment, Byron took out a Rubik's Cube from his clothes. Viscount Lacona was still shouting, tell that guy Lloyd that I'm not afraid of him. However, Byron didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just silently broke a corner of the Rubik's Cube. The next second, an ugly head drilled out from it, and it also made a very terrifying sound. The moment Viscount Lacona saw this head, he was so scared that he fell down. His whole body was trembling. He had completely lost his previous arrogant aura, and immediately changed his tune and said he would pay the water bill. And this situation is generally called post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. At this moment, Byron looked at the red head and fell into deep thought. Young Master Lloyd, where are you coming back? Every time you are not here, I, a middle-aged man, will be inches closer to death. Although you pay me an expensive salary, there is no way my body can handle this work any longer. Suddenly, he heard someone say that young Master Lloyd was back. Byron was instantly rejuvenated. There was no longer the fatigue of before in his eyes. He rode his horse and rushed out of the territory. Even this horse became excited. As soon as Byron saw the young master, he ran forward. Young master, I've been waiting for you to come back. Byron slid on his knees and spoke. I, an old knight, have one and only one last request for you. Forgive my impudence, but I'm really too tired. I would like to quit. I smiled slightly after hearing that, and directly replied with a no. How much more money do you need? Young master, you have already given me enough. Even if you add a few $100 million to my salary, my body can't take it anymore. Please allow me to retire now. Just then, I walked past asked Byron directly. Then I left a sentence. From today on, your annual salary will be 3 billion. Byron stood up in anger. Young master, this is not a matter of money, but I will do my best in my work from now on. Byron, who had been exhausted and wanted to retire, now showed no signs of fatigue at all. Of course, he firmly believed that it was not because of money, but because of his love for work. Suddenly, the scene in front of me shocked me. It turned out that everyone in the territory had been waiting for me for a long time. I also didn't expect that I had made so many friends along the way. There were the people of Frontera territory, orc friends, the Count and Countess, Terms and his army, the undead army, the part-time worker Tords, the white cavalry, the elves, and the single red dragon Solitas. Although I feel a bit strange now, there is no denying it. This place has become my home, but I still have another problem to solve now. That is to help the Dragon King make his wife stop being angry. According to your method, even if you wake me up every morning and I contact my wife every day, the matter of me not contacting her for a month before can't be treated as if it didn't happen. I calmly replied, of course, but compared to how to make up for what has happened, the more important thing is how to regain your wife's trust. From now on, until the day your wife comes back, you have to contact her every day without missing a single day. Let your wife see you have turned over a new leaf and are honest and trustworthy. After hearing this, the Dragon King grinned. You're right, you brat. I saw that everything was settled, so I immediately brought up the matter of the Dragon King's club. You're so troublesome, you brat. Stick out your back neck. Then the Dragon King drew a heart on his neck. I drew it crooked, but let's keep it like this. Dragon King, what is this? This is an extra life. You are now a member of the Dragon King's club. I'm going to sleep. Good night. I never expected that the process of adding a life would be so sloppy, but this also fits the Dragon King's personality. After leaving the Dragon King's room, I couldn't help but start laughing. Finally, we're done. I'm invincible now. Javier was confused. What do you mean? First of all, I am the richest man in the Laurasia continent, and the things I am currently working on, Knight Byron will finish them for me. As for my guard knight, he is even a grandmaster. My backer is the most powerful being in the world, the Dragon King, and I also have 2 lives. Isn't this invincible? From today on, I can't even imagine what else can threaten my beautiful life. Suddenly, Javier inexplicably said, thank you. I don't understand why he suddenly thanked me. Young master, I just heard many things in the village. I heard that Sir Byron's 2 children have gone to the capital to study. In the past, everyone was trying to get a bite to eat and had no time to think about studying. But now it's different. Some people are learning to draw, and some people are learning music. Everyone has their own dreams. In the past, when the territory was poor, everyone's dream was the same. That is not to starve to death. It's you, young master Suho Kim, who gave everyone different dreams. At this moment, I asked, what do you think of me? After all, I am the one who took the body of your lord's son. Aren't you wary of me? The moonlight of the evening shone on Javier's face. Actually, I'm very happy that you came to this world. After hearing that, I was very surprised. For a moment, I couldn't believe this was something that came out of Javier's mouth. The next second, we both felt like throwing up at the same time. So disgusting. Suddenly, the system prompted. The number of people you've saved is 18,124,392. I thought to myself, is it finally coming? I'd be happy even if I could just replenish the DP points I lost before. However, I suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why is the number of saved people on this system panel not increasing but decreasing, and the number on it is dropping exponentially? What the hell is going on? Soon after, the number on it had dropped to over 3,000. Finally, that number actually became 0. I was very shocked. I thought to myself, how is this possible? I saved more than 10 million lives after transmigrating into the novel, but now the system is telling me that all these lives will eventually die. Soon after, the territory was holding a celebration. At this moment, the Count found Javier and asked, where's Lloyd? This is a celebration held to welcome him. Have you seen him? Javier stammered, not knowing what to say, because he thought of what happened an hour ago. Young master, what's the matter? Your welcome celebration is about to start. Where are you going now? I didn't give too much explanation and just left the sentence. Maybe there will be no more celebrations in the future. Javier had never seen the young master like this before. He knew he couldn't help now. Finally, Javier was silent for a long time in front of the Count before he spoke. The young master probably went to do what he should do. After all, a celebration can only be held if there is a future. The Count didn't understand what that meant at all. Meanwhile, on my side, after running like crazy, I reached the top of the mountain. I was going to use the ending spoiler function here. I must find out why the number of saved people suddenly returned to 0. The system prompted, ending spoiler. Use your CP to catch a glimpse of the ending scene for this storyline. CP needed for third use is 80. Your current CP is 1,192. Would you like to use ending spoiler? I shouted. Of course I want to use it. Then I directly clicked the yes button. The next second, my surroundings instantly turned black. Then I was brought into a room. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind me. Suho Kim, you should be looking at the ending spoiler right now. Don't worry, this is not a future that will actually happen. It's just a probability branch that will occur when you foolishly persist without looking at the ending spoiler. Of course, if you do nothing, then all the tragedies will happen as usual. After you saw the number of saved people become 0, every day after that was very peaceful. Nothing happened at all. It was like that for about 3 years. Unfortunately, unfortunate things began to happen one after another. Suddenly, my surroundings began to change again. The scene in the room was also slowly dissipating. The next second, I was instantly teleported to the deep forest, and the Count and Countess actually appeared in front of me. I was very confused. Could it be? Suddenly, the future me spoke again. You're right, the Count had an accident. They were just taking a stroll on horseback as usual. Who would have thought that at this moment, a squirrel that suddenly appeared drilled in front of the Count's horse. And so, the Count's horse was startled. He couldn't control his horse at all. At this moment, I was very anxious and wanted to go up and help, but I knew that all this was just an illusion of the future. In the end, I could only watch helplessly as the Count fell from his horse. I was unwilling to believe that this was what would happen in the future. How could he die because of such a small thing? This is too ridiculous. At this moment, my surrounding scene changed again. After that, about a month later, the Countess also died of a broken heart. She did not leave the Count's coffin for even a second. Literally, for eternity. After hearing this, I could no longer bear it. You bastard, shut up. That's ridiculous. I clearly saved them. They're perfectly fine, living a happy life. How could they die just because of such a small thing? Suddenly, the future me spoke again. I didn't have time to attend my younger brother Julian's funeral. I couldn't believe what I had heard. What did you say? It was an ordinary day. The only difference was that Scheherazade was not at home. At that time, someone came to see Julian. It was a robbery. Simple as that. But after Scheherazade came back, she completely went crazy. She was full of self-blame and grief every day. In the end, she insisted on signing up for a local war and charged around by herself. She probably had no hope of living. And one more thing, the queen eventually became a tyrant. One day, she suddenly lost an arm. After that, she was just like what you read in the novel. Everything that was supposed to happen happened as usual. The family of Terms was assassinated by another rebellion force in Asfahan. The White Cavalry followed the queen's unreasonable orders and died. The Orc Arash died in an accident while hunting away from the territory. The elf Malika, because of her excessive grief, could no longer eat anything and eventually died. And Solitas shut himself up again in the dungeon. At this moment, I couldn't listen anymore. You bastard, that's enough. However, the other party had no intention of stopping. It seems I don't need to continue, right? I don't need to tell you everyone's ending. I think you should already know in your heart. Unable to bear it anymore, I directly swung a punch. But all of this was futile. How do you feel after seeing this ending spoiler? At this moment, I wanted to call out the system to turn this off. However, there was no reaction at all. At this time, the future me finally looked up and showed his appearance. That look was countless years older. Obviously, it was not really old. It was because of some things that he was in low spirits. After seeing this, do you think you can stop these tragedies from happening? Even if you can stop it once or twice, they will still happen in another form. Suddenly, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Looking closely, I found that the table was full of wine bottles. And so, I watched helplessly as the future me coughed to death. It turned out that no matter how hard I tried, in the end, the things that were supposed to happen in the novel would still happen. And the final ending of Lloyd Frontera in the novel was to die of alcoholism. At this moment, I remembered my parents from my previous life. In my last life, I watched my parents die in front of me. Am I going to have to go through it all over again this time? Just then, the ending spoiler ended, and I returned to the present time again. The territory below was brightly lit. Everyone had a happy smile on their face. Life is so good now. Everyone is so happy now. And now you're telling me that I will lose everything again? I will never accept it. I will not lose anything that belongs to me again. Do you think I will obediently accept my fate? The next day, morning came, and I went to the Dragon King's room to wake him up. However, I couldn't stop thinking about the accidents that might befall those around me. I thought to myself, since simply stopping it can't solve the problem, I must find the reason behind all of this. For this kind of supernatural problem, perhaps only the Dragon King can answer me. But I know that the Dragon King, who is a lazy slumbering fool who even finds breathing troublesome, will not obediently answer my questions. Sure enough, every time I asked a question, he would answer perfunctorily. Then he would fall asleep in a second. But I already have a way in my heart. Although this method is very dangerous, but I, Suho Kim, am a man who has tamed the Dragon King. After that, I woke up the Dragon King as usual every day. At the same time, I told him the situation every time. Dragon King, I am actually a person who came to this world from another dimension. I have reversed the tragic fate of the people around me, and yet those people will still die according to their original fate. Of course, the Dragon King's answer was still perfunctory, until one day, the Dragon King, who was sleeping soundly, felt very strange. I should have heard that horrifying sound by now. The Dragon King slowly opened his eyes, and he found that that guy was sitting in front of him. What are you doing, you brat? Why didn't you wake me up today? I slowly raised my head and showed a hellish smile. Sorry, Dragon King. I accidentally forgot to wake you up for about 10 days. The Dragon King was completely stunned after hearing that. Then he began to break out in a cold sweat. That's 10 days without contacting my wife. Are you out of your mind? Are you looking for death? At this moment, I smiled wickedly. Dragon King, don't worry. I was just kidding. The Dragon King was stunned again. He didn't understand what this guy was trying to do. Although that was a joke just now, but it could also happen in reality. If you do not answer my question, the Dragon King didn't expect a mere human to dare to threaten him. My patience is also limited. To destroy you and your people in one day is a very easy thing for me. I think you should know this, right? At this moment, I slowly knelt down. I know that the risk of threatening you is very high. That kind of risk is indeed unimaginable. But have you ever thought about the risk you have to take? Cut off my hands and feet, destroy the entire territory. Then what will happen to you? You have to get up and find someone who can wake you up every day. You can imagine it yourself. You have to go to a human village yourself, walking around and looking around to see if there is any early riser. Your legs will become heavier and heavier, and your feet will become more and more sore. Of course, your sleeping time will also become less and less. You finally find someone, but then that fool sleeps in later than you do. So you get rid of him, and then go down to the village again. Suddenly, the Dragon King spoke and told me not to say anymore. He could no longer bear it. That's enough. Please stop. I admit that my risk is indeed higher than yours. I was overjoyed in an instant. A complete victory. The stone in my heart could finally be put down, for this could have resulted in the destruction of the entire territory. In fact, Javier had been outside the door all along. He was also sweating profusely. He was always ready to rush in to save the young master, but he knew that this opportunity was almost non-existent. It was not until the young master succeeded that he put away his sword and relaxed. He sighed in his heart that his salary was really too low. So the fate you changed will always return to its original state, is that right? I immediately answered yes. Actually, fate is originally like that. It's like a bowstring. No matter how far you pull it or try to manipulate it, it always returns to its original state and resists any changes even more so than before. This is also called the fate restoration phenomenon. It's like a law that will never be broken. I continued to ask anxiously, is there no way to stop it from happening? Don't you understand what never means? No one can do anything about it. Not me, not the king of hell, not even the archangel. You should have played games, right? No matter how free a game is, it has its own set of operating laws. This world is just a game after all, a game within a game, and one simulation world after another. That is the so-called dimension. Suddenly, I thought of something and then asked, what if there is a hidden option? Is there a way to find it? The Dragon King was very confused. He had already said so much. Why is this guy still so persistent? Whether it's you or your family, it's possible that you are just fragments in a program. Don't you care? I immediately and very firmly said that I could feel that I was still alive. I am alive now. That's enough. So whether it's a program or something, I must save them. At this moment, Javier outside the door heard all of this. Although he couldn't help much now, but he knew that his mission was to protect the young master. Similarly, the Dragon King was also very surprised. This guy's tenacity is incredible. Then he said the name of an item, the Jewel of Truth. I was very confused about what this was. It's a legendary jewel. It is said that it will answer any question of the questioner. Maybe it can give you the answer you're looking for, like how to counter the fate restoration phenomenon. Suddenly, I stood up. Since I have found a clue to the solution, then I must find that jewel no matter what. Dragon King, forgive my impudence. Can I ask you one more question? The Dragon King very decisively said no. I'm going to sleep. It's in the Mermaid Kingdom. I wish you a smooth journey. Thank you very much. My skeleton corp will wake you up every morning on my behalf. After saying this, I immediately turned and went out. I knew I had no time to rest anymore. Let's go, Javier, to the Mermaid Kingdom. After that, Javier and I got on going. Javier was very confused. Why didn't you let the Dragon King send us directly to the Mermaid Kingdom? Wouldn't that be more convenient? I was speechless. You brat, you really don't have any common sense. The Dragon King is someone who can kill us with a flick of his finger. We need to be careful how much we bother him. And as for the clues about the Mermaid Kingdom, I already know them by heart. In the novel, the Mermaid Kingdom is said to be hidden in the most turbulent sea, and the one that meets this condition is the North Sea of the Laurasia continent. It's a popular spot with whaling ships that leave from Cremo Harbor. If we want to find the Mermaid Kingdom, we should start looking there. When we arrived at Cremo Port, the first thing I did was to find Count Cremo to borrow a whaling ship. After he learned that I was going to the Mermaid Kingdom, he introduced a person to us. Regarding mermaids, I know a very capable captain, but that guy is famous for talking nonsense. Every time he drinks, he says he went to the Mermaid Kingdom when he was a child. If you don't mind this kind of weirdo, I can introduce him to you. And so, we met that captain. From him, we learned that the mermaids judge whether it is an enemy or a friend through singing. At this moment, I thought to myself, this is the end. Why is it singing of all things? Javier on the side also shook his head helplessly. After all, he knew best how badly the young master sang. I quickly continued to ask, is there no other way? Like he can sing instead? The captain immediately replied, then only this handsome guy will be invited. You won't be able to get in. I said embarrassedly that I was really not very confident in my singing. Javier didn't expect the young master to be so shameless. He immediately spoke up and complained. That's an understatement. Hearing this, the captain laughed out loud. You seem to have misunderstood something. Actually, mermaids don't listen to whether people sing well or not. Let me tell you how I was invited by the mermaids. When I was young, I accidentally fell into the sea while looking at it, and the ship I was on didn't even notice that I had fallen into the sea. Just like that, I watched the ship get farther and farther away from me. Just then, mermaids appeared behind me. I was very scared at that time, because they were all very burly. They were not at all the delicate look in the legends. I felt like they could break my neck with one hand. But just then, I thought of what my grandfather had said to me. He said that as long as you sing to the mermaids, you can prove that you are not an intruder. Do you you think my singing could have been good in that situation? At that time, my singing could only be called a terrible roar. It might have been really too bad. At first, the mermaids all frowned, but later, the mermaids actually smiled at me. After that, I knew that they were not listening to your rhythm and pitch, but they listened for how true your heart is. At this moment, I fell into deep thought. Suddenly, I thought of the Count and Countess, Julian and his wife Scheherazade, and all my friends in the territory. At first, I didn't have much affection for everything here. I just wanted to make money and fill my stomach. But now everything is different, and the purpose of my coming to the Mermaid Kingdom this time is to find a way to save them. I believe that my sincerity in saving people will definitely move the mermaids. At this moment, my eyes were already full of sincerity. Captain, I'll hire you in your ship. Please take me to the vicinity of the Mermaid Kingdom. The captain immediately refused. That's not possible, because it's not the season to go out to sea yet. Is it still not possible now? At this moment, I had already taken out a bag of gold coins. I believe no one can refuse such a huge temptation of money. Sure enough, the captain's eyes lit up and he took the money back. He immediately said that we would set off in 10 minutes. And so, I deliberately didn't ride Goming, but took a ship and sailed for a month before reaching the mermaids' territory. The purpose was to make sure the mermaids know how desperate I am. At this moment, the captain spoke up to remind me, the mermaids probably have our ship surrounded by now. They are extremely wary of intruders. Standing on the gunwale, I turned to look at Javier. Javier nodded and said yes, there are at least several thousand mermaids around the ship now. In that case, it's time for my performance. I must protect my family and friends, find a way to reverse fate. Then I began to sing under the moonlight. My singing gradually turned into notes floating on the sea. I poured all my sincerity into my singing. At this moment, I had already gradually entered the best state. Now I am the protagonist on the sea. I believe that group of mermaids can definitely feel the rich emotions in my singing. Javier on the ship was also stunned by the young master's singing. Looking at the mermaids in the sea, they were all staring blankly, but the next second, blood spurted from all the mermaids' ears. Suddenly, a spear shot through the air. Turns out, the leading mermaid directly shot and broke the gunwale under my feet, because the leading mermaid could no longer bear it. It's a declaration of war. Launch a full-scale attack. Hearing this, all the mermaids threw the spears in their hands. It was obvious that each spear was full of their resentment. At this moment, I was very confused. I grabbed on the ship and questioned that captain what was going on. Didn't you say that as long as you sing with sincerity, it will be fine? The captain was very angry, and he directly punched me. You crazy bastard. I told you to sing, not to chant a curse. At this moment, I was very wronged. I was clearly singing with sincerity. Why don't they understand the rich emotions in my singing? Javier on the side didn't expect the young master to be such a person. So your sincere wish is to be attacked by the Mermaid Kingdom? Unbelievable. You brat. Don't take pleasure in my misfortune. If you have time to complain, you might as well think about what to do now. Javier was also helpless. He transformed into a grand master and spread his wings and flew into the air. I didn't forget to remind him, don't attack the mermaids. Just buy us time and create an opportunity for us to turn the ship around and escape. Javier was speechless. That's easier said than done. At this moment, the mermaid leader on the sea also saw Javier in the sky. Suddenly, the mermaid leader raised her hand and told all the mermaids to stop attacking. I was very confused about what was going on. Why did they suddenly stop attacking? Could it be that my singing has a delayed effect? But I was thinking too much. I saw the other party point to Javier in the sky. The next second, all the mermaids actually made a heart-shaped gesture, and they also said that Javier had passed and may enter. It turned out that they were conquered by the handsome appearance of the man in the sky. Javier was very calm, because he was already used to it, but he really wanted to know what the young master's mood was now, so he tilted his head and looked at the young master below. At this moment, I was already in tears. For crying out loud, screw all of you. Just then, Javier asked, I heard that mermaids judge the sincerity of the other party through their singing. Why would you allow me to enter the Mermaid Kingdom? That's for those who impress us with singing. Your appearance is enough to impress us, so singing is not important. Javier was very calm. That's true. That makes sense. After hearing Javier's words, I was very speechless. This kid is so shameless, yet he is still the protagonist in the novel. So annoying. However, Javier's attack on me was not over yet. Young master, the violent situation brought by your singing just now has now been stopped by my looks. I saw it all. You don't need to repeat it, you brat. Now get down here. After that, I began to very respectfully introduce myself to the mermaid leader. Hello, I am the employer of this night. My name is Lloyd Frontera. The other party's face instantly darkened after hearing that. I was speechless. This change of face is faster than flipping a book. She's not ashamed of how she's discriminating with looks at all. But I shouldn't care about these things. After all, the most important thing now is to get on their good side. First of all, I offer my utmost respect to the invitation of the Mermaid Kingdom. The red-haired mermaid immediately retorted, we didn't invite you. I knew it would be like this, but I will definitely do what I set out to do. I must discover the other party's weakness, seize the opportunity, negotiate with them, and take control of the situation. Just as I was thinking this, Javier suddenly asked, would he still be unable to enter if I asked nicely? The red-haired mermaid had already changed her face again. Her face was also flushed. Why not? I know I'm in a very awkward situation right now, but I must be strong. Yet why are tears unknowingly flowing down the corners of my my eyes. I clearly don't want to cry. Could it be because of the salty sea air? I feel my eyes are so dry. This time, Javier did not laugh at him because he really sympathized with the young master's experience. He thought to himself, so he is the type who has to work hard in life because of his face. Good luck, young master. After that, the mermaid leader personally put a shell on Javier, and she began to explain the use of it carefully. This can help you breathe underwater. It can also reduce the effects of water pressure and temperature. After the red-haired mermaid finished explaining, she ruthlessly threw another shell at me. The treatment I received was completely different from Javier's. That was a trampling on my personality and a devastation to my soul. And so, we were successfully invited, although I suffered great grievances in the process. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can find the jewel of truth, as long as I can protect everything in my territory, I don't care. A moment later, I suddenly found that there was a light in the deep sea. It turned out that there was a giant octopus below, and it was holding a whole city in its tentacles. I was very curious and asked what that octopus was. Sure enough, the other party's face darkened when she heard me ask. She had no intention of answering at all, but thankfully, there was Javier. Javier asked, and the other party instantly changed her face again. That is the protector of our mermaid kingdom. It has coexisted with us for a long time. That is the palace. Let's go and pay our respects to our king first. And so we were taken to the palace of the mermaid king. Welcome, handsome man and ugly man. I am the mermaid king, Aliel. At this moment, I quietly said to Javier, handsome man, you go and borrow the jewel of truth from the other party. Javier said that he was the face of the team, so I must be the one to do the talking. Don't you see I have no right to speak in this place? Suddenly, the mermaid king laughed out loud. Don't worry, even if you are as ugly as you are, I won't treat you differently. I allow you to speak, but you have to turn your head away. Hearing this, I really wanted to give her a piece of my mind. Isn't this differential treatment? This is simply inhumane. I am Lloyd Frontera. I came here to ask for the jewel of truth. I wonder if you would be willing to lend it to us. Suddenly, that mermaid king laughed out loud again. If there really was such a thing, I would of course be willing to lend it to you, but that thing only exists in fairy tales. After hearing that, I was very surprised. Could it be that after all these days of hard work, it was all for nothing? The mermaid king continued to speak. It's just a legend. You didn't really think that there would be such a thing in this world, and then you came all the way here, did you? But it was the Dragon King who told me that the mermaid kingdom has that thing. The Dragon King? That lazy sleepyhead? It seems your brain is as bad as your looks. He definitely didn't explain it to you properly. After hearing that, I was instantly in tears. I cursed the Dragon King in my heart. That bastard. At this moment, the mermaid king spoke again. You seem very eager. Why not ask our guardian octopus? It has existed since the mythical times. It can talk? Silly boy. What nonsense are you talking about? Where in this world can you find an octopus that can talk? Seriously, if I could beat her, I really want to go up and beat her up. But the other party still provided some useful information. According to what you just said, that means the jewel of truth is an object that existed in the mythical times and is not some made-up story, right? Who knows? Although our ancestors said that it once existed, but no one has ever seen it. At this moment, I fell into deep thought. Combining the currently known information, it seems that it is not completely impossible. Even if there's only a 0.1% probability, I must go and confirm it. After all, relying on obsession and pestering is my specialty. I would like to ask you one more thing. Please allow me to investigate the jewel of truth here. If I really find it, it would be a good thing for you too. I don't care. While you are staying here, I can appreciate that handsome face more. However, we can't provide you with any help. We have a bigger problem to deal with right now. Hearing that there was a problem, I quickly asked what it was. Not long ago, a gate to hell appeared above our sea. The heat from hell is directly affecting the North Pole. If this continues, all the glaciers will melt, so we have been trying to find out who did it. If I find out which guy opened the gate to hell, I will definitely tear him to pieces. At this moment, although I looked very calm on the surface, but my heart was already in a panic, because that gate to hell seems to have been opened by me. The next second, I directly and righteously spoke. What a bastard. That guy should really be cut into 1,000 pieces. That person is worse than a scumbag. Javier on the side was stunned by what he heard. He didn't expect someone to be so shameless. I also saw a skeleton dragon coming in and out of that gate to hell, so the guy who opened the gate must be a great villain on par with the demons. Javier continued to observe from the side. He wanted to hear how the young master would answer. I, Lloyd Frontera, promised to find that person and offer their head to you. After Javier heard this, his view was directly subverted. Incredible. The young master's shamelessness is on a level that surpasses the laws of the world. And so, we embarked on the journey to find the jewel. Let's go, Javier. Let's start looking for the jewel of truth. Young master, what are your plans? I immediately replied. I will collect information bit by bit and search inch by inch. Sometimes the simplest method is often the fastest way. However, Javier was not asking about this. He was asking what to do about the gate to hell. I spoke with a firm expression. You just need to know this. For the Count and Countess, and all the people in the territory, we must find the jewel of truth. Javier thought to himself, you've always done things for a reason. I'm sure what we're doing is something that's needed. But that aside, Javier asked again about the gate of hell, but I shouted, wait for us, jewel of truth. Meanwhile, the once heroic queen had been tortured by the poison. The poison had been eroding her sanity, and each time time, she had to use all her strength to suppress it. Yet with each attempt, the poison's attack grew more violent. This time, she used all her strength to transfer the poison to her left arm. Maybe now, if she cuts it off, it will be fine. As someone who sits upon the throne, even if she has to make such a sacrifice, she must remain sane. She absolutely cannot go crazy. But it's so strange. Why do I miss that potato at times like this? And the person the queen misses is me. But I am not aware of the queen's current predicament. Now I must find the jewel as soon as possible to solve all problems. Oh, you look so full of spirit. Do you believe in the existence of the jewel of truth? The mermaid who was asked was startled by this face. Holy crap, I thought a sea cucumber was talking. I knew it would be this result. It seems I can only send Javier to the stage. You look so full of spirit. Do you believe in the existence of the jewel of truth? Oh, handsome guy, since it's a very old legend, I don't really believe it, but I know a madman who is looking for the jewel. Of course, that madman is not you. Sure enough, this group of mermaids became infatuated with Javier, but it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I'm already used to it. Just then, Javier turned his head toward me and said, "Sorry, young master, I made you feel inferior. I'm perfectly fine." "What are you talking about?" "But you are crying." "No, I'm not. We're underwater. How can I cry?" "Don't be ridiculous." "But young master, your eyes clearly have." "You brat, can't you just pretend you don't know?" And so, we were taken to the madman's residence. That mermaid was instantly very enthusiastic when he heard we were looking for the jewel. And this mermaid, Rotorua, even had an approval rating. Just by saying we were looking for the jewel, this guy's approval rating for me increased by 16 points. "You calm down first. We're not going to join you right away. We were just wondering how much you know about it." At this moment, Rotorua started to talk like a chatterbox. "Our family has been digging for the jewel of truth for generations. Even if we were ridiculed by everyone, we still persisted to this day. To be precise, the jewel of truth existed in the second mythical era, when there were only spring and summer seasons in the world. But in the racial war 10,000 years ago, the jewel of truth collapsed." After hearing that, I was very confused. Why would a jewel collapse? Shouldn't a jewel be broken or missing? It turned out that this so-called jewel was not a jewel, but a building. It is a mana sequence of bricks and pillars arranged exquisitely. It is that mana that gave that building the ability to think and answer questions on its own. After hearing that, I finally understood what the so-called jewel was. It turned out that this jewel of truth was actually like a giant computer. It's just that the power that drives it is mana, not electricity. I thought, since that thing has already collapsed, is there anything I can do? Suddenly, Rotorua spoke again. "I am now looking for the foundation where that jewel once existed. There must be a blueprint of the jewel somewhere there." Hearing the word blueprint, I instantly understood what to do. Then I asked Rotorua where the excavation site was. And so, the three of us set off for the excavation site. But we met an old man on the way. "You are just like your grandfather. You don't practice swimming every day, and you just know how to dig some holes. That's why you are as thin as a stick, you brat." Rotorua immediately retorted after hearing that. "Every day you talk about muscles. Do you know why mermaids get arthritis after they turn 40? It's because you guys swim like crazy every day, which only makes your muscles bigger. The joints of your body can't bear it, so they are damaged prematurely." Rotorua went up and gave him a massage. "You've lived long enough, so stop nagging and move on to the other side." This set of massage techniques made the old man feel so good. After hearing what that old man said, I was a little confused. "That person said that your ancestors have been digging for the jewel, but why haven't you found it yet?" "It turns out, North Sea is too big. Look at the holes over there. I dug them all. This is the exploration map, and I have hundreds more of similar maps." Rotorua was very proud after he finished speaking, but I was not happy at all, because if he continues to dig like this, even if the mermaids evolve to grow wings, they probably won't find it. Is there no other way but to dig inch by inch? After that, I began to use the surveying skill to investigate. I found that this was a sedimentary layer that had accumulated for 10,000 years. The surveying skill was of no use at all. I fell into deep thought. What if we use Javier's power to sweep this area? No, we could accidentally lose or damage the blueprint, and it would be all over. We are underwater now, and the summoned creatures can't help. It's also impossible to summon Draghi. After all, the Mermaid King would then find out that I opened the gate to hell. It seems the only way is to use a large number of mermaids to help. After all, their muscles are so big, so their strength should be huge. At this moment, I actually had a way. It may hurt my pride, but I don't have any other choice. Suddenly, I called out Javier's name. "Go and lure some mermaids over. Let them come and help us with the work." And so, Javier summoned a large group of mermaids and wanted them to help, but they all looked troubled. "I'm sorry, handsome human. We don't have time to do other things besides training and strengthening our muscles." And so, not a single mermaid agreed to help. At this moment, he fell into a deep silence. It was the first time in his life that he was rejected by a girl. He was not unhappy because he was rejected, but he knew that he was about to be ridiculed by the young master. I on the side had already laughed out loud. "You brat, weren't you very confident before? Your face isn't that great after all." However, after laughing for a while, I realized something was wrong. The plan has failed. How can I still be in the mood to laugh? After that, I walked and thought about what to do next. When will we finish digging such a big place? I don't have that much time to waste. In 3 years, those unfortunate things will happen. Suddenly, Javier was confused. Why is this place so hot? Could it be because of that thing? I looked at what Javier was was talking about. That's called a hydrothermal vent. It's the phenomenon of seawater seeping into rock crevices, being heated by lava, and then gushing out. Suddenly, I thought of something. Maybe this method will work. Previously, Rotorua said that mermaids get arthritis after they turn 40. Suddenly, I showed a hellish smile again. Javier, let's build a sauna here. With one hell of a sauna, I can easily turn all those mermaids into my slaves. In my previous life, although the work on the construction site earned a lot of money, there were always a few days when I couldn't work for various reasons. For example, when it rained, my shoulders, which were sore from overwork, would become even more painful. At this time, my so-called friend would often come to me. Why are you standing there so miserably? If you have nothing to do, why don't you come to the sauna with me? It's raining today, and you work on the construction site all day. You must be sore all over. Let's go soothe those muscles. I could see the contempt in his eyes and tone. This so-called friend of mine, he was only friends with me to show off his wealth and superiority, but I didn't care about that. Anyway, I didn't have to pay every time. I immediately said I had no money to go to the sauna. The blonde guy smiled contemptuously. Come on, do you think I don't know you don't have money? I'm going over there to work now, so I'll let you stay there for a day for free. I pretended to ask, aren't you from a very rich family? Why do you still have to work? The blonde guy showed that contemptuous smile again. That sauna is one of my mother's properties. I'm going to help out today. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Your shoulders are getting wet. Come closer to me. Why didn't you bring an umbrella? Don't you even have money to buy an umbrella? Then take this on your way home. I looked at this guy's pretentious look. I felt in my heart that this guy was really an angel. After all, the sauna was like heaven to me now. Not only were there free boiled eggs and drinks, but I could steam as much as I wanted. At that time, my stiff muscles and tense ligaments were all relaxed. The blocked blood also began to flow again. That feeling was as if I had become one with the mysterious cycle of the universe, soaring freely in the universe. It was really so cool. Therefore, these guys who have been practicing swimming like crazy in the high-pressure sea, whose muscles have never been relaxed, will definitely be conquered by the sauna. And eventually, step by step, they will become slaves who work for me. I will name this project the Mermaid Kingdom Fishing Plan. After that, I found the mermaid Rotorua, but he was confused about the relationship between building a sauna and excavating the jewel of truth. I told him that this was a necessary measure to supplement manpower. After all, with just the three of us, it's impossible to dig up such a large area. At this moment, Rotorua said that my plan might not be feasible because the mermaids are all very afraid of steaming in the sauna. I was confused. Why? Have you seen those hot fumes? Until recently, some mermaids were attracted by that heat and tried to experience the sauna there, but they all died and became steamed fish. They don't know why they lost consciousness and were swept into a hotter place. As a result, they were all steamed, so it's illegal for mermaids to even get close to that fume. I thought for a while, the water coming out of the hydrothermal vent contains heavy metals. It's understandable why those mermaids lost consciousness. I smiled slightly. Since we have found the reason, then it will be easy to solve. Then I told Rotorua to rest assured. I will solve the problem. After that, the sauna construction plan begins. The first step is to improve the foundation. Javier and I came to a cave, and this is the location we chose to build the sauna. Javier felt that it was too far from the hydrothermal vent. I told him it was necessary to be far away. This way we can ensure safety. After that, I summoned the blueprints and began planning and designing the area. Once finished, I activated the system skill, construction guidelines, to cover the entire cave. Javier, you start digging according to those guidelines. I still need to get some other materials. After Javier heard this, he drew his sword and began construction. At this moment, I was a little confused. Javier, why are you so obedient this time? Normally, you should have started asking me this and that by now. Javier was also a little confused. What should I ask? For example, why are we looking for the jewel of truth? What will happen if we don't find it? Or how do you know those things will happen? And other such questions. After hearing this, Javier was silent for a while. Then he continued to work and said, Young master, you should go and find the materials quickly. If we don't hurry, the territory will be in danger. After hearing that, I didn't say anything more. I just left a word, thanks, and explained that I was sincere this time. Then I turned and left without looking back to find the materials. Javier looked at the young masters departing back. I, on the other hand, had a very handsome expression on my face. The next second, we both felt a wave of nausea again. We both felt sickened by our own actions. After that, I came to the hydrothermal vent, because the hydrothermal vent will solve all our problems. I jumped down with a leap. The creatures living in this area will provide us with all the materials needed for this project, and that creature is the tube worm. When the tube worm saw something approaching, it immediately sprayed a viscous liquid, and this is the second step, to collect this tube worm secretion that will be used as an adhesive and for finishes. After that, although it was a bit messy to collect, I collected these tube worm shells for the sauna's pipes. The third step is to assemble these tube worm shells into large pipes, then install them in the hydrothermal vent. The fourth step is to make these pipes lead to the finished rooms and paint them with finishing materials. Then, adjust the size of the delivery pipe. This way, the temperature of each room can be adjusted. Finally, it's the most important part. For a sauna, do you know what is the most attractive thing to people? That is the different decoration styles of each room. Since they are mermaids, the blue sea room is a must. Then there is the coral room. Finally, there is this kind of quirky room, but I have to say, this quirky room is really disgusting. And so, the underwater sauna was completed. I named this place Fantasy World Sauna Number 1. The first customer to experience it was Rotorua. I wanted to ask him how he felt about using the sauna for the first time, but seeing his ecstatic look, there was no need to ask at all. At this moment, Javier asked, "Young master, so are we going to start a business with this sauna? Is there anything that requires us to earn more money now?" After hearing that, I immediately showed a very sinister expression. This time we don't charge money, but I will be accepting something else. When Javier saw the young master's expression, he knew it was not good. He could only mourn for that group of mermaids in his heart. That's right, it won't be long before these strong mermaids will all become slaves who work for me. This mermaid looks like she's already 70 or 80 years old, but in fact, she just passed her 40th birthday this year. It turned out that mermaids have to constantly exercise their muscles from birth. In addition to living in the high-pressure sea for a long time, this makes their joints unbearable, so they are tormented by arthritis all the time, and they become so haggard. Every time the pain strikes, Rodita can only get a little relief by hitting the pain points on her body. However, even so, she still has to go out to exercise 3 times a day, because as soon as she rests, she feels like her soul is gone. Although she has thought about stopping, she has lived like this all her life. It's not something she can just give up. Rodita thought to herself, if only these muscles and joints were not so painful, maybe I could exercise happily. Suddenly, Rodita heard someone shouting a slogan below. "Come and see, grand opening, free experience." I believe that mermaids must be suffering from muscle and joint pain every day. We have a safe and reliable sauna here. It's not like the hot fumes over there. Everyone must come and experience it. After hearing this, Rodita was half believing. She couldn't believe that there was a place where you could safely experience the sauna. Yet curiosity made her follow. At this moment, this place was already crowded with mermaids. These mermaids, without exception, all needed a sauna to relax their muscles. But Rodita was still very cautious. She had long heard that humans are the most cunning race. Such a good sauna can be experienced for free. There must be a trick, and that person is not only ugly but also smiles so exaggeratedly. He looks like a liar. But Rodita also saw the handsome young man next to him. Such a handsome person can't be a bad guy. She thought about it carefully. They don't need to use a sauna to deceive someone. Anyway, there is no harm in trying it. And so, Rodita was going to experience whether it was true or not. Half believing, she lay on the ground. Suddenly, she felt that it started to get hot around her. Then Rodita's sweat began to flow out uncontrollably. After that, the temperature gradually increased and stopped after reaching a certain value. At this moment, her long aching muscles and joints finally relaxed. It was as if she had returned to her youth. She felt like she was floating in the vast universe, unbound and free. All her fatigue was swept away. After experiencing it, she went home and told her husband about it. "Husband, let's go to the sauna together. It's free for a whole week." And what made Rodita feel even happier was that every time she went to experience it, that human's attitude was very enthusiastic. "Oh, your husband is also here today. Enjoy your stay and get plenty of rest." After Rodita's husband experienced it, he also felt that he had returned to his youth. That feeling was so amazing. And so, they went there for 5 consecutive days. "Oh, thank you both for your support. You've been here for 5 days in a row. Now you both look radiant." Rodita said that they even exercised together recently. "Our energy is so vigorous. It's as if we are 20 years younger." "Oh, this is really a good news worth celebrating. So what made you so full of vitality?" This group of mermaids immediately spoke in unison. "Of course, it's the sauna." At this moment, every mermaid had an unprecedented smile on their face. "Thank you all very much. Everyone's happiness is my happiness. Let's meet in the sauna tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." And so, time quickly came to the next day. Rodita came to the sauna early in the morning as usual, but today she felt a little different, because that human was like a different person. There was no longer the previous enthusiasm. Instead, he had a solemn expression. This made Rodita not understand why. Yesterday, he was all smiles. Why is he like this now? At the same time, the sauna was also locked. What's going on? Rodita then began to ask the reason. Why isn't it open today? The previous event has ended. From now on, access is restricted to members only. If you want to continue to experience the sauna, you must join our membership here. This is the membership application form. Rodita didn't think there was anything wrong at this time. Isn't it just joining a membership? However, after she read all the terms, she was not well. First, our sauna strictly follows a membership system. Non-member customers will not be able to enter and use the sauna. Second, usage is limited to 12 hours per day per member. Suddenly, Rodita heard the human speak. Third, all members need to pay a rated fee when using the sauna. This fee will not be paid in money, but in labor. The labor you have to pay is half of the time you spend in the sauna that day. If you want to use it for 6 hours, you must work for 3 hours, and the labor needs to be paid within 48 hours after using the sauna. If you fail to pay once, you will be banned from entering the sauna for 10 days. If you fail to pay twice, it will be extended to 30 days. If you fail to pay 3 times, your membership will be revoked. After Rodita heard this, she could no longer bear it. She was very angry. She grabbed that human with one hand and punched him in the face. "You damn bastard. What do you think we mermaids are? You lowly human. You want to order us noble mermaids around? We lived well before without that sauna. You foolish con man. We just won't come here from now on. The mermaids behind all said yes in indignation. At this moment, I was not angry after being beaten. I spoke with blood at the corner of my mouth. I won't force you join. After that, the angry mermaids all left. Not a single mermaid stayed behind to sign up for membership. At this time, Javier asked if the plan had failed. I didn't answer his question directly. Instead, I asked him a question. Javier, you used to be troubled by insomnia. It was I who sang you a lullaby that made you have a good sleep. So when you don't have a lullaby anymore, do you think you will still live well? At this moment, Javier was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Rodita was constantly relieving the pain by hitting herself because of her sore joints. That damn human. I knew he would try and pull something on us. What does he take us for? A fool? At the same time, I am now calmly sorting out the membership contracts. I'm not in a hurry at all, because I know humans can live well even without cigarettes. They were also fine without online video sites, and they were perfectly fine without video games. That is, until they had a taste of those things. Once you have experienced it, if you want to give it up again, that's harder than climbing to the sky. Sure enough, a few days later, Rodita and the others could no longer bear it. Looking at the corners of her eyes, tears were actually flowing down. You damn guy, give me a membership application form. I slowly pushed the membership application form to the other party. Then I slowly raised my head. That hellish face was reflected in her eyes. You're the one who chose to sign up, okay? I didn't force you. Soon after, these mermaids have to come to this underwater sauna every day, but they all have a bracelet on their hands without exception. At first, the small octopus in the bracelet was bright. As time went by, it would gradually dim. After a while, it would go out completely, and when it went out, a human would push the door in. Customers number 4, 12, and 13, your sauna time is up. I'll see you tomorrow at the excavation site. That person's words carried no doubt. His expression was also like a demon's. At this moment, Rodita secretly made up her mind. Today is definitely the last time I will come to the sauna. Damn human, I will not be at your mercy. The next day came. I am the site manager, Lloyd Frontera. Everyone can start digging now. And so the mermaids, in order to go to the sauna, all became slaves who worked for humans. Rodita, who swore never to go to the sauna again, felt sore all over after just a few days. And so, Rodita broke her vow and came to the sauna again. Welcome, I am the sauna owner, Lloyd Frontera. This is your bracelet. I hope you have a pleasant stay today. Rodita, who enjoyed the sauna, was once again immersed in the comfortable feeling. Thus, Rodita went to the sauna again and again. Similarly, she also worked for humans again and again. It was like entering a vicious cycle. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. A creepy feeling of fear arose spontaneously. Aren't I like a puppet now? He's completely manipulating me. No, this can't go on. I have to quit. I must stop this damn vicious cycle. However, when a person is addicted to something, how can it be so easy to quit? At this moment, I looked at this group of mermaids who were willing to work for me. I couldn't help but smile. It seems it won't be long before we can dig up the ruins of the Jewel of Truth. Rotorua on the side showed a look of horror. He looked straight at the human next to him and felt that this person was definitely not a person, but a demon. He actually made all mermaids his slaves. Did I sell my people to the devil? Suddenly, Rotorua was startled because that person seemed to have heard his thoughts. Do you feel like you've sold your people to the devil? Rotorua found it incredible. Those were clearly all the things I was thinking. Just then, the other party had already changed his face. Have you ever thought that we never forced them? Rotorua was silent at first. Then, he felt that what that human said was right. That's right, we didn't force them. It was obvious that Rotorua had been brainwashed. At this moment, I thought for a while. The mermaids have been working with their strong physique for a month. The ground has become very thin now. I should be able to observe it with the surveying skill. Sure enough, I found something strange over there. I immediately ordered all the mermaids to stop working. Then, I jumped down with a leap. I saw a square brick just now. It is most likely the ruins of the Jewel of Truth. I came to the position I had just observed and immediately started digging. In a short while, several large bricks with patterns on them appeared in front of everyone. It seems this is the place where the Jewel of Truth once existed. However, at this moment, I was not happy. Instead, I was very scared. In fact, in these past few days, I was afraid that it was just a legend, or that the Jewel of Truth could not solve the problems I encountered. The closer I got to the goal, the more scared I became. What if I really can't stop the tragedy from happening? Can I only watch helplessly as I lose everything around me? I looked at the large bricks with patterns on the ground, then secretly wiped my tears when no one was looking. Now let's find where the blueprint is. Javier was watching from behind. He also knew very well how much pressure the young master was under at this moment. But speaking of which, Rotorua, why are you crying so sadly? It turned out that he was crying tears of joy. Dad, it turned out that this thing really exists. I always thought you were lying to me. After Rotorua finished crying, he began to look for the location of the blueprint. According to my great-grandfather's record, the blueprint should be in the middle of the jewel. It is kept in a Manhwa warehouse. There should be a place like a keyhole. After hearing these, I began to use the surveying skill to search. Soon I found a unique brick. It seems this is it. After digging it out, Rotorua was sure that this was the keyhole. Opening this should give us the blueprint. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. If this is the keyhole, then where is the key? Just then, the entire jewel ruin began to shake, and the vibration caused the surrounding seawater to resonate. Rotorua didn't understand what was going on. It's written in the record that the keyhole will tell you you where the key is. What's happening? I found that the vibration had no intention of stopping. At this moment, I was thinking about what Rotorua had just said. Suddenly, I thought of something. I immediately turned my head and looked above the keyhole. That was the Mermaid Kingdom's giant octopus, and the direction of this vibration seemed to be pointing there. Could it be that the key is on it? Just as I was thinking this, I found that the octopus's appearance began to become very painful, and it seemed that some strange resonance was happening in its stomach. Seeing this, I instantly understood that the key was actually in its stomach. This is terrible. The giant octopus is holding the entire Mermaid Kingdom in its tentacles. Once it lets go of the glass ball, the entire Mermaid Kingdom will be completely destroyed. On the other side, the Mermaid King also noticed that something was wrong. She began to order her subordinates to quickly evacuate the people. If they are a little slower, all the mermaids in the city might lose their lives. Your Majesty, most of the people have been called outside by that human visitor. The Mermaid King was overjoyed after hearing this. It seems that although that human is ugly, he is a good person. At the same time, on the other side, Javier, was that caused by me? Javier immediately said yes. I was hoping you'd say no. Suddenly, Javier grabbed me and said, "Young master, I'll take care of the Mermaid Kingdom. You go find that key, for the sake of the territory you want to protect." The next second, Javier spread his wings and transformed into a Grand Master. He rushed towards the glass ball above with me. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Mermaid King was mobilizing all her power. The muscles on her back showed an angry posture like iron armor. She was going to catch the rapidly falling glass ball with her bare hands. This is my home. How can I let it be destroyed like this? And so, the Mermaid King opened her strong arms and directly caught the glass ball. However, the momentum of the falling glass ball did not weaken at all. Although the Mermaid King can stabilize it for now, she will run out of strength eventually. No, this can't go on like this. Suddenly, she felt that the glass ball had become much lighter, and it was even going backwards. It turned out that Javier arrived in time and helped her share half of the force. The Mermaid King was overjoyed. "Human, thank you so much. Not only did you help us evacuate the people, but you also came to help push the glass ball." However, she didn't know that the culprit of all this was the human she was thanking. Javier didn't say much, just replied with "You're welcome." It seems that Javier has also been infected by the young master's shamelessness. Meanwhile, I found that the octopus's state was very strange. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so painful just by causing resonance. Suddenly, I thought of something. This guy doesn't seem to have indigestion, does it? At this moment, I was like an ant before the giant octopus. With just a wave of its tentacles, I felt I would be blown away. At the same time, Javier and the Mermaid King were still holding the falling city glass ball. They couldn't last long in this situation. I thought to myself, we can't do anything until we fix its indigestion. I also suffered from indigestion in my previous life. At that time, it seems that my parents helped me cure it. Oh, son, looking at your current situation, it should be indigestion. Dad, I want to vomit now, but I can't. Don't worry, son. I'll do something that will help you feel better right away. At this moment, I was skeptical about what my father would do. After all, he has always been very unreliable. Suddenly, he asked me to stick out my finger. Then I turned my head and saw my father holding a knife. "I'll just prick it real quick with this." I was speechless. "Dad, that won't be a prick. That will be a gaping hole. Come on, I was just kidding. Actually, I'm using this silver needle to prick you." This made me even more speechless. Don't joke at a time like this. And so my father pricked my finger to let out blood. "Son, look, your blood is all black. You're feeling better now, right?" At this moment, I didn't know if I felt better. It seems so, and it seems not. Just then, my mother walked in. "Honey, don't you watch TV? It says on it that that thing doesn't work." My father was not convinced and immediately replied, "I used this trick when I was a child." My mother pushed him away. "Step aside. In times like this, it's best to vomit it all out. Son, you trust me, right?" I looked at my mother's kind expression, but in the next second, I saw her raise her hand. The hand that had worked tirelessly for many years now bulged instantly with veins. At this moment, I panicked. I quickly and anxiously asked my mother what she was doing. However, it was all too late. My mother's sandbag-sized fist had already been thrown down. It didn't give me any time to prepare, and so, it directly hit my stomach. Instantly, I felt something rush up my throat. Then, I really vomited violently. But thinking of it, I actually don't know which method was more effective at that time, or if these methods would work for the octopus. At that time, I asked my mother what was the basis for her method, but she said there was no basis. It's so tiring to talk to a science major student like you. Who needs a basis? Isn't your experience the best basis? Recalling those words from my mother, I immediately turned my head and wanted to call Javier. "Javier, use an aura blast on the octopus's tentacles, but not so strong that it would pierce through it. Just a prick." However, Javier couldn't spare a hand at all now. He needed to hold the giant city's glass ball with the Mermaid King. Suddenly, Javier felt that the glass ball began to become much lighter. He turned his head and looked to the side. It turned out that Rodita and the others had come to help. "Everyone, push. Use those muscles formed during the hard labor and soothed regularly at the sauna." As more and more mermaids came to help, that giant city glass ball was finally stabilized. There was no longer a situation where it continued to fall. Then, the glass ball began to be gradually pushed back. However, the mermaids can't hold it forever. This still needs the octopus to hold it up. At this moment, Javier finally had his hand hands-free. Transforming into a grandmaster, he quickly rushed towards the octopus. Javier passed the octopus like a 7-colored meteor. Then, he began to charge up. He had to gather more mana to face such a huge creature. After all, if the power is too small, it will definitely not have any effect. The next second, 8 energy blasting rays were shot out from Javier's sword tip. These 8 rays, as if they could be positioned, flew straight towards the octopus's 8 tentacle tips. Then, these rays pierced into its tentacles like silver needles. Although it would not cause any damage to it, it still made the octopus feel pain. At the same time, it gave a small burp, but seeing the tears in the corner of its eyes, I thought to myself, logically speaking, I should have tied up its tentacles before using this move, but it's obviously impossible. However, even if he was just startled by the pain, that burp is a good thing. We've cleared stage 1. Just then, I shouted loudly, next is the final hit. The next second, the enlarged Padang, Bangul, and Hamong appeared instantly. Everyone, since you're not in my clothes, you don't have the blessings of the necklace. Let's end this quickly. Hamong kept inhaling seawater, and his stomach gradually swelled. After that, Padang and Bangul went up and hugged Hamong's stomach. Then, Hamong sprayed out the seawater he had just inhaled, forming a thrust, and so, the meatball impact formed by Padang, Bangul, and Hamong rushed straight towards the octopus's stomach. Although the meatball formed by the 3 of them was very large, it still looked very small in front of the giant octopus. Just now, through calculation, I know that the thrust of Hamong's water spitting is definitely not enough, so this last step needs me. At this moment, I had already taken out the iron shovel. When it was about time, I directly shouted, Mana Blast. Instantly, a Mana Blast was launched, and the strong reaction force pushed us towards the octopus's stomach. Now I have used all my methods. It will all depends on this blow. The meatball impact hit its stomach without deviation. The moment the meatball hit the octopus, it instantly felt a rush of gas to its head. The next second, the octopus let out a super long burp. This burp was so big that the seawater churned. At this moment, the octopus felt that the burp was so satisfying, the previous discomfort also disappeared. At the same time, the jewel key in its stomach was also spat out. Javier saw this and immediately rushed up to grab the key. At this moment, I was overjoyed. Great, we got it. Suddenly, the system prompted, you've obtained a new title, Sea Village Doctor. Title effects, you can breathe freely underwater, and you can use the special skill, Stomach Shot. With this skill, you can strike the stomach of any living organism underwater and cause them to vomit everything they have in their stomach with one hit. Meanwhile, the octopus, who had finished burping, was stroking its stomach comfortably. At this moment, it finally noticed that something was wrong. It found that it seemed to be missing something in its tentacles. Then, it saw the city glass ball below, and immediately rushed over to hold it. Seeing this, the surrounding mermaids all began to cheer, and so, the crisis of the mermaid kingdom was successfully resolved by me, and the key to the blueprint of the Jewel of Truth was also successfully obtained by me. At the same time, the Mermaid King also had a great change of opinion towards me because I saved the Mermaid Kingdom. Looking at it now, you are really handsome. Although I was the true cause of this disaster, the Mermaid King didn't know. All mermaids, listen to me. Let's pay our high respects to this handsome young man who helped us improve our muscles and protect our home. Instantly, all the mermaids began to cheer for me. At the same time, the system prompted, the tribe has opened up. The ancient octopus and merfolk now consider you to be a true friend. You have received bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 2,565. Although I was a bit embarrassed at this moment, but the feeling of being called a handsome young man is really nice. The system couldn't help but complain. Wow, don't you feel even a little guilty? Guilt? What's that? Really? You're playing it off as if this wasn't your fault? I immediately changed the subject. What was that? I can't understand a thing you're saying. Anyway, I didn't think I would get that key. I had no idea what to do. Fortunately, I thought of the things I had with my parents. That's why I was able to take a chance. I'm so grateful to them. Suddenly, the system's answer shocked me. If that's what you think, I bet your mother and father are more grateful. After seeing this, I immediately warned the system not to cross the line. They have already passed away. How can they thank me? You seem really angry. I am. As soon as you said that, my head filled with all the regrets that can't be fixed. But I won't look back. I need to think of my current family that I must protect. Then, I directly inserted the key into the keyhole. The hole immediately flashed with a dazzling white light, and the holographic blueprint of the Jewel of Truth appeared in front of me. I was very confused about what was drawn on it. Isn't this the same as the tomb of a general in ancient times? It's a building that's wider on the bottom to support the loads and narrows as it moves upwards. It's a type of pyramid. Just then, the system prompted, survey the blueprints and save the information regarding the Jewel of Truth, also called Aotearoa. Seeing this, I immediately used the surveying skill, and the detailed information of the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa, was recorded by me. Okay, let's take a look. When the detailed information appeared in front of me, I was completely shocked, because this jewel actually required me to find the materials myself. What the hell is going on? At this time, the system prompted again. First core material. Would you like to see a record regarding Toranga? At this moment, I was operating on the system screen at a flying speed, but Rotorua on my back didn't understand what was going on. After all, he couldn't see the system screen at all. What's wrong with him? Has he lost his mind? Javier explained, mind? No, he'd already lost his mind from the start. He can't lose it again. A moment later, I finally understood the general situation. I thought I was about to succeed, but I didn't expect to be still far from it. It seems that finding the blueprint is just the first step. There are still many materials to be found in the future. Let's go, Javier. There's no time to waste. Javier was very confused. Where are we going? I immediately replied, to the Magentano Kingdom. One of the core materials, Toranga, can be found there. Meanwhile, on the other side, the queen didn't know that I was coming. Suddenly, the poison in her body broke out again, and it quickly began to spread. The queen used her mana to transfer them all to her left hand. Then she slowly took off her glove. She had been wearing gloves all this time to cover up the abnormality of her left hand. How much more do I need to gather? No, now is not the time to say such fragile words. Just a little more, then I can take care of it. I am the queen. I can't show a fragile side in front of everyone. I should be the strong and resolute. Suddenly, someone came to report. Your Majesty, I have something to report to you. It's about the trade negotiation with our southern small countries. The queen put on her gloves and then spoke for him to come in. Forgive me, Your Majesty, but they have united to ignore all negotiations with us. They have been unilaterally making some unreasonable demands. Other countries are also gradually proposing harsh trade terms. The queen was very angry. Is it because of that incident? The banquet held to show the national strength of the Magentano Kingdom ended up with a skeleton dragon causing trouble. That directly made us lose our prestige. Although I have already announced that the skeleton dragon has been suppressed, they must think we're covering something up because no corpse was shown. If this continues, even members of the nobility will consider challenging my authority, and internal worries will inevitably lead to external troubles. But I really can't find any solution now. Can I really get through this crisis? Just as the queen had a slight wavering in her heart, the poison on her left hand broke out again. No, don't be weak. I am the queen. The queen mustn't be weak. Suddenly, a voice of Lloyd Frontera seeks an audience came. The queen's eyes instantly became firm. The next second, she directly rushed outside. During this time, the queen not only had to suppress the poison all the time, but also had to prevent the rebellion of the internal ministers. There was almost no moment to relax. There was no one in the kingdom who had the ability to be trusted, but the one who had escaped her control again and again was different. He was the only one she could trust 100%. That person is now like a ray of hope in her heart. I really need someone to help me now. Lloyd Frontera, that annoying person, the person who escaped my control, the person who does whatever he wants. And so, the queen actually ignored the occasion and directly went up and hugged that person. I was instantly stunned. However, all of this was just the queen's imagination. Of course, she couldn't do that kind of thing on such an occasion. After all, the majesty of royal power is sacred and inviolable. The slightly dazed queen looked at the kneeling Javier and Lloyd. What did you just say? I greeted you, but you didn't respond, so I greeted you a second time. At this moment, I was a little confused. Why is the queen in such a hurry? Is there something urgent she is preparing to run to? Surely it wasn't to come see me. The queen felt a little embarrassed recalling the scene just now. She quickly shook her head to clear her mind, but Javier saw all of the queen's series of expressions. He had a bold idea in his heart at this moment. It was so big that he was a little afraid to think about it. Javier turned his head and looked at the young master. He wanted to find something from him. Then, he looked up at the queen in front of him. At this time, the queen had completely lost her usual cold and domineering appearance. Now she was clearly a shy little girl. Suddenly, Javier confirmed one thing in his heart. I have to admit, now there is a situation that is even more unbelievable than the young master becoming an archangel. That is, Her Majesty the Queen actually likes the young master. As for why he was so sure, it was because Javier was all too familiar with that look. After all, he had been looked at by too many women with that look. At this moment, the queen also spoke again. What do you want from me this time? Hearing this, I immediately replied, forgive me, Your Majesty, but I would like to take a few pillars from the basement of the royal palace. The queen's eyes widened after hearing that. She felt it was absurd. She thought to herself, what does this guy want to do now? I had long expected the queen's reaction, so I continued to speak. In exchange, I can make the disobedient surrounding countries do as you say. Just this one sentence instantly spoke to the queen's heart. Isn't this exactly the problem she needs to solve now? Previously, when I was viewing the detailed information of the core material Toranga, I found that there was a great war between races in the mythical era. Among them, in the battle for the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa, when the war reached a heated stage, a mermaid asked it a sincere question. I think he was probably asking for a way to win. At that moment, the giant race used a very long harpoon to destroy the Jewel of Truth, and so, many races took its fragments as their own spoils of war. Among them, a giant took Toranga for himself. He took it and went ashore. Later, the giant established a kingdom and tried to rule mankind, but he was soon driven out by the rebellious humans. Soon after, humans built their own cities. At that time, Toranga, which had been brought out of the sea by the giant, became the foundation of the palace. That is, the foundation of the current Magentano royal palace. So in order to be legally allowed to excavate the underground of the royal palace, I made a deal with the queen. At this moment, a large banquet was held in the city again. During the banquet, two envoys from other countries were communicating about something. I really don't know what the Queen of Magentano is thinking. Didn't she also hold a banquet last time to intimidate us? But it was was messed up by that skeleton dragon. She was utterly disgraced, yet she has that confident look on her face. Who does she think she's fooling? Are you referring to capturing that dragon? Only the queen could make such an epic lie. Meanwhile, I heard all their conversations from the side, but I didn't care, because I knew they would be scared later. The next second, I grinned and quietly called out Draggy. Instantly, a gust of demonic wind began to blow around. They all looked up at the sky, and they saw a huge dragon-shaped creature flying towards them. Seeing this, the little mustache guy who was just arrogant was immediately so scared that he was terrified. As the skeleton dragon descended from the sky, the surrounding people ran out in a swarm. Only I was as steady as a mountain. After all, I am the father of this dragon. Then I spoke. Everyone, look, that skeleton dragon seems a bit strange. And just because of my words, the people who had just fled all stopped. They all began to turn their heads and look at the skeleton dragon. This was a surprise. The once ferocious skeleton dragon was actually standing obediently in front of the queen, and it even let out a dog-like bark of woof. It was completely like a tamed animal. The next second, they saw the queen slowly raise her hand, and that skeleton dragon also obediently lowered its head. And so, the queen began to stroke the once ferocious skeleton dragon. Instantly, the scene was completely silent. The little mustache guy who had just mocked the queen immediately began to notify his subordinates. He told them to immediately transmit this information back to the country, and to notify the king to agree to all of Magentano Kingdom's requests. After all, in their eyes, as long as the queen wants, she can destroy the whole world in an instant. Then, the envoys from the surrounding small countries all prostrated themselves on the ground and spoke in unison. Greetings to the great queen of Magentano. At this time, the queen also spoke. In the name of the Magentano Kingdom, I hereby declare Lloyd Frontera, who made the dragon pledge its loyalty to the city of Magenta, the kingdom's most meritorious subject. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around looked at me with a look of surprise. The most meritorious subject is such a young man? He actually obtained a status rivaling the royal family? At this moment, I was very surprised, because I didn't even mention this thing. I just asked for the authority to excavate the royal palace. I don't understand why the queen would go to such lengths. It's obvious that the queen has been deliberately raising the other party's status. After all, the highest ruler of the royal city can't marry someone with no status. After that, I looked at the queen. At this moment, she was also looking at me. The next second, the queen actually showed me a beautiful smile. Seeing this, I was full of confusion. Meanwhile, Javier behind was also surprised. He once again affirmed that thought in his heart. Time comes to the evening. You said Her Majesty is looking for you? Javier immediately answered yes. Her Majesty said she lacks training, and I also happen to have something to ask her. After hearing that, I was very confused. What business could you have with Her Majesty? Javier showed a meaningful look and said, Young master, didn't you feel anything from Her Majesty? After hearing that, I thought to myself, what kind of question is this? Of course, I felt it. I sensed her royal presence. Javier was speechless. He didn't continue to ask. By the way, ask her if something strange is going on with her left arm. Javier agreed, but he saw that the young master also seemed to be going out, so he asked where he was going, and I was going to see my younger brother. After all, since I'm here, I have to go and see him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Julian was practicing swordsmanship with Scheherazade. Honey, straighten your back. You can't resist the enemy's sneak attack with that posture. Instantly, Scheherazade flashed behind Julian. At this time, Julian also reacted and prepared to fight back. However, an unexpected scene happened. Scheherazade's sneak attack was actually to kiss the other party. Got you again. Julian blushed instantly. He shyly said, stop playing around. Then he directly took Scheherazade's hand and kissed it. Surprise attack. These two are not practicing swords at all. This is clearly showing off their love. And the most hateful thing is, I saw everything that happened from the side of the wall. Making out in public like that. How indecent. I'm so angry. He's enjoying a wonderful life, which I will never get to experience. This horrible ugly brother of yours, who are destined to be alone, should not disturb your private world. Honey, were you tired from teaching swordsmanship today? Very tired, but after seeing my husband's face, I feel full of strength. I looked at the warm scene of the two of them. For a moment, I thought of the ending that might happen to them later. Suddenly, I made up my mind. You will definitely stay happy. I'll make sure of it. And so, I turned and left. I didn't go and disturb them. I walked alone in the alley back to the city. Suddenly, a figure, limping, appeared behind me, and I didn't notice it. At this moment, that person was muttering something. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you doing that kind of thing at the academy, I wouldn't have become like this. At this time, I finally noticed that something was wrong, because a chill came from behind me. It turns out, that person had already charged at me with a dagger. You bastard. I will definitely kill you. This man was once the highest authority in the Royal National Academy. He had been doing all kinds of evil in the academy all along. Any student who saw him had to bow. Until one day, a red-haired kid actually surpassed him and took first place. After learning that, he was very unhappy. He had a God-given magic talent, a brilliant mind, and was also the son of Duke Vanis. Yet this garbage noble from some unknown country village actually surpassed him. He immediately said to the blonde guy, I hope this kid doesn't appear in school again. If he becomes a cripple, I don't mind seeing him again. But if he appears in front of me in one piece next time, then your family will be held responsible. This Worthroad Tanis was extremely arrogant. Even the professors and the principal had to bow to him when they saw him. However, until one day, a person came to the academy. That person found all the evidence of the crimes of all the academy students. In the end, he and his Duke father were taken to the Queen. Duke Thanos, you and your son have been found guilty of corruption and other illegal acts committed at the Royal Academy. For these, I, Alicia Termina Magentano, strip your family of their titles and all their assets. Worthroad knew that everything was over when he heard this. In the end, he was tied to a tree by his own father. You bastard, you ruined everything our family has spent thousands of years building. Now, you must take responsibility for your actions. Be glad this all will end with your death. And so, he was stabbed in the chest by his own father. However, he did not die because of this. Perhaps because of his God-given magic talent, he actually realized the magic from hell at this moment. Walking in the rain with his head down, he made a decision in his heart. I have become a disgrace to the family. I have nothing left now, but I still have a fiercely burning heart of revenge. I will never forget that person's name. Lloyd Frontera, you bastard. I will definitely kill you. This day, he finally waited for this opportunity, and the person he wanted to kill was me, but I had no idea who he was. I dodged this attack with a side flash. Then I grabbed his hand with one hand. What the hell are you doing, you brat? Worthroad didn't expect such a delicate sneak attack to be dodged. The next second, I rotated my arm and began to charge up. Then, I directly threw a fierce punch. The power of this punch instantly sent him flying several meters. Who are you, you brat? Oh, were you beaten so badly that you can't speak? That's fine. You don't have to tell me. Anyway, I'm not very curious, but even if you don't say it, I probably know what you're up to. Did you do something bad at the academy and then get kicked out? A person your age in this neighborhood who wants to kill me. I don't even need to ask why. Suddenly, that person used blood to condense several blood daggers and threw them at me. I calmly took out a small iron shovel from my chest, then used it to block all those daggers. After that, I threw another punch. I beat him so badly that he had no ability to fight back. Are you surprised? I'm about an intermediate level sword expert. I'm pretty strong, but I was also surprised by you. What was that just now? Did you use blood magic? At this moment, I thought that there seemed to be no character in the novel who uses this kind of magic. Suddenly, that person began to roar. A person like you is a hero? A meritorious subject? Don't make me laugh. I know what kind of person you are. You are just a lowly villain, a despicable and dirty scumbag. You are the kind of traitor who will betray at any time. After all, as long as it is beneficial to you, you will do anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Javier asked the Queen, Your Majesty, what kind of person do you think young Master Lloyd is? The Queen immediately replied, Of course, he is a very talented individual. I want to keep him by my side. Your Majesty, is that the only reason you want him at your side? The Queen felt that Javier was a bit strange. Is there any other reason? Why are you always saying such inexplicable things today? I really don't understand what you mean. Your Majesty, is there someone at your side? Javier, you're talking nonsense again. At this time, Javier continued to speak. I think even the strongest warrior and hunter needs home to return to and rest their weary body. And in that home, they need someone who waits for them and holds them as they sleep. The Queen was a little dazed after hearing this. She seemed to have understood some of what Javier said. Meanwhile, I had been completely angered by this guy's words. I sat on him and punched him randomly. What nonsense are you talking about? You crazy brat? Bastard, I'll send you to prison after another 30 hits. Brat, do you even know why I'm running around, working my butt off? Not much gets under my skin, but you really did today. At this moment, Worthroad quietly drew some runes on the ground, and I didn't notice it. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong, because this guy actually smiled. He was beaten like this and still could smile. The next second, countless blood mists rose from the ground, and these blood mists began to gather above my head. Then, I saw a shocking scene. What the hell is this? This thing is even uglier than me. It actually condensed a face in the middle. So disgusting. Just then, that thing stretched out a long tentacle and attacked me. The speed was so fast that I couldn't make any move to dodge. At the same time, on the other side, Javier also noticed that something was wrong through his Grandmaster's perception. The Queen saw the other party was distracted and spoke. We are sparring. Where are you looking? Javier only said sorry to his Majesty. The next second, with a burst step, he spread his wings and transformed into a Grandmaster and flew away. Javier traveled at the fastest speed because he knew that the young master was in danger. If he was a little slower, there would be more danger. At this moment, I had been completely held tightly by that monster because the distance was not very far. Javier had already arrived at the scene. He condensed an aura sword and prepared to chop at that monster. Instantly, that monster was cut into pieces by Javier's countless sword lights, and I broke free from that monster. Javier took the opportunity and caught the young master. At this moment, Worthroad on the ground had his right hand and left leg cut off. He struggled to crawl and wanted to get back the hell dagger. After Javier sent the young master to the roof, he immediately turned to deal with the person just now. He knew that he couldn't let this person escape. However, it was still a step too late. At this time, Worthroad had already started casting a spell to leave. He bit the severed hand and began to cast a spell. The next second, countless blood mists rose again, enveloping his whole body. By the time Javier came down, the other party had already disappeared without a trace. Javier felt that the guy's aura had completely disappeared just now. Damn it, how could this happen? I was on the roof roof and had been thinking, what the hell is going on? How could there be a guy who uses such strange magic? That guy must have been kicked out for doing something bad at the academy, but I can't think of anyone who uses this kind of blood magic. At this moment, Javier was very annoyed. Forgive me, young master. I should have cut off that guy's head right away. I told him not to mind. Forget it, brat. No one would have thought he would use that method to slip away. Even if that guy is targeting me, there will be a grand master who will rush out to protect me at any time. He won't dare to cause trouble easily, so don't blame yourself anymore. On the other side, Worthroad was using magic to heal his right hand. He kept cursing, and his heart of revenge had reached its peak. I will definitely kill that guy. Just then, the system notification rang. The number of people I had saved dropped from 0 to -1. What is this? Does this mean that by coming to this world, I caused someone's death? Soon after, morning came, and the queen, in order to protect me from any harm, actually directly mobilized 100 heavy armored knights to protect me personally, and she ordered them to eliminate any suspicious person who approached. But your majesty, we are about to start construction. I can't do that with this security. The queen immediately replied, this level of security is standard when someone is after our kingdom's most meritorious subject. I immediately said that there was still Javier. He alone can match 1,000 troops. The queen thought for a moment and agreed. You are right. I will investigate the guy who uses blood magic separately. Thank you, your majesty. However, I was still worried about what that guy is planning. Who will be the person who died because of me? I'm already worried about a bunch of other stuff. If I can stop fate from following its original path, I can solve this whole thing. So right now, I need to focus on getting Taranga. Then, I summoned a large group of workers. Everyone, let's get to work. Now, the Royal Palace excavation project officially begins. The Taranga is one of the underground foundation pillars supporting the Royal Palace, so we need to dig down to the ground and pull it out. Of course, the kingdom's nobles would not agree to such an absurd project, but the queen made up some lies for them, calling it restoration work to the palace's foundation. In short, she finally convinced them. But if we want to minimize the damage of the palace, the tunnel needs to be dug like this. However, this kind of excavation method, a slight carelessness will still cause problems. If the situation is serious, it may even cause the entire royal palace's foundation to collapse. So in modern times, when similar projects are carried out, this kind of problem is solved by reinforcing the foundation. Of course, in the current situation, many of the modern methods are not fast and convenient, but there is one method that can do it. That is the freezing method, by injecting cold air to freeze the water to achieve the purpose of reinforcing the foundation. And in the world of the novel Knight of Blood and Iron, the artifact that can achieve this method is the Heart of Winter. This is one of the 3 great divine objects of the Magentano Kingdom. It was a powerful strategic weapon given to the kingdom by the ice dragon Tyrannus a long time ago. The novel even mentioned the scene after Queen Alicia turns evil where she used this weapon on the enemy army. The power was so great that it could freeze thousands of soldiers in an instant. Of course, to use such a powerful thing, you definitely need to get the consent of the nobles, and thanks to Her Majesty using a little bribery, we were given approval. Long live Queen Alicia. So, with the Heart of Winter, we can use the cold air of this divine object to freeze the foundation hard. This way, we can safely pull out Taranga. Of course, I still have to make a replacement for its pillar. At this moment, among the mages who escorted the Heart of Winter, there was also an old acquaintance, and Javier seems to have a special feeling for her. Just then, he saw that person slowly take off his hood. A familiar face with a smile appeared. It was Celuria. Javier's eyes lit up, and was a little surprised to actually meet the other party here. This time they didn't have much communication. They just briefly greeted each other. At this moment, I began to tease Javier on the side. She is a brilliant mage after all. It's not surprising that she is in charge of one of the divine objects in the kingdom. Go and talk to her. I know you missed her. Javier calmly replied, young master, I don't know what you are talking about. You brat, don't you know my eyes are very sharp? I can tell who likes whom at a glance. My love detection ability is maxed out. The probability of being wrong is 0. Javier was speechless after hearing this. He had a look of looking at a retard and thought, it seems that the young master's detection ability is not open to himself. He didn't even see the queen's obvious feelings. Javier sighed helplessly. Someone is out to get you. Why would I leave you? I immediately said with disdain, you mean that bloody guy? Actually, I can beat him myself. I just have to be careful of the strange things he summons. After that, I officially started construction. The first step is to dig a vertical tunnel, lay steel reinforcement pillars, then pour concrete. This important task is of course completed by Padong. Second step, set up a refrigerant injection room underground. The third step is to let the kingdom's highest mages control the Heart of Winter. After all, this kind of divine object, it needs more than 10 high-level mages to stably drive it. Then, bury the pipe connected to the Heart of Winter in the ground, so that the ground freezes. The fourth step is to determine the location of Taranga. Then dig a tunnel upwards in this place. Time passed little by little, and the project progress has now reached the fourth step. Although the project is going smoothly, it still takes a lot of time. At this moment, Javier sighed that this speed was unprecedentedly fast. I thought to myself, indeed, now everything is better done as soon as possible. After all, I don't have much time left. At this moment, a strange thought arose in my heart. Actually, there is a faster way. That method can get terrained in an instant. Suddenly, a loud sound came. It was the sound of me slapping myself. How can I have such an evil idea? Javier on the side was also startled by the young master's sudden move. In order not to let this idea continue, I immediately ordered the rebar team to prepare and start pouring concrete. Meanwhile, in the refrigerant injection room, Siluria was stabilizing the Heart of Winter with other mages. However, she didn't know that danger was quietly approaching from behind. A trail of blood from nowhere slowly flowed into the refrigerant injection room. The next second, a person drilled out from that pool of blood. It was Worthrode, the one who uses blood magic. The right hand that was broken before has also been replaced with a prosthesis. The moment Worthrode appeared, Javier also noticed that something was wrong through his Grand Master's perception. Then, he said in surprise, "Young Master, that guy has appeared. Earlier this day, a few workers suddenly found me. Master Lloyd, I have something to tell you." "What is it? Are you unhappy with your job?" "No, it's not that. Thanks to you, we were able to establish diplomatic relations with Asfahan. My wife was able to learn the ceramic skills she had dreamed of, so I want to thank you." A worker on the side also spoke up. "I have saved a lot of money working on your construction projects. Thank you so much. My son has also started studying civil engineering. He says he wants to be just like you." I was a little moved by their words. "But if you really want to thank me, then each of you give me 1,000 gold coins." Of course, I didn't really want it. I just wanted them to understand that I am a wicked capitalist, so don't be too nice to me. However, I never expected that they really gave me 1,000 gold coins. Javier spoke up and complained. "Young master, you just extorted money." "Shut up, you brat. I'll give it back. I'm rich. I don't need their money." Meanwhile, since their shift was about to end, one of the guards in the refrigerant injection room asked his partner to call for their replacements. After his partner left, he stealthily took out a bottle of red liquid. Then, he poured that bottle of liquid directly on the ground. The next second, an eye even appeared from it and actually started to move on its own. Then, a person drilled out from that red liquid, and this person is Worthrode, who controls blood magic. It turns out, a few days ago, he had colluded with a duke inside the royal city. Duke Toscano, the leader of the Magentano noble house. He was not convinced that a son of a country lord could become the most meritorious subject, so he found someone to discuss countermeasures. Letting that man get so successful is dangerous. Several noble families have fallen out of favor because of him. You are right. Because of the queen's strong support, we have to agree. But I didn't think she'd allow him to use the kingdom's divine object. I don't know what to do with that man. We must find his weakness and bring him down. Not only that, we must find a way to get rid of him and his protector Alicia in one fell swoop." After the other party left, Toscano was thinking alone about how to get rid of this eyesore. That person has a guard knight by his side. It's almost impossible to assassinate him. Just as Toscano was thinking, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Then a strange voice came. "Long time no see." Toscano immediately turned around in horror. "Who is there?" And the person who came was Worthrode. "How have you been recently, Count Toscano?" "No, I should call you Duke now." Toscano also didn't expect the other party to be still alive. Worthrode didn't talk nonsense with him. "Something seems to be troubling you. If your worries concern that Lloyd Frontera, then I can help you. This is my blood. Tell one of your men to drop it at the construction site. Once you do that, the whole world will know that that guy is a real demon and should never have been born in this world." And so, Worthrode successfully appeared in the heavily guarded royal palace. At this moment, I was startled by Javier's sudden turn of the head. "What's wrong with you, you brat?" After learning that it was that guy who appeared again, I immediately let Javier go and protect the Heart of Winter. On the other side, the mages in the refrigerant injection room also saw the suddenly appearing guy, and they all began to attack him. However, these magics were nothing against Worthrode. He dodged these flame magics with a few twists like a blood snake. Just then, Worthrode used blood to turn into countless tentacles and pounced in the direction of the Heart of Winter. Seeing this, Siluria appeared and stood in front and used the high-level shield magic, but this so-called shield magic didn't even resist for a second. It was instantly shattered by Worthrode's blood tentacles. Siluria was also very stunned, and so, the blood tentacles directly destroyed the outer protection of the Heart of Winter. At this moment, Javier directly broke the door and broke in, but he was still a step too late. After the Heart of Winter lost its outer protection, the cold air immediately filled the room. The surrounding mages were also helpless for a while, and if they stay for a while longer, they will all be frozen to death. Javier originally wanted to defeat that guy in an instant, but he didn't expect that person to use blood magic to escape again. What shocked him even more was that Siluria was using magic to desperately suppress the Heart of Winter. After all, if this thing completely loses control, it will really be over. However, if this continues, it probably won't be long before she is frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Javier was in a dilemma. The young master is unprotected. That guy who uses blood might take this opportunity to attack. But on this side, if I don't act, Siluria and those mages will definitely die. Suddenly, I shouted from outside, "Javier, stay there. Block the cold air from the Heart of Winter over there. You don't have to worry about me here." Javier was still not at ease. "But young master, stop talking nonsense. There's no time. Trust me." In the end, Javier still followed the young master's order. He spread his wings and transformed into a Grand Master and rushed in directly. At this moment, Siluria had had different degrees of frostbite on her body. She was relieved when she saw Javier coming. After Javier came in, he immediately wrapped the heart of winter with his wings. Then, he used his aura sword to block most of the energy. However, he found that this energy was actually from a high-ranking dragon. Even he couldn't last long now. On the other side, the reason why I let Javier go and block the cold air first is because I have a title. Can't feel my hands or toes. The effect allows me to not have hypothermia in the freezing cold. Although I'm fine, the construction workers inside can't bear it. Of course, I'm not some righteous warrior. I won't risk my life to save people, but I still have to return the 1,000 gold coins to them. However, I didn't know that danger was quietly approaching. At this moment, Worthroad had already used blood magic to come behind me. By the time I reacted, it was all too late. He stabbed me with his sword in his hand, and he also said, "Bastard, face your true self." I was just about to fight back, but suddenly, a strange feeling spread throughout my body. At this time, I felt that I couldn't move at all. Waves of evil thoughts kept pouring out, and my current appearance is exactly the same as when the queen was sick, but it's much more serious than the queen. When I was conscious again, I found that I was now in an unknown place, and I seemed to have changed back to the Suho Kim of the original world. Suddenly, a voice came from behind me. "Suho Kim, there's not much time. Why are you still dawdling here? If you directly destroy that place and take out the materials, it won't even take a day. We have that kind of power, don't we?" Meanwhile, Worthroad laughed maniacally. "It's ancient dark magic, the curse of all-consuming darkness. If there's even a little dark side within someone, it amplifies it until it takes over your mind." It turned out that Worthroad had never wanted to kill the other party all along, but wanted him to be disgraced. Why should a person like you be respected? Don't be ridiculous. Just fall completely and run wild here. Destroy everything you have with your own hands. Reveal your true self, and perish from the hate of the whole world. At this moment, two people appeared in my inner world. One was the Suho Kim of the original world, and the other was the Lloyd of the current world. However, this Lloyd seems a bit strange. "Suho Kim, do you know how much time you wasted in the Mermaid Kingdom? Why did you have to build a sauna and spend so much time to win over the mermaids? You clearly have a faster way, don't you?" Suddenly, a series of pictures appeared on the water surface under his feet. That was the giant octopus of the Mermaid Kingdom. "Suho Kim, have you ever thought, if you had directly gone to the Mermaid Kingdom on Draghi, it might not have even taken a day, but you insisted on going by ship, and you didn't need to get the Mermaid King's consent at all, because there is a more excellent negotiation method. That is to make the other party feel fear. So if you directly order Draghi to kill the octopus, then all problems would be solved. Besides, the Mermaid King has no ability to compete with Javier at all. As for letting the mermaids help you excavate the North Sea, how much time would it take to subdue them by force? At most, it might not exceed 2 hours, and you spent several days to complete it. Finally, the core material Toranga. Wouldn't it be better to directly order Draghi to destroy the royal palace? If it weren't for your stupid waste of time, you might have already rebuilt the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa. After hearing all this, Suho Kim was very surprised. "What are you talking about? How can we do that? Many people will get hurt and be sad. Who cares? What do they have to do with us? They are not our family. They have nothing to do with the people we cherish. There's a clear difference in worth between complete strangers and your loved ones. Do you want to lose them all over again?" As he spoke, the Dark Lloyd actually shed tears. Suho Kim stared blankly at the scene reflected on the water surface. The most painful thing in his previous life appeared bit by bit. That was the posthumous photo of his parents in the original world. Suho Kim's current appearance seemed a bit dazed. He absolutely couldn't accept losing his family again. Suddenly, this world began to shake violently, and the water surface under his feet gradually became blood red. The surrounding sky was also slowly being eroded by black magic step by step. At this moment, looking at Suho Kim again, his eyes became abnormally firm. It was as if he had made some kind of decision in his heart. Just then, the Dark Lloyd extended his hand with tears in his eyes. "Let's go save the people we love." And so, Suho Kim began to slowly walk towards him. As he walked, the surrounding environment was also more seriously eroded by black magic. Just as their hands were about to clasp, Suho Kim directly went up and hugged the Dark Lloyd. "You must be very scared, right? It's okay, man. Even if we don't do that, the problem can still be solved. We are very capable." The moment Suho Kim finished speaking, this space was instantly swept away of its previous blood red. Looking again, it had already turned into a piece of azure. At the same time, Lloyd slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. The next second, the dazzling sunlight shone on his cheek, and he was relieved. Similarly, he also showed his usual smile. "Darn right we are." Then, the scene returns to reality. At this time, I had completely returned to normal. Worthroad was very stunned by the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. How is this possible? It turned out that he found that I had no signs of black magic erosion. "The dark side? You are so full of it, you bastard." The familiar face R expression returned again. The next second, I directly grabbed the other party. "Since you're so eager to see it, I'll show you what my dark side is really like." And so, I threw a punch at him. This punch contained all my anger. He messed up the project I worked so hard on. I'm so angry. On the other side, Javier was still struggling to resist the cold air of the heart of winter. As time went by, he became more and more strained, and most of the mages had been frozen into ice sculptures. Siluria felt that this this couldn't go on. She immediately raised her hand and shouted ignite. Instantly, a fire tornado appeared and wrapped around the heart of winter. Javier thought to himself, it's a good thing Siluria is here this time. Otherwise, they might not have been able to hold on. However, simply suppressing this power could not solve the current situation. What's the point of just holding this power at bay? I should be protecting the young master. Meanwhile, the queen received a report and rushed to the scene. She immediately began to ask about the specific situation on the scene. Your Majesty, the cold air from the heart of winter has been going on for about 5 minutes, and it's constantly getting stronger. Just approaching the hole could give someone frostbite. Just as the knight finished reporting, the cold air broke out again. The airflow made it impossible for ordinary swordsmen to get close, and after the queen roughly understood the situation, she directly jumped down. She knew she could never lose that person. That person is more competent than 1,000 subjects combined, so no matter what, I have to save him. The queen first came to the place where the heart of winter broke out. At this time, she found that only Javier and Siluria were struggling to support it. The other high-level mages were basically frozen into ice sculptures, and she didn't see Lloyd here. Seeing the queen, Javier immediately spoke. Your Majesty, hurry up and save young Master Lloyd. He is further inside. After the queen learned the situation, she began to go and find him step by step. Suddenly, she found a human-shaped ice sculpture in front of her. Isn't this guy Worthrode, the son of the former Duke Thanos? It seems he did all this. Then, she walked a little further and saw a figure in front. However, when she walked closer and saw the person clearly, the queen was completely shocked, because the person who was frozen there and motionless was Lloyd. At the same time, he was carrying 2 people on his back, and he had put all his clothes on the workers. He was only wearing a thin t-shirt himself. In a daze, I recalled an uncle in the construction site in my previous life. Suho Kim, you're here again. I thought you'd quit. I was very confused why he asked that. Of course I didn't. After all, my conditions don't allow me to give up. The uncle laughed heartily. A hard place like a construction site makes many people give up as soon as they feel tired, so I thought you were one of them. You're a really good kid, Suho Kim. This uncle had always been very enthusiastic in the construction site. The people who worked here all liked his personality. Even though he was also having a hard time himself, he was always smiling and often tried to make everyone happy in various ways. However, an accident with his foot made him unable to walk anymore. The reason for the accident was also very clear. It was all because the damn safety equipment was too old, but no one took responsibility for it. The construction company and the project management company both shifted the blame. Why? Why does no one stand up to take responsibility? At that time, I also understood, when the interests are right in front of them, they will shout for their own rights with their arms raised, spitting and flying just to get their own interests. But once they encounter something they should be responsible for, they all become turtles hiding in their shells. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. If this kind of thing also happens on my construction site, will I choose to escape? No, I never would, because the workers are also my property. I will never allow any of my property to be lost. At this moment, the queen rushed toward me. Then, she went up and hugged me. At the same time, she wrapped my whole body with her cloak and started to warm me with her body temperature. Just then, the queen felt something was wrong. She found that there was almost no mana in the other party's body. Did this guy transfer all his mana to the workers? Is he resisting the cold with just his body? Suddenly, a few trembling voices reached the queen's ears. There are still 8 people inside. Javier is also in danger. I'll send you out first. After saying this, the queen carried me on her back. Then she rushed straight outside. My weak voice appeared again. No, queen, there are still workers in the passage. The queen replied domineeringly, shut up, trust me. The next second, the queen jumped and came to the entrance of the cave in a few leaps. Then she landed handsomely. After she successfully placed Lloyd, the queen turned around without hesitation. She jumped again into the cold and biting hole. The surrounding guards wanted to go up and stop her, but it was too late. They had to save the person who was just brought up first. Let's save Sir Lloyd first. Hurry up and get more blankets. They saw my appearance, and a question arose in their hearts. How did Sir Lloyd survive the cold? At this moment, I thought to myself, damn it. I relied on the title's effect and went all out to save them. It turns out I'm immune to hypothermia, but it's useless if my actual body gets frozen. At this time, the warm sunlight shone on my body. I felt so warm. Can I finally rest now? On the other side, the queen had finally reached the innermost part of the passage. Looking over, it turned out that the rest of the workers had been protected by Padong all along. Padong used his furry body to block all the cold air, and so, the queen kept coming and going to save people. The top is already in a mess now. Who can go and stop Her Majesty? She has saved 2 more people. I thought to myself, as expected of the queen, she is so cool. Javier is also blocking the cold air. I think this will work out somehow. Your Majesty, you can't go in anymore. Why would you put yourself in danger for some commoners? The queen was very angry when she heard this. All of you, shut up. If you were the one trapped, would you still say such things? On the other side, I felt that the queen was really domineering, but I'm really tired now. I really want to rest. Maybe after I wake up, those annoying things will all be solved. Then I can live a happy life in the territory, leisurely managing things, and joking with that guy Javier. Suddenly, I opened my eyes abruptly. How can I sleep now? Javier is still in danger. At this moment, the queen had already rescued all the workers. Your Majesty, you have already rescued the the last person, so don't go down anymore. However, the queen knew that this was not the last one, because there were still a few people in the refrigerant injection room. Just as she was about to go down again, suddenly, a huge energy shot up into the sky. The power was so great that it lifted the entire ground. The queen was shocked. She didn't understand what was going on. It turned out that Javier couldn't resist the energy explosion of the Heart of Winter. He protected Siluria with his body. After all, this was the only thing he could do now. At this moment, that cold energy slowly formed a huge tornado, and this tornado began to rage continuously. Instantly, the entire royal palace was covered with a thick layer of frost. The surrounding temperature also began to drop rapidly. If this continues, the entire city may be frozen. Draggy in the sky saw that the situation was not right, so he prepared to use an energy ray to disperse this tornado. However, Draggy's ray was not enough in front of this energy. It was like being bitten by a mosquito. The queen knew that this couldn't go on, so she immediately ordered everyone to evacuate quickly. Mid-level sword expert and above, transfer the wounded. Suddenly, she saw someone slowly walking towards this side. That person was me. At this moment, I had stood up again. I had already made some kind of decision in my heart. The queen immediately shouted for me not to come over, to run away quickly. However, how could I run away at this time? If I don't stop this disaster, countless people will die because of it, and Javier is still down there. I have to protect everything that belongs to me. Then I activate supercharge. The next second, a large amount of mana was continuously absorbed by me. The queen knew what this supercharge was for. After all, she had experienced it once before. Stop it, Lloyd. This is the power of a high-ranking dragon. It's not something a human can absorb. You will die if you continue like this. However, I had no intention of stopping at all. Instead, I increased the intensity of the absorption. The queen noticed that something was wrong. She turned her head and looked at the sky. She found that the ice tornado that had just been raging everywhere was slowly getting smaller. Then, it gradually formed a thing like a meteor. But that brilliant meteor didn't disappear just like that. Instead, it rushed towards the ground as if it had found its target. And its target was me. That energy disappeared the moment it passed me. At the same time, the sky also cleared up. The sunlight shone on this land. It was as if nothing had happened here just now. However, when the queen saw the scene in front of her, she was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that everything in front of her was real, because the most important person in her heart had actually frozen. The queen couldn't feel any breath from the other party at all. At this moment, my consciousness came to an unknown place. The most hateful thing is that I was also inexplicably tied up. What happened to me? Why am I like this? Suddenly, a voice came and answered my question. This is the materialization of your heart. Now the only thing that can move in your body is your heart. You're still alive because of me, so be thankful. However, the first reaction I had when I saw the other party was to complain. Aren't you just a butt monster? The creature that was called a butt monster was very angry. I am a heart, not a butt monster, and I am one of the 3 great divine objects, the Heart of Winter. Look, if I turn over like this, isn't it a heart? I was a little speechless after seeing it. It was fine before you turned over. Now that you've turned like that, it looks more like a butt. Anyway, let's not talk about the butt thing for now. So why is this winter but in my body? You are so stubborn, you brat. You don't listen to anything anyone says. Did you forget what you did in the real world? It was you who absorbed me. That's why I'm here. But it's not accurate to say that you absorbed me. To be precise, I allowed you to absorb me. After all, the great ice dragon Tyrannus spent 100 days gathering power to create me, the Heart of Winter. So even if your body bursts, my power will not decrease by 1,000th. But I felt a special power from you, because your heart is actually similar to a dragon's heart. After hearing that, I was very surprised. Could it be that I also have dragon blood? But then I thought about it. No, I seem to have a skill called half human, half dragon. It seems fond of me just like that old dragon Anticus. The winter but continued to explain. Of course, this alone is not enough to make me willing to be absorbed. I saw that you were willing to sacrifice yourself for others, and without any hesitation. It was truly astonishing. So I wanted to see how far you could go. After hearing what this guy said, I felt a little disgusted. He actually said I was so great. What sacrifice? I just don't want to be scolded by people in the future. I'm not that noble. Suddenly, the winter but spoke again. That reason is enough for me. Just then, I saw the winter but turn into a brilliant meteor and shot straight towards my heart. At the moment of contact, a brilliant blue light burst out. Then, the system prompted, you have become one with the divine item from the dragons, the Heart of Winter. A new skill has emerged under the influence of a great force that freezes everything. Special skill, time freeze. At this moment, the real-world Javier looked at the young master in front of him in disbelief. He could not accept this result no matter what. Meanwhile, the queen was also stunned. Her eyes were full of horror. She was unwilling to believe that this was true. The queen slowly walked towards me. The next second, she stretched out her trembling hand. She wanted to feel if the other party still had a trace of hope of survival. Perhaps in the queen's heart, she also felt that this was impossible. But it was precisely this impossible thing that actually became possible, because at this moment, the queen actually felt the other party's heartbeat. A wave of heartbeats came from that cold hand into her hand. The queen immediately turned her head and called for Javier to come over quickly. Lloyd's heart is still beating. Can you use your mana to melt this ice? And so, after an unknown number of days, I finally woke up. The first thing I thought of when I woke up was the news special skill I had just obtained. I immediately began to watch what the effect of this time freeze was. You are able to freeze the flow of time. The user can decide on an area to remain unfrozen. The size of the unfrozen area depends on the amount of mana the user has. Time flows normally in the unfrozen areas. Time can be frozen for up to 1 year. If the caster leaves the non-frozen area, the skill will be lifted. I became more and more excited as I read the skill description. In this way, won't I be able to freeze time and then construct at the speed of light? This is unbelievably useful in case things go wrong. Even if I encounter any difficulties in the future, I can freeze time and then find a way to prevent them. But the only problem is that this skill requires a full 3,000 relationship points. Currently, I only have 2,665 relationship points. It seems I need to pay more attention to accumulating relationship points in the future. However, it's certainly good to have a heaven-defying ultimate skill, but I still have a problem that I must face right now. At this moment, I glanced at my bedside and found that Javier was looking at me with a look of surprise. Meanwhile, the queen behind was sleeping quietly. Javier was just about to say something, but I went up and covered his mouth with one hand. Then, I immediately gave him a don't talk gesture. Javier had no idea what was going on now. I slowly tilted my head and looked at the queen behind. I was relieved to see that the other party was still sleeping. Javier, listen to me. I am now in possession of the kingdom's divine object. It's like stealing an atomic bomb from a powerful nation. Javier had no idea what the young master was talking about. I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. In short, you just need to know that I have now committed a crime that will get me beheaded. So let's run away quickly before the queen wakes up. Javier was a little speechless. Young master, is running away useful? That is tantamount to being an enemy of the kingdom. What will you do about the fallout? I immediately told Javier that I had my own arrangements. When have you ever seen me fail? However, the other party didn't believe it at all. Young master, I can tell from your eyes that you've already failed. Just then, a cold voice came. You don't have time to run away. It turns out, the queen is awake. When I saw the queen wake up, I was so scared that I made a face. I quickly got up and knelt down. Greetings to the great queen. Absorbing the heart of winter was not my intention. I will now tell your majesty the whole story. The queen spoke and interrupted me. You don't think that begging for mercy with your butt up will make everything alright, do you? I think I know what happened. The problem is, even though someone else caused this incident, the person responsible for borrowing and managing the heart of winter is you. At this moment, tears couldn't stop flowing from my eyes. I really want to cut that bloody brat into 1,000 pieces now. It's all his fault that I have to bear such a heavy crime. Since I thought of that brat, I asked, how is that guy? The queen replied, his name is Worthrode. He is the son of a former duke. He was frozen by the cold but still alive. So I immediately took him away and sentenced him to be burned to death. Although that guy was pretty tough, I watched him burn to ashes with my own eyes. Suddenly, I found that the queen smiled at me again. Actually, what's important right now is that you are safe and sound. At this moment, I felt my heart beat faster. My face also turned red without knowing it. What the hell is going on? Is my heart beating weirdly because of the winter? The winter but was very angry after being inexplicably wronged. I told you, I'm a heart, not a butt. At this moment, the system ruthlessly complained. Honestly, you obviously look like a flying butt. And so, the two started arguing. I was very speechless. You two, shut up. You're going to drive me mad. Just then, the queen began to tell me the result of her interrogation of Worthrode. Unfortunately, I couldn't find out more about the blood magic that Worthrode was using. Even if I tortured him severely, his injuries would recover immediately. Confession magic also had no effect on him, but that kind of blood magic is too dangerous, so we must investigate it thoroughly. After hearing what the queen said, I immediately spoke and told her the information I knew. Your majesty, actually I have heard some information from him. When that guy stabbed me in the side with a knife with purple mana, I was temporarily infected with something called the curse of all-consuming darkness. It transported me to a place like a dream, and another me appeared there and kept nagging me. The queen was more and more surprised as she listened, because the situation described was exactly the symptom of her own poison attack. She had been looking for a solution during this time, but she had no success. If this continues, she might only have to cut off her left hand. Only then can the problem be completely solved. The queen immediately spoke and interrupted me. Wait, and she spoke very seriously. Tell me the process in detail. Tell me how you overcame the curse. At this moment, I was still very confused why the queen was so serious. Then, I saw a shocking scene. I saw the queen slowly take off her left glove. The first thing that came into view was her hand, which was already covered with bulging blood vessels. Soon after, the queen was walking in the corridor of the palace. The corridor, which should have had many guards, was now empty. Just then, she stopped in front of a door. At this moment, it was as if she had made a decision in her heart. The queen slowly pushed open the door. However, after entering, this was not a normal room, but an endless sky. The ground was clearly a water surface, but you could stand on it. In front, there was a red-haired little girl holding a blood-stained sword. Several people were lying on the water surface. It was obvious that they were all dead. It turns out, this is the queen's inner world. That little girl is the queen herself. At this moment, the little queen spoke. I had no choice. My brothers were going to kill me, and the people who killed mother and father were also them. They were so kind to me, but it turned out that it was all a lie. So you shouldn't trust anyone. You must kill before you are killed. At this moment, the surrounding sky began to turn red. The little queen's expression also became more and more twisted. That Lloyd Frontera, you clearly know he is a huge threat, but why are you so good to that guy? Are you crazy? You will definitely be betrayed by him in the future. The little queen became angry as she spoke. Do you think people truly respect you because they call you a wise queen? It's ridiculous. Anyone in this world can cut off your head at any time. So if you want to establish your authority in front of them, you must make them all fear you. That way, no one will dare to betray us. Suddenly, the queen went up and hugged the little queen. Don't show such an angry expression. Actually, you're sad and scared, right? It's okay to be weak sometimes. The queen had always buried a fear in her heart. This time, the curse magnified that fear infinitely. She was afraid that if she was weak, she would be killed by others. But at this moment, the queen reached a consensus with her childhood self, and the little queen also shed tears of relief. The next second, the little queen turned into a red light and disappeared. At the same time, the queen's eyes also shed the same tears. Just then, the scene changed. The awakened queen's eyes were filled with faint tears. The scene just now was still echoing in her mind. She slowly raised her left hand, and the hand that was previously covered with terrifying blood vessels was now back to normal. It seems that the curse has been lifted, but all of this is thanks to that stinky potato. The queen, lying on the bed, recalled what that potato had said to her. Actually, I don't know exactly how I was able to overcome that, but I just accepted it. The queen was very confused. What does it mean to accept it? Your Majesty, you need to acknowledge that people sometimes have evil thoughts, and that they are also weak at times. If you ignore these facts, it will cause an illness of the heart. Are you knowledgeable on that kind of thing? I simply did some research on it. It's an illness more terrifying than one can imagine. After thinking for a while, the queen finally admitted that she also needed to be weak sometimes. At this moment, she looked at her hand that had returned to normal. Then she sighed. It seems I owe you another favor. It's so embarrassing. However, I and the queen did not know that Worthrode was still not dead. In an abandoned ancient castle's sacrificial altar, the pot on the sacrificial altar was filled with a large pool of green liquid, and a severed hand was floating on that unknown green liquid. Suddenly, that severed hand actually wriggled on its own. Then it began to gradually grow tissue. A moment later, it actually grew into a person. Looking at the appearance, it was Worthrode. It failed. Even ancient black magic can't deal with that damn Lloyd. Although I have resurrected, my current body is no different from a ghoul, let alone continuing to take revenge. Even simple actions are very difficult. What more can I do? I'm not strong enough. Suddenly, a thick voice came. Oh, what an ugly state you are in. Didn't I tell you at the beginning? As long as you summon me to the world of living, everything will be solved. I will be responsible for helping you get rid of Lloyd Frontera. And the person speaking was actually the King of Hell. I told you the location of Targa City for that reason, and helped you learn the forgotten ancient black magic. I understand your desire to take revenge yourself, but you must know that the other party is not so easy to deal with. So as long as I can go to the world of living directly, things will become very easy. But from the rules of the universe, I can't cross the boundary of hell. So I ask you again, collect the required materials and summon me. I will definitely avenge you. At this moment, Worthrode's eyes became firm. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind. After he dies, I will entangle that guy's soul with chains and make him my eternal slave. So summon me with confidence. Respected King of Hell, I swear I will help you descend. On the other side, since I had committed a serious crime of losing a divine object, the kingdom put me on trial. However, what's more hateful is that the person who will judge me this time was actually from the noble house. They all hated me without exception. Among them, Duke Toscano even wished that I would be put in prison immediately. After all, I ruined their opportunity to accumulate wealth. I had long become a thorn in their side. I must let that guy know who is the boss. At the very least, his family status must be stripped. This time, even the queen couldn't protect me. Forgive me, Lloyd Frontera. Although I am the queen, I cannot turn my back on the law, but I will try my best to save you from capital punishment. Siluria outside, after learning the situation, felt that it was too unfair. It's clear that the culprit who made the Heart of Winter go berserk is someone else. Master Lloyd saved the whole city. At this time, Javier actually looked very calm. Still, young Master Lloyd who brought up the Heart of Winter at that time, and he is also responsible for not being able to stop the culprit. But you don't have to worry too much. The young master will be fine. Siluria was very confused, but the people in the noble house all hate Master Lloyd. How can he be fine? Suddenly, Javier turned his head and showed a very confident expression, because the young master himself said he would be fine. At the same time, the trial officially began. Defendant Lloyd Frontera, you had the audacity to request to use the kingdom's divine object. The queen and our noble house accepted that request due to our immense grace and trust in you. Suddenly, Toscano saw the other party reach into his clothes. You scoundrel, what are you fumbling for in the sacred court of justice? And the reason I had been silent all along was because I had already found his weakness. This small bottle is the key to my comeback. At first, when Duke Toscano saw this, he was still confused. Just as he was wondering what it was, I had already revealed that iconic smile, and the small bottle in my hand was already held high. Instantly, a wave of fear shot through Toscano, and he broke out in a cold sweat, because he was all too familiar with this little bottle. It was he who had given this bloody bottle to that soldier. You sprinkle this in front of the room where the heart of winter is stored. After it's done, I will give you, a lowly soldier, a high reward. Toscano grew more and more frightened. He began to sweat, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The scene was so chaotic back then. How did he find that? I held the small bottle and flaunted it at him, as if to say, go ahead and judge me. As for how I found this, of course, it was thanks to my brilliant mind. This place was completely impenetrable. That guy named Worthroad definitely couldn't have just walked in. Did he teleport here through his blood? If so, then he had a mole here that opened a path for him. As long as I find the evidence, I can turn the tables in the trial. After all, the people who could collude with that kind of person must be those old guys from the noble house, and I'm an expert at finding things. With 5 summoned creatures mobilized, I quickly found the crucial evidence. At this moment, Toscano was reading the verdict, while he watched me shake the small bottle. In short, you betrayed our grace. Managing the divine object was your responsibility. His eyes never left the small bottle in the other party's hand. Suddenly, Toscano noticed my pouting lips, as if gesturing for him to look over there. Then he looked up and saw the soldier from before. It turned out that I not only found physical evidence, but also found a witness. Lord Lloyd, I didn't expect it to cause such serious consequences. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely help you. At this moment, my expression became more and more arrogant, because I knew very well that the other party was already in my grasp. Looking at Toscano again, it was obvious that he was about to collapse, but the next second, he instantly changed his expression. Although Lloyd Frontera has many crimes, he is a living meritorious subject and a great hero. He built a bridge for us, which brought convenience to the residents' travel. Of course, this is just a small part of it. The other members of the noble house were dumbfounded. He was clearly going to bring the other party down. Now why is he praising him so much? Even the queen was full of confusion. Is this guy crazy? And while he was talking, I was still showing off. Lloyd Frontera is a hero who prevented the assassination of our queen. The beautiful garden he built shocked the whole world. Not only did he protect our kingdom from the attack of the skeleton dragon, he also showed the world that the skeleton dragon is a servant of the kingdom, letting everyone know that the Magentano kingdom is the most powerful. Suddenly, I raised my hand and pointed at him. At this moment, it was as if I was saying to him, I'll let you go this time. You know the consequences of hindering me again, right? Finally, Toscano began the final verdict. Therefore, I think Lloyd Frontera is not only innocent, but also a hero among heroes. And so, as a hero of the kingdom, I was spared punishment, but it couldn't be completely treated as if nothing had happened. After all, there was also my poor management in it. So in the end, as long as the queen summons me, I have to come and help her with construction. The matter was resolved in this way, and I also finally obtained the core material of Aotearoa, Toranga. The moment I obtained the material, the system prompted, you've gathered all 12 Torangas, Aotearoa's core materials. For accomplishing the historical achievement of obtaining the materials of a legendary jewel, you have been given bonus relationship points. You received 2,000 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 4,655. I never expected such a big reward at once. It's so cool. This way, I can use time freeze at any critical moment. This time, I helped the queen lift the curse, and also prevented a major accident. I thought it would change the fate of many people, but the number of saved people displayed by the system is still -1. It seems that things are indeed not that simple, but it doesn't matter. I'm getting closer to the answer. After that, I once again reported to the queen that I was about to leave. You are a really annoying man. As long as your own things are done, you just leave at once. Please forgive my disloyalty. I really have important things to do. There's no time to waste. The queen was silent at first. Then she suddenly asked, is it more important than being beside your queen? After hearing this, I immediately answered yes. The queen didn't expect the other party to answer so decisively. The queen sighed helplessly. That hurts. Then you should go quickly. I will wait for you. This is the 3rd time the queen has shown such a smile. Seeing this, I blushed instantly. My heart beat faster than last time. What's going on? Why is my heart suddenly so strange? Winter, but it's all your fault. My heart has become so strange. The winter, but was very speechless. He thought, is this person a fool? He really doesn't understand such an obvious thing. After everything was over, Javier and I set off again. While heading to our next destination, we dropped the Torangas into the ocean. Good. They should fall right next to the Mermaid Kingdom. Just then, I turned to Javier and asked, hey, Javier, did you say goodbye to Lady Siluria properly? Of course I did. Did you two talk about anything else? Javier was very confused. Like what? You seem so desperate for Lady Siluria and me to be together. After hearing this, I showed a wicked smile. Stop pretending you're not interested in her. I told you I am a love master. Just one look and I know. Nothing gets past me. At this moment, the winter but was stunned. He thought to himself, no, you're the most clueless one here. Javier recalled what Siluria had said to him before they parted. One day, when you have finished your own things, and I have also become a decent great mage, then I will tell you that I love you. After reminiscing, Javier actually blushed. This is the first time he has blushed in such a long time. Seeing this, I immediately roared, why are you blushing? She said something sweet, didn't she? I knew it. How annoying. Young master, I thought you were rooting for us. Why are you like this now? It's making me jealous. Javier sighed helplessly. Alright, let's not argue anymore. Tell me where the next destination is. We are going to the southern grassland. There is another important material there. Javier was a little surprised surprised to hear the southern grassland. Are we going to that tribe? That's right, the Centaur tribe, the biker gang of the grassland. After the Great Tribal War, the second core material, taupo, was passed around until it ended up in the hands of the centaurs. If we find them, we can find clues about the taupo's whereabouts. This area is too vast to just walk around and search for them, but we can't ride draggy. It could spook them. Besides, the centaurs will find us first. Sure enough, after saying this, a massive dust cloud rose in the distance. The ground trembled as countless hooves thundered across the plain. This is a group of centaurs living on the grassland, all of them sporting pompadour hairstyles as their tribe embraces a biker gang culture. They took speed as their highest pursuit. Any human in front of them would be driven away with all their might because they thought that human speed was too slow. Who are you to dare to break into our territory? At this moment, I was dazed. I thought to myself, they're so different from what I imagined. What kind of character design is this? And they were constantly babbling. Suddenly, I spoke and interrupted them. Before we have a formal conversation, what's with the strange sound effects? The pompadour guy was very confused. What strange sound effects? Are you talking about our shouts just now? Don't you humans also often make that kind of high a sound? At this moment, I just felt that this setting was so lame. Forget it. I'll do my business first. I want to meet the wisest leader of your centaur tribe and ask him a few questions. The pompadour guy showed a look of disdain after hearing that. What? You want to see our tribe's chief? You two-legged beast are really bold. At this moment, I grinned. Actually, I had long thought of how to meet the other party's chief. What does it matter if I have 2 legs or 4 legs? Anyway, I'm faster than you, so I have every right to see your chief. The pompadour guy was instantly enraged when he heard this. How could a centaur who pursued speed all his life tolerate such a provocation? This human punk just challenged me to a race. The angry pompadour guy directly bumped his head. Let me tell you the rules. The one who received the challenge sets the finish line. The winner can get whatever he wants. I immediately said it was completely no problem. I understand your tradition very well. Javier asked if he was going to participate, but I told him he didn't have to. I'll do it myself. It would be troublesome if I was restricted like in the Mermaid Kingdom, but if I, the employer, win, you can just follow me. However, Javier was skeptical. Young master, I heard that centaurs run very fast. They can even be compared to a sword master. Of course I know that centaurs are very fast. I definitely can't beat them in a race, but I won't be running. At this moment, my hellish smile rose again. It was obvious that I was determined to win this race. The pompadour guy on the side began to say where the finish line was. The finish line is that rock 650 feet away. I will let you deeply experience how weak your human body is. And so, the running race between a man and a horse began. The centaurs on both sides stomped their hooves and raised dust. This is also their ritual. They were still rapping. With a go command, the pompadour guy instantly rushed out like a cannonball. The speed was not something an ordinary creature could compare with. On the other hand, I was still dazed at the starting point. Javier on the side thought to himself, young master, you can't talk your way to win this race. However, at this moment, I took out an iron shovel from my clothes. When Javier saw this, he probably guessed what was going on. The next second, I shouted, "Mana blast." It turns out, I'm going to use the power of science to win this race. A huge explosion sounded under my feet. At the same time, I used the reaction force of the explosion to take off directly. In just a moment, I successfully surpassed the pompadour guy. Although this method is very fast, stopping might be a bit painful. With a clanging sound, I directly smashed a big hole in the huge rock at the finish line. Then, I slowly slid down from the huge rock. With a thud, I fell to the ground. Seeing this, the pompadour guy was completely stunned. The other centaurs at the starting point were also stunned. I slowly got up from the ground, and a strange laugh came. I'm faster, right? Alright, I won the race. Hurry up and take me to see your chief. As I spoke, blood was still dripping from the corner of my mouth. However, the pompadour guy directly refused. It turned out that he thought this was cheating. You cheated, you brat. You have to win by running. Do you understand what racing is? After hearing the other party's words, I was directly enraged. You bastard. Your customs dictate that whoever is the fastest wins, no matter what method they used. You're just making excuses. You freaking spring roll hair. The pompadour guy was cursed so dirty for the first time, and it was also the first time he had seen such a terrifying face. He instantly softened and just wanted to find his mother. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Hey, guard captain, that's enough. Stop acting pathetic, will you? The pompadour guy saw the other party as if he had seen a savior. Chiranin, you're here. Our tradition is, the fastest takes all. I don't see the word run anywhere in that, do you? The pompadour guy was aggrieved after hearing this. Then he didn't dare to continue to say anything. That little rascal over there, come with me. I'll take you to see our chief. And so, although there were some small accidents in the process, but in the end, I still achieved the result I wanted. Suddenly, I thought to myself, could this centaur sister have fallen for me? After that, Javier felt that the young master was a bit strange on the way. Young master, you are particularly energetic today. I immediately showed a confident expression. Well, what can I say? I just feel that I should be very popular here. The female centaurs like faster men. If they encounter 2 suitors, they will choose the faster one, so that Chiranin must be infatuated with me. Javier was speechless after hearing this. He immediately replied with certainty, absolutely not. I know you are jealous, you brat. I can understand. Although your face is always very very popular. Just as I was arguing with Javier, Chernin came up with a kick. The power of this kick was so great that it directly made me roll 3.5 times and fly dozens of meters before stopping. Just then, Chernin showed a look of disdain. You may be fast, but your face should at least be average looking. It was obvious that Chernin had no such intention at all. At this moment, I was lying on the ground and felt that this world was gray. Why is it always me who gets hurt? See, I told you her eyes didn't look like she liked you at all. Brat, how did you know at a glance? Javier replied confidently, because I've seen the look on many women's eyes who were in love with me, so I know it very well. I thought to myself, damn it, I shouldn't have asked that question just now. He got to show off again. At this moment, Chernin spoke up and complained. It's so annoying. Every day they talk about speed. Speed doesn't represent everything. I was full of confusion. Logically speaking, isn't the Centaur tribe always proud of its speed? Why is she reacting like this? Alright, we've arrived at the Centaur tribe. Do you see the biggest tent over there? That's the chief's house. The chief's name is Cherokee. He is my father. And so, we met the chief of the Centaur tribe. Hello, human. I heard you are the fast human approved by my daughter. Hello, chief. I am the human, Lloyd Frontera. I came here to find the stepstone named Taupo. It is said to be a part of the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa. The chief was not surprised after hearing this. He said that Taupo was right there, well placed. After hearing that, I was a little surprised. After all, I didn't expect to find Taupo so easily. I immediately spoke. Please give them to me. I see your boldness is as quick as your speed. Actually, it's useless for me to have them. However, it is our tradition to watch over them, so I can't give it to you directly. Suddenly, Chernin spoke up. What's the use of useless traditions? Just give them the stones. They've come all this way. There you go again, being civil and kind. I want you to get out there, run around, and rough up some things. Dad, you know the story of the Lightspeed human, right? Well, he just might be it. At this moment, I was completely at a loss. I quickly turned my head and asked what this Lightspeed human was. It's just a story passed down for generations. It is said that one day a human who moves at the speed of light will visit and help us solve the problem of the Centaur's speed. The chief on the side also became interested. Lloyd, if you are really the legendary Lightspeed human and help our Centaur tribe solve the problem of not being able to break new speed records, then I will willingly give you all the Taupo we have. I thought to myself, they want to go faster, but they've already so fast, so how could that be possible? Moments later, I was still thinking of how to help them improve their speed. Am I going to teach them the Azrahan core technique? Use a mana blast to make them fly? It's obvious that they definitely won't agree. Suddenly, Javier spoke up. Young master, making them faster may not be a good thing. You should have seen it too. Here, no matter the old or the young, they are all wounded. I heard that these people are all victims of speed competition. Suddenly, I thought of what Chernin said earlier. It's so annoying. Every day they talk about speed. Speed doesn't represent everything. These centaurs, when they have a little friction, they will immediately use a race to solve it. Especially in matters concerning female centaurs. They often run at full speed regardless of the occasion. Wherever they go, not a blade of grass grows. Once the race starts, they will be reckless. Even if there is someone in front, they will not stop because of it. In that case, it is indeed not a good thing to help them improve their speed. They said that the legendary Lightspeed human will help them solve the speed problem. Does the so-called solution have to be to make them faster? Perhaps there are other ways. At this moment, a big guy outside holding a bouquet of flowers came to Chernin. Accept my marriage proposal already. Chernin's face instantly changed. It was obvious that she had no interest in this person at all. Instead, she was particularly disgusted with him. There you go again, pretending like you don't like me. I am the overall champion of the Centaur tribe, Comanche. All women would kill to be with me. I'm sure you feel the same, right? Suddenly, Comanche grabbed Chernin's hand. Cut the innocent act already and go on a thrilling date with me in the wildflower fields. The angry Chernin directly kicked him with a back kick. Bastard, I warned you not to touch me. I told you, I hate people like you who are blindly confident and arrogant just because you are a little fast. At this moment, Comanche directly replied, speed represents everything. Even your father, Cherokee, also approved of me as his son-in-law. Why are you the only one so stubborn? Comanche showed his true colors. He directly went up and grabbed Chernin's hands. Do you think Cherokee will sit idly by after knowing what you are doing? Be a good girl and marry me, the next tribe chief. Suddenly, a big hand reached out from behind Comanche and stopped his behavior in time. Stop it. She said she doesn't like you. And looking at this person's appearance, he is definitely an extraordinary person. The moment Chernin saw the other party, her face turned red. Her heart also began to beat faster. It was obvious that Chernin liked this man named Schumacher, but at this moment, Comanche looked very disdainful as he spat. The surrounding centaurs even let out a mocking laugh. That sloth is interfering again. He's really bold. Brat, did you hear everyone's laughter at you? You have already lost to me 8 times. Don't you know that someone as slow as you has no right to speak? Look, even Chernin has given up speaking for you. It's strange. It's clear that Chernin likes the other party, but at this moment, she really didn't come out to speak for Schumacher. Comanche became more and more arrogant when he saw that the other party didn't reply. Look at him avoiding my gaze. This perpetual loser keeps sticking his nose into everyone's business. At this moment, the surrounding laughter became louder and louder, and I saw everything that happened. I didn't expect this group of centaurs to be so rude. They are completely Clearly a group of uneducated guys. It's really annoying. After the incident, Chernin found Schumacher alone. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. If I spoke up for you, you two would have to compete again. It turned out that Chernin didn't speak up for the other party because of this. Actually, the person who should be sorry is me. I'm too slow. I have no say in anything, and I can't get Chief Cherrikin's approval. At this moment, Schumacher looked very dejected, but Chernin suddenly said she didn't think so. I know you are not slow at all. You are very fast. There is no one faster than you in this world. Schumacher lowered his head in dejection. But I have never won a single race. Chernin became more and more excited as she spoke. I don't care about that. I want to marry you. What does it matter if my father approves or not? As long as I love you, it's fine. However, Schumacher directly refused. I don't want to. At this moment, Chernin felt that her world had lost its color. Tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. It was obvious that Schumacher didn't dislike the other party. Who would bless a marriage to someone who always loses? Although I hate that guy Comanche, you should still find someone who is fast. That way you can proudly say, this is my man. After saying these, Schumacher left alone in dejection, leaving Chernin crying silently in place. They clearly love each other, but they can't be together because of the bad customs in the tribe. Suddenly, a voice came from beside her and startled her, and the person speaking was me. May I ask what's going on? And so, Chernin began to tell me the story of her and Schumacher. Actually, Schumacher is not slow. On the contrary, he is very fast. After hearing that, I immediately agreed. I think so too. Much faster than anyone. Chernin was a little confused. How do you know? You clearly haven't seen him run. Just by feeling. A person with that kind of hairstyle is definitely not an ordinary person. Although this person's detailed settings are not in the novel, but in the end, they are all characters conceived in the mind of the author of Knight of Blood and Iron, so the author definitely wouldn't call him Schumacher for no reason. Chernin continued to speak. However, it's useless no matter how fast Schumacher is. After all, we don't pay attention to personal records here. We only care about how big a distance you win by in the race. At this moment, I was a little confused. Is it because he gets nervous easily? Then did Schumacher not perform well in the race? It's not because of nervousness. A few months ago, what happened today also happened. The two of them had an impromptu duel according to tradition, but the moment the race started, a small centaur accidentally entered the racetrack. Schumacher immediately began to decelerate at full speed when he saw it. Because the speed was too fast and he was in a hurry to dodge, he still fell in the end. However, Comanche was different. Once the race starts, all he has in his eyes is running forward. He doesn't care if there are obstacles in front of him. Even if it's a life, he won't slow down. In the end, Schumacher was injured, but the child was more seriously injured. Schumacher is a gentle person. He would rather lose the duel and marry me than have the people around him get hurt. I raised a question. With all these injured centaurs, has no one protested against races? Surely the centaurs who don't need to race aren't fans of them. Chernin explained the reason while crying. No, centaurs will risk their life for tradition. It must be upheld at all costs. But what kind of tradition is that? It's a terrible tradition. Chernin, don't be so angry. There should be some reason why it must be continued. Chernin replied angrily. What does an outsider like you know? What reason is there to continue that kind of tradition? Suddenly, I showed a wicked smile. The reason is that they are all a group of ignorant fools. Chernin, do you also think so? She was stunned after hearing my words. It was obvious that I had hit the nail on the head. May I be so bold as to ask, what is your speed ranking? I am second. Originally, my father was first, but after he retired, that brute Comanche took over his rank. So, except for the first place and the chief, everyone has to listen to you, right? Chernin was full of confusion. Yes, but it also depends on the situation. Even if I order everyone not to race, as long as Comanche or my father object, it's also futile. I don't need you to ban racing. You just need to gather all the tribe members in one place. I will end this terrible tradition and make Schumacher the champion of the entire tribe. Soon after, morning came. At this moment, Javier was very confused. Young master, you've been sitting here for a while. What are you doing? I immediately replied, I am waiting for the first target in my grand plan. Suddenly, I noticed someone walking towards me. Looking over, it was a centaur with a standard biker gang outfit. He had his hands in his pockets and a very arrogant look. When I saw the other party's pineapple head, I immediately became excited because this guy looked good. Then let you be the first unlucky person in my grand plan. After that, I began to slowly get up. I swaggered towards him, imitating his appearance. When I passed by him, I deliberately bumped into him. How could a belligerent centaur tolerate this? He directly called me out. Are you looking for death, you brat? At this moment, I directly showed him a look of disdain, as if to say, I just bumped into you. What can you do to me? He was instantly enraged when he saw the other party so dismissive of him. Come here, you brat. Let's race. The loser has to be kicked 300 times. Oh, I, a lowly human, how dare I race with you? The pineapple head directly cursed. There is no such word as forfeiture in the tradition of the centaur tribe. So hurry up and race with me, you brat. At this moment, the centaurs on the side gathered more and more. They all began to jeer in a swarm. Do it, let's have a race. I pretended not to want a race, but in fact, this is all a part of my plan. I suppose I have no choice but to follow your tradition. The pineapple head showed a crooked smile when he heard this. You are the one being challenged, so you specify the finish line. I pointed to the tree on the hillside. Then I choose that tree at the end of the village village up there. Is that okay? The pineapple head immediately said yes. Chernin, on the side, saw everything that happened. She didn't understand what this was for. Didn't he say he wanted to help me get rid of the tribe's bad racing habits? Why is he racing himself? Chernin recalled what the other party had said at that time. Before gathering the centaurs, we need a little foreshadowing. That is the important catalyst for the change we want. Could it be that this race is a part of that guy's plan? At this moment, the pineapple head remembered something. By the way, I heard you are some kind of light-speed human, and that you can fly with magic. But this time, you must run to decide the winner. Oh, that's not good. I only have 2 legs, and you have 4 legs. Isn't it too unfair? How about this? I'll ride a 4-legged vehicle to race with you. The pineapple head laughed after hearing that. Whatever you want. Anyway, among the 4-legged animals in this world, we centaurs are the fastest. Since all the rules have been set, let's start the race right away. I will definitely let you, a human, know what speed is. And my 4-legged vehicle is Podong. Of course, Podong's speed is definitely not as fast as a centaur, but it has a key advantage. The pineapple head on the side turned green when he saw Podong. He didn't expect a so-called vehicle to be so big. Oh, it's a bit big. I also really wanted to ride something else. But what can I do? According to tradition, we can't change the rules now. The pineapple head thought to himself, indeed, the rules that have been set cannot be changed. And so, the race begun. A mouse and a horse rushed out of the wind with a bang. The speed of the 2 sides was comparable. However, the road ahead was narrower. It was impossible to accommodate both sides running together. So whoever gets there first will basically win the race. And this is Podong's advantage. With a huge impact sound, the pineapple head was directly sent flying. But my plan was not to win this race. At this moment, I was also thrown away by the impact just now. Of course, I did it on purpose. I flew towards the centaur herd below. Among the centaur herd, there was also a small centaur. The next second, I was like a bowling ball, crashing into the centaurs and scattering them like pins. Although I looked very embarrassed, my plan was actually half completed. Chernin and Javier on the side were very surprised, because at this moment, both people on the field had fainted. So it means this race is a draw. Javier had countless questions in his heart. The young master seemed to have planned to do something after winning the race. But now it's a draw. Did the young master fail this time? Looking at the other side, that purple-haired small centaur was scared by the scene just now. His whole being looked as if his soul had left him. In the evening, the purple-haired small centaur was still trembling after returning home. He couldn't even eat. His mother was very distressed to see her son like this. What should we do? It's all because of that damn tradition. It scared my child so much. Hearing this, his father roared, "Don't say such things that will get you scolded. We all grew up like this." His mother was instantly enraged. "Our child is so scared. How can you say such things? This is not just a matter of injury." Actually, his father also felt sorry for his son, but he was also helpless. There's nothing we can do. It's tradition. However, I had been listening to everything outside. It seems my plan has already started to work. Then I'll see my performance tomorrow. The next morning, Chernin gathered all the centaurs. Will everybody please sit down? The lecture about speed by the light-speed human is about to begin. Everyone, you must be thinking that someone like me lecturing on speed is pretty absurd, right? However, I believe you are the absurd ones. You brainless rampaging lunatics. As soon as these words were spoken, the centaurs below were instantly enraged. They wished they could go up and fight the other party right away. But due to Chernin, who was second in speed, they didn't act on the spot. At this moment, I continued to speak. In order to continue that ridiculous tradition, what are you doing every day? Harming your own kind, destroying public property, and damaging property. Is this the behavior that a civilized tribe should have? Yesterday, I had a small dispute with someone on the road. In the end, I had no choice but to race according to tradition. However, a child suffered an indelible psychological trauma because of that accident. Do you know how much I blame myself for this? At this time, various refutations came from below. That's how things have always been. Every centaur here has been injured. For the sake of speed and tradition, of course, we are willing to bear those pains. What would an outsider like you know? How dare you talk nonsense here? We have no complaints. Get lost, you human. Suddenly, the mother of the purple-haired small centaur could no longer bear it. I have many complaints, you barbarians. It's all because of those traditions that my child has become like this. As soon as these words were spoken, the debate below became more and more intense. There were even people who threatened to expel that mother from the tribe. Suddenly, his father also couldn't bear it anymore. Let's be honest, we are indeed very barbaric. Are you really okay with this? Does no one have any complaints? The mother of the small centaur who was injured before also stood up. Actually, I don't like that tradition either. My child's arm still hasn't healed. And so, more and more centaurs who disliked the barbaric tradition stood up. Similarly, the sound of arguing grew louder and louder. Just then, the purple-haired small centaur stopped trembling and looked up. With a twisted smile, I gave him a thumbs up. Seeing this, he grinned wickedly and returned the gesture. It turns out, he had long been bought by me with money. Kid, do you need money? Do you want to act with me? But the price of hiring me is very expensive. At this moment, Javier also understood everything when he saw the other side of the small purple hair. He didn't expect the young master to be so despicable. He even took the child's psychology into account, and I named this plan the Battle of Public Opinion. At this moment, the centaurs below were divided into two factions. One was the extremely conservative faction, who advocated that all those who denied the tribe's spirit should be executed. The other was the extremely progressive faction, who advocated that a race with such old-fashioned ideas didn't need to exist, and I am a faction by myself. I named this the money-hungry faction. At this point, Chernin felt that the situation was not right. If this continued, something big would happen sooner or later, so she quickly asked what the other party was trying to do. Why are you fanning the flames and causing conflict? However, I didn't think so. When did I do such a thing? I just said that a savage race is dangerous and would cause accidents. Chernin didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. He was clearly the one who triggered this public opinion war, but he could still say such a thing with such righteousness. Suddenly, a thick voice came from a distance. What is everyone doing? Why is it so noisy? Hearing this voice, I knew it was time for me to step in. After all, triggering public opinion cannot solve the traditional bad customs left by their tribe. Only the final negotiation can completely solve it. And the person who came was the chief of the Centaur tribe, Cherokee. Only by letting him understand the meaning of reform can the final goal be truly achieved. You bastard, didn't you say you wanted to help our tribe solve the speed problem? What are you doing? I immediately and respectfully replied, I am faithfully fulfilling my promise, but the tribesmen's opinions are not uniform, which makes me very troubled. On one hand, some of them hope to run freely anytime, anywhere, but on the other hand, others wanted to abandon this old tradition, so I carefully considered how we should do this. First, we need to set rules related to speed. It is forbidden to run at full speed inside the village. Impromptu races are also forbidden. As soon as these words were spoken, the centaurs below immediately booed. Don't be ridiculous. Get out of here. You're clearly biased. Who do you think you are? You think you can do whatever you want? However, I didn't pay any attention to the boos below. I directly said the second point. Second, let me build you a super large racing specific arena so that all races can be held there. Think about it. If we build a racetrack with no obstacles and only for running, maybe someone will set an unprecedented new record. Chernin was very surprised after hearing this. At this moment, she finally understood everything the other party had done before. It was all to propose this plan to the chief. In that case, not only can we reduce the victims of accidents, but we can also set new records. Doesn't that help you solve the speed problem? I thought to myself, if this plan succeeds, then the core material taupo I need can also be obtained. But it's obvious that things won't be so simple. At this moment, some of the centaurs below felt that this plan was very good, but some thought that what kind of tribe they were. How could they use that low-end racetrack? Just then, the chief Cherokee finally spoke. Nonsense. The reason why our centaur tribe has survived to this day is because of the instinctive reaction to be able to run in any situation. That is the long-standing tradition that saved us in the tribal war. We absolutely cannot abandon it. Then may I ask, Chief, is it now the tribal war period? Cherokee said that this was their respect for history and their ancestors. So even if it's not the tribal war period, they cannot casually abandon the tradition. At this moment, more and more centaurs felt that it was time for a change. They began to give opinions to Cherokee. Chief, that human is right. It's time for our tribe to make a change. We have to stop the accidents from continuing. Cherokee, after hearing this, also began to express her own thoughts. Dad, even if you object, I will push this plan. I agree to build the racetrack. At this point, the centaur tribe formed two factions. One faction stood with Cherokee and supported the implementation of the racetrack plan. The other faction stood with the chief Cherokee and thought that if you want to race in the racetrack, then you go ahead. At this moment, Cherokee spoke and questioned, do you hear that? Are you trying to split our tribe? Cherokee said she had no other choice. The tribe must have a change now. And so, the argument became more and more intense. If this continues, it will reach an uncontrollable point. Chief, just drive that guy out. Chief, please allow us to build the racetrack. Just then, Cherokee spoke to me. It's all your fault. The current situation is already irreversible. Are you going to push the matter of building the arena to the end? I immediately smiled and said that as long as you agree, I will act immediately. Very well. Then I, as the chief of the centaur tribe, challenge you, the lightspeed human, to a race. If I win, you have to leave here immediately. Hearing this, I was overjoyed. Finally, the last step. At this moment, I spoke. Then if I win, you must agree to the plan to build the racetrack. And so, the race bet between me and the chief of the centaur tribe was officially established. However, Javier thinks I have no chance of winning this race. No blasting is allowed. No riding on Padon is allowed. Young master, you actually agreed to all the conditions. Do you have any brilliant plan? I immediately replied with confidence. I don't have any brilliant plan. This time, I'm going to run fair and square. But I heard that Chief Cherokee has swept 380 races and has never been defeated. I personally think your chances of winning are 0. Of course, if I run directly, I will definitely lose. But this time, the race requires hitting all the checkpoints and then returning to the starting point. As the one being challenged, I can use my own rights to decide the location of the checkpoints. So we will go back and forth between here and the northern border of the Magentano Kingdom. This time, the entire course is a full 373 miles. Suddenly, I grinned. This time it's not a short run, but a super long run. So this is more advantageous for me as a human. And so, the long distance race between me and Cherokee officially began. All the centaurs came to the scene. I know they all think that humans are weak animals. Their strength is not as good as that of a shorter chimpanzee. chimpanzee. Even among mammals, it's hard to find an animal slower than a human. However, humans are much stronger than all creatures in the world know. With a bang, Cherokee rushed out like a cannonball. In just a blink of an eye, he had run several hundred meters. On the other hand, I was still slowly starting at the starting point. Seeing this, the surrounding centaurs were all stunned. The next second, the venue was filled with overwhelming laughter. Everyone, look at that guy. What the hell is that? I feel like the race is already over. As expected of a weak two-legged beast. It's so slow. I didn't care about these laughter at all. Now I only have one thought in my mind. That is to finish the whole course. So how did the small-sized humans defeat other fierce beasts and develop an entire civilization? First, it's because we are smart. Second, compared to other animals, we humans have unparalleled endurance, so we have an overwhelming advantage in long-distance running. Although compared to the muscular monsters that run on all fours, the explosive speed of humans is far from enough. But by being upright on 2 feet, we can save a lot of energy. And unlike animal fur, humans have developed sweat glands to regulate body temperature. That's why they can chase their prey to the end of the world and become the strongest predator in the history of the earth. Meanwhile, inside my head, the winter but complained. Why is his inner monologue so detailed? Is he having a heat stroke? Leave him be. His head is always a bit of a mess. I couldn't help but retort, you guys are the mess. What do you think you're doing in my head? Suddenly, I noticed someone in front. Looking over, it's the chief of the centaur tribe, Cherokee. Oh, it seems that the big shot who has never been defeated was too hard at the beginning, so he is too tired to run now. Well, I had expected this from the beginning. That's why I accepted this race with him. However, when I ran closer, I found that something was wrong. How can this be? It turned out that although Cherokee had stopped in front, he didn't look very tired. Instead, he had a spirited look. How is it a little different from what I expected? He shouldn't be so calm. At this moment, Cherokee spoke next to me. Oh, this long run is really tiring. Our race can run real fast, but we tire quickly. That's why you picked a long distance run, right? I have to say, you are really smart, but unfortunately, you didn't take my recovery ability into account. Hearing this, my face instantly darkened. Indeed, I don't seem to have taken this into account. The next second, Cherokee started again. At the same time, he once again pulled away from me. I thought to myself, oh no, this doesn't look good. Let's calm down. I just gotta hold my pace. After all, once it's disrupted, then there is really no hope at all. Then I began to silently recite a sentence in my heart. From beginning to end, always the same. From beginning to end, always the same. Sometime later, I saw Cherokee in front again. He gave me a handsome look and then immediately ran at full speed again. How does this guy still have so much energy? Compared to this morning, his speed doesn't seem to have weakened at all. At this moment, I started to panic a little. This can't go on. If this continues, I will lose. Once I lose, I can't get the core material Taupo. Should I use the Energizer skill or use Mana Blast after running for a while? Anyway, they don't know I have such a skill. Just then, I shook my head. No, I can't do that. What if I fall while doing that? This is a competition of endurance and pace. As long as I maintain my pace, I can definitely do it. From beginning to end, always the same. And so, I ran from day to night and then to day. It's noon now, and I just feel that this sun is really hot. But fortunately, I have already completed half of the race. I have already run to the northern border of the Magentano Kingdom. This is the first checkpoint, and Cherokee is also here. Oh boy, I wanted to see you before I continued to run. I didn't expect you to make me wait so long. After saying this, he started again. I just felt a hurricane pass by me, but I have to say, this gust of wind is quite refreshing. After I touched the border gate, I also turned around and continued to run. Seeing this, the soldiers on the side were all dumbfounded. They had no idea what this man and the centaur were doing. At this moment, I feel that guy is really a monster. Should I just give up? I can't beat him anyway. If I lose, I can't convince them to build a racetrack. It seems the racetrack method won't work at all. But how do I get that Taupo? That's right, I can steal it. Anyway, I have no obligation to help those guys solve their problems. Suddenly, I thought of Cherokee and Schumacher. They couldn't be together because of that damn racial tradition. Cherokee told me, if only our tribe's traditions were a little different, or if only we were born in another place or another world, Schumacher would have gone much farther. And this is really like my previous life. I was just like that before. Damn it, it's not time to give up yet. No one knows what the result will be until the last moment. So from beginning to end, always the same. From beginning to end, always the same. In fact, the centaur chief Cherokee was not very relaxed. A long run of 373 miles was also a huge challenge for him. He didn't deliberately wait for the other party before. On the second night, I successfully surpassed Cherokee with my super strong willpower and endurance. Although this surpass was very short, it doesn't matter, because I believe that the next surpass will be longer. And so, we ran one after the other, a man and a centaur. We only have one obsession in our hearts, that is to keep running. On the third morning, it could clearly be seen that Cherokee's speed had slowed down a lot. His running also began to stumble. Suddenly, he was not careful. His front feet didn't step firmly, and he fell directly. Although he is the fastest centaur in the entire tribe, he has never run such a long distance. He has obviously felt that this time is different from before. My recovery ability has plummeted. It's almost like these old bones are telling me it's time to step down. Cherokee, who struggled to stand up, looked at the sky. He recalled a scene he had seen not long ago. though. It was the scene of Chernin and Schumacher on a date. In fact, he knew very well who his daughter really loved. But unfortunately, he couldn't violate the tradition just because she was his daughter. We will continue with it until someone comes along and tells us to put it to rest. Prove to me, Lloyd, that you're the one who can. Cherkin tried his best to sprint again. I, on the other hand, was chasing from behind step by step. At this moment, a large number of centaurs stood at the finish line. They all wanted to witness who would win this crosshair race in the end. With a look over there, from the small purple hair centaur, everyone's eyes looked forward. At this point, both of them have entered the final 100 meters. However, they are almost at their limit now. Maybe they will fall down at any time. But for now, it seems that Cherkin is slightly ahead. A part of the centaurs around began to cheer for their chief. Javier found that Suho Kim's mana was already at its bottom, but he didn't think the other party would lose. He felt that this person must have saved some winning trick. After all, he could always make the drained mana come back in an explosive manner. At this moment, a system notification rang. Would you like to use Energizer? However, I didn't pay any attention to it because I only have 7 words in my heart now. From beginning to end, always the same. Suddenly, the system rang again. Hello, are you listening? From beginning to end, always the same. My heart kept reciting these 7 words. It was these 7 words that kept me going all the way. At this moment, Javier was very surprised. Why is it like this? He still doesn't let his mana explode again. Could it be that he never planned to do that from the beginning? At this point, my body function has almost reached its limit. Although there are only a few dozen meters left to the finish line, I'm really tired now. These dozens of meters are like an insurmountable gap. I feel like I will lose consciousness at any time. But why hasn't that old centaur fallen yet? Suddenly, Cherkin was not stable, and he actually fell. At this moment, I thought to myself, this is great. Old man, you finally couldn't hold on and fell. However, before I could be happy for a moment, Cherkin stood up and sprinted again, quickly surpassing me once more. I kept reciting in my heart, don't insist anymore, old man. Fall down already. Suddenly, I stepped down with one foot, and it was as if I had stepped on a pool of water. And at this moment, I felt that I was in the deep sea. Every step was so heavy. It seems that I have reached my limit. Am I really going to lose? Just then, I began to recall my previous life. That only friend in my previous life. The friend who bought me meat and took me to the sauna every day. The friend who always showed off his wealth when he spoke. That day, I had a nosebleed for no reason. You brat, not only do you have no money, but your body is also so weak. Raise your head. If you die from excessive blood loss, you won't get the hard-earned money from the construction site. I thought it was strange before. Don't you think you're too hard on yourself? I was very confused. Me? In what way? Your grades are among the best. Your head is also smart. Your endurance is even invincible. So in my opinion, you should have a really high self-esteem. But the strange thing is that you are sick every day. I feel like you might have transmigrated from another world, and you're having a hard time adjusting to this place. It's often seen in manga and anime. Some people are like superheroes in other worlds, but after coming here, they feel tired even breathing. Anyway, there is one more thing I need to tell you. I can't buy you meat anymore in the future. My parents and a politician were involved in a fraud and got caught this time. They're on trial right now and will likely be convicted. In a few days, I will be penniless. After hearing these, I was very surprised. I didn't know what to say. By the way, you must be very annoyed with this expression of mine, right? Actually, I learned this from my parents since I was a child. They are like this every day. This innate sense of hippiness. Don't you think it's awesome? With no money, there's no reason for you to hang out with me. After hearing this, I immediately spoke. What are you talking about? You're only my friend. You know that. Look at how much you've done for me. Friendship is about give and take. What do you have to gain by sticking with me? Do you know why I always follow you? Because I think you are super cool. You're in a tough spot, yet you don't give up. I'm a spoiled rich kid. I always got what I wanted. If I ever end up in your position, I know I'd just end up dead. Tell me, how do I become strong like you? I was a little embarrassed after being told this. I'm not strong. I just repeat the same thing every day. It has always been a 2-point line between study and work. It's not strong at all. Suddenly, the blonde guy spoke righteously. I see. Then just you wait. When I become a person as amazing as you, I'll bring you here again and buy you everything on the menu. I am now determined to try. From beginning to end, always the same. That's it, right? At this moment, his eyes were still as treacherous as ever, but I understood something from it. I survived in that environment in my previous life. Now I just need to run dozens of meters. How can I not persist? So I'm going to show you how strong my original endurance is. I silently recited from beginning to end, always the same. Even if every step is extremely difficult, I can't give up. One step after another. At this moment, my clothes were already soaked with sweat, but now every time I lift my foot, I am one step closer to victory. I can definitely do this. From beginning to end, always the same. Javier, who saw all this, was more surprised with every step the other party took. He didn't understand why his endurance was so strong, although he could always get through difficulties before, but this time it's the first time he didn't rely on mysterious abilities. Can a normal human really exert that kind of resilience? I used to think that as long as I could save the territory, it didn't matter who you were, but now I want to know, what kind of life did you live in your world? At this moment, everyone on the scene was infected by the two people on the field. They no longer cared about who would win or lose, because both of them deserved their respect. Now, the two are only a few meters away from the finish line, but Cherokee is still in the lead. At this point, my consciousness has already begun to become a bit blurry. I saw the white line of the finish line right in front of my eyes, but my eyelids are so heavy. There's only a little bit left. Just hold on a little longer. With a thud, I completely lost consciousness and fell. At the same time, I also don't know whether I won or not. Just then, a dazzling sunlight made me open my eyes. Looking over, I saw Javier beside me. My consciousness was still a bit blurry, and I quickly asked, "Did I win?" Javier stayed silent for a moment. Then he turned his head and looked to the left. It turned out that Cherokee had given up in the last few meters and collapsed before reaching the finish line. "Yes, you won this time again." Javier helped me up slowly. At the same time, Cherokee also stood up, and he prepared to announce something. "All centaurs, listen, let's prepare to welcome the new era of our tribe." As soon as these words were spoken, a fierce cheer broke out. In fact, Chief Cherokee also wanted to change, but as the chief, he needed someone to prove that some of the traditions in the tribe needed to be changed. At this moment, I was very proud. This way, I can finally build the racetrack according to the plan. Then I can justifiably take away Taupo. Javier spoke. "It seems your plan was not very smooth this time." Then he asked a question of his own. "Why didn't you use your mysterious power? That way, you should have been able to win more easily in the end." After hearing this, I was silent for a while. Then I looked in Cherokee's direction. Over there, Cheronin was worriedly asking about her father's situation, but it seems the other party is fine. That old man put his all into that race. How could I have the nerve to cheat? Suddenly, the system ruthlessly complained. "Just you having a man heart is already cheating. Brat, that's a passive skill. What can I do about that?" Javier sighed, and in the next second, he spoke respectfully. "Young master, let's start construction. I will do my best at whatever you ask of me." "What's wrong with you? You're acting more respectfully toward me." Javier replied very seriously. "Because you are deserving of respect." At the same time, Javier silently swore in his heart that he would protect this man, Suho Kim, at all costs, even if it meant laying down his life. Soon after, I went to Chief Cherokee's tent to discuss the racetrack. "Chief, from now on, the racetrack project will begin construction. I estimate that this project will take about 1 year, but I am already pressed for time and have a heavy task, so this time I will use my superpower to stop all the time outside of this area. You may be surprised why I have this ability, but I tell you, I am actually from another world. After coming to this world, I have all kinds of superpowers. During the construction, the residents of the tribe will temporarily find it difficult to leave this grassland." Javier on the side was full of questions, saying that he can stop time. I can still understand, but why did he reveal his identity? However, what made Javier even more speechless was that Cherokee actually directly accepted this setting. "Do whatever you need. Since everything has been settled, then we are ready to start work. Without further ado, let the skill pop-up window come out." The next second, the time freeze system pop-up window appeared instantly. "You can manifest the authority of the winter, but that's in your heart, and freeze the flow of time. You need 3,000 relationship points to use this skill. Your current relationship points is 4,655. Would you like to use time freeze?" Seeing this, I put on my self-created activation pose and shouted, "Then now, freeze it for me." I directly clicked the yes button. The next second, the system window appeared again. "The authority of the winter but has manifested. The winter but in my body began to emit a colorful light." Suddenly, that colorful light burst out instantly. But during this process, he didn't forget to say, "I am not a butt, I am a heart, you bastards." However, at this moment, in Javier's eyes, I was like a mental patient twitching non-stop, and the twitching range of that mental patient was constantly increasing. He had no idea what the young master was doing, but Javier was already used to this, so he was very calm. The next second, with a pop, a semicircular barrier suddenly appeared over the once unobstructed plain. Javier finally couldn't help but complain, "Young master, you did so many fancy things, and the final effect is just that one move. So boring." "I agree. Anyway, let's go check it out." Coming to the edge of the barrier, I found that everything outside was frozen. "Seems like it worked." Javier continued to ask, "Young master, you seem to be very disappointed with this mediocre effect." Actually, Javier is right, but life is like this. How can it always be flashy? Suddenly, I raised my iron shovel and shouted, "Although life is mostly mediocre, but what's more important is to quickly finish what you should do. So now let's start construction. And the first step of construction will be Javier, the Grand Master level bulldozer, to completely level the entire site. The second step is still Javier, the Grand Master level laborer, to clean up the excess soil. The third step is definitely still Javier. After all, he is also a Grand Master level soil compactor. And since I am not a Grand Master, I'm supervising the work on the side. However, a Grand Master level laborer will also have dissatisfaction. So the fourth step is to solve the labor application negotiation problem. Something's odd. Why am I the only one working while you're just resting on the side? Didn't you just say that I deserve respect and that you'd do anything for me? Why are you suddenly complaining? You're so strange. Why are you acting like this? And so, the negotiations broke down. But in order to rush the construction period, I quickly put in Hamon and helped him solve some of his problems. The fifth step is to have Bangul produce steel bars and concrete. But when it came to the sixth step, I encountered some problems. This step requires laying steel bars. The construction method for this step is continuously reinforced concrete pavement, also known as CRCP. Compared with other paving methods, this method has a longer lifespan. In this hot and dry plane, it's simply perfect, but the laid steel bars must be of standard size and not twisted. The connection points must also be very firm. Since the construction road area is large, I originally wanted to ask the Centaur tribe for help. However, these guys are completely useless and can only run. They can't even bend down to pick up steel bars, let alone let these guys lay them. It seems there's only one way left now. Although the method may be a bit cruel, there is really no other way. This method is to let the Grand Master lay them one by one. Then there is the 7th step, Grand Master level concrete pouring. The 8th step, Grand Master level curing. The 9th step, Grand Master level sand paving. And the last step, Grand Master level finishes. At this moment, Javier really wanted to beat me up, but he still held back. And so, this super invincible large arena was completed. The 7-month-long project is finally completed. I'm really tired. What do you think, Javier? Am I not amazing? It only took me 7 months. Extraordinary, right? At this moment, Javier could no longer bear it. Gritting his teeth, he was like a nuclear bomb about to explode. However, this nuclear bomb was a dud, because Javier just made an ugh sound. Then he turned and left. After all, he still had some finishing work to do. Just then, the system window appeared. Javier exhibited the most visible level of anger towards you. Seeing this, I smiled crookedly. Brat, I've got you firmly in my grasp. Soon after, Chief Cherrican summoned all the centaurs, because now, the first arena race is about to be held. This brand new racetrack, and the new no impromptu race rule and village speed limit. I know some of you welcome these changes, and some of you don't, but to those that don't, I say, get over it. They're my rules. The winner of this historic first race will win the right to propose to my beautiful, sweet, adorable, lovely daughter, Cherrinan. Cherrinan blushed instantly after hearing this. Racer number 1, Comanche. Racer number 2, Schumacher. Hearing that it was Schumacher, the field immediately raised doubts. Comanche, isn't your opponent too weak? I think he will become the first loser in the history of the arena. At this moment, Comanche spoke and provoked. I saw you practicing running in a corner of the grassland. You're pretty fast. You didn't run your fastest in the village to avoid accidents, right? But you weren't the only one limiting your speed. I didn't feel the need to run full speed against the village slowpokes. No matter how the world changes, losers will always lose. At this moment, I spoke and interrupted their conversation. Alright, that's enough. The trash talk session is over. Then I raised my small iron shovel and said, ready? With a go command. Before I could react, all my clothes burst open. At the same time, Comanche's clothes on the field also tore apart. Even the audience was blown into emoticons by an unknown hurricane, and the person who caused this phenomenon was none other than Schumacher, whose speed was simply too fast. Before Comanche could even start, he had already reached the finish line. Schumacher turned his head handsomely and spoke, sorry, everyone, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. The scene was instantly quiet. Comanche stood dumbfounded, still unable to grasp what had just happened. Just then, I saw Schumacher jump a few times and came to Cherrinan. Miss Cherrinan, will you marry me? At this moment, the other party was trembling all over. Tears were constantly swirling in the corners of her eyes. She had waited for this day for too long. The next second, Cherrinan directly hugged him. You're late, you dummy. And so, the two centaurs who were deeply in love with each other finally got together. Chief Cherrican saw the scene, and he was happy for his daughter to find happiness. Suddenly, Cherrinan grabbed Schumacher and shouted to the centaurs in the arena, did you all see that? This is my man. Then they both looked down at my direction. I was also happy for them. It's just that my current look is a bit revealing. One night, the small purple-haired centaur sat in the tent with his parents, the air thick with unspoken words. Finally, his father spoke. We have no choice. Let's divorce. Agreed. I can't think of a better way to settle this. The next day, the centaurs were already racing on the newly built racetrack, and for that day, the final race carried a peculiar title. My darling wife, will you come back to me? Hearing this, I muttered on the side. What kind of title is that? Cherrinan explained. You were on break, so you wouldn't know. It's an extremely popular trend among us these days. Everyone became addicted to the thrill of a high-speed race on the track, so people are making up petty reasons to hold races. The most common one is divorcing and then remarrying. Accidents are gone. Everyone loves the track, but what will we do about this high divorce rate? Hearing this, I was speechless. I thought to myself, of all beings I've met, the centaurs are the most out of their minds. Just then, Cherrinan was handing me something, and I immediately asked what it was. You solved our people's speed problem. It's a map to the Taupo's location, as promised. I quickly took it and tucked it into my shirt, saying, oh my, I didn't do much, but I'll be shameless and take it. No, I'm the shameless one. You have given me so much. Thank you. Hearing this, I bowed and replied, my pleasure. I did it out of my own selfish needs. Just then, the system notification rang. The tribe has opened up. You have left a lasting mark on the safety and advancement of the centaurs. You received 100 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 1,755. At this moment, Javier fell into deep thought. Although young Master Suho Kim's actions have always been for himself, but the result will always benefit many people. Although he is a bit different from the heroes in the stories Javier heard as a child, but in his own eyes, he is the protagonist of this world. Just as Javier was thinking this, suddenly, his body began to become strange, like a string of code that was about to be erased. released. It's just that he didn't feel it. At this moment, I seemed to notice that something was wrong. I subconsciously turned my head. However, just this one moment directly made my pupils quake. How is this possible? Because Javier, who was clearly walking behind me, had actually disappeared without a trace. But the next second, a young master brought my consciousness back. The person who spoke was Javier. He was very confused at this moment. What's the matter? After coming back to my senses, I immediately replied, it's just that you disappeared for a moment just now. Javier was full of confusion after hearing that. He had no idea what the young master was talking about. At this moment, I found that Javier didn't seem to have anything wrong with him. That really scared me just now. Could it be that I'm tired and seeing things? Or am I having a nervous breakdown? It seems that after this is over, I have to rest well. Just then, we arrived at the border of the barrier. I suppose it's time to lift the barrier in this place. And so, after I ended the time freeze, the spherical barrier that wrapped the entire Centaur grassland instantly disappeared. At the same time, the outside also resumed the flow of time. Just as I was complaining that this skill effect was very poor, I suddenly felt that my heart was not right, and the temperature of my heart was rapidly decreasing. Then, a sharp pain came from my chest, making it difficult for me to stand. Javier behind saw this scene and also panicked, but thankfully, I knew that I was not in any mortal danger this time. That scared me to death. My heart was frozen in an instant. I quickly asked the winter, but what was going on? It's the strong cold air that can freeze time and space that has entered your heart. You might not have felt anything when you released it before, but you can feel the cold air when you reabsorb it. After hearing this, I was very surprised. What kind of setting is this? Is it okay like this? However, the winter but himself didn't know. But you are definitely fine now. This made me even more speechless. Your answer is too ambiguous, you brat. What if I use time freeze again? The winter but said he didn't know either. After all, I'm not the one who created me. Hey, butthole of winter, what is it do you know? Good question, but let me say this first. You should call me winter but in the future. Butthole of winter is really too heartbreaking. Is that important right now? Get out of my body, you hemorrhoid of winter. However, the next sentence of the winter but directly shocked me. It's easy to get me out, but it would also rip your heart out in the process and kill you. If I have to carry you around to use time freeze, does that mean there's no way to remove you? If you really want to know how to get rid of me, you should ask the one who is on his way. After hearing this, I was very confused. What do you mean by the one who is on his way? At the same time, Javier also said that something was coming towards us. Suddenly, Javier had a look of horror. Young master, I don't think I'm a match for the one coming towards us. The next second, a dragon broke through the clouds in the sky. It was diving towards the ground at an extraordinary speed. Javier protected the young master behind him, because in his perception, the other party seemed to be coming with ill intentions. And so, a dragon covered in ice landed in front of us. At this moment, I knew who this was after seeing the other party clearly. He is the creator of the winter but Tyrannus. Tyrannus spoke with his supreme voice. Are you the one who swallowed the heart of winter and used it to freeze the world's time? It seems I have to take it back. It was obvious that Tyrannus's words had no room for negotiation at all. Suddenly, I showed a naive and innocent expression. Then I immediately spoke. That wasn't me. You must have made a mistake. The nearby Javier was completely shocked. He thought to himself, how can someone lie so righteously? And his expression is also flawless. Tyrannus was also confused for a moment. He even began to doubt if he had really made a mistake. The winter but was also stunned. Could it be that he can really get away with it? Is it really not you? Of course not. You must have made a mistake. I have other things to do now, so I'll leave first. Good luck on your search. Oh, I see. So it wasn't you. Although I appear calm now, inside I'm panicking. After all, this guy is an existence that can even kill Javier in seconds. Suddenly, Tyrannus spoke again. Do you think I would say that? Foolish human. Do you really think I'm stupid? Knowing that I was exposed, I immediately knelt down with Javier. Please calm down. What did you just say you were looking for? The heart of winter. Oh, sorry. I thought you said the heart of Whitaker. That heart of winter is indeed with me. At this moment, I quietly complained. How annoying. That didn't work. Javier was shocked again. Does he really think that we could get away with that? Brat, the heart of winter was a gift I gave to the ancestor of Magentano. Michael, how dare you absorb it? You don't look like you have inherited the royal blood. Then I can only assume that you stole it. As soon as these words were spoken, I quickly explained. I am not a thief. Although I indeed do not have royal blood, but I am a member of the royal family. I married someone from the royal family. Who from the royal family did you marry? Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. At this moment, Javier was already sweating profusely. He couldn't help but wonder if this kind of lie could deceive the other party. Then I have to go and ask her. Javier thought to himself, it's over. This is completely hopeless. After Tyrannus finished speaking, he immediately took off and flew towards Magentano. Once I find out that the other party is lying, I will immediately come back and kill him. Now I knew it was really over. It's useless to hide now. After all, the other party can definitely sense my location. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found me immediately after the time freeze ended. It seems that the only hope now is the queen. At the same time, on the other side, the queen respectfully spoke. Great founding dragon, Lord Tyrannus, what did you just say? Is it true you are married to the one who absorbed the heart of winter? The queen was very shocked after hearing this. She had no idea what this meant. When Tyrannus saw the other party's reaction, he immediately thought that it must be that guy who lied. At this moment, he was very angry. He wanted wanted to go back and kill the other party immediately. The queen also realized that something was wrong. She quickly thought in her mind what had happened. In just a moment, the trivial clues were connected by her. Lloyd consumed the heart of winter. Tyrannus is angry. Lloyd got caught. He lied. He said we got married and he got the heart from me. After connecting these, the queen regained her composure. Then she immediately spoke. He did not lie. We were secretly married. I was just shocked because you found out about it. Tyrannus did not understand. Why did you marry secretly? The queen replied calmly. Because I felt embarrassed. I was afraid that when I saw my husband, my heart would leap. If I blushed in public, the people and the surrounding countries would call me the shy girl who blushes easily. Tyrannus was very speechless after hearing these, but he also felt it was very convincing, so he had no way to refute. Lord Tyrannus, I gave the heart of winter as a gift to my husband. He didn't steal it. Tyrannus was silent for a while, and then spoke. In that case, I will believe what you say for now. Then, Tyrannus disappeared in a flash. After seeing the other party leave, the queen frowned immediately. She thought to herself, that bastard. How dare he lie about such a thing? Next time we meet, he better be prepared. At the same time, Javier and I were obediently kneeling on the ground waiting for the final judgment. After all, even if I wanted to run, I couldn't. The next second, Tyrannus appeared instantly. At this moment, I was still very calm, because now, besides quietly waiting for the result of the judgment, I have no other choice. Tyrannus looked at the two people below. I didn't expect that what you said was actually true. Hearing this, I instantly smiled and thought to myself, great, I didn't expect to be saved. Good job, Your Majesty. I thought I was dead. I am now the queen's slave. I will do whatever she instructs me to do in the future. Suddenly, Tyrannus spoke again. Then I shall remove the heart of winter quickly and painlessly. As soon as these words were spoken, I was just smiling, but deep inside I was confused. Wouldn't it kill me if you removed the heart of winter from me? I am curious about the fact that you have a dragon heart. The power to devour the heart of winter is simply incomprehensible. Plus you can stop time, so your existence will threaten the order of this world. Therefore, I am now going to take back the heart of winter. As soon as these words were spoken, the winter but in my body was pulled out by an invisible force. If I hadn't held on with all my might, the winter but might have been forcibly pulled away. At the same time, Javier was also ready to act. Although he knew he was no match for him, he couldn't just watch the young master being killed. Suddenly, I shouted loudly, stop, you will regret killing me. After saying this, that invisible force no longer pulled the winter but. Then with a rebound, the winter but that had been pulled out halfway returned to my body again. Tyrannus asked curiously, why would I regret it? I struggled to get up from the ground. I thought to myself, it worked. It seems that this dragon listens to humans. In that case, I am at an advantage. I spoke with a tearful face. I am actually a member of the Dragon King's Club. The other party was skeptical. You, a club member? Then he began to check. Tyrannus frowned. He didn't expect the guy in front of him to really be a member of the Dragon King's Club. Did you get that kid's approval? I thought to myself, he actually called the Dragon King that kid. The Dragon King is an absolute existence. It seems that the dragon in front of me is almost second only to the strongest in this world. If you kill me, you will inevitably be troubled by the Dragon King. He was very disdainful after hearing that. So you are threatening me now? In order to maintain the order of the world, I am willing to bear some trouble from that kid. I spoke with a sincere expression. Does this look like the face of someone who's threatening you? I have already accepted the fact that I have to die, but I don't want my death to cause trouble for others. So I have a proposal. As long as you accept it, even if you kill me, the Dragon King will not trouble you. Tyrannus thought for a while. If there's really such a way, it's not bad. Then tell me. It involves making a bet with me. If I win, you have to let me go. But if I lose, you can take back the heart of winter at any time. At this moment, I had a wronged look on my face, and tears couldn't stop flowing down. Of course, I will definitely lose. But if you kill me because you won the bet, then the Dragon King certainly can't say anything more. The content of the bet will be me hitting you with a single punch. If you vomit, then I win. Of course, you also know that that result is definitely impossible. But after I die, at least I can have the title of the person who hit Great Tyrannus. I won't be at a loss. Tyrannus looked at the person crying like a rainstorm below. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. In his opinion, he really had no reason to refuse. Very well. If I kill you in that way, I will also feel better. Thank you for listening to the heartfelt words of this dying person. If it's not too presumptuous, please agree to the last request of this dying person. Tyrannus spoke impatiently. You human are really troublesome. What is it? I have loved water since I was a child. It has been my dream to be buried at sea. Therefore, I would like my final moments to be in water. There is a very shallow river over there. Shall we go there? Tyrannus was very speechless, but he still agreed to this strange request. And so, two men and a dragon began to walk toward the small stream. Javier was very confused. Young master, what kind of bet are you making? It seems there is no chance of winning at all. At this moment, although Javier didn't understand why the young master wanted to make such a bet, he was already prepared for the worst. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he had to stop that dragon. And so, Tyrannus stood in the water according to the bet. Okay, I'm ready. Suddenly, I changed my previous pitiful expression, and once again showed that iconic hellish smile. The voice that came out was also like a demon whispering. Then here I go. Tyrannus saw such a terrifying expression for the first time, and it startled him. Then he subconsciously had a bad premonition. At this moment, I had already clenched my fist, jumped out of the water, and rushed towards Tyrannus's direction. This punch made my expression twisted, because this punch was related to my life and death. At this moment, I activated my special skill, stomach shot. The next second, my punch directly hit the other party's stomach. It was obvious that this punch had no power at all. It didn't look like it could make a powerful dragon vomit. Of course, Tyrannus also thought so. Thank you, interesting human. Future generations will remember you as the great human who punched the great dragon Tyrannus. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly really started to vomit. It turns out, with my special skill, stomach shot, I can cause any living creature in water to fully empty its stomach contents with one single punch to the gut. Great, I won. Now I don't have to die. This is an ancient dragon that supervises the order of the world. But one day, he suddenly found that the world's time had been frozen, and what surprised him even more was that the one who froze time was actually a human, and that person also had the heart of winter with the power to freeze time. So after the time freeze was lifted, he immediately prepared to find that person and erase him. After all, as the manager of the world's order, he couldn't let such a dangerous person exist. Yet now, he is vomiting from the blow of that person's punch, and that person was me. Oh, what happened? Why did I win? It's so strange. Suddenly, Tyrannus's whole body glowed with a dazzling light. The next second, he actually transformed into a human form. He didn't understand, because in his opinion, this human was clearly very weak. It was impossible to make him vomit with one punch. Oh, why did I succeed? I don't understand what happened either. I have won the bet, right? Does this mean I get to live? Tyrannus wiped the vomit from his mouth. Yes, a dragon keeps their promise, so I have no choice. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, I was really a little nervous. Fortunately, that skill is the same as the system described. As long as it is any living being in the water, I can use that skill to make it vomit. However, this is a one-time deal. If you do anything that disrupts the order of the world in the future, I will still come and kill you. Great Dragon Tyrannus, please rest assured, I don't have that kind of courage. To be honest, you are not only shameless, but also have some clever tricks. You even have a strange power that violates the laws. Actually, I don't know if I should let you go, but if you are really a bad person, my son probably wouldn't accept you as a member of the Dragon King's Club. After hearing this, I was stunned. Please wait a moment. Are you the father of Verkis, the Dragon King? Tyrannus calmly replied, yes, that kid is my son. At this moment, I was extremely shocked, but then a wonderful plan arose in my heart. Tyrannus was very confused by the other party's appearance. I just said that the Dragon King is my son. Is it necessary to show such a shocked expression? Suddenly, I grabbed his hand. How hard it must have been for you before. You must be tired. At this time, I was crying, as if I knew that the other party had countless grievances in his heart. Tyrannus retreated in disgust. What are you talking about, you bastard? Let go of my hand. It's disgusting. Stop rubbing my hand. Don't you see it's sticky? Your hands are so rough. I can sense how you've struggled. What are you talking about? I am Tyrannus. How can there be anything in the world that can tire me? However, as he spoke, he couldn't help but shed tears. What's going on? Why am I crying? Lord Tyrannus, cry if you want to. I can feel your suffering without looking at you. You have a lazy, selfish, and violent son, but his power is stronger. It's been so hard for you for thousands of years. At this moment, it was as if Tyrannus's heart had been shot, because this human's words had completely spoken to his heart. He could no longer suppress the grievances he had accumulated over the years. He directly pounced into the other party's arms and cried, for so many years, no one has ever said such things to me. That damn bastard, that dragon bastard son. I have suffered so much to make him a good dragon. In the end, he only listens to his own wife. And my daughter, who originally liked me, also goes to find her sister-in-law every day. All the hardships I have suffered have become meaningless. They're all enjoying themselves without a care in the world for me. I am but a lonely old dragon whose family doesn't appreciate me. Suddenly, I spoke and interrupted him. That's not it. Your family is able to enjoy themselves because of all the hard work you did for them. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a thunderbolt had hit Tyrannus's heart. For so many years, he had finally received someone's affirmation. At this moment, all his previous grievances were released. He pounced on me and cried even more fiercely. Just then, I showed a strange smile. Now Tyrannus, who saw me as a dangerous person, has completely ceased to exist. Javier watched this ridiculous scene in the water from the shore. He thought to himself, was I really right to think of him as the hero of this world? Or is he just an evil man? I don't think you can necessarily call what he did evil. I just don't know anymore. And so, a man and a dragon lay on the grass and began to chat. Javier was forced to be a listener on the side. I'm really sorry. I, a dragon, actually cried in front of a human. It's okay. It seems empathy knows no race. Suddenly, Tyrannus got up. Human, your name is Lloyd Frontera, right? I replied with a smile. Yes. Then his words shocked me. Actually, you are going to die soon. The heart of winter will gradually freeze your heart. Over time, you will die. After hearing these, I immediately began to question the winter butthole of winter. You are an assassin. Did you enter my body to kill me? Actually, the winter but himself didn't know what was going on. Don't go too far. I entered your heart to save you, remember? And I told you to call me winter butt. Shut up, you winter poop. After arguing with the winter but in my body, I got up in a panic. At the same time, Javier behind also panicked. Lord Tyrannus, is there no solution? I can't die yet. Since your heart is slowly freezing, then you should thought, as long as you absorb the Eye of Summer, which contains the power of fire, you will be fine. After hearing this, I thought to myself, damn it, I know what this Eye of Summer is. After all, that is another divine object of the Magentano kingdom. Am I going to owe the queen a favor again? Then Lord Tyrannus, how long will it take for my heart to be completely frozen? 5 years at the shortest, and 10 years at the longest. After hearing this, I was relieved. That's plenty of time. I just need to fix everything before then. Seeing the humans so calm and composed when he learned that his life expectancy was only 5 to 10 years, Tyrannus thought to himself, what a strong mental power. He has always been giving me surprises. Verkis in the heart of winter probably saw this too. By the way, what is it that you wanted to solve? If it's not something difficult, I might be able to help you. And so, I told Tyrannus the whole story. So you are looking for the materials of Aotearoa. I happen to have 2 of them, the Haraki and Takapona. After hearing this, I was very pleasantly surprised. I never expected this crisis to turn into a great opportunity. Lord Tyrannus, although it's a bit shameless to say this, but if you can give them to me, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. I found them lying around the ruins of an old demon's castle. I was just using them as pillows anyway, so you can have them. At this moment, I thought to myself, great, this is simply a pie falling from the sky, because there are a total of 5 core materials. I have always been very anxious. Now I have 4 in an instant. All I need is the last one, the Kiaura. Tyrannus on the side spoke again and gave me another surprise. About the Kiaura, that thing was originally in Verkis' hands, but in order to study dimensional travel, he sent things everywhere. At that time, he sent Kiaura to a certain place. After hearing this, I was speechless. That damn dragon. Of all places, why send it to another dimension? Suddenly, Tyrannus thought of where Kiaura was sent. However, when I heard this place, I was directly dumbfounded, because that place was actually Seoul. That's right, it was my original world, Earth. Soon after, on a high mountaintop on the edge of the southern grassland, I finally obtained the core material Taupo. At the same time, I received a 2,200 bonus relationship points. With the help of Tyrannus' teleportation, the Taupo was moved instantly to the Mermaid Kingdom. For the other 2 materials, we head to his lair, and I received 2,400 bonus relationship points for obtaining the legendary core material Haraki, and another 2,600 for the Takapona. And so, I only had 1 material left to obtain, but this last material was sent to Earth by the Dragon King. At this moment, Tyrannus was about to help me send the materials to the Mermaid Kingdom, but I refused. You have helped us with these. It has already made us very grateful. I can't trouble you anymore, so you just watch me, a lowly human, solve it myself. Is it really okay? If you want to get the last material, Kiaura, then you need the help of the Dragon King. It's not an easy task to order that guy around. Suddenly, I let out a series of sinister laughs. My expression also became very twisted. That kind of problem is my specialty. Tyrannus was startled by this sudden expression. He thought to himself, if Lloyd can make even me bend to his will, he could very well do it. How terrifying. Then, I began to summon Draghi. With Draghi, this super carrier, transporting those materials is a piece of cake, but Tyrannus was still very surprised to see such a large skeleton dragon. After all, he didn't expect a human to be able to control a skeleton dragon. This guy really keeps surprising me. As long as he makes up his mind, he can instantly turn the world into a pile of rubble, yet he exercises such self-control. Suddenly, Tyrannus called out to the other party, wait a moment, Lloyd Frontera. The fate restoration phenomenon is not to be underestimated. Even Verkis, who has great power, can't do anything about it. But even so, I still believe that you will complete the mission you are shouldering. Good luck. And so, after saying goodbye to Tyrannus, we immediately set off to return to the territory. After all, if we want to find the last material, we must first convince the Dragon King. On the way, Javier asked worriedly, young master, will Verkis help us with dimensional travel? He should think it's a very troublesome thing, right? Don't worry, I have it all figured out. Lazy people will expose their weaknesses themselves. Javier thought for a while after hearing this. Then he asked the question, young master, is Seoul your hometown? I was a little surprised to be asked this. Why do you think so? Because young master, when you heard that word, your expression changed. Indeed, is that place still my hometown? The Suho Kim of the previous life seems to have long ceased to exist. Suddenly, I spoke. Now my hometown is Frontera territory. I haven't been back to the territory for so long, and I really miss them. I wonder how everyone is doing. Meanwhile, at the Frontera territory, a group of sneaky people had gathered on the mountain. Among them, the leading guy was saying something to them. We're here. That is the village full of gold and silver treasures. His one-eyed subordinate began to flatter him. It turned out that this person was once the 3rd prince of the Southern Arios Duchy, but due to the failure of the rebellion, he is now a bandit leader. Lord Eddie, after you conquer this village, you can establish the new country you have been dreaming of. And so, Eddie commanded, let's go. Turn the village below into a ruin for me and chop off the Lord's head. However, he didn't know that this move would become an unforgettable nightmare for him. The first troop, go and burn down the houses. These bandit soldiers all rushed down in a swarm after hearing the command. When they were halfway down, they suddenly found a group of orcs in front, and each of them was a muscle demon. Maybe just a random punch could kill a person. The bandits who had never seen orcs before immediately began to flee. No one wanted to be hit by that sandbag-sized fist. The one-eyed guy who escaped immediately came to report. It's not good. There are orcs on the mountainside. Eddie was still confused why there were orcs in such a small mountain village, but he couldn't care so much anymore. The second troop go through the woods in the back and directly attack the Lord's mansion. However, as soon as they walked into the woods, they saw a scene that made them astonished, because there were actually many elves barbecuing in the woods. What's going on? Why are there not only orcs but also elves in this small village? Just as this group of people were at a loss, suddenly, one of them accidentally stepped on a flower. The elf race is the race that loves flowers and trees the most. Seeing this scene, they immediately darkened their faces. And so, this group of people were driven out again. You're saying there is a large group of elves barbecuing in the woods? Yes, sir. Although I don't know why there are elves, but the meat they are barbecuing looks delicious. Eddie was very angry after hearing this. We can't turn back now. Since the pincer attack doesn't work, then we will attack from the front. All troops, charge. Meanwhile, the orc cougar just now came to report. Hey, Greg, a group of bandits with knives are invading the territory. Greg thought he had misheard, so he asked again. After all, he didn't expect there to be bandits who dared to come to the territory. After getting an affirmative answer, he thought to himself, great, it's a good opportunity to test the missile I just designed. And so, Greg directly brought out the short-range missile he designed and Corgetus manufactured. The missile was launched at once, and it flew towards the bandits who were preparing to attack. The next second, with a huge explosion, the fire directly lit up the sky. The bandits who had never seen such a thing were instantly scared silly. They all began to flee crazily. They thought to themselves, this is not a small village at all. Even a big country may not have this kind of military strength. Seeing that the missile just flew right past the bandits, Greg was not happy. We missed. It's still better than last time. I'll keep helping you. At this moment, Eddie still refused to give up. I am the Prince of the Abyss, Eddie. I will not retreat just like this. Corgetus didn't expect this bandit to be so stubborn, so he called Solitas. Dragon Boy, you go and send them back to their hometown so we can get our lesson started. Sir Greg said in surprise. So you are a dragon? I never knew. After that, the poor prince was chased all the way by Solitas with fire. He never expected a small village to have so many incredible existences. But I am the Prince of the Abyss. One day, I will build up my forces. By that time, I will come back and destroy the territory of this group of demons. Suddenly, a huge figure blocked the sky. Eddie looked up in fear. It turned out that a dragon had appeared in the sky. At this moment, Eddie was already lifeless. The surrounding villagers were also surprised why that kind of thing would come here. But when they saw the person riding the skeleton dragon, they immediately understood everything. That's right, that person was me. What did you say just now? You brat, you're going to destroy my territory? Eddie was directly scared to faint by this scene. Later, the bandits called the Frontera territory the Demon's Territory. Since then, no bandits dared to come again. Now then, let's open that portal to Seoul. Soon after, morning came, and the first thing I did when I came back was to dedicate a song to the Dragon King. The people outside were directly hit in the soul by this beautiful voice. Javier, in order to feel the melody in it with his heart, directly blocked his ears. The Dragon King even turned into black and white with the singing. When the soul-shaking singing finally ended, the world also returned to color. At this moment, I spoke with a smile. Dear Dragon King, how have you been recently? The Dragon King, who was awakened by the hellish voice just now, had not yet recovered. He said with a lot of sweat on his head, I was fine just now. That is, before you opened that distorted black hole you call a mouth to let out that cursed sound. Then Lord Dragon King, are you satisfied with the wake-up service of our skeleton engineer team? Speaking of the wake-up service, the Dragon King spoke. They do indeed wake me up by beating gongs and drums every morning. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, because he remembered a very crucial thing. It turned out that every time he was woken up, it seemed that he didn't have time to contact his wife, and he just fell asleep again. He instantly realized that it was not good. At this moment, the Dragon King roared angrily, because you left and didn't properly handle your duties. I haven't called my wife in months. I'm going to kill you. However, I had long expected this situation. Lord Dragon King, I have fulfilled our agreement. My duty is to wake you up every day. I don't recall promising to help you contact the Dragon Queen. Calling her is something you can only do. The Dragon King showed a constipated expression after hearing that. Darn it, what should I do? I'm a goner. What is wrong with me? And this is the effect I want. After all, only when the Dragon King has a problem, then I have a chance to help him solve the problem. How about you listen to my method? He immediately became interested when he heard there was a way to solve it. Tell the Dragon Queen that you were very busy before, because you were busy catching a bad guy. That bad guy who came from another dimension used various strange means to run rampant all over the world. The righteous you couldn't just stand by. You tracked his whereabouts day and night. Eventually, you caught him with your unremitting efforts, and that bad guy is me. After hearing this method, the Dragon King fell into deep thought. After he thought through the feasibility of the method, his eyes immediately regained their light. You brat, that's a really good idea. That way, I will be praised by my wife instead. That's right, you can even chain me up and drag me to her. And with my appearance, it's perfect to play the role of a bad guy. Meanwhile, Javier thought to himself, young master, you really don't have to act at all. You are clearly the bad guy who lies wherever you go. go. At this moment, I was waiting for the Dragon King's reply with a smile. I believe that my seamless plan will definitely get his consent. Then I can raise my own request. The Dragon King looked at the other party. Actually, he also knew that this kid must have something to ask of him. So what do you need me to do for you this time? Thank you, Lord Dragon King. Please send me to my original world to find the Kiaura. After he heard the name Kiaura, he seemed to have thought of something. That's right, I remember now. That thing is a material from the Jewel of Truth. That's right, it was indeed sent to Seoul by me. It turned out that the Dragon King knew about the collapse of the Jewel of Truth, but he never told me from the beginning. So annoying. After that, the Dragon King began to rummage through his clothes for something. I can send you there, but not to its exact location. I can only give you something to help you find it. Suddenly, he took out a small dog toy. This is the omnipotent search dog. I have already entered the magical pattern of the Kiaura. It will help you point the way. I asked with confusion, do you dragons not care about design or theatrics? I don't know about the others, but my face is already handsome enough, so I don't care about much else. Then he prepared to take something out of his sleeve. Also, this is a magic hammer that can go anywhere. Damn it, why is this thing so hard to get? Then the Dragon King took the magic hammer and turned it a few times. He chanted a spell of go to Seoul, go to Seoul. Then, he threw the magic hammer on the ground. Suddenly, a circle of spiral patterns appeared on the ground. At this moment, I could no longer bear it and began to complain. It's dimensional travel. I thought the effect would be similar to that old Dragon's Gate to Hell. I never expected it to be so cheap. This is so disappointing. Javier patted my shoulder. Young master, you should be used to it. Although I was very reluctant, in the end, I still stood on this very cheap portal. However, what's more excessive is that this portal actually has a rotation function. People standing on it will also turn with the pattern. Kid, that is a round trip magic. If you stand on that dimensional travel rotating circle on the other side of the world, you can come back to this world. Your hometown is Seoul, right? Just in case, I want to tell you, your original body is sleeping soundly in that world. Don't even think about looking for him. If you get too close, it may cause an error and destroy everything. And so, I returned to this world full of painful memories through the portal. At this moment, Javier thought to himself, so this is Suho Kim's hometown? What if he doesn't want to go back anymore and wants to stay in this place? At this time, Javier made a decision in his heart. If that kind of thing happens, then I will do my best to bring him back with me. Suddenly, he noticed that something was wrong. What's going on? It's so strange. It turned out that Javier felt that all his mana had disappeared. Could it be that it can't be used in this world? At this moment, the search dog barked. Let's go, Javier. It seems we need to go that way. Javier thought, this is troublesome. What should I do if we encounter any dangerous situation? Walking out of the alley, he found that this place was completely different from his original world. The street was full of towering houses, and on the road were some unknown things speeding by. At the same time, he felt that the air here was really bad. It was almost the same as when they went to hell before. Let's go and find some clothes to change into first. It's too conspicuous to dress like this. Javier asked worriedly, young master, my mana is gone. What should I do if we encounter danger? I immediately told him not to worry. Nothing like that will happen here. Although he didn't understand why, he still noticed that something was wrong with the young master. It is said that the last core material of the Aotearoa, Kiaura, changes its form according to the environment, and somewhere in Seoul, the Kiaura has transformed itself. A moment later, I found wearable clothes in an old clothes recycling box. They're a bit smelly, but they'll do. Javier, who was on the lookout, thought to himself, is the young master okay? His state just now seemed very bad. Just as Javier finished thinking, he saw the young master clutching his chest in pain. He was just about to go up and check what was going on. Suddenly, a shout from a distance stopped him. Hey you, over there, do you know you are stealing? Hurry up and put that thing down. What's with your look? Are you playing cosplay? Anyway, you can tell me everything down at the station. Seeing that we were discovered, I whispered and complained to Javier. Brat, didn't I tell you to keep a good lookout? Helpless, I went up with a smile. Oh, officer, this is a misunderstanding. Actually, we are employees of a recycling company. Are you kidding me? Why would a recycling company's employee dress like that? Seeing that the situation was not right, I began to rummage through my clothes for something. Officer, the weather is so hot. You must be really tired. So I have a small gift for you. And this gift of mine is the gold I brought from another world. The red-haired officer was completely stunned when he saw such beautiful gold. At this moment, I showed a fawning expression and spoke. You can use these small things to buy some ice cream. If there is any left, you can go and buy a car. However, what I never expected was that the officer in front of me was so upright and incorruptible. He actually took out his handcuff. Ugly cosplayer, I'm going to arrest you for bribery. Seeing that the situation was not right, I directly threw that handful of gold out. I don't believe you won't go and pick it up. Sure enough, the red-haired guy immediately and anxiously cursed when he saw so much gold being thrown. You cosplayer, it's such a waste to throw such a good thing. Then I immediately told Javier to run quickly. After all, if we are caught here, it will be over. But I'm really angry. Why am I also an ugly man here? On the other side, the red-haired guy was still picking up gold. He even bit it with his teeth after picking it up. But he hates himself so much now. How could I be like this? I became a police officer with a noble ideal, and I was defeated by such a test. In pain, he swore in his heart, you made me compromise my principles. I will atone by putting you two in jail. Just you wait. Ugly cosplayer cosplayer and good-looking foreigner. On the other side, a green-haired officer received a walkie-talkie message from his teammate. You're saying there's an ugly cosplayer running away? I found him. After shaking off that green-haired guy, I met a purple long-haired guy again. An ugly cosplayer? I found him. I was speechless. What the hell? You clearly haven't even seen my face. How did you determine that I was that ugly cosplayer? I don't need to see your face. I know it's you. After all, the back of your head is also ugly. And so, Javier and I ran for a long time. Finally, we shook them off. Young master, can't we just use gold to buy clothes? This place only accepts paper money. Even if someone is willing to accept gold, it will take a long time to authenticate. Anyway, let's go to the dimensional travel portal and tidy up first. We'll act when it gets dark. After all, no matter how we disguise ourselves, we look very conspicuous. Suddenly, Javier noticed that the young master's appearance was very strange. It turned out that he found that the other party seemed very tired. But this is impossible. Although there is no mana now, with the young master's physical strength, he shouldn't be tired after running a few steps. Young master, are you not feeling well? No, it's just the bad air. Let's go back and change clothes first. And so, when night fell, Javier and I changed our clothes and set out to search for the Kiara. Young master, look at the search dog's reaction. It seems to be pointing us in that tower. However, I am more worried that that tower is the core material. Kiara, if that's the case, am I going to have to pull out the whole tower? Suddenly, I heard a conversation behind me. Hey, I don't know about cosplay outfit, but I found a guy with an ugly head. Hearing this, we immediately ran away. What the hell? How can they recognize me like this? Damn it. It seems that the normal route is impossible to reach the tower safely. We'll have to climb up the mountain path. Javier on the side spoke up and complained. Young master, what else must you do to mask your ugliness? Brat, you think I know? The fact that you're being dead serious while asking me that ticks me off more. And so, after shaking them off, the two of us went into the mountain, but my current state is very bad. Javier also found this problem. Young master, are you okay? Do you want us to rest first? I was just about to force myself to say I was fine, but suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my heart. I'm sorry, I can't keep up the charade. Javier quickly went up to check. I'm pathetic, aren't I? No, you just haven't looked like your usual self since we stepped into this world. At this moment, I said the specific reason. Actually, this is normal. I have always been like this when I was living here. Always feeling scared, always feeling like the odd one out. I was fine when my parents were alive. After two of them passed away, my condition became worse. It's been a while since I was here. I'm still adjusting to the pain. When I first saw you at the Frontera territory, surprising things happened one after another. I didn't have time to think too much, but then, I noticed I had completely changed. It felt as if that was truly my world. I am full of confidence there, and can solve any problem perfectly, but this is who I really am. I'm nobody, I'm a failure, and I'm filled with nothing but emotional pain. At this moment, Javier asked the question, so young master, when you were living here, did you resent yourself like this? Did you sit on the ground like now, and complain about various things? This question made me fall into silence. Actually, I really wanted to give up, but I couldn't. My parents were scammed out of a large sum of money. Later, the two of them chose to end their own lives. The people around all pointed their fingers, saying why they would irresponsibly leave their child behind. But none of them know how terrible that disease is, and they spoke ill of them. My parents were amazing people. I wanted to show other people that, so I can't stop moving forward. I did everything I could. Whether it's study or work, I want to do my best. I needed to live a proper life, to become proof that my parents had lived the right way. Young master, you are not to blame for these things. Who pushed this responsibility on you? Actually, no one pushed the responsibility on me. These are all the things I chose to bear myself. If I don't keep myself accountable, then I am really nothing. Javier paused for a moment, then spoke. It seems I was overthinking it. Whether it's on Seoul or on the Laurasia continent, you are the same, young master. Even if you cause trouble because of your ugly and terrible face, or have tears running down a scared face, you are still that responsible person. After hearing this, I thought to myself, what am I being sad about here? Don't I have more important things to do now? Hey, Javier, I'm the one who should be leading the way, you brat. Javier showed a faint smile after hearing this. It seems that despicable young master is back again. Soon after, we arrived at the tower. So you're telling me that's the Kiara? To find out which one it was, I first guided the search dog over the locks, but it showed no reaction. Then, as I moved it closer to the railing itself, the dog reacted. It turns out that the Kiara is this railing full of love locks in front of me. I thought to myself, I think it was when they were building here, Kiara happened to fall nearby. At that time, it happened to be next to the railing. That's why it became like this. That sleepyhead Dragon King needs to input his coordinates better. Why did he let it fall here of all places? Javier was very confused about the things hanging from the railing. I explained that those are called love locks. The place we are now is a tourist destination. Couples come up here and attach one of these locks to the railing, while pledging their eternal love for each other. Javier felt that this was troublesome after hearing this. There are so many people here, it's hard to pull out the railing in front of them. Do we need to find a place to hide until dawn? At this moment, I couldn't think of any other way to solve it. But actually, I have been to this place before. It was when I was very young. My parents brought me here. At that time, I was still very happy. I picked up a love lock on the railing and said to Javier, these are not ordinary locks. They represent promises. They carry the memories of many people. When you miss someone someone so much, you come here in the hopes that you may unexpectedly bump into them. At this time, Javier, who was sitting beside me, spoke up. It's good that we came here. Actually, I've always been curious about what kind of person you were here. Brat, didn't you say before that as long as I can save the Frontera territory, it doesn't matter what kind of person I am? Javier was still stubbornly saying that it didn't matter. I was just curious. That's right, this is a business relationship. Let's not cross any lines. I looked at the many couples in front of me riding on the love locks and thought to myself, what should I do now? I am also a human, so I don't want to destroy other people's memories just because of my own needs. That excited and warm feeling when hanging the lock, the sincerity that they want to cherish forever, the memories they want to find again. They are all so happy. However, the more I looked, the more I felt something was wrong. Why can they be so happy while I have to wait here? Why should I protect their memories? Suddenly, I stood up in anger. Javier, I quit being a human. Javier found it very strange how the young master suddenly became so angry. He's so unpredictable, but after thinking it through, he smiled with relief. I should have expected this. This demeanor suits him best. Javier, let's pull out that eyesore now. Then, a person who had been consumed by jealousy directly knocked open those couples. Get out of the way, all of you. We need to inspect this railing. And so, Javier and I positioned ourselves at the railing. The couples who were knocked open before were all dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, is this person mentally ill? In the next second, with a crack, the railing full of love locks was directly pulled up by Javier and me. Carrying away the railing, I didn't forget to be sarcastic. Oh, why are there so many locks on this? It's so troublesome to inspect this. You're gonna run up here to get rid of these when you all break up anyway, right? I'll make things easier and get rid of them for you now. Suddenly, a few people appeared and stopped us. Didn't you say you were from a clothes recycling company? Why are you now from a railing equipment company? And the people who stopped us were the red-haired, green-haired, and purple-haired trio. They struck a very handsome entrance pose. The wrath of justice roars in the face of evil. Be gone with the thunder of retribution. At this moment, the red-haired, green-haired, and purple-haired trio changed their pose again, and they were constantly saying electric shock, electric shock. It turned out that this so-called thunder of punishment was a taser. After doing this series of fancy poses, they finally fired the taser. Although Javier didn't have any mana now, with his years of combat experience, he immediately reacted. Instantly, he used his clothes to block all the wires of the taser. But just now, because Javier was fully disguised, no one saw his true appearance. Now that his clothes and mask were all off, all the girls on the side exclaimed, "Oh my, that railing thief is so handsome." Then they immediately took out their phones and started taking pictures. Soon, Javier appeared on various social platforms. At the same time, he also quickly made the headlines. Meanwhile, we were still being chased by the red-haired, green-haired, and purple-haired trio. Javier was a little unbearable at this moment. Young master, do you need me to get rid of them? No, leave them be. After all that sword and construction training, we're faster, so let's speed up. And so, Javier and I shook them off at an extraordinary speed. At this moment, they prepared to find our location through the information on their phones. Don't worry, just search for the super handsome railing thief, and we can know where they are right away. On the way, they were tracking while looking at their phones. They were here a minute ago. We've almost got them. There's nowhere to hide around here. Meanwhile, Javier and I were changing clothes in the alley. Young master, you are leaving your hometown just like this. Don't you think it's a pity? I'll buy you some time. How about you stay a few more days? After hearing this, I directly refused. But speaking of this world, I do have a guy I want to see, but I'm just waiting for the day he's ready to see me again. And this person is my only friend. Hey, Ji-Young, come and help here after you finish that. It's obvious that the blonde guy is no longer rich now, but he still has that expression. Well, if you want me that badly, I'll come and help you. Finally, the red-haired, green-haired, and purple-haired trio found that small alley. Police officer, there are thieves stripping over here. Honey, I told you he's innocent. Give up, villains. Suddenly, the red-haired guy was shocked because there was no one in the alley, only their two sets of clothes, a note, and a slowly closing portal. But Javier actually folded his clothes neatly. On the other hand, I just threw them around. The note said, "Thank you for your service." I also thoughtfully left a few gold coins. And so, we successfully brought the railing back to Frontera territory. But Javier was a little strange. It turned out that he found that the young master was trembling all over. Is it the heart problem again? However, I was not uncomfortable. It was because I was too happy. It's finally over. I've gathered all the materials for building the Jewel of Truth. At this moment, I was very excited. Restoration of fate or whatever it is. I'll crush it completely. And so, I started destroying the love locks on the railing. What eternal love? It's ridiculous. I will destroy them all and reduce them to dust. If I can't have it, none of you can. Young master, do you know you look like the world's #1 villain? I immediately retorted. I am now the incarnation of equality. I'm making everyone single equally. A moment later, the railing that was previously full of love locks was completely clean. This looks much more comfortable. At this moment, although I was very tired from dismantling, I was very gratified in my heart. I should have brought more. This feeling of destroying other people's proof of love is so good. Javier ruthlessly complained. Young master, have you forgotten what your real purpose is? Suddenly, that railing actually began to flash with light. Then, it turned into wisps of unknown energy and gathered above my head. This sudden situation startled me, but that railing turned into a small cube. Then it fell freely in front of me. At this moment, I was very surprised that this thing was so small. Is it fake? I went up and picked up that cube and began to examine it carefully. I thought to myself, is this small thing the legendary Kiaura? At this moment, the system immediately prompted, you have received the legendary core material Kiaura and received a 2,800 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 11,755. Congratulations, you have gathered all the materials for Aotearoa. Seeing this, I began to recall my life during this period. I was either helping the mermaids by building a sauna or helping the centaurs by building a racetrack, and I had to worry about my heart being completely frozen all the time. Thinking of this, I was a little choked up. Javier saw the young master's appearance on the side and was very surprised. Is he going to cry? However, I suddenly shouted and startled him. Alright, let's go to the next stage immediately. Next stop, Mermaid Kingdom. Let's piece this thing together. Javier sighed and thought to himself, actually, there is time to celebrate. Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? But then he thought again, this is who he is, and that's why he can save everyone. And so, the two of us rushed to the Mermaid Kingdom without stopping. Javier, we have been through a lot, haven't we? We built a suspension bridge in the capital. We built a railway in hell. We built a stone ice storage for the orcs, the sauna of the Mermaid Kingdom, and the racetrack of the centaurs. But there is one thing I don't understand. Why did we build so many nice things for others? Javier understood what the young master wanted to express. Is it because of the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa? Although it would be a pity to build it here, since we have already made an agreement with the Mermaid Kingdom beforehand, there isn't anything we can do, is there? Suddenly, I told Javier that I had a way. Then I showed that hellish smile again. We can take the Aotearoa and build it in our territory. Why are you looking at me like that? You're looking at me like I'm the worst person ever. Have I ever done something genuinely evil to someone? However, Javier still stared at me with that look. Actually, I did do a few bad things once or twice. Well, maybe 3 or 4 times. And so, Javier and I came to the palace of the Mermaid King. Although you are ugly, you are full of spirit, my friend. You actually collected all the materials needed for the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa. If you need anything during the construction of the Jewel of Truth, I will help you without reservation. You can also use all the facilities of our kingdom as you wish. I replied very respectfully, thank you, your majesty. I will do my best to restore the glory that the Mermaid Kingdom enjoyed in the mythical times. Suddenly, Aliel noticed that something was wrong. She was very confused. It turns out, she saw me crying. Lloyd Frontera, why are you crying so sadly? Please forgive me for showing such an ugly state, your majesty. It's nothing. Please don't mind me. As soon as these words were spoken, it directly aroused the Mermaid King's curiosity. Nothing? You are our friend, our hero. No matter what difficulties you have, we will help you. So feel free to speak. It seems the other party has taken the bait. I was silent for a while. Then I spoke. I just feel that building the Jewel of Truth in the Mermaid Kingdom is really too heartbreaking. The Mermaid King was very confused. What do you mean by that? Didn't we agree to build the Jewel of Truth on our land? Are you trying to go back on your word? Actually, Javier on the side also didn't understand what the young master was doing. I replied with tears in my eyes. I don't mean that. It's just that when the Jewel of Truth is completed, there will definitely be some greedy guys who will start a war to monopolize the Jewel of Truth, thinking that such a peaceful and beautiful Mermaid Kingdom will experience the suffering of the mythical times again. I can't help but shed tears. Aliel instantly realized that something was wrong when she heard this. Indeed, the jewel that can answer all questions will definitely attract the attention of many people with ulterior motives. Maybe it will really cause a war like in the mythical times. I'm really sad, but a promise cannot be broken. I will start construction right away. Suddenly, Aliel spoke and interrupted me. Wait a minute, does the Jewel of Truth have to be built here? No, your majesty. As long as the water depth can reach more than 230 feet, anywhere is fine. Aliel spoke again after hearing that. I feel that the Jewel of Truth is better built elsewhere. It seems the bait is completely hooked. If you want to achieve your goal, you don't have to use force. Using your brain is the kingly way. At this moment, Javier on the side also understood everything. He thought to himself, the young master is really terrible. And so, I got the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa, without any effort. We will build it in our territory, and the Mermaid Kingdom can come and use it at any time. It worked out well. I was really worried about the Mermaid Kingdom's safety. Javier also understood the young master's real intention. If the Jewel of Truth is built in the Mermaid Kingdom, what the young master said earlier may really happen. Brat, don't look at me like that. I just told her the truth. It's not like I cared about them anyway. My goal from beginning to end is the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa. Why are you sighing? Do you think I'm very despicable? Javier smiled and said, no, all parties involved have reached a happy outcome. That's all that matters, isn't it? Wow, you've finally become a bit more pragmatic. Do you also admit that you're the same as me now? Javier was a little surprised to see the young master with his palm outstretched. Then with a crisp high five, it seems you brat admit that we are the same now. After that, we immediately went to Lake Kapua. This is the perfect place to build the Jewel of Truth. It's deep and wide. What do you say, owner of the lake? May I build it here? After hearing yes from Bibian, I immediately dived into the lake. Because the Jewel of Truth will emit a very strong energy to answer, I must first confirm how strong it gets. I immediately used the simulation mode to test it. However, I didn't expect that this thing can actually cause caused such a big commotion when answering questions. During the answering process, the Jewel of Truth will gather a huge amount of river water, and once the answer is completed, this water will burst out like a fountain. Of course, logically speaking, it's fine if the water overflows, but below the mountain is the residential area of the territory. This huge amount of river water can flood my entire territory in an instant. It seems that building the Jewel of Truth is not a simple matter. There are still many things to consider. So annoying. Just then, Javier saw the young master coming ashore with a solemn expression. He thought something bad had happened. Just as he was about to go up and ask, he suddenly saw the young master go crazy. I'm so angry. When will I ever be able to live a good retirement life? Problems always come one after another. Javier, you're on vacation until further notice. I have some things to figure out. Javier looked at the young master's departing back. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems that besides fighting, I really can't help him with anything. Soon after, Javier looked around the territory and realized how much it had changed. Just a few years ago, it had been nothing more than a poor village. All the children in the capital, they now receive a good education at higher institutions. And although the orcs and elves have very different dispositions, none of that matters here in Frontera. Just then, Javier saw Emily and Cougar. Forgive me, Emily. Because of me, you've changed so much. Not at all. I really enjoy your weight training dates. I've become so strong. Catch me, Cougar. Seeing this, Javier thought to himself, everyone here in the territory is realizing their dreams, is being fed, and reaping the benefits of their work. Everyone here is enjoying themselves in this bright, beautiful place. But what about you, young master? When will you come out here? At the same time, the Count and his wife were also worried about their son, because he had finally come home, yet he shut himself away in the library. They hadn't even been able to hold a proper homecoming party for him. They wanted to ask what was keeping him so busy, but they found it difficult to bring it up. Not only has that hooligan son of ours got his act together, he has practically become the hero of our territory. Yet at times, it feels as though he is someone else. When the Count mentioned this to his wife also had the same feeling. Actually, I have long noticed that that child is different from before. After that day, he has never called us father and mother again. His tone, actions, and expressions suddenly changed. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene was instantly deathly silent. The Count and Countess had never wanted to think about the worst. I guess that's what got his act together means. It means that he's become a new person. After that, the Count came to the closet. It's time to pass this on to him. It's a good opportunity for him to change his mood. This Frontera family coat was originally only inherited when one became a lord, but that kid is now fully qualified to inherit it. He had quarreled with me many times for this coat before. He will definitely be very happy after receiving it this time. Meanwhile, I finally thought of a perfect solution. I was amazed at myself for being a genius. After consulting various materials, I decided to build the Jewel of Truth in the lower reaches of the Frona River. Then I will build a gravity dam to block the river water from flooding. Just then, the Count and Countess found me. I know you have been very busy recently, so I'll get straight to the point. We have a gift for you. Then the Count very happily showed the coat. Here it is, son. The other party was stunned at first. Then he showed a slight smile. What a handsome coat. Thank you, but I have something to do now, so I'll try it on later. After saying these, I hurriedly prepared to leave. Hey, Lloyd, don't you remember that coat? Didn't you say that your grandfather looked very handsome in it, so you always wanted it? Oh, I almost forgot. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly. Thank you for reminding me. And so, the Count and Countess watched the other party leave with the coat. They felt the other party's perfunctory attitude, and they also confirmed one thing in their hearts. Lloyd, you've never met your grandfather. The next day, they met Javier while they were repairing the flowers. Are you enjoying your vacation? I feel restless when I'm not doing anything recently. Javier, actually we are very curious. Where have you two been traveling all this time? Can you tell us? He was very surprised why the Count suddenly asked this. It's a bit complicated to say now. I'll tell you everything after I sort it out. Since you can't answer this question now, then you must answer the next question. Our son, or rather, the real Lloyd Frontera, is he still alive? At this moment, the Count and Countess's eyes were completely devoid of light. Only the desire for the truth was left. Javier's pupils quaked when he heard this. He had always been afraid of being asked this question. After all, he knew everything that had happened. The current scene was deathly silent. He hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. What do you mean? Javier, you should also know about our Frontera family coat, right? It's the one Lloyd wanted so much before, but he completely forgot about it. I wanted to be sure, so I asked if he remembered seeing his grandfather in it. He said he remembered, and then he perfunctorily brushed it off. My wife and I both feel that something is different about him. Since the day he suddenly became steady, all his actions, tone, and expressions made us feel that he was not our son at all. You've been with him every day since then, and your intuition even surpasses that of a sword master, so I think you must have felt it too. We know how sincerely that person is working so hard for our territory. Similarly, we have no intention of repaying kindness with ingratitude, but our concern for our own son is really hard to suppress. So just tell us the truth. Is the real Lloyd still alive? This question directly hit Javier's soul. What should I do now? The real young Master Lloyd is already dead. To be precise, he has already been reincarnated. I don't know which era he has gone to, let alone what he has become. To the Count and Countess, he is as good as dead. Although Although he was idle all day, he was their own son after all. If they knew that someone had squeezed out their son's soul and occupied his body, maybe the two of them and young Master Suho Kim will have a mental breakdown. By that time, everything that has been done before may be ruined, but I can't lie to the two of them. After all, it was the Count and Countess who took me in. I'm only alive today because of them. What should I do? After hesitating for a moment, Javier finally spoke. Forgive me. I have been hiding this from you two all this time. As soon as these words were spoken, a sense of despair overwhelmed the Count and Countess. They had already prepared for the worst in their hearts. However, the next words of Javier directly made them dumbfounded. Actually, young Master Lloyd's brain is partially damaged. Currently, his memory and personality are in a very chaotic state. If it were the previous Javier, he would definitely tell the truth, but now his face is thicker than a steel plate. The Count and Countess never expected this answer. They were completely stunned. Javier, what are you talking about? Can you explain it to us clearly? You two should also know that I hate young Master Lloyd. Since the Count took me in, he would tease and bully me every other day. Even the wooden sword you gave me was broken by him. Can you understand what I'm saying? The Count said he could understand and that he was sorry. It's not your fault, my lord. You don't have to apologize for him. But then one day, you ordered me to find young Master Lloyd, who had disappeared late that night. On the way to the tavern, I couldn't help but think, why should I serve that kind of garbage? It's so annoying. The angrier I got, the more I couldn't help but spit at him in the air. As soon as these words were spoken, the Count and Countess were directly shocked. They couldn't imagine that the usually gentle Javier would actually think that way in private and also did that kind of action. I have been bullied by him since I was a child. It should be normal for my personality to be a little distorted, right? At this moment, the Count and Countess both felt a little sorry for Javier. Tears began to well up in the corners of their eyes. They didn't expect him to have experienced such things in private. After that, I met the young master on the road, and he cursed at me as usual. I don't need your protection, you bastard. Your face is so annoying. And then, I completely snapped when he said, go back home. Oh wait, you don't have a home, do you? Then you can die on the roadside. So in the end, I couldn't suppress my anger and swung the scabbard at the young master's back. That one blow vented all my previous anger. Hearing this, the Count and Countess were directly scared. They were already very shocked before, but now their emotions felt as if they were about to explode. After that, I kept thinking, what should I do? And I shook the young master awake. After waking up, the young master said, oh, what's wrong with me? Although my memory is a bit blurry, I clearly know that I am a bad person. From tomorrow on, I will be a good person. Hearing the young master say this, I began to warn him. That is a good idea, young master. I'll kill you if you tell your father about me hitting you. Got it? Oh, okay. I won't tell anyone. And that is what happened. I have to say, I couldn't believe that such a ridiculous lie actually came from Javier's mouth. At this moment, the current scene was very quiet. The Count and Countess didn't say a word after hearing this. Suddenly, they saw Javier draw his sword. Then he pointed the tip of the sword at himself. I have committed the crime of hitting the Lord's son's back with a scabbard. Please let me die to atone for my sins. The Count and Countess quickly went up to stop him when they saw this. Javier, what are you doing? You are not at fault. That's right. It was you who made Lloyd a new person. And so the Count not only believed it, but also thanked him with tears in his eyes. Javier, you have really done a great thing. Thank you. After all, in their impression, the other party could not have made up such a long lie. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Count, I have something urgent to report. What is it? It may take a while, so let's go inside and talk. I accidentally saw this whole process, so when I walked past Javier, I thought to myself, this brat is invincible. Then I quietly turned my head and gave him a thumbs up. Javier, you've grown so much. Similarly, Javier also gave me a thumbs up. I learned it all from you, young master. It seems that the once simple and kind Javier no longer exists. After that, we all went inside. You too, please be prepared. Don't be scared by what I'm about to say. For a while, I often dreamed that many people in the territory died. I asked the Dragon King who was sleeping in the other room, and he said it was a premonition. The Dragon King said that as long as we build the Jewel of Truth and then ask for a solution, it will be fine. But if we want to build the Jewel of Truth, we must build a dam in the lower reaches of the river. The Count and Countess were very calm after hearing this. In that case, let's build it. I was very confused why they were so calm. It turned out that the long lie Javier told them before was more shocking for them than what I said. Suddenly, the Count spoke emotionally. We already know that you are working hard for the territory, but don't always force yourself alone. It's okay to rely on us sometimes. I immediately replied, as long as you are both healthy and safe, that's enough. And so, I summoned all the people in the territory. Even the skeleton dragon was called over by me. Everyone, listen up. From now on, we are going to build an unprecedentedly large project on the continent. I won't go into too much detail. As long as we complete the construction, everyone will be safe. So please trust me. Suddenly, the system prompted. All acquired titles have been combined to form a new effect. The next second, I saw all the titles I had obtained before actually began to continuously merge together. With a system prompt, it sounded again. Link title effect. Complete trust. At this moment, I thought to myself, great. It turns out that anything you do will eventually be helpful to you. Then next, I will divide you into groups. The first group, the engineering team. Let everyone see what you've learned since the floor heating project. Hearing this, everyone below immediately burst into a warm shout. It was obvious that they were very motivated. The second group is you white cavalry. Wield the shovel. It is your invincible ability. At this point, the former white cavalry has actually become the white shovel cavalry. The third group, the eternally energized skeleton corps. The fourth group, the heavy equipment team formed by the summoned creatures. Goming, what's wrong with you? Everyone else is so spirited. How come you are the only one with a reluctant look? In the fifth group, the race joint team responsible for technical support by the dwarves and resource supply. And this last group is very crucial. That is the sixth group, consisting of Javier alone. He will be responsible for all the other hard work. Javier was just about to protest why he was a one-man team, but I directly interrupted him and began the pre-mobilization declaration to the people below. For our sweet home, let's begin construction. As soon as they heard this, the crowd responded with a thunderous cheer. However, I didn't know that someone in the sky had already noticed me. In the first office building in the heavenly realm, an angel found the highest administrative officer of the heavenly realm, Gabriel, and was going to report some recent special situations in the earth realm. Sir, the illegal building Aotearoa is about to start construction in the earth realm. As soon as these words were spoken, Gabriel was very shocked. Wait, isn't Aotearoa the jewel of truth? If they build that, war and chaos will erupt again on the earth realm. It is reported that that person obtained the relevant information from the Dragon King Verkis and has already collected the required core materials. Gabriel actually cursed the Dragon King as a damn lizard after hearing this. That guy is clearly very lazy. Why would he tell a human that? Still, Aotearoa is not so easy to build. Sir, Aotearoa is indeed not easy to build, so we've been keeping an eye on them until now, but it appears that the probability of them succeeding is not zero, so as long as you sign the order, I will immediately start the demolition procedure. And this angel was Raphael, the chief construction inspector of the earth realm. Meanwhile, at the Frontera territory, listen up, I have something to tell you all. This may be hard to believe, but I can stop time. From now on, I will stop time for a year for this project. As soon as these words were spoken, the workers below were all dumbfounded. Seeing their expressions, I thought to myself, oh no, it seems they really don't believe me. After all, stopping time is indeed a bit ridiculous, but if I suddenly freeze time, it will definitely scare them. Suddenly, the system prompted. The combined title effect Complete Trust has been activated. Then, the captain of the White Shovel Cavalry below spoke with tears. Lloyd is the best. He can not only control his summons, he can also manipulate the skeleton dragon, so it's not surprising that he can stop time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below cheered. That's right, Lloyd is the best. It was obvious that this group of people had been completely brainwashed. If an outsider came in and saw such a scene, he would definitely think that the people in this village were all crazy. Javier on the side was also very speechless. He thought to himself, are these people okay? And so, I spent 3,000 relationship points again to freeze time. At the same time, this action also accelerated the freezing progress of my heart. Previously, it might have taken 5 years to be completely frozen. Now it might only be 3 years left. Javier on the side asked worriedly, young master, are you alright? I immediately replied that of course I was okay. After all, I can hardly wait to see the Jewel of Truth being built. And so, the joint construction of the dam and the Jewel of Truth officially begins. The dam required complex calculations, far beyond my abilities. But after several edits to the simulations, I finally had the perfect design. By redirecting the waterways away from the Jewel of Truth, we could finally start building the dam. Since we're technologically limited, I'm modeling it after the Tibi Dam in Spain. It's a legendary dam that was made in the Middle Ages but is still standing and performing its function. At the same time, we'll also build the Jewel of Truth. Just when I thought everything would be done in no time, and my efforts would finally pay off, a voice suddenly echoed in my ear. Hey, ugly with the awful voice, do you hear me? I thought to myself, isn't this voice belong to the Dragon King? Why is he looking for me? And his next words shocked me. Come to me quickly. A super urgent situation has occurred. It may affect your construction of the Jewel of Truth. Hearing this, I immediately put down all my work and rushed to the Dragon King's room at incredible speed. However, when I came running out of breath, the Dragon King said, Brat, my neck is too sore. Hurry up and massage it for me. You said it was an urgent situation that would affect my construction of the Jewel of Truth. My neck being sore is an emergency. If you don't massage it for me, I might get angry enough to tear the whole thing down. Holy crap, this damn bastard. I have so many things to do, and this guy actually called me from so far away to massage his neck. What's more hateful is that I can't refuse at all. After all, this damn stinky dragon in front of me is the most powerful being in the world. You said your neck is sore? I'll massage it so hard until you scream. Instantly, I began to circulate my mana heart and directly raised the mana to the highest level. The next second, I grabbed its neck with one hand. How dare you summon me when I'm so busy? This grappling hand used almost all my strength. It also vented all my anger. However, the Dragon King didn't even react. Instead, he mocked me, saying, Brat, what are you doing? Don't just touch my neck. Start massaging. Holy crap, I guess dragons really live up to their name. Bastard, I am a monster that devours the screams of others like food. This time, I will definitely have a feast. At this moment, my expression has become twisted. My strength has also reached my limit. Hurry up and scream. But the Dragon King still did not react at all. So weak. You are terrible at this. this. It's so disappointing. At this moment, I was so angry that tears of grievance flowed from the corners of my eyes. You're the first person to annoy me this much. Suddenly, the system prompted. A new skill has been unlocked. New skill, absolute fugliness. Whether laughing, crying, or just being angry, you look unbelievably hideous. No matter who sees your face, all will turn away and remark, ugh, that face. What kind of skill is that? I was considered a handsome guy before I came to this world. The system prompted again. Agreed. But so what? You're here now, and with that face. Suddenly, the Dragon King spoke. Brat, let me ask you a question. Suppose you use the Jewel of Truth to fight against fate. What are you going to do with the Jewel of Truth in the future? I answered while massaging. Of course, I'll destroy it. Anyway, that kind of thing will only cause trouble for people. Keeping it will only hinder me from living the ultimate retirement life of doing nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. The Dragon King was a little surprised to hear this answer. He didn't expect this kid to think so. It seems that the Jewel of Truth will not be used maliciously, because this kid here truly longs to live the life of a bum. Alright, you can go. What the hell? But I haven't heard your scream yet. Suddenly, the system prompted again. You have pushed your mana heart to its limit. I directly cursed at the system. Shut up, you dog-ass system. What are you trying to do now? Your mana heart level has gone up. You are now a level 1 advanced sword expert. Passive option, Sword Master Syndrome. All of your senses will be heightened to an extreme level. At this moment, the Dragon King noticed that something was wrong and asked, Brat, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? It was just a, are you okay? And it almost made my ears explode, because I felt countless are you okays circling in my ears. Then these words kept passing through my ears back and forth. Any little sound would be amplified by me. At this point, I feel like my ears are about to explode. It's so painful. The Dragon King also noticed the situation here. Congratulations on about to become a sword master. That's wonderful. However, it was better not to speak. His words made me want to die. Now all kinds of sounds are chirping in my ears, and the work on the construction site is piling up. So annoying. I knew it would be like this. That's why I didn't try to become a sword master. I thought to myself, should I forcibly use relationship points to increase the level of the man heart? No. What if I also need relationship points for the method to fight against fate? Maybe it won't be enough then. Suddenly, Javier appeared and startled me. Young master, looking at your appearance, could it be sword master syndrome? Brat, be quiet. Don't talk. Seeing the young master's reaction, Javier showed an unprecedented smile. It seems the time for revenge has come. At this moment, he not only did not shut up, but also kindly explained to the young master, throw yourself into silence. Look towards the end of that sharpened, piercing sense, and focus on which direction it's going in. Grab hold of it and embrace it until you find the true silence inside you. Suddenly receiving such a long paragraph directly made my ears completely collapse. Seeing the young master in pain on the ground, Javier laughed, and he didn't forget to cheer for him. Young master, you can do it. Bastard, is that face supposed to be encouraging? I'll kill you. Suddenly, I found that my vision had become so good. I can even see the flaws on Javier's skin, but he doesn't have any, and he's doing that infuriating pose. Stop it, you brat. Although Javier took this opportunity to tease me a lot, he still stayed up all night with me for several days, and used his own experience to help me adapt to this feeling. And so, after a few months, I also had a preliminary adaptation to Sword Master Syndrome. However, if someone speaks loudly in my ear, it will still make me feel uncomfortable. But the good news is that the dam and the Jewel of Truth are about to be completed. Young master, are you okay? I'm asking about the symptoms of Sword Master Syndrome. You seem very stable here at the construction site. Javier, this brat has been talking loudly to me all this time. I really want to beat this guy up. Brat, can't you be a little quieter? Oh, I almost forgot. I was talking too loudly just now. I'm so sorry. Although I didn't do it on purpose. But young master, think about it carefully. This can also be considered a form of training, so don't misunderstand. I'm worried about you, and I'm sincere. Brat, you seem to really be enjoying this. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will let you see how terrible it is when the boss gets angry. Suddenly, I noticed that something was wrong. Where is that angelic music coming from? At this moment, someone on the side said there was a person on the sun. I thought to myself, how can there be a person on the sun? But when I looked over, I didn't expect that there was really a person in the sky, and that person also had a pair of wings. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Raphael, Heavenly Realm Government Administrator and Chief Construction Inspector of the Earth Realm. I am here to convey an order. The order is as follows. Builder Lloyd Frontera must immediately stop the construction of the illegal building Aotearoa and begin its complete demolition. After hearing this, I thought to myself, what the hell is this? This is all the hard work I have done during this period for the lives of all the people in the territory. How could I let others demolish it at will? I immediately spoke up and retorted, wait, what are you talking about? Are you even a real angel? Show me your proof. Sir, you are Lloyd Frontera, right? Even if you see my wings, you still don't believe I am an angel? This guy next to me also has wings. Is he also an angel? Raphael looked at Javier. His face does look like an angel. As soon as these words were spoken, Javier couldn't help but feel a little happy. Anyway, even if you are an angel, how can you make me believe that it is the will of the heavenly realm? I went through a lot of trouble to get this far. You think I'll just say yes and do as you say? Suddenly, Raphael stretched out his right hand. In the next second, a huge golden hammer fell from the sky and directly landed in his hand. At the same time, a halo rose from his head. head. At this moment, Raphael appeared in a completely angelic image. Lloyd Frontera, do you believe me now? Byron below saw the scene and said, that hammer of judgment, it's just like in the sacred scripture. It seems that person is really an angel. Human, you are wrong. This hammer is called the multi-purpose administrative sledgehammer. I thought to myself, he's for real. That thing is really detailed. I immediately raised a question. But why is Aotearoa an illegal building? It's not something that will collapse easily. And besides, this is our land. In that case, let me tell you, the jewel of truth, Aotearoa, can look beyond this universe and reveals all divine plans. Someone desired this, and at 6 a.m. on December 6th, year 307 of the mythical age, the Great Tribal War began. 4.37 million dead, 27.82 million injured, damages value estimated at around 40 quadrillion, 72 trillion, 9 billion, 400 million. Therefore, Aotearoa was designated as an illegal building. If you don't immediately carry out the demolition order now, I will do it myself. So annoying. These angels are too unreasonable. I immediately roared. Don't be funny. You are too arbitrary. I don't accept your order. I now demand to appeal. The appeal will be handled through prayer. If your prayer is true and pure enough, the wishing room will accept it. I didn't expect that I could actually appeal. Your system is quite good. Since I can appeal, then I will start now. I believe that my so pure request will definitely succeed. Dear God, I need to borrow the power of the Aotearoa to protect the people dear to me. I don't want to lose someone close to me again. Please listen to this short, pitiful prayer. At the same time, in the wishing room in the heavenly realm, an angel was listening to the request in the phone. I wish for everyone gathered on this territory to have lives filled with happiness and beautiful memories. Only when their lives are stable can I live a wonderful retirement life. The staff of the wishing room's face instantly darkened after hearing this. Then he directly rejected this request. Sorry, Lloyd Frontera, your prayer just now has been rejected. Your intentions were not pure, so please accept the demolition order. I refuse. Very well, then I will do it myself. Raphael, who showed his complete angelic posture in just a blink of an eye, had already come to the front of the nearly completed Aotearoa with his multifunctional hammer. At this moment, I shouted, don't. At this critical moment, Raphael suddenly noticed that something was wrong. It turned out that Javier had transformed into a Grand Master and stood in front of the other party. At this time, Raphael's multifunctional hammer had already swung down, but thankfully, Javier still had the strength to fight in front of this angel. He found the right time and swung his sword, and directly bounced back the other party's multifunctional hammer. The power of the collision between the two sides instantly spread out with the two of them as the center. It was obvious that an ordinary person couldn't interfere with their battle. At the same time, because I have Sword Master Syndrome, the sound of their clashing weapons made me suffer, making me even more unable to interfere. I am Javier Azrahan, Knight of Frontera County. As an intruder on our territory, I demand you to leave. If you refuse, I shall eliminate you. Raphael was very surprised. He didn't expect a human to have the strength to fight an angel. On the other side, a red-haired teenager rushed over in a hurry, and the person who came was Solitas. Because I felt an extraordinary mana, I came here to investigate. Is that person in the sky an angel? My mother said that angels are all guys who stick to established laws. Since this person came with a hammer, it's very likely that he will destroy everything here. Solitas thought to himself, this can't go on. If this place is destroyed, then I can't learn crafting skills. Without crafting skills, I can't get a wife. If I team up with the Grand Master, maybe we can defeat that angel. Suddenly, a lazy voice called him. Hey, stop. Don't be so excited, kid. It'll only make this worse. The Dragon King actually came out himself. Once the heavenly realm, hell, and the dragon race hurt each other, then a great war will break out. By that time, this planet will be finished. Local violations, invasions, or minor damages must be ignored for the world to continue living peacefully. Solitas was originally ready to transform, but stopped after hearing this. Still, he was very confused who this person in front of him was. It turned out that he had never seen the Dragon King. On the other side, I began to urgently evacuate the people in the territory. After all, the intensity of the battle between these two people is very likely to hurt them. Grand Master Javier Azrahan, I warn you, if you don't get out of the way immediately, I will sentence you for obstructing official duties. At this time, how could Javier possibly retreat? He knew that once Aotearoa was destroyed, many people in the territory would die. It appears we both have a duty to fulfill. Hearing this, Raphael didn't hold back anymore. He immediately rushed towards Javier with his multifunctional hammer. Javier easily dodged this attack with his extraordinary speed. Then he made a perfect arc flight. In just a blink of an eye, he had come behind Raphael. I watched in awe from below. Wow, Javier is so amazing. Since he became a Grand Master, he has never used his full strength. It seems he might really win. At this moment, Javier was about to chop down with his sword. It was obvious that Raphael didn't react at all. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the halo on his head can actually sense attacks and automatically defend. And so, the attack was completely blocked. Javier thought to himself, if one attack doesn't work, then I'll try countless attacks. Then Javier swung countless rainbow sword auras and shot straight towards Raphael. But this halo, besides being able to automatically sense attacks, it can also be infinitely stretched. Even if the number is large, the halo can automatically automatically block them all. Javier thought to himself, this is a big problem. How can I fight if I can't hit the other party at all? Raphael, surrounded by the halo, suddenly spoke. It's not too late. Hurry up and give up resistance. Obey the laws of the heavenly realm. Just then, I shouted from below, Javier, I'll help you. Hurry up and cover your ears. Since physical attacks are useless against you, I'm going to sing. I'll let you taste the feeling that goes straight to the soul. Die, you bastard. At this moment, Javier covered his ears, while Raphael looked confused, wondering what I would do. Without hesitation, I started to sing. However, I felt something was wrong. It turned out that because of the Sword Master Syndrome, I now found my own singing unbearably piercing. I was speechless. How can someone not even be able to listen to themselves sing? This makes me look too pathetic. Javier, who was stopped in the sky, couldn't help but feel a little pity for the young master. After all, he had never seen anyone who sang so badly they couldn't even listen to themselves. Meanwhile, the angel Raphael, after listening for only a second, felt very shocked. That person just now seemed to be chanting a lament from the ancient demons. It's terrible. At this critical moment, Javier took advantage of Raphael's distraction and swung his sword. However, the halo on Raphael's head still blocked Javier's attack. Raphael didn't have to worry about defense at all. He just needed to attack blindly. So in the next second, he rushed towards the other party with his multifunctional hammer. But thankfully, Javier's speed was fast enough. At this moment, he thought to himself, since the young master can't help now, then I can only rely on myself. I'll go at my top speed, then charge through an opening in that halo. Instantly, Javier raised his speed to the extreme, becoming a blur of black and white. Raphael spoke up when he saw the other party so persistent. It's useless. The angel's halo is an absolute divine grace. As long as I have a pure and righteous soul, this halo will always protect me. Sure enough, even if Javier's speed was faster, he couldn't touch Raphael at all. Similarly, although he relied on his speed and dodged Raphael's attacks over and over again, he still got hit. And even though Javier blocked it with his sword, he was sent flying backward like a meteor. At this moment, Javier found that behind him was the Jewel of Truth. He thought to himself, this can't go on. The Jewel of Truth will definitely be smashed by such a strong impact. Javier reacted instantly. He used his right wing to make an emergency stop. Then he made a perfect upward flight and grazed past the Jewel of Truth. But Raphael was not a pushover. He found the right time and had already come to the top of the other party's head. Javier couldn't react at all now. In the blink of an eye, the giant hammer had already been swung down, and he took Raphael's hammer head on. Javier, who was sent flying, smashed through the railing and slammed hard on the building of the Jewel of Truth. The strong impact made him cry out in pain. He, who had become a grand master, was beaten like this for the first time. Raphael flew down to check the situation and found that the other party seemed to have no ability to resist anymore. Therefore, he decided not to continue the fight. After all, his purpose of coming to the Earth realm this time was to destroy the Jewel of Truth. That's enough. I forgive you for your actions, so please don't get up again. After saying these, Raphael turned and left to carry out his mission. Suddenly, Javier opened his eyes. Then he quietly got up. He crept forward, one hand hidden behind his back. It seemed he was hiding something. Raphael also noticed that something was wrong. I told you not to get up again. Why are you still so persistent? But Javier didn't use a sword this time at all. Instead, he threw a handful of sand at Raphael's eyes. The halo was still trying to resist, but it couldn't block the sand at all, so it was also confused. Raphael didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. He directly cursed out loud, "You despicable bastard." Hearing this, the halo instantly issued a warning sound. Angel Raphael, you cursed. 10 honor points will be deducted. Punishment will be imposed according to performance. It seems that the halo has a point mechanism. At this time, Javier has completely changed. He is no longer the simple and kind Javier. You actually cursed. I guess you aren't so pure after all. I was directly shocked from below. Javier, who knew you could be that cool? At this moment, Javier raised his sword and had already chopped down. Although the halo still helped Raphael block the attack this time, the performance was not as strong as before. And so, Javier finally managed to hit the other party. Raphael knew that he could no longer just attack like before, so he jumped up and dodged a horizontal sweep, then swung his hammer downward. Meanwhile, I also saw this scene from below. I thought to myself, are they evenly matched now? Suddenly, I noticed that something was wrong. This can't go on. Even if they are evenly matched, the final result will also be a lose-lose situation. Sure enough, the battle between Javier and Raphael became more and more intense. At the same time, their wounds also became more and more. At this moment, I shouted for them to stop because I thought of a brilliant idea. The two who were stopped by my sudden shout both looked at my position at the same time. At this point, I spoke with tears in my eyes. Please don't hurt my friend anymore. If this continues, he will die. Javier had no idea what the young master was trying to do. This doesn't sound like what the young master would say. Raphael thought that the other party had compromised. So you have decided to demolish the Jewel of Truth? As long as you agree to one more request of mine. If we don't build the Jewel of Truth to stop the fate restoration phenomenon, the residents of the territory who are better than anyone else will become miserable and unfortunate. I don't care what happens to me. Just please make sure they live happily. You can even take my life. I shouted these words with a torn heart. The residents of the territory who were hiding around heard all those words words. They didn't expect Master Lloyd to think so. The territory became so beautiful because of Master Lloyd. Raphael was silent for a while. Then he very decisively said, "Sorry, I have no way to help you achieve that kind of request. However, the words I said with a torn heart just now was not to make the angel fulfill my request. I know better than anyone that it is impossible for an angel to agree to it, and the reason why I had to shout those words with a torn heart was just to gain the approval rating of all the people in the territory. Now countless system pop-up windows have appeared in front of me. These are all rewards for the increase in approval rating of the residents of the territory towards me. Every time the approval rating increases, I can get relationship points. In just a short while, my current relationship points had reached 26,071. Suddenly, a new system prompt appeared. You have acquired the necessary amount of relationship points. Would you like to upgrade to Sword Master? The required relationship points is 26,000. Since the goal has been achieved, then I don't have to pretend anymore. I, who was just in tears, now had a completely different face. My hellish smile appeared again. Then I clicked the yes button. At this moment, Raphael couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He saw the other party's whole body emit blue flames. Now I am a genuine Sword Master. This way, I no longer have to be affected by the Sword Master syndrome. I guess it's time for me to sing. At the same time, Javier also realized that the young master had become a Sword Master. Just then, Raphael warned the other party, "Do not become a sinner by interrupting heaven's work. As you can see, my power matches that of your Grandmaster friend. The power of a Sword Master is nothing against mine." Without a word, I slowly opened my mouth. Javier immediately spread his wings after realizing that the young master was about to sing. Then he completely sealed his ears with mana. After all, he was all too familiar with the young master's singing. The Dragon King in the distance also noticed this, and he immediately prepared to use teleportation magic. Meanwhile, Solitas was still confused. He had no idea that a crisis was approaching. For the sake of insurance, the Dragon King directly teleported himself to the moon. At this moment, the thriving creatures on the territory are so comfortable, but they don't know that the wail of the next second will accompany them for life. Bastard angel, prepare to receive the deepest shock to your soul. Instantly, I started to sing. My singing voice turned into waves of hellish energy, and this singing voice that has turned into hellish energy directly covered the entire mountain range. Of course, it also included the residents of the territory who were hiding on the side. They didn't expect Lord Lloyd to be able to sing so badly. The residents all cursed out loud. At the same time, their approval rating was also rapidly decreasing. After singing for a while, I stopped. After all, if this continues, residents with poor psychological quality might be traumatized for life. The angel Raphael was completely shocked. Now he was trembling all over, and cold sweat was dripping down. At the same time, all the birds on the mountain fell to the ground motionless. The fish in the water also floated to the surface. Raphael, with a nosebleed, could no longer bear it. He directly cursed the other party's whole family. Suddenly, the halo on his head issued a red alarm. Angel Raphael, you cursed. 480 points will be deducted. Because the deducted points exceed the maximum value of 300 points, you are stripped of all powers during the punishment period. The next second, the wings, halo, and hammer on Raphael's body that represented an angel instantly disappeared. And without these things, Raphael is just an ordinary person with strong physical fitness. At this moment, he felt a chill in his heart. He seemed to have realized something. Then, he slowly looked up and found that I was holding an iron shovel and looking at him with a ferocious look. Behind him was Javier, who had been completely assimilated by me. It was obvious that Raphael was about to face our most violent revenge. Raphael slowly took off his glasses. He understood that what was to come would eventually come, but before that, he wanted to make a request. Can you not hit the face? However, as soon as he finished speaking, I directly swung the iron shovel, and it hit him right in the face. Weren't you very arrogant just now, you bastard? Is it right for an angel to demolish other people's buildings at will? Javier behind also raised his sword with a scabbard. With a clanging sound, the assimilated Javier also firmly rushed up. Didn't you enjoy hitting me before? Why aren't you hitting me now? And so, Raphael was hit back and forth by us like a tennis ball. At this moment, I laughed out loud. This feeling is so cool. Javier, who had been beaten by the other party before, also felt that revenge was really good. And with our final combined blow, Raphael's consciousness slipped away. And so, a day passed. Raphael, who had been beaten into a pig's head, slowly woke up. He was still very confused where he was. Suddenly, a voice came and startled him. You're awake. I was afraid you would never wake up again. I was very worried about you, so I stayed here and took care of you all night. Raphael was even more confused after hearing this. I was going to demolish the jewel of truth you built. Why are you so good to me? Because you are not a bad person. The only problem is that our values are different. I think there are no evil people in this world. Raphael fell into silence after hearing this. There are no evil people in the world. He recalled the scene when the two of them were hitting him before. A person who can make that kind of expression says that there are no evil people in the world. Is it really credible? Just then, Javier broke in. With a fierce look on his face, he seemed to be about to do something. Then Javier raised his sword and was about to rush towards Raphael. Young master, I'm going to kill that guy. Don't stop me. I tried my best to stop him. Stop it. He is an angel. You can't kill him. After several rounds of pulling, I finally sent Javier away with great difficulty. Oh, that guy just has a bad temper. It's a lot of work to stop him from using violence. However, all of this was not true. In fact, what really happened was that I was going to take Raphael's life. Thankfully, Javier stopped me, but in order to bring him under my control, it's normal to fabricate a little bit of fact. At this moment, Raphael was looking at me with teary eyes. He thought to himself, this person is really a good person. Then he quickly bowed and thanked me. I, on the other hand, waved my hand and said it was a small matter. It's nothing. You don't have to be polite. It seems the angels are really as simple as written in the novel. This is way too easy. By the way, I heard you are being punished. What will you suffer during this time? Raphael said that he would lose all the power of an angel, and he can't return to the heavenly realm. I can only use this for basic contact. Holy crap, you angels also have smartphones? Raphael immediately denied it. It's not a smartphone. We angels call this an intelligent calling apparatus. I was speechless. How can both heaven and hell be terrible at names? But speaking of which, after the punishment period is over, will you try to demolish the jewel of truth again? Raphael hesitated for a while and spoke. That is the decision of the heavenly realm. I must follow orders. It is for the peace and order of the earth realm. It is unavoidable. Suddenly, I spoke and interrupted him. About that, is it really for the good of the earth realm? Are you sure it's not because the heavenly realm thinks that we lowly people of the earth realm don't know anything? As soon as these words were spoken, Raphael directly fell into silence. He didn't know how to refute. Raphael, you should have been very efficient in handling official business before, right? Because you think it was the right thing to do. But what about those in my position? Have you ever listened to their story? Have you ever put yourself in our shoes? Didn't you say that the heavenly realm is to help the earth realm solve problems? What about those whose problems increased because of the heavenly realm's decisions? Raphael seemed to have understood something in his heart. Then he bowed his head and began to apologize. You're right. I have not listened to what the people of the earth realm have to say. I smiled slightly and spoke. Then why don't you take this opportunity to stay in our territory for a while and learn more about the earth realm? Raphael was very happy after hearing this. Is it really okay? Wouldn't it be too much trouble for you? Suddenly, I took out a stack of contracts from my clothes. As long as you sign this contract and agree to a few requests of mine, then I will be happy to let you stay here. And so, Raphael signed his name without even looking at the contract details. After all, he is homeless now. The only person he can rely on is me. This way, I have solved several problems at the same time. Using you, I can get the Eye of Summer from the Queen and stop my heart from freezing. And so, the angel Raphael stayed in my territory. Over the past few days, every early morning, Raphael would jog around the territory. During this time, many animals would accompany him, and as a sign of gratitude, he would sing to them. The residents of the territory, hearing such a beautiful singing voice, felt as if their souls were as if they had been evolved. They wondered why it was so different from Master Lloyd's singing. At this moment, Byron suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned his head and was startled. He then quickly explained, Master Lloyd, although what we said just now was a bit rude, your singing a few days ago was really too terrible. Everyone was so scared that they had nightmares. We are being purified right now, so our response is only natural. After hearing these, I felt very angry for no reason. Javier on the side spoke. Young master, looking at your appearance, you should be jealous because everyone likes the angel Raphael compared to the demon groaning in hell. Of course an angel is better. You brat, how can you describe me as something from hell? That angel is the one who attacked us. But young master, he has already melted everyone's hearts. Look over there, even the summoned creatures all like to play with him. If you despise him that much, why don't you just drive him away? We have already signed a contract, and I have a lot to gain from him. Then I began telling Javier about our conversation with Raphael. There are two main things I need from you, Raphael. The first thing is the follow-up measures of the heavenly realm to the jewel of truth. You have to share them with me. Raphael immediately said no problem. With this intelligent calling apparatus, I can tell you quickly and accurately any news from the heavenly realm. It seems you are going to have me act as a mole, but that's fine. This way, it will take my life on the earth realm to the next level. As for this second matter, I have something I want to confirm with you. Can you prove that you are still an angel during the punishment period? Suddenly, Raphael transformed into the image of an angel. It turned out that although he was now deprived of his powers, his appearance had not changed. It's just that some abilities can no longer be used. In that case, I'm going to tell you my plan, and you must do your best to comply. So Javier, do you understand now? Raphael is still very important to us. I also learned that the heavenly realm is holding a meeting because of our armed resistance. That kind of high-level meeting will definitely take a lot of time, so we have to hurry up and ask the Jewel of Truth a question before that meeting is over. After asking, we will demolish it. That way, everyone is happy. After this is over, I can live a leisurely retirement life. Suddenly, Javier spoke and interrupted me. Young master, I know this is random since we're talking about work, but I prefer your singing over Raphael's. After hearing this, I was full of confusion. You are really a strange guy. What on earth are you talking about? Young master, your singing is really terrible. It's like the disaster itself has turned into a sound wave, intertwined with the wailing and curses of the hell demons. Because of that, you don't like singing, right? Every time you sing, you feel embarrassed and ashamed, yet you sing as loud as you can. You put aside your shame to save others. If any song could be called the noblest of all, it would be yours. hours. At this moment, I was completely dumbfounded. What's wrong with this guy today? I was just about to ask him if he was crazy, but he interrupted me. But of course, I can't stand listening to it. Even just thinking about it makes me grimace. So unless it's absolutely necessary, please don't sing anymore. I thought to myself, what is this kid getting at? He's being strangely sentimental one moment and then doing this kind of thing the next. But still, thanks for the insult. It makes me feel better. However, at that time, I didn't know that a terrible thing was quietly happening. Javier's figure reflected in the lake was slowly disappearing like a string of code. Soon after, at my command, Goming dropped the tiara from the sky and it fell directly onto the Jewel of Truth. In the next second, the system prompted, construction of the Jewel of Truth, the Aotearoa, is complete. You have received a large amount of relationship points for this legendary achievement. You receive 8,500 relationship points. After that, we open the floodgates of the dam. Then, the system prompted again, construction of the Frontera Dam, the largest concrete dam in the history of Laurasia, is complete. You received 1,500 relationship points. Your current relationship points is 10,071. And so, before long, the Aotearoa was submerged in water. Seeing this, I immediately dived in. Finally, it's time to get my answer. The Jewel of Truth shone with a bright light. Then it began to speak. Greetings. I am the Aotearoa, and I speak only the truth. Do you have any questions? However, it won't be for free. You must tell me one of your secrets. After hearing this, I was speechless. I have worked so hard to find the materials to rebuild this thing, and it actually wants one of my secrets? Helpless, I thought for a while. Speaking of my biggest secret, it is that I am from another world. But Javier already knows this, so it definitely won't work. Does any secret count? So I told it a habit of mine. After I take a big dump, I will wipe the surface clean first. Then I will roll up the paper and try to make it as thin and pointed as possible. Then I will insert it and turn it 5 times to the left and 5 times to the right, and I have to repeat it 3 times. I thought to myself, this special life habit of mine will definitely not be known by anyone. At this critical moment, the tip of the Jewel of Truth suddenly shot out a ray. This ray shot straight towards the sky. Then it exploded like a firework. This bastard Jewel of Truth actually broadcast my long-hidden secret directly to the public, and this explosive text firework can be seen by the entire territory. This is too shameful. How can I live in the territory in the future? Javier on the side asked out of curiosity. So young master, how deep do you usually put it? I immediately cursed out loud. Brat, can't you just pretend you don't know? Why are you here anyway? You said that the Jewel of Truth will produce a huge shockwave when it answers. I was worried. I thought to myself, what's with him today? He's acting like a man facing death. Just then, the Aotearoa spoke. Please tell me your question. I paused for a moment, then said, I came here from another world. I did many things, and saved many fates that were originally going to die or be unfortunate. But the fate restoration phenomenon always wants to restore those original fates. So please tell, how can I stop it from happening? The next second, the Jewel of Truth began to emit a huge energy, and the surrounding water was completely rolled up by this energy. Javier spread his wings to protect me, but I was taken to a space full of darkness. Then the Jewel of Truth, Aotearoa, spoke with a completely different tone than before. This is a conversation space only for the two of us. Only you can hear the answer to the question. The original Lloyd Frontera was supposed to have died, yet he is not dead. He even stole the role of the protagonist, which was destined for Javier Azrahan. This world is now trying to kill Lloyd and restore everyone's fate, and return the role of the protagonist to Javier. However, due to the bug known as Lloyd, the world was unable to locate the protagonist and experienced a severe error. Fate has now gone berserk in order to return to the original story, even at the cost of destroying probability. In order to put an end to the berserk and pacify this world, the story must be reset. To do that, a clear protagonist needs to be decided upon, Lloyd or Javier. The story will reset when one of the two dies. Besides this, there is no other way. At this moment, I have never felt so desperate. I have been working tirelessly and looking forward to a better day in the future. But why does fate keep playing tricks on me like this? Every time I tell myself, just bear it for a while, Suho Kim. It will get better sooner or later. But how long do I have to bear it? Until there is no hope at all? Until despair makes people completely collapse? This feeling is too suffocating. At this moment, Javier had no idea what happened. He only saw the young master suddenly fall to the ground. Young master, what's wrong with you? Is it your heart? Is your heart unwell? He immediately used mana to investigate, but the mana flow is clearly normal. Young master, what happened to you? Hurry up and pull yourself together. Breathe, young master, breathe. At this point, I shouted and asked the Jewel of Truth, I have 2 lives. What will happen if I die once? The Jewel of Truth coldly replied, it'll just be an event of the revival of the protagonist. I continued to ask, what if I return to my original world? Will it be okay? That is not the same as dying. At this moment, the winter but noticed that something was wrong. It felt that my heart is freezing up so quickly. But he's a sword master. He should be able to stop this with his mana. Just then, the system prompted, this is a mental illness. Once the symptoms start to show, there's nothing to be done. To be honest, I really can't think of a way now. I repeat, Lloyd Frontera or Javier Azrahan. One of them must die. That is all. After that, I released the time freeze, and a sharp pain pierced my heart. Lying on the bed, I questioned the system. What the hell is all this? Did you summon send me to this place just to let me suffer this kind of pain? Who are you? Are you an existence that is higher than God or the king of hell, and watching our every move with a monitor to mock us? The system had nothing to say at this time. Finally, it just said, forgive me. Are you enjoying this? Watching pathetic Suho Kim fail everywhere he goes? No matter where you send me, I always have a crap life. Don't be funny. Nothing can stop me. I will get what I want, because I am Lloyd Frontera. At this moment, the Count and Countess came to ask about the situation. Is Lloyd still not feeling well? Javier lied that the young master should be too tired before. Then the unfortunate things that the territory will face. Has he found a way to stop it? Javier immediately showed a smile and said, of course. The young master is now recuperating and preparing to stop it. I see. Please take good care of him, Javier. Although the Count said so, he had already felt that something is wrong. After Javier saw the Count and Countess leave, he walked into the room. Young master, although I don't know what answer the Jewel of Truth gave you, but I believe you are definitely the person who can find a solution, and you must stay alive to do that. Just wait. I will help you rise again. Although Javier didn't know what to do now, he knew that if he wanted the young master to live, he must stop the heart from being completely frozen. And to stop the heart from being frozen, he needs the kingdom's divine object, the Eye of Summer. Javier thought to himself, can I do what must be done? Yes, I believe I can. After all, I have seen it countless times. At this moment, a black shadow rose behind him. Inside the black shadow was the young master's soul-stirring face art from before. That's right, I can definitely do it, because I am now Lloyd Frontera. And so, Javier found the angel Raphael. You're here. I was just about to call you. I have some new news to tell you. The Heavenly Realm plans to summon Lloyd Frontera for a meeting. Javier asked when. I don't know when. After all, the high-level meeting may take a long time. Javier was silent for a while after hearing this. He didn't continue to ask. Then, he picked up a wooden stick and a sword hilt and placed them on the wall in a cross shape. After that, he placed candles around himself and lit them all at once. Raphael was very confused about what this was for. Javier calmly replied with the word prayer. Didn't you say that as long as the prayer is pure and true, then the wishing room will accept it? After saying this, he began his own prayer. Dear God, I don't have time. Please call me to you now. Right this second. Now. Immediately. At this moment, the phone in the heavenly realm had been blown up by Javier. The angels in the wishing room were also very helpless. Although they felt that the other party was pure and true, he was not the one who built the Jewel of Truth, so there is no reason to summon him. At this moment, Javier seemed to have read the other party's mind. He immediately said that he was attending as a proxy, so hurry up and summon me. And so the wishing room really couldn't stand the other party's nagging. Finally, it opened a direct elevator to the heavenly realm for him. It's just that this elevator is a bit too childish. Javier turned his head and told the angel Raphael, let's go. Raphael was very confused why he had to go, and immediately said he would not go back. If I go back to the heavenly realm, I will be directly held accountable for cursing before, and to be honest, I'm a bit scared. However, Javier didn't care about those things. He directly carried the other party and was about to leave. Raphael still wanted to resist a little. Wait, why do you have to take me with you? Suddenly, Javier showed an unprecedented expression and spoke. You signed a contract and agreed to help us get the Eye of Summer, and now we are going to get the Eye of Summer. And so, the two took the elevator to the heavenly realm. The highest administrative officer of the heavenly realm, Gabriel, was very surprised to see the other party. Mr. Javier, I thought you were a noble person. I didn't expect you to become like this. Javier immediately expressed his disapproval. Can a noble person make a petition? Are you saying that all those who make petitions are shallow? As soon as these words were spoken, Gabriel was directly warned by the angel's halo. Your statement just now contained a lot of slander against those who make petitions, so a warning is issued once. You are right, Mr. Javier. I apologize to you. Anyway, you seem to have a big misunderstanding. If you knew how dangerous the Jewel of Truth is, you would also advocate for its demolition. I admit that the Jewel of Truth should never be built. It's reasonable for the heavenly realm to issue demolition orders as many times as it wants. Gabriel was very confused when he heard this. So are you saying you will demolish the Jewel of Truth? Javier said of course, he could demolish it, but on certain conditions. First, let me ask you something. When did you find out that we were building the Jewel of Truth? Gabriel thought for a while. It was probably during the Heart of Winter incident. Later, when you started construction, I received another report. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Javier directly went up and slammed the table of Gabriel. Then why did you only notify us after it was built? Why didn't you tell us we couldn't build it earlier? Was it to surprise us? To destroy our hopes and dreams? Gabriel was startled by this sudden move. He stammered and said that was not the case. I didn't expect you to really be able to collect the materials, so that's it. I bet you were thinking, oh, just let them try. We'll say something once something big happens. Gabriel's pupils quaked after hearing this. He thought to himself, why can this person in front of me see through my darkest thoughts? Looking at your expression, I should be right. I didn't expect the dignified highest administrative officer to be so troublesome and let unfortunate things happen. Since angels can't lie, Gabriel began to repent with tears in his eyes. Because of the dereliction of duty of the heavenly realm, we have wasted a lot of opportunity costs. So as a protective measure, I request that we demolish the Jewel of Truth after we have stopped the fate restoration phenomenon. Gabriel was a little troubled. After all, the Jewel of Truth is too dangerous. However, Javier changed his attitude again. The dereliction of duty of the heavenly realm has caused great losses to the people of the earth realm. Are you going to ignore it? Aren't you the kind heavenly realm that helps the earth realm solve its problems? And so, Gabriel finally agreed not to demolish the jewel of truth first, but you must take excellent care of it. Javier immediately said thank you after hearing this, and Gabriel has an ability called the Eye of Truth. He can see through the other party's truest thoughts, but he found that the person in front of him was sincerely thanking him. There was even a halo of light representing the purest of things behind him. He has no bad intentions at all. I can't refute either. Suddenly, Javier raised a second request. Please give a revelation to the Queen of Magentano through Raphael. Say that Lloyd Frontera must be granted the Eye of Summer. Gabriel was very shocked. How dare you be so greedy? Didn't we just talk about the compensation for the loss of time and manpower? That was the protective measures for the opportunity cost. What I'm asking for now is compensation for damages. Due to the conflict with the heavenly realm, I have spent many nights lying awake in utter terror. Please compensate me for this mental distress. Gabriel didn't expect that the guy in front of him was far more evil than he looked. However, what shocked him even more was that the Eye of Truth found that the other party was also sincere. He was really tired and in pain because of this matter. If he suffered such a great psychological trauma, I have no choice but to compensate him. But why is his expression like that? I was originally going to hire him to the heavenly realm after he dies, but this guy is completely a demon from hell. Meanwhile, on the other side, Emily came to see me. Forgive me, my lord. I know you were resting. No, it's okay. What's the matter? Emily handed me an invitation letter. Young Master Lloyd, Cougar, and I are getting married. It's a special invitation we have prepared only for you. After all, it was thanks to you that we met. You have filled the territory with so much joy. Everyone is sincerely grateful to you. I looked at the invitation in my hand and fell into silence. Then I smiled and thanked Emily. Thank you for saying that. I sincerely wish you a happy marriage. After sending the other party away, I collapsed on the ground. I feel that I have let everyone down. I originally hoped that everyone could live happily forever, but now I can't do anything for them. After all, either I or Javier must die. Am I going to let Javier die? How can that be? That's too ridiculous. He is the protagonist of the whole novel. Suddenly, I felt a chill coming from my body. That kind of pain made me feel really cold. It turns out that my heart is already half covered with ice. It probably won't be long before my heart is completely frozen. At this moment, I was curled up on the ground like a dying old man. Wait a minute, there is still a way to let them live happily. That is to let the supporting character die. Suddenly, the system prompted, no, your wish hasn't come true yet. You must live. You can't do anything if you die. But now, even if I live, what can I do? I'm really tired and sleepy. I really want to close my eyes and have a beautiful dream. At this time, my whole body was like a game code. It was as if my whole person would disappear in the next second. At the same time, I didn't know that the outside world was also undergoing earth-shattering changes. Countless gigatitans suddenly appeared on the Sea of Cremo territory. The rivets that were once built to consolidate the foundation of Namran territory also cracked for some reason. A group of unknown heretics suddenly appeared in the Asfahan kingdom. Now they are launching indiscriminate attacks on them. Many monsters also appeared in the deep forest guarded by the elves. The elves had no idea where these monsters came from. If this continues, the animals in the forest will be eaten to extinction by them. All of these things that happened were exactly the same as what was supposed to happen in the original novel. At this moment, all these sudden changes were reported to the queen. She was very confused about what was going on. Why are these strange incidents happening all at once? Meanwhile, Javier had already taken Draghi to the Magentano kingdom. After all, there was still something important he needed to complete. I, Javier Azrahan, pay my respects to the Queen of Magentano, the rightful ruler of the land. The queen was very confused. She thought to herself, what is this guy doing now? It must be that bastard who sent him here to ask for something. Say it. What does that guy Lloyd want to do? Hearing this, Javier showed a look of pure innocence, as if he didn't know anything at all. The queen fell into deep thought when she saw the other party's expression. Could it be that it's not Lloyd who asked him to come and ask for something? The queen looked at Javier again. At this moment, the other party's eyes were too pure. It really doesn't look like he's lying. The queen thought to herself, Javier doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would lie. Alright, then what is the matter that you came over suddenly? Your Majesty, the steel bars produced in Frontera territory are in excess. We were worried about where to use them, when we suddenly thought that we could pay them as a tribute to you. This way, we can contribute a little to the military. The queen thought to herself, I was hoping to really torment Lloyd for the crime of deceiving the dragon into believing he was married to me. Just then, a strong holy light suddenly shone down from the sky, and it was also accompanied by a very sacred music. The queen was very surprised to see this scene. What's going on? What happened? The next second, a figure descended from the sky. This person came down completely from the beam of light that shot down from the ceiling, and the person who came was the angel Raphael, who spread his wings and released a halo. Seeing this, the ministers below were stunned. After all, they had never seen an angel. The queen was also stunned. Even she had only heard of the existence of angels in legends, and had never seen one with her own eyes. Queen of Magentano, Alicia Termina Magentano, I have come to you. No, I have come to convey the will of the heavenly realm to you. Please, now, immediately, give the Eye of Summer to Lloyd Frontera. thought. As soon as Raphael finished speaking, an invisible force directly pulled him away. Then he disappeared on the spot. It was as if no one had come. The queen's first reaction was that this was too strange, too suspicious. It must be a trick played by Lloyd. What the hell is that guy up to again? The queen directly turned her head and called Javier. Sir Javier Azrahan, answer me honestly, what was that just now? However, when the queen saw the other party's expression, she began to doubt if she had made a mistake, because the other party seemed to be unaware of what had just happened. Could it be that all of this is really a revelation from an angel? Duke Toscano on the side was the first to speak. Your Majesty, that is a revelation from heaven. Let's quickly prepare the Eye of Summer, then send it to Lloyd Frontera. However, some opposed it. What are you talking about? We already lost the Heart of Winter. We will have nothing to protect ourselves. How can it be easily handed over? And I clearly heard that angel stuttering when he spoke, so he must be a fake. But you saw his wings, and his voice echoed. If he is not an angel, what is he? Even if he is an angel, this could threaten the peace of our kingdom. The angel must want to destroy our kingdom. That's why he lied that it was a revelation. Haven't you read the scriptures? Angels don't lie. And so, the ministers with different opinions started to argue, and this is what Javier had planned. Mr. Javier, are you asking the heavenly realm to lie? You know that angels can't lie. We can't accept your request. Javier directly spoke. It appears you don't understand. When did I ask you to lie? I'm not asking you to say it's for the kingdom's prosperity, nor that it's to avoid a curse. I just want you to demand that she hand over the Eye of Summer to Lloyd Frontera. That is not a lie at all. The current Javier is already invincible. He already is the strongest among humans, and now his verbal skills have also reached a state of perfection. At this moment, Javier thought to himself, now everything is going smoothly according to the plan. I have done everything I can. Now all that is left is to trust Her Majesty the Queen. With Her Majesty's wisdom, she will definitely be able to read the meaning in this. Soon after, the Queen immediately summoned Javier alone. Sir Azrahan, I hope you will answer me honestly. That angel's revelation must be a trick played by Lloyd, right? Because there was no one else now. Javier didn't hide it anymore. He immediately answered yes. The Queen immediately showed a look of as expected. Well, that was quick. Are you done acting? I only pretended to be surprised to avoid suspicion of the ministers. My poor acting skills could never deceive Your Majesty. You sound so much like Lloyd when you flatter people. Fortunately, you didn't raise your butt, otherwise I might really think you were that guy in disguise. Sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty. That posture is too ugly. I refuse to do that. The Queen also felt deeply at this moment. That's right. Actually, I can't bear to look at that guy's ugly state every time. Your Majesty, although that is the young master's plan, that angel is indeed a real angel. The Queen did not doubt the identity of that angel. I'm sure it was an angel. After all, Lloyd even deceived the founding dragon. Alright, let's get back to the point. Why does that guy need the Eye of Summer? Javier was silent for a while. He knew that if the young master's heart didn't have the Eye of Summer, it would be completely frozen. Then he directly told the Queen, the young master is dying. The Queen was shocked after hearing this. What do you mean by that? Tell me in detail. After that, Javier told the Queen the general situation. You mean the fate restoration phenomenon? What does that mean? That's right. It was the Dragon King Verkis, the son of the founding dragon Tyrannus, who told us. He said that the fates that the young master worked so hard to change are now rapidly returning to their original fates. To stop that phenomenon, we need to build the Jewel of Truth. Hearing this, the Queen thought to herself, it seems that the attack of the Giga Titan Swarm and the rebellion of Azrahan should all be things that Lloyd had stopped before. Now those things have shown signs of happening again. It seems that what Javier said is all true. I have understood the whole situation. I see why you went with the angel's revelation. You'd never convince the ministers with some absurd story. But the problem is, that revelation has divided the ministers. I don't know how to solve that problem. Javier knew very well that he definitely couldn't solve this kind of thing either. So he only had one purpose this time. There is only one person who can solve that problem, Your Majesty. I think you should know who that person is. But the Heart of Winter is killing him. Not only that, he is currently in a weakened state. Only Lloyd Frontera would be capable of stopping the fate restoration phenomenon. We must get him back on his feet and have him stop these events from occurring in the kingdom. Just then, the Queen smiled. And that's easy. Putting skilled people to work is my specialty. At this moment, Javier also showed a long-lost smile. It turns out that the purpose of all he did was to have someone who could make the young master cheer up. And the best person for this is Her Majesty the Queen. Meanwhile, on the Frontera territory, Emily and the Countess stood in front of my room. Young master, I'm here to bring you your meal. At this moment, a voice came from inside. Thank you. Just leave it outside. But young master, I have to collect yesterday's dishes. I'll tidy it up myself later. I'm a bit busy now. Emily looked at the Countess helplessly. Since that time, they have never seen the other party come out of the room. Alright, young master, then I'll leave it at your door. If you need anything, just let me know. After they left, I took the delivered food into the room. But in fact, I didn't eat the food that was delivered every time, and I also didn't have anything busy to do. Now I am like a dying person quietly waiting for death. Seeing this, the summoned creatures all came out from my clothes. They were also very worried about their master. Padang went up and hugged me. It didn't want me to be so decadent. Suddenly, the system notification rang. Padang was still very confused what this was for. The next second, the system showed a photo of the Count and Countess, and Padang immediately immediately understood what the system meant. I have to let the master go and see his parents in this world. Padong, Bangul, and by Byung pulled my finger and kept calling. It meant to let me get up and take a walk. Sorry, I'm a little tired now. I can't accompany you for a walk. On the other side, Hamong and Goming were not idle either. Okay, I got it. It's wrong to keep you all locked up in this stuffy room with me. And so, I finally went out. I followed behind the summoned creatures, but at this time, I was very confused. Where are you going? This is the top floor. Only the Count and Countess's room is up here. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice. It was a conversation from the Count's room. Although I've dulled my sword master senses, I can still hear the voice from this distance. I don't think he's simply trying to figure something out. It's obvious he's unwell. You should have noticed it too, right? Although Javier said he was just resting, you and I both know he is a terrible liar. You're right, he had done the same before as well. He said Lloyd changed after he struck him on the head. But we both know that it was all a lie, to protect the person who was in Lloyd's form. Hearing this, I was completely shocked. It turned out that the Count and Countess had already known that I was not their son at that time. The reason why they pretended to believe at that time was all to avoid giving me psychological pressure. Since Javier is willing to help that person so much, it means that that person is really working hard for us. That's right, he is definitely not a bad person. So let's just wait a little longer. When he recovers his health and stops those unfortunate things that will happen in the territory, I'm sure you will be the first to tell us the truth. The Count also showed a look of relief. Yes, I am certain he will. After hearing all this, I ran back to my room with all my might. This time, I didn't go back to the room to continue being decadent, but to live. After returning to the room, I began to eat greedily. I must live, so that I can proudly tell them the truth. But now I must deal with this anxiety. I won't isolate myself. I'll accept any and all help offered. Thank you, everyone, for your help. It's good to have you here. Also, I have to start with the small things I can do, like tidy up the room, take a good bath, and then make a plan. Where do I start? First, get the Eye of Summer and live. Then find a way to fight against fate. I have a plan to get the Eye of Summer, but I keep having negative thoughts that tell me that it won't work. I must overcome them. Just as I was fighting against my own heart, I didn't know that someone had quietly come to the territory. At this moment, Javier came to the Count's door. My lord, an important guest has come to the territory. I think you should go out to greet her. The Count was still very confused what important guest could come to his territory. However, when they went out and saw the other party, they were a little puzzled. Who is she? The person who came was the Queen in full dress. The Queen curtsied to the Count and Countess. I do believe this is the first time we are meeting. I am Alicia Termina Magentano. I am betrothed to your son, Lloyd Frontera. Hearing this, the Count and Countess were stunned at first. They thought they were dreaming. After coming to their senses, the two of them instantly panicked. What's going on? Did I hear that right? Lloyd is actually engaged to Her Majesty. Then, the two immediately and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. You two don't have to be so polite. After all, I will be your daughter-in-law soon. Then the Queen glanced upstairs and said, isn't that right, my husband? And the haggard-looking person upstairs was me. Holy crap, what's going on? After that, the Queen went inside the mansion. At this moment, the Count and Countess were completely scared silly and sweating profusely. They couldn't imagine that their own son was actually engaged to the Queen of the Kingdom. I, on the other hand, was also in a daze, because I know that the crime of deceiving the sovereign is a capital crime in this world. What does the Queen mean by coming to my door at this time? The cold and noble Queen took a sip of tea without changing her expression. Then she spoke. This tea tastes delicious. Where did you buy the tea leaves? Mother, you should know, right? The Countess was startled when she was asked this. Her mind was blank, and she directly replied that she didn't steal anything. The Count on the side quickly told her to calm down. Get a hold of yourself, Marbella. Your Majesty will misunderstand if you say that. However, the Count himself was also in a panic. Your Majesty, I was the one who stole it. Please kill me and spare my wife. At this moment, the me who was so scared spoke. You too, calm down. Your Majesty, I will explain everything clearly. The Queen said coldly when she heard the word everything. Explain everything? Are you talking about deceiving people into thinking that you're married to your queen? As soon as these words were spoken, the Count and Countess no longer had the desire to live. My own son lied that he was married to the Queen, and he is still using this as an excuse to deceive people. The next second, their souls left their bodies, and they completely gave up resistance. At this moment, I suddenly woke up the Count and Countess. They thought there was still hope when they heard my call. Please listen to me, Count and Countess. Actually, I did say we were married. Hearing this, their souls left their bodies again. I, on the side, quietly asked Javier what he wanted to do. Why did you invite the Queen here? Hurry up and help me. Javier looked at me after hearing that. Then he gave a slight shrug, as if to say he was helpless. He had no intention of helping at all. Desperate, I cried. My mouth opened and closed, and I wanted to explain something, but the sound that came out was all ah. Alright, I'll stop with the jokes. You don't have to worry too much. I'll tell you the truth. For various reasons, your son obtained a divine object of the kingdom. It was given to the Magentano family by our founding dragon, Tyrannus. When Tyrannus happened to see Lloyd, he asked him why he, a non-royal person, had the divine object of the kingdom. In the end, Lloyd lied and stated he was married to me, and therefore, he was also royalty. After hearing the whole incident, the Count and Countess fell into deep thought. This is a bigger problem than we thought. Since he lied to Tyrannus, he must face the consequences consequences of his actions. Hearing this, the Count on the side was sweating profusely and thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, he stood up. Your Majesty, I know that even if we die to atone for our sins, it can't make up for it. But this young man, Lloyd Frontera, is my precious son. Please punish me instead. Hearing this, I was completely shocked. What? I am clearly just a person who transmigrated and took the body of their real son, and they already know that I am not their son. At this time, the Countess also went up and knelt down. I beg of you, take our lives and forgive our son. Wait, Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with them. This is a crime I committed myself, so please don't punish them. The Count on the side shouted angrily. Step aside. Parents must take responsibility for their child's actions. I turned my head and wanted him to stop talking. Just as I was about to say that I was not your son, I was suddenly interrupted by the Queen. I see you've regained your strength. I heard you had lost all will to live. The Queen changed her previous serious expression and continued to speak coldly and movingly. Just as I thought, you're the type of person to push yourself to your limit when a task at hand must be done. When I say you must face the consequences, I don't mean giving up your life. That is terribly inefficient. What I mean is, the lie about us being married. How about we make it into truth? Hearing this, I was completely stunned. What does it mean we make it into truth? Then, I was once again in a daze, and my brain was in a state of shock. The Queen saw the other party become like this again, so she directly flicked her fingers and flicked him. Marry me and become my husband. I will push your abilities to their limits for the good of our kingdom and myself. The Count and Countess were all excited. To become her husband is to stand above 10,000 people while serving under one. However, at this moment, I refused without even thinking. Why so decisive? Because I don't like it. You are people to the bone. The Count and Countess were directly shocked after hearing this answer. Such a great thing, and he actually refused so decisively. The Queen had to sigh. I knew this would happen. Then let us settle it in another way. I want you to resolve the conflict between the two parties that can't agree on how to proceed with the revelation of the angel to grant you the Eye of Summer. I was very surprised to hear the revelation. I have clearly done nothing during this time. Why would an angel go to the kingdom to give a revelation for no reason? Suddenly, I turned my head and looked at Javier. It seems that this brat has done a lot of things while I was away. At this moment, Javier still gave a slight shrug. I fell into deep thought. I keep falling because I couldn't see a way forward. I thought I had to find a way, that I had to get it all done somehow. How foolish of me. It turns out this is not what I have to do, but what we should do. This is a problem we have to solve together. The summoned creatures, the Count and Countess, the Queen, Javier, and the system. Let's fight against this damn fate restoration phenomenon together. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. I, Lloyd Frontera, will definitely quell all the chaos. If I can't find a solution, then we'll find one. But before that, I have to get the Eye of Summer first and solve my own crisis. Just then, I turned my head and looked at the Count and Countess. I will protect you, mother and father. At this moment, the Queen also turned her head and looked at the Count and Countess. They were startled when they saw this. They thought to themselves, why is Her Majesty looking at us at this time? Then, the two of them saw a shocking scene again. The Queen, like earlier, curtsied to them again, and she also said, see you again, father and mother. The Count and Countess were full of confusion after hearing this. Isn't the matter already over? Why are you still calling us father and mother now? Meanwhile, I, sitting on Draghi, shivered. What the hell? Why did a chill suddenly come up in my heart? Could it be that the speed of the heart freezing has accelerated again? At the same time, the two factions of the kingdom's argument have already turned into a mess. Both sides have their own arguments, and neither side is willing to compromise. Suddenly, I pushed open the door. Everyone, stop arguing. Your client is here. And so, the next morning, the ministers held an emergency meeting. We will now begin the emergency meeting of the noble house on the issue of acting upon the angel's revelation. Suddenly, Count Altas of the opposition faction said he needed to speak. Please wait a moment. I think we left out the Eye of Summer from the name of this meeting. Alright, we will now begin the emergency meeting of the noble house on the issue of acting upon the angel's revelation. The Eye of Summer. Suddenly, Count Lawrence of the approval faction spoke up and wanted to speak. Count Lawrence, if you have an opinion, please raise your hand first. Alright, I have an opinion. Why are we wasting time on such a small matter? We should discuss the real point. The point is that the emergency meeting of the noble house needs to add a great word to it. Alright, we will now begin the emergency great meeting of the noble house. Wait a minute, you should add the great word before the noble house. The opposition faction couldn't bear it anymore and scolded the other party. Don't you understand the gravity of the situation? This matter is so urgent, so it should be the great emergency. The approval faction was not to be outdone and shouted. Does this meeting seem minor to you? How rude. But a great meeting doesn't fit either. Stop your quibbling. Great emergency sounds worse. And so, the scene was out of control again. The meeting had not yet begun, and they were already arguing about whether it was a great meeting or a great emergency. They completely forgot the original purpose of this meeting. At this moment, I felt that this atmosphere was so familiar. It almost made me think I was back in my hometown. But because of this, persuading them will be easy. Time passed in a flash. Unknowingly, they had been arguing from morning to night. Since everyone has finished arguing, we will now begin the extremely dire emergency supreme meeting of the Great Noble House regarding the issue of the angel's revelation instructing us to give the most meritorious subject Lloyd Frontera the divine object, the Eye of Summer, and the time dedicated to a polite but stern discussion of whether we should follow the angel's instructions or not. Duke Toscano of the approval faction was the first to speak. The angel's revelation must be obeyed. It is the will of heaven. We should gladly give the divine object to Lloyd Frontera. As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately mocked by the opposition faction. Some even roared that Toscano was the other party's lickspittle. He must have been bribed. Investigate him. Let us say Her Majesty bestows the Eye of Summer on Lloyd, then who can guarantee that he won't use it maliciously? Suddenly, I spoke. As Her Majesty's most meritorious subject, I will never do that kind of thing. But if the surrounding kingdoms look down on the Magentano kingdom and rashly attack, I'm afraid our kingdom would be ravaged by war. I really can't accept that kind of thing happening. The opposition faction was very happy to hear this. Most of them got up and prepared to end this meeting. Well, this young man is making a lot of sense. It looks like we've just reached a conclusion. Everyone, let's go home. However, how could I let things end so easily? But if we disobey the angel's revelation and it leads to misfortune in the kingdom, then there is no way I can refuse it. I used my acting skills to the extreme. It's so painful. Accepting is not an option. Not accepting is not an option either. What should I do? At this moment, the two factions have already become a mess, and this is the effect I want. Suddenly, I pointed my finger upward and I told them I had a brilliant idea. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were on me. They also stopped their own actions. It's unpredictable what risks there will be in disobeying the angel's revelation, but one thing will definitely be negatively impacted once the Eye of Summer is gone. That is our kingdom's influence and power. In that case, what if we have a kingdom weapon that can match the Eye of Summer? That way, even if the Eye of Summer is bestowed on me, the kingdom will not have any risks, right? Count Altas of the opposition faction was the first to show confusion. What weapon are you talking about? You should know about the Pantera Mountains, right? That is the mountain range that blocks the southwest of the Magentano kingdom. Its mountain terrain is as steep as a blade. It is a place that is absolutely impossible to cross with 2 feet. Therefore, if we want to trade with the Western countries, we must detour from several surrounding countries. The cost loss is very large, and in order to ensure trade, we have to lower our heads to the small countries along the path. But what if there is a trade route that goes directly through the Pantera Mountains? Then our kingdom will become the trade center between the eastern and western countries. The revenue from tolls alone will be unimaginable. After hearing this, the people of the opposition faction spoke with one voice and accused, "You are talking about the kingdom's reputation. How dare you mix your business schemes into this?" At this moment, I threw a question at them. Once the trade route is completed, the management matters will definitely pile up. It'll involve so many businesses and require a huge budget. In this way, you'll all have to share the load among yourselves, right? The people of the opposition faction's faces instantly turned red when they heard this, because these words directly spoke to their hearts. At this time, the dean of the noble house didn't wait for the people below to vote. He directly hammered and announced the result on the spot. The noble house unanimously agrees. Lloyd Frontera shall open a trade route through the Pantera Mountains. If he succeeds, then the Eye of Summer will be bestowed on him. And so, my plan succeeded. That was too easy. Young master, while you're definitely good at building stuff, you do seem to be more proficient at politics. Politics isn't difficult. This was an everyday occurrence back at my world. Politicians fight each other until they see something that could make them money. Then they're suddenly best friends. I see. Managing royal funds gives someone a lot of power, which directly relates to money. That's right. Those people don't care about the kingdom's honor or fate. To them, it's all about the money. After that, I found the queen. She also agreed for me to start work after hearing the whole thing, but she was curious about 2 things. First, is the matter of crossing the Pantera Mountains really feasible? The ancestors have tried various methods, but were never able to achieve it. Stairs didn't work due to the harsh climate, and every time they tried to dig a tunnel, it collapsed. Even if we were to make a path, no one could pass through it on foot. Your Majesty, you are right, but everyone will be riding a train to cross it, using a loop and zigzag track to pass through the mountains. The British who love tea have discovered a highland area that can specialize in cultivating it. In order to climb the steep mountains, they use this kind of railway construction system. That is to let the train go along a certain height from a suitable slope and then stop, then change to another route and go up in the opposite direction. The queen was not very surprised after hearing this. After all, the other party can always come up with some ingenious construction plans. But about that train, will it be safe to construct it on the sharp mountain peaks? Since that part will be difficult, I will choose the flattest area of the summit as our crossing site. I see. Now, my second question. On the top of the mountain is the territory of the demons. How do you plan to pass through? I didn't tell the queen my solution to this problem. I just said I had my own way. And so, Javier and I took Draghi to the Pantera Mountains. On the way, I asked Javier if he had any knowledge about the demons. Young master, I only know as much as everyone else. The descendants of the ancient demons live in the Pantera Mountains. Their land is surrounded surrounded by ice pillars. No one can get in. It is said that they look very scary, and they will also eat people. After hearing this, I thought to myself, is that all? I read all that from flipping through some books in this world. This part wasn't mentioned in the novel. Soon after, and we finally arrived at Credos, the land of demons. Although Javier knew that I must have a way, he was still very confused how we were going to get through this tornado. At this moment, I showed that hellish smile and told him, isn't it obvious? We will just fight our way through. How can we waste such a powerful existence as Draghi? Javier was already used to it at this moment. He only had one thought in his heart. The young master is really a terrible person. I thought to myself, since we don't know their true identity, then we can only go and face them head on. But no matter what they are, we have fought demons from hell and angels from heaven. There's nothing to fear from demons on earth. Go, Draghi. Blast through this ice tornado for me. The next second, Draghi directly blasted a hole in the ice tornado that protected the land of demons. Then I let Draghi fly in. After coming in, I found that this was actually another world. It was a stark contrast to the scenery outside. Here, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, and there were golden rice paddies. Suddenly, Javier spoke up and reminded me, young master, there are demons over there. Sure enough, looking down, there were two demon children below looking at the sky in horror. Then they cried and shouted, it's a human. I'm so scared. I roared in anger. Stop crying, you little brats. You're making me look like a bad guy. In fear, the two demon children ran away. You two little demons, stop right there. I have something to ask you. However, the two demon children were already completely scared silly. How could they answer any questions? You little demons, why are you running away? Javier on the side looked at the young master's ferocious face and thought to himself, does he really not know? Suddenly, he noticed that something was wrong. He felt a dangerous signal from behind. He turned his head and looked. It turned out that an adult demon was rushing towards this side with a hoe and a pickaxe. Javier immediately drew his sword and blocked this attack. And that attack from this adult demon just now actually had the power of a sword master level. I was also a little stunned after hearing this. This demon, who looks like a farmer, is actually equivalent to a human sword master. Wait, Mr. Demon, I didn't come here to fight. However, the other party seemed to not want to listen to what I was saying at all, because many more demons were attacking me from behind. But although these demons all had the strength of a sword master, with Javier's grandmaster power, he could still easily deal with them. At this moment, the leader of the other party finally spoke. Humans who trespass on our territory, we are the 8 heavenly demon kings who serve the demon queen and guard this land. So if you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. I fell into a deep silence after seeing the other party's entrance method and group name. Then I began to ruthlessly complain. Your group has too many people. Isn't it usually the 4 heavenly kings? I can't even see the 2 of you at the back. And why are you all holding farm tools? The leader directly retorted, the more people there are, the better we can protect this land. As for why we are holding farm tools, you don't need to know. Leave here at once, you evil human. Hearing the word evil, I immediately became restless. You all have horns and an evil-looking appearance. What right do you have to say I'm evil? Javier on the side looked at the young master's inexplicably angry appearance and had many things to say, but after thinking about it, he still held back. Alright, forget it. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to discuss something with you. So please let me see your representative. At this moment, the mother of the 2 demon children just now roared out, will the person who comes to talk scare our children like this? Holy crap, I clearly didn't do anything. You little brats, tell them the truth. What did I do to you? However, it was better not to ask. As soon as I asked, that demon child started to cry again. Now the misunderstanding is even bigger. Seeing this, the 8 heavenly kings were instantly enraged. Evil human, we will kill you. At this moment, I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. I directly opened my hellish singing voice and let them know what despair was. In just a moment, they were so hurt that their ears and nose bled. I directly and firmly controlled them. Then I let Javier act and subdued them all. With a series of clanging sounds, Javier knocked them all out with his sword hilt. I was talking to you nicely, but you didn't listen. You forced me to act. The demon children, seeing that the adults were all on the ground, cried and went up, thinking they were all dead. Let Hose, please wake up. Sister Nino, Uncle Schuld, everyone, stop sleeping. Get up quickly. Radon, wake up, please. Didn't you promise to take me to pick strawberries today? You liars. You big liars. The 2 children cried their hearts out, thinking they would never see the adult demons again. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, I finally understood one thing. It turned out that the demon race seemed to be very kind. They aren't evil at all. Javier on the side ruthlessly complained. Young master, you've been the evil one all along. The demon little girl cried and roared out. You humans are too bad. Why are you doing this to us? The moment you see us, you despise us and attack us. That's why we hid here and can't leave. Why do you come here and bother us? Why? At this moment, I was speechless, but I also realized some things. It seems that the demon race was very afraid of humans for some reason. That's why they hid here to live. And the 8 heavenly demon kings were dressed as farmers. It seems this land is used by them to grow food. So, the rumors about them eating humans, are they made up? Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly heard a voice. No, that is not a rumor. We do eat humans. Hello, I am the demon queen, Artanis V, the leader of the descendants of the demons. After hearing the other party's words, I was very surprised, because I was just thinking to myself, can this demon queen Queen read my thoughts, and Javier also told me to be vigilant because he said that this demon had an immeasurable ability hidden in her. I thought to myself, an existence that can make a Grand Master wary. She must be a very terrifying demon. Just then, the demon little girl spoke. Demon Queen, they are a group of very bad humans. You should teach them a lesson. Instantly, the tense atmosphere reached its peak. I carefully wanted to explain, but that demon queen had no intention of attacking. She smiled and comforted the demon little girl. They deliberately didn't let the 8 heavenly demon kings get seriously injured. They just let them sleep. These 2 humans are really not here to fight. You seem to want to cross our land. In that case, let's go to the castle and talk. After hearing this, I was very surprised. I thought there would be a big battle. I didn't expect this demon queen to be so reasonable. On the way, I was thinking, since the demon race is so strong, and the demon queen's strength is so great that Javier is wary of it, then why do they have to hide and live here? Something doesn't add up. As soon as I finished thinking, the demon queen Artani spoke. You seem to have questions about many things. Why don't you look at the side? I turned my head and looked, and it was a very scary statue. This is the statue of the demon king Kratos from thousands of years ago. Our demon race used to eat humans. When times were difficult, we would even eat our own kind. We lived on barren land and suffered from starvation, so we invaded the human world and tried to eat them. But the demon king Kratos ordered to stop the expedition and let everyone farm. Since then, our descendants have been living by farming on this land. But even so, our food is still very scarce. You came here this time to open a trade route, so you must pass through our territory, right? If we remove the outer cold air barrier, you should be able to pass. But in that case, our territory here will disappear, so we cannot let you through. After hearing these, I began to ask my own questions. Didn't you just say that food is scarce? If you leave here to go to a larger land, not only can you increase the food production, but you can also increase your population. Isn't that better? You don't have to ask such a leading question. As I just said, our ancestors were terrible demons who ate humans, and we are the scary demons. We look intimidating. Humans will feel fear when they see us. So even if we approach humans with good intentions, in the end, we will only get a battle as a result. Of course, we have never attacked the humans, as per King Kratos' orders, but we can do nothing about the fear humans feel. This is the retribution for our past sins. We accept this fate for eating humans. Until the day our seeds no longer sprout on this soil, we are destined to spend our days inside this barrier. So please help us escape our fate and leave this barrier. Hero who came from another world. At this moment, I spoke and responded. I am indeed from another world, but I am not a hero. I am just a selfish person who wants to open a trade route. Then I asked back if there was a way to live safely outside. Would the demons be willing to remove the barrier and give up the land? The demon queen Artanis replied with a definite yes. After getting an affirmative answer, I began to calculate in my heart to let the demons that humans are afraid of live outside, and to make sure they won't have conflicts even if they come into contact with humans. Thinking of this, I grinned. Isn't the most suitable place for this is our territory? Demon Queen, I think you have already read my mind, and you know my next plan. Then hurry up and let everyone start packing their things. Everything's been resolved.